Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1798 to Chapter 1883. How powerful was the explosion of Hong Tu's will, Luo Tian had no way to block it. He did not try to block it either. He held the man's hand tightly and said, "Protect my body well. I will come back again. I will definitely come back again." He turned to Hong Tu, who was outside the spacetime crack. "I will definitely come back." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. His eyes bulged and his pupils slowly lost their luster. His body gradually stiffened. The spacetime crack man grabbed Luo Tian and said, "Brother, don't die, don't die. The mission I gave you hasn't been completed yet. You won't leave me here alone, will you?" F***ck. What's going on? The idea sensed slightly and found that Luo Tian was no longer breathing. The man exhaled, looked at his crippled arm, and turned to stand at the spacetime crack. He stared at Hong Tu, who was furious to the extreme, and said coldly, "F***ck, if I can enter this lower plane of yours, I will definitely beat the shit out of you. Hand over all heaven. Hand over all heaven. Hand him over. I want his godhood. Give him to me." Was so angry that he went berserk. The power of the Divine King Law on his body constantly rushed towards the spacetime crack, but, the moment his power entered the spacetime crack, it was instantly crushed into powder, completely useless. Hong Tu was extremely mad. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would lose Luo Tian. The only chance to possess multiple divine deity was missed just like that. The pain in his heart was even more unbearable than death. Now, Luo Tian was dead, and he had lost this opportunity. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Ah! Hong Tu roared towards the sky, and the power of law rushed into the sky, directly causing the demon abyss to explode. The entire plane continued to collapse, and in the end, the core exploded. The entire demon abyss seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole. It twisted, rolled, and was swallowed. A second later. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, all of it erupted out. A violent explosion was heard, and it swept through the entire divine realm. The ancient continent. Mother, I can sense it. Father's aura has truly disappeared. I can't sense his aura anymore. Mother, please let me go to the deity domain. I will definitely save Father. A cute 16-year-old girl tugged at Huang Fuye's arm and said anxiously. At this moment, tears welled up in Huang Fuye's eyes. She felt it as well. However, Huang Fuye squatted down and looked at the girl. "Nyo, your cultivation is still very weak. You only have the natural ruler's body. You haven't grasped your true divine power. If you want to avenge your father, you have to become stronger. Your enemies are very strong. You have to become stronger than everyone else. Only then can you avenge your father, do you understand?" The girl's eyes also became wet. She nodded heavily and said, "Mother, I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely avenge Father. I swear." The outer domain. Mother, Father's aura is gone. I want to go to the deity domain. I want to kill that dog, the Supreme Divine King. A youth exuded a surging killing intent. The killing intent enveloped the entire desolate plain, and even the air was crushed. Youth. Natural Divine King, Luo Tian and Lin Yuer's child. Lin Yuer held back her tears. She looked at the youth and said, "Jing I want you to remember that your enemy is the Supreme Divine King. From today onwards, you have to hide your cultivation and aura. I want you to enter the black hole abyss. I want you to break through, and break through again. Before you can kill the Supreme Divine King, don't ever come back." Mother. Tears welled up in the youth's eyes. Lin Yuer suddenly shouted, "Don't cry. Crying is the most cowardly behavior." Mother, I won't cry. I will go to the black hole abyss now. I will definitely obtain stronger power. I will definitely avenge father. Luo Jing clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh, and blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Anai Shang and Ling Zixue were both in tears. Luo Jing said, "Auntie, Lil mother, don't cry. I will definitely avenge father. I definitely will. Boss." Luo Tian. Outer region, another plane. The news of Luo Tian's death had already spread here. Feng Lei looked up to the sky and cried bitterly. He continued to go crazy and go berserk. Yunmeng, Xianxia, and Chun Chun, Xian and Li Shuer were the same. They were like people who had lost their souls. They stood there in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a full 3 days and 3 nights. They were thinking about Luo Tian. They missed him very much. Rumble. The patriarch of Mount Hua walked down from the heavenly warship. He was full of excitement. Ha ha ha. To be reborn after death. Good, good, good. Luo Tian, is this your turning point? Patriarch, what did you say? Feng Lei instantly rushed over. The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry, Luo Tian won't die so easily. He will come back again." Ha ha ha, Fatty Lei's face was filled with shock. Patriarch, don't lie to me. The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "Do I look like I'm lying to you? He has already passed this calamity of death. He is indeed dead, but Luo Tian will come back. At that time, no one in the divine realm will be able to stop him. Just you wait." The 5 girls also rushed over. Really? Luo Tian really didn't die? The patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, "It's not that he didn't die, but that he will be resurrected. At that time, heaven and earth will definitely shake, and the entire divine realm will tremble for him. Right now, what we need to do is to survive. I have already heard that Luo Tian has a child in the outer region. I will think of a way to bring the people of the ancient continent and Ling Zixue here. Then, we will wait for Luo Tian's return together." In the past, he felt that Luo Tian had no chance at all. However, after Luo Tian died, the heavens moved, and he actually calculated Luo Tian's chance of survival. The patriarch of Mount Hua secretly said, "Luo Tian, I'm looking forward to your return." And then there was Luo Tian. The moment Han Tu activated his idea to explode, the remnant soul reforging technique that he had been preparing all this time was activated by his last bit of will. Ding! Player Luo Tian has activated the remnant soul reforging technique. Ding! Remnant soul reforging has begun. 10 minutes later. Ding! The remnant soul has been successfully reforged. Beginning the random plane. A few minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the rebirth plane, Earth. Ding! System initialization, 1% progress. Back to Earth. In another domain. In a black technology building. The owner of system number 1 has returned to the Earth before he transmigrated. The scene froze in one place. Luo Tian was lying naked in the small forest. N. Master already knows and has already initialized his system. Will he be able to find out the source of the system in his mind? Don't worry, Earth is no longer the Earth before he transmigrated. The current Earth's danger level is not much better than the divine realms. Hee. Maybe he can help us test out more things. Do you want to provide him with help from the system? No need, the owner of system number 1 has lasted the longest. The other system owners have all died, and for him to be able to return to Earth, he has already made a breakthrough. Let him freely control it, don't disturb him too much. Understood. In the main control room, an old man looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "Luo Tian, how much more potential can you unleash?" Immediately after. The old man revealed a kind expression and muttered to himself, "Child, you must hold on." Earth. In the small forest near Thunder Academy. Hiss, hiss, it hurts. Luo Tian struggled for a moment, his head feeling like it was about to explode. This feeling was very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Luo Tian looked at his surroundings and suddenly said, "Damn, I've transmigrated again, this feeling is simply unbearable." It was also at this time. Various scenes appeared in his mind. Battle report, China's defense line has been lost, countless soldiers have died. Child, you can live here from now on. Your parents have gone to a very, very far place. Thunder Academy's first-year student, Class C is the worst, a burden. Luo Tian, why don't you go and die? You're dragging down our class's results again. If it wasn't for you, we would have been able to surpass Class B in this exam. You really are a useless piece of trash. Luo Tian, wait for me in the forest tonight. Help, someone is molesting me. How dare you molest Lu Feifei? You must be tired of living. Even my woman is touched. Beat him hard. Take off his clothes. Let's see how he can walk out of here. Ha ha ha. Go and report to the teacher, Luo Tian, this time you are finished, you will definitely be expelled from the school. The scene was forced into Luo Tian's mind. Facing everything in his mind, Luo Tian spat out a word fiercely, F***CK. China region? Earth? Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed as he desperately tried to recall. More and more memories appeared in his mind. At the same time, he became more and more shocked. He shook his head and bitterly said, No, how could this be, my mother, my Ozawa-sensei, my Hata-sensei, how can you leave me? Year 4098 of the new era. What era is this? Even in Luo Tian's memory, there was no understanding of Earth's past. In short, this was a brand new world. The entire Earth was divided into China region, Japan region, South Asia region, Pacific region, North America region, Europe region. There were also a few uninhabited areas. However, here, humans were extremely weak. The entire world was filled with magical beasts. These magical beasts drilled out from the black hole and crazily devoured everything. They constantly attacked the humans' defense line. Slowly, the hidden abilities of humans were stimulated. The ancient martial arts families began to rise. The ancient martial arts cultivators of the Huaxia region, the ability users of the South Asia region, the demonic beast warriors of the Japan region, the biochemical warriors of the North America region, the vampire families of the Europe region, all of them rose rapidly in this era and quickly established a new order. Following the rise of the ancient martial arts families, China region nurtured various youths with potential. Using various academies and dojos, they continuously trained powerful ancient warriors and sent them to the front lines. The Thunder Academy that Luo Tian was in was the ancient martial arts academy of China region. Has it already become like this? Luo Tian sat on the ground and laughed bitterly. When he first entered the divine realm and discovered that the profound sky continent had changed, he had vaguely guessed that Earth would not change. It was just that. He did not expect that after he left Earth, Earth would experience the same things as in the apocalypse movies, exceeding his expectations. Forget it. I am already a stranger to Earth. The only reason I am here is for the source energy. Luo Tian thought of Hong Tu, clenched his fists tightly, and muttered, Once I obtain enough source energy, I will kill my way back. The idea moved. Luo Tian could not sense his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Why can't I even sense my sea of consciousness? Where is my four divine kings' godhead? He couldn't sense it, he couldn't even sense his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian was a little flustered. Isn't it a remnant soul recast? Then my cultivation should still be there. He tried to sense it, but there was nothing. The power in his body was extremely small, almost impossible to sense. My power. Where's my divine power? Luo Tian was a little crazy. He did not want to stay here any longer. He wanted to fuse with the source energy, and then return to the divine realm to kill Hong Tu, but he actually did not have any cultivation at all. Then Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened in shock. God, F***CK your 18 generations of ancestors, do you want me to start all over again? Your sister, I'll start all over again with your family's women. He was furious. He was very excited to be able to return to Earth, because this was his source planet, allowing him to fuse with the source energy, and then fuse with the power of the four divine deity through the source energy. But now, his cultivation was gone, his divine deity was gone, and he only had a pair of pants left on his body, not even a strand of hair. Xiaobai didn't have it. No bloodline, no cultivation method, the holy artifact that he had refined did not have it either. Everything was gone. Right now, it was as if he had just transmigrated to the profound sky continent. He had nothing. Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows twitched. System. As long as the system is here, I can rise up again. The system became Luo Tian's life-saving straw. As long as the system was here, relying on his experience in the divine realm, he would be able to quickly rise up, break through the shackles, and return to the divine realm. The idea moved and poured into his mind. Ding! The system is initializing. A progress bar appeared in Luo Tian's mind, slowly moving. Progress, 89%. Fortunately, as long as the system is here, there is hope. Luo Tian sat on the ground and looked at the night sky. He no longer had any nostalgia for this unfamiliar earth. Schwer, wait for me, Yaya, wait for me, I will definitely return as soon as possible, I swear. He couldn't wait to rush back to the divine realm. This place was too unfamiliar. Luo Tian wanted to return to the divine realm, he desperately wanted to, but he couldn't. His cultivation, his strength, were all telling him that he couldn't do anything if he went back. Suddenly. Ding! System initialization complete. Thank you to monopolize the world. Surname is Jian, name is Chong, name is Savage, green grass, love, little mood, and you always say scram? I owe you a favor that I can't repay. Thank you for your support, brothers. Ding! System initialization complete. Ding! Do you want to check? The familiar system beep made Luo Tian extremely confident. The idea moved. Check. Player, Luo Tian level 1 warrior experience, 0/50 true chi, 0 martial skills, none luck value, 0 charm value, 0 energy values, 100 points. System initialization. Damn. What's the difference between this and a new account in the game? This is the initialization of your system. Luo Tian was very unhappy. What af * king scam. Although he was unhappy. But even if he was unhappy, as long as the system was here, Luo Tian believed that with his ability, he would definitely rise quickly. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system and obtaining the novice gift pack. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, as expected of a novice. The idea moved and opened the red shiny novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fundamental Fist Technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dagger. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Cloth Clothes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Golden Sword Medicine. Huff. Luo Tian let out a deep breath, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Novice gift pack, can't you give me something good? This is not a game, it's a world of man-eating man, do you understand? Even though he said that, Luo Tian still put on the cloth clothes, and the idea moved. Cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the Fundamental Fist Technique. An additional set of cultivation techniques appeared in the cultivation method column. It was also at this time. Buzz buzz buzz, a mosquito buzzed beside his ear. Luo Tian slapped it. Even you are bullying lousy, right? Pa. A mosquito was slapped to death. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Do you want to release the energy value? Huh? Luo Tian was a little confused and said subconsciously, release. His energy value instantly dropped to 0 points, followed by a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito and obtaining the ancient martial art 18 dragon subduing palms. In an instant, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He didn't understand. He stared at the ancient book in his mind. The ancient book had the words 18 dragons subduing palms written on it. This surprise came too suddenly. I can't react. Demigods and semidevils? The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Xiaofeng? Hong Qigong? Or Guojing? These were all fine. What Luo Tian couldn't understand the most was that he had only killed a mosquito that gave a little experience, but it had actually dropped a god-level ancient martial art. Moreover, it was a god-level skill that only existed in novels, 18 dragons subduing palms. This was too inconceivable. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he immediately checked the attributes of his energy value. Energy value: killing magical beasts could be obtained, killing people could also be obtained. Killing people outside of China region would give double the energy value. 100 points of energy value could be released, triggering the striking attribute. The drop rate increased by 10,000 times, it could only be used once a day. Oh my god! The drop rate increased by 10,000 times, what kind of concept is this? Luo Tian was completely excited this time. This was the first time he was so excited after returning to Earth. If killing a mosquito can drop a god-level ancient martial art, then what can killing a magical beast drop? Gudong. Luo Tian was excited, his blood was boiling. What a heaven-defying attribute. With this, I can kill my way back to the divine realm even faster, ha ha ha, then. With a thought, Luo Tian said, cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the ancient martial art 18 dragons subduing palms. Cultivation method: 18 dragons subduing palms cooldown, 3 minutes consumption, 0 points. Using the true chi to release this technique will double the damage. The more true chi injected, the higher the damage. Proficiency: 01000. Description: this technique has 18 moves. When cultivated to the peak, one can release a golden dragon to fight for them. Its power has increased by 10 times. Good lord! As expected of the 18 dragons subduing palms, Luo Tian became excited. He looked at the small forest, the surroundings were pitch black, and immediately moved, releasing the 18 dragons subduing palms. Roar, previous chapter next chapter boom. With a palm strike, a tree as thick as a thigh was broken. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. He also killed 2 mosquitoes along the way. Good. From now on, I, Luo Tian, will make the earth tremble for me. Luo Tian clenched his fists, constantly searching for mosquitoes, killing any mosquitoes he saw, and releasing the basic fist technique every time. As a game player, he understood the importance of this basic technique. The higher the level of the basic fist technique, the stronger the power released when practicing the fist technique in the future. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding. Ding. Luo Tian continued to kill. The only pity was that mosquitoes were not magical beasts and did not have an energy value increase. Otherwise, they would definitely explode. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level, level 2 warrior. Level 2 warrior? Continue to kill. As long as there was a small bug with a HP bar, he would not let it go. At the first glimmer of dawn. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mosquito for obtaining 1 experience. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level, level 2 warrior. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the title Mosquito Terminator, obtaining 100 experience, 10 true breath, 10 energy values as a reward. Mosquito's experience is 0. Mosquitoes are insulators, they definitely won't dare to approach you. You can get energy values by obtaining a title? Looks like I can't miss out on any titles in the future. Luo Tian glanced at the small forest. He had killed all that he could, and now the mosquitoes were useless to him. Go back to school, pack up, go home. There was still something in the classroom that he had to take away. In his memory, that thing was something that his parents had left for him. This thing was a bit strange, and it gave Luo Tian a very unusual feeling. As for continuing to study, Luo Tian had never thought of continuing to read. With the system, he could quickly level up and find a way to fuse with the source energy. He walked to the school gate. Su Hua rubbed Lu Fei and laughed. Don't worry, today, the form teacher will expel that trash Luo Tian. He will never drag our class down again. At this moment. Isn't that Luo Tian? He's the one who molested Lu Fei? You still have the nerve to go back to school? How shameless. I heard that her sister rushed to school before dawn. She probably went to beg Teacher Wu. Su Hua turned his head to look. Lu Fei said angrily, look at him, isn't he still fine? How did you guys do it yesterday? Su Hua was instantly enraged. He raised his fist and rushed towards Luo Tian. Good night. I didn't kill you yesterday, and you dare to come again today? I think you're tired of living. As soon as Su Hua's voice fell, his fist rushed to the front of Luo Tian. At this moment. Ding. See the weakness. Left armpit, attack damage increased by 50%, combined with the player's body movement, success rate 70%. Crotch, attack damage increased by 80%, combined with the player's speed, success rate 40%. Huh? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The system can see the weakness? Half a second before the system prompt sounded, his eyes flashed with a red light, as if he was scanning, and it took half a second to see Su Hua's weakness. The system had evolved. Who said it was initialized? It was completely evolving. 70% success rate under the armpit, 40% success rate under the crotch, hee. Luo Tian sneered. Facing Su Hua's fist, the speed of a level 2 warrior was suddenly released. Without waiting for the fist to fall, he suddenly lifted his leg. Bang! Get lost. Luo Tian said coldly. He didn't even look at Su Hua, who clamped his legs tightly and slowly squatted down. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. So handsome. Is that really Luo Tian? That kick was so cool. I felt a sharp pain in my crotch. At the school gate, many students stared at Luo Tian. That kick just now was exceptionally gorgeous, especially Luo Tian's incomparably cold expression, which made some girls instantly become infatuated. Luo Tian walked to Lu Feifei's side, suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pulled her into his arms, and said coldly in her ear, "Don't provoke me again, or you will die." Finished. His right hand loosened, and he strode into the school. Lu Feifei's body was trembling, her face was pale, and the moment Luo Tian grabbed her shoulder, she had a feeling that she was going to die, and Luo Tian's cold voice kept echoing in her mind, like the voice of death. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Lu Feifei didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Even if Luo Tian walked far away, she didn't dare to look at him. His original arrogance had disappeared. What replaced it was fear. Luo Tian, I won't let you off. Su Hua clenched his thighs and couldn't stand steadily. He stared at the direction Luo Tian disappeared and said fiercely. He didn't enter the school, but left and went to another place. Who was Su Hua? He was the young master of the Su group in Divine Sea City. He absolutely could not swallow the humiliation of being humiliated in front of so many people. If he didn't get back at them, he wouldn't give up. Academic Affairs Office. Director Wu, what do I have to do to not expel my brother? Li Han asked. To her. Luo Tian was everything. For Luo Tian, staying in the Thunder Dojo was everything. This was related to Luo Tian's future. If he couldn't graduate from the Thunder Academy, he wouldn't even be able to find a decent job. In this doomsday-like world, a graduation certificate from the Martial Arts Academy was more important than anything. Li Han didn't care about herself. But, Luo Tian just couldn't do it. His parents were once heroes of Divine Sea City, they were both super soldiers. Their son couldn't not even graduate. If that was the case, Li Han wouldn't forgive herself. Wu Hoxiong said solemnly, Luo Tian's mistake this time, expelling him from the school is already a light punishment. Do you know who the Lu family is? Do you know who the Su family is? If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Tian's parents were once heroes of Divine Sea City, he would still be imprisoned. molested a female classmate, and injured a classmate. Why do you think the heroic parents gave birth to such a trash son? Pa. Li Han immediately gave Wu Hoxiong a slap and said angrily, "You have asterisk king dare to call me trash again. It's not up to you to say what my brother is, you piece of shit. How much benefits did the Lu family and the Su family give you?" A slap landed on the dean's face. It was incomparably domineering. Li Han said angrily, "Are you retarded? My brother was just framed. Anyone with a brain would know that. Now that my brother is missing, I suspect that the Lu and Su families kidnapped him. My brother went missing in your class. I'll tell the reporters tomorrow that you're in cahoots with the Lu and Su families and that he's the hero's son. This matter will definitely cause repercussions. When the time comes and things get out of hand, I think you won't even be able to keep your position as the director." "Shrew, scoundrel," Wu Hoxiong said heavily. The feeling of being slapped was not good. Moreover, Li Han had spoken of his pain. He had indeed received a lot of benefits from the Lu and Su families. Li Han said valiantly, "It's up to you to decide whether you want to fire me or not. If you fire me, then I won't let you off. If you don't fire me, then I'll pretend that nothing happened today. As for your bribery, I won't tell anyone." Looking at Wu Hoxiong's expression, she had guessed correctly. Wu Hoxiong was extremely angry, but he was also helpless. And said, "All right, Li Han, you're awesome enough, but let me say this first, if anything happens to your brother in the Thunder Academy, don't blame me for not warning you. You are very clear about the power of the Su and Lu families in the Divine Sea City." Li Han's eyes darkened, and said, "As long as you don't expel my brother from school, you don't have to worry about anything else. As for the Su and Lu families, I will talk to them myself." Wu Hoxiong snorted, and said, "Let me remind you, heroes are worthless in this era, not many people will remember the heroes of the past, do you understand? If Luo Tian has the ability, then let him rise up on his own, tisk." He emphasized the words heroes of the past. Indeed. The Heroes' Memorial Hall in the Divine Sea City was already covered in a layer of dust, and no one had cleaned it for a long time. Li Han frowned and walked out of the Academic Affairs office. Wu Hoxiong said loudly, "You will not be expelled from school, but you will be given a big demerit. Furthermore, you will have to reflect in front of the entire school's teachers and students. You must do it next Monday." Li Han did not turn around. He extended a hand and raised his middle finger. That was how domineering he was. Luo Tian walked back to the classroom based on his memory. After finding what he was looking for in his desk, he walked out. "Brother Tian, where are you going?" a skinny man asked. The skinny man's name was Shou Ho, and he could be considered Luo Tian's best friend. Luo Tian laughed, and said, "I'm not studying anymore, what's the point of studying?" Shou Ho was stunned. He suddenly felt that Luo Tian was too domineering, and his words were too awesome. But then, Shou Ho's face darkened, and his eyes moved. He stared behind Luo Tian and kept giving him a look. Luo Tian said, "Do your eyes hurt?" At this time a mosquito-like voice sounded, "Luo Tian, behind you, your sister is here." "My sister?" Luo Tian trembled slightly, and suddenly, a chill seeped out from his back. In his mind, his sister Li Han's incomparably valiant posture appeared, and immediately he cried out in his heart, "Oh no. Thank you Xiaoxi for your 1888 reward and support, thank you Formatted Thoughts, Broken Feelings Evil Prince, Green Grass for your reward and support. This is bad." Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. Without waiting for him to react, Li Han kicked him on the butt and scolded angrily, "You don't study? Let's see if you study today." Luo Tian fell to the ground with a single kick. Luo Tian quickly crawled up, and immediately said, sis, listen to me, hey. Li Han walked to the back of the classroom, picked up the broom, and angrily walked to Luo Tian's side, "If you don't study, I'll smack your butt." Ha ha ha, the other students in the classroom all laughed out loud. Li Han's eyes darkened, she suddenly stared and shouted, "What are you laughing at? You bunch of brats, if you dare to laugh again, I'll take care of you all as well." Then the broom pointed at Luo Tian, and said, "I'm only asking you one question, Do you want to study or not? Luo Tian was truly afraid of this sister, and said, Sis, listen to me, even if I don't study, I can still stand out. Isn't it just Thunder Academy? With my talent, I can destroy it anytime. Hey hey hey. Don't make a move. Ah. Ah. Li Han did not hesitate in the slightest. She also felt that it was strange, Luo Tian was different from before. In the past, he did not dare to contradict her at all. What was going on today? It was as if he was a completely different person when he said that he would destroy the Thunder Academy. Ding. Weakness detected. Scanning, with the player's current cultivation, there are no weaknesses. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian was puzzled, this sister actually doesn't have any weaknesses? Of course. This was also because his cultivation was low, only a second-level warrior. As for Li Han, professional mercenary group, 8th-level warrior, it was just that. Her so-called strength of an 8th-level warrior was not officially recognized, and the mercenary group she was in was not registered either. It was a black group that specialized in accepting missions that regular mercenary groups would not accept. Li Han's biggest reason was that she did not have a graduation certificate from the Academy of Martial Arts, and no regular mercenary group took her in. Therefore, she knew the importance of a degree. Even if you graduated from a trashy martial arts school, you would still be able to find a decent job. Unlike her, who specialized in extremely dangerous missions and lived her life on the edge of a knife. To read or not to read? If you don't study today, I will break your legs. Li Han was really angry this time. She could do anything but not study. Luo Tian said seriously, read. How could a hard-working person like me not study? I want to be a top student. I want to be a pillar of society. Sister, don't worry. I will study hard. He made it sound as if he was a youth with a fifth gear. After that, Luo Tian said fawningly, Sister, can you take the broom off my neck now? So many students are watching. Li Han moved her arm and kept the broom. Then, she threw it to the corner of the classroom. Pa. He accurately threw it into the broom bucket. Wow. Amazing. Too awesome. It's 100% accurate. All the students were stunned. Following that, Li Han carried Luo Tian out of the classroom. Her expression changed and became gentle as she said, Take this money first. I have to go on a mission on Saturday and Sunday. You stay at home and practice your homework properly. Do you understand? Then, she patted off the dust on Luo Tian's body and said with a bit of heartache, Did Big Sis hurt you? Luo Tian choked with sobs, shook his head and said, It doesn't hurt. Li Han laughed and said, Little Tian, you must be like your parents and become the hero of the Divine Sea City. They are all watching you from the sky, the old man is also watching you from the sky. You must live well. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, unable to say a word. Li Han walked a few steps, then turned her head and said, I've helped you settle the matter that happened last night. You can focus on your studies and don't run around at night. That Lu Feifei from the Lu family is just average. Next time Big Sis comes back, I'll bring you a beautiful one. Luo Tian's eyes shook. Really? Li Han stared at him and said, A beautiful blow-up doll. Luo Tian was directly speechless. What Big Sis? Li Han turned around and waved her hands, saying, Study well. After saying this, she quickly left Thunder Academy. With no other choice, Luo Tian could only return to the classroom. If he dared not return, with his understanding of Li Han, she really would break his legs. Sigh. Just thinking about studying gives me a headache. Damn, did I transmigrate back to study? Luo Tian muttered in his heart. In his previous life, he was a bad student on Earth, going in one ear and out the other. The things that the teacher said were completely incomprehensible to him. Every time during the exam, he would copy if he could, but if he couldn't copy, he would just blindly guess. Sitting in the classroom, Luo Tian's entire body was powerless, and his heart began to feel nervous. Skinny Monkey's face was full of excitement, saying, Brother Tian, your big sis is too valiant. Just now, I received news that she beat up the academic affairs office head Wu Hoxiong. Too cool, if only I had a big sis like this. Skinny Monkey wasn't good at anything else, but he was good at gathering information. There was nothing in Thunder Academy that he didn't know. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at Skinny Monkey and said, when you get beaten up, you won't think that having a valiant big sis is good or bad. Right at this moment, Lu Feifei walked into the classroom with a face full of anger. Behind her were a few ruffian-looking youths. The youths looked at Luo Tian and whispered a few words to each other, and then left. Skinny Monkey stared at Lu Feifei's **** face, as if he had done something to Lu Feifei. With a face full of satisfaction, he muttered, what a great figure, look at those high and protruding breasts, I really want to grab them a few times. Luo Tian said, go ahead. Skinny Monkey smiled weakly, I am only a level 1 warrior, Lu Feifei is a level 2 warrior. Before I even got close to her, I was thrown out by her. Moreover, Lu family has great power in Divine Sea City, if I offend her, I won't have a good life in the next life. Luo Tian said with disdain, gutless. Do you want me to talk to you? Forget it. Thinking about his sister Li Han's fiendish appearance, Luo Tian did not want to cause any more trouble. Then Skinny Monkey said in a low voice, Brother Tian, those ruffians just now are from the unparalleled gang on Roland Street, why are they here at school? And during the day? Don't the school guards care? Why didn't Su Hua come? Holy ***T. Brother Tian, the person who kicked Su Hua's egg at the school gate this morning couldn't be you, right? Skinny Monkey stared at Luo Tian in shock. Luo Tian said, he's courting death, he's lucky that I didn't kick him to death. Skinny Monkey's face twitched as he looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster, and said, you defeated Su Hua in one move, Brother Tian, are you on drugs? You're too strong, but you're in danger. Thank you Nan Yuan Bei Ming for your support. Shouho said in a low voice, Brother Tian, Su Hua knows the Peerless Gang. Since you hit him, he must have gone to look for the Peerless Gang. Those ruffians just now were here to see your face. They will definitely stop you after school this afternoon. Block me? Black Society? Luo Tian could not help but find it funny, and said, let them come and block me, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a place to level up, I also need to find a chance to accumulate energy values. Thinking about how he had killed a mosquito last night to obtain the 18 dragon subduing palms, he felt a little excited. Ancient martial arts cultivation world, right? I will explode all the divine arts and martial arts novels. Destroy this world. Skinny Monkey was stunned, and said, Brother Tian, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Level up? Martial arts novel? I've never heard of any of these before. Could it be that you were beaten senseless last night? Oh, let's just talk about the unparalleled gang. Don't provoke them. Master Wu Shuang is a level 6 kill, much stronger than us. I'll take you to walk on the path after school in the afternoon. It's decided then. After he finished speaking, the bell rang outside the classroom. Skinny Monkey also quickly returned to his seat and said to Luo Tian, don't mess around in the form teacher's class, he is Su Hua's uncle. Ring, 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 Luo Tian's body trembled as he jumped in fright. He had an innate fear of the bell and sighed in his heart, sigh, this is really going to kill me. Following that, he was too lazy to care so much. He casually took a book and placed it in front of the desk, then laid on the desk and slept. He was too sleepy after a busy night last night. While sleeping, he thought about how to level up. Where in the Divine Sea City are there magical beasts to kill? Just killing these mosquitoes, the insects level up too slowly. When will I be able to sense the source energy? Sigh. How did the earth become like this? I wonder if the island country will still make movies. Teacher Bo Duo's movie should be passed down for 1,000 years, right? It would be great if I could watch it again. It used to be my favorite. Luo Tian thought about it, and fell asleep. In his sleep, he stared at the computer screen, watching the battle between Mao Zedong and Mao Zedong. He couldn't help but drool. Too lousy. 5 seconds is too hard. Scram. Let me do it. In his sleep, Luo Tian raised his gun and was about to rush forward. Pa! The blackboard eraser hit him on the head. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and said angrily, F*ck, who the F*ck wants to die? Everyone suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Luo Tian. The skinny monkey was also dumbfounded. Su Yuantong's eyes turned ferocious as he stared at Luo Tian. What did you just say? Luo Tian said softly, I didn't say anything. I was just talking in my sleep. Sleep talking? You dare to sleep in my class? Luo Tian, you really have guts. Su Yuantong was secretly furious. There was actually someone who slept in his class, and said disdainfully, Luo Tian, if you don't study, then get out of here. If it wasn't for you dragging the class back in last month's exam, would our class have lost to Class B? He did not win the exam. This caused Su Yuantong to lose a sum of money, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. When the word trash came out, Luo Tian also frowned, and said, Who are you calling trash? Su Yuantong sneered, and said, You're not trash? Alright, you're not trash. Now, tell me how to mobilize all the power in your body to gather at one point, and how to maximize your power. If you can't say it, then I'll show you today. The classroom was in an uproar. They were all beginners, and they were all low-level warriors. They didn't know anything about the control, release, and circulation of power. This kind of question was simply impossible for them to answer. Even Su Yuantong himself couldn't explain it clearly. Just at this time, a female classmate blocked herself with a textbook, turned around and looked at Luo Tian, and said in a very low voice, Power comes from the heart, power follows the heart, power. Luo Tian looked at her and felt that she looked a bit familiar. She looked like Hyuga Hinata in Naruto. She had a weak appearance. At first, when Li Han stood behind Luo Tian, she also whispered to remind him. Luo Tian smiled at her. Su Yuantong snorted, and said, You can still smile? You can't answer, right? If you can't answer, then get out of here. From today on, you will be punished to stand on the playground, trash. Not waiting for Su Yuantong to finish, Luo Tian said confidently, Power comes from the heart, moves according to the heart, and flows into the dantian. The dantian revolves, whether it's a fist, a palm, a finger, or any part of your body. The key lies in the process of the power rotation in the dantian. Don't rush to control it, familiarize yourself with it, integrate your heart into the power, and treat it as a part of your body. Power needs to be cultivated, and more importantly, it needs to be cultivated by oneself. Power does not lie in fierceness, but in softness. The whole class was dumbfounded. Even Su Yuantong looked at Luo Tian with a dumbfounded expression, a little unable to recover. These things were something that even he could not say, and said, Then how to maximize the release of power? Luo Tian despised in his heart, What level of plane is the earth? Don't you even know the most basic laws of power? Alright. Then let Master Luo solve your doubts. Immediately. Luo Tian continued, Every part of the body is connected, one move will affect the whole body, these are the most basic. The power is divided into many parts, such as the power of the earth. The power is born from the earth, through your legs to your waist, fist, palm, it can be any part of the body. Activating it is very simple, just burst it out. Heavenly book, absolute heavenly book. All 40 students and a teacher looked completely stupid, looking at Luo Tian as if listening to a heavenly book. For a long time, they could not recover. Finally, the skinny monkey slapped his thigh, Damn, Brother Tian, you're really a god. The girl who looked like Hyuga Hinata worshipped Luo Tian even more. The whole class was in an uproar, whispering to each other. According to what he said, what Teacher Su said before was wrong. What was he talking about just now? I don't understand a word. What power of the earth? Can you absorb power from the ground? I heard the adults say that there are really strong people who can get power from the depths of the earth. Su Yuantong's face was a little embarrassed. These students did not understand, but he knew a lot. Those real cultivators could really get power from the depths of the earth, just like what Luo Tian said, but this kind of control can only be controlled by the strong cultivators. Low-level warriors can't even think about it. Although Luo Tian was right, Su Yuantong was even more unhappy, and sneered, Since you can say this, then you can definitely do it, now show us. Luo Tian. If you can't do it today, then you were just making things up to fool me, and the consequences will be more serious than standing as a punishment. Su Yuantong sneered in his heart, what can a piece of trash like you do even if you know the theory? It's impossible to do it. Power comes from the heart, it's the same as giving birth to a fart. And outside the classroom stood an old man around 60 years old. The old man was walking past the classroom, and just happened to hear Luo Tian talk about controlling and releasing power. His face sank, and he was incomparably shocked in his heart. Does Thunder Academy still have martial artists with the potential to cultivate? Even though Su Yuantong's request was excessive, but he did not stop it. Because he also wanted to see if Luo Tian could really do it. Su Yuantong's face was full of disdain as he said, I don't know where you got these messy theories from, but theories are theories, and in this world, practice is everything. If you are unable to do what you said today, then you will have 0 points in my class this semester. What did 0 mean? Recultivate. Moreover, he was unable to level up and was still in his first year. None of this mattered. To Luo Tian, it didn't matter what he read, but if his sister found out, she would at least break his legs. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to step forward. He smiled and said, what if I can do it? Su Yuantong said, from today onwards, you don't have to attend my classes, and I will give you full marks. All right. This was exactly what Luo Tian wanted, and said, you're the one who said it, the entire class can testify to it. Then Luo Tian walked out and walked to the podium. His body sank slightly, his feet taking root, and his power seemed to seep into the ground. Slowly, Luo Tian adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes slightly, and entered a world of power. Every part of his body, every pore, was slowly gathering power in his senses. Su Yuantong urged, Luo Tian, are you done yet? It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide, his right fist moved, and suddenly punched out. Buzz. A series of wind-breaking sounds could be heard in the air. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tian's fist smashed onto the lectern, causing it to tremble violently. What was strange was that it didn't fly out, but rather trembled. Su Yuantong's eyes tightened, and he shouted, what the hell? The moment he walked to the lectern. Walala, walala. The lectern shattered into pieces, and dust flew all over Su Yuantong's face. More importantly, he was so scared that he trembled, and directly fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the entire class burst into laughter. Su Yuantong was incomparably furious. Luo Tian, you actually dared to sneak attack teacher, I think you brat are, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's words with Luo Tian's to Luo Tian's let's go play. This caused all the students in the class to feel envious. At the same time, everyone had doubts in their hearts. How did he release that power just now? How did Luo Tian do it? Isn't he? How did he? Lu Feifei was also looking at Luo Tian's back curiously. She seemed to be thinking about something. Skinny Monkey was the craziest. Brother Tian, you're too awesome. Luo, Su Yuantong stood up and shouted, all of you, quiet down. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, he said, Luo Tian, if you dare to embarrass me, you will get 0 points in my class this semester. Teacher Su, you were the one who said that you would give Luo Tian a full score. That's right, you can't go back on your word, right? That's right, shouldn't teachers be role models? If you don't keep your word, then what kind of teacher are you? Many people worshipped Luo Tian in their hearts, and many of them spoke up for Luo Tian. Su Yuantong frowned and was about to flare up. Seeing the principal's figure outside the window, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, let's continue with the class. Good boy. Zhuge Wu's face was filled with excitement, his mind constantly replaying the moment when Luo Tian exerted his strength. Power is born from the heart, and moves according to the heart. This is only the initial stage. True power can be moved at will, it can be the power of the earth, any elemental power, or even directly obtain power from the air. He can actually obtain the power of the earth, the talent of a cultivator. Ha ha ha, I never thought that my Thunder Academy would produce a cultivator, ha ha ha, old devil Shui, I will completely defeat you in this year's academy competition. Zhuge Wu looked at Luo Tian's back and revealed a wretched smile, I picked up a treasure, haha. Divine King Realms Cultivation. The power of 3 Divine King Divine Deity. If he didn't even know how to control power, then Luo Tian would have wasted his time in the divine realm. I never thought that the cultivation on Earth would be so low-end. Luo Tian muttered as he passed through the field and looked at the small forest on the other side. There should be some insects to kill. Experience. What kind of experience can I get in this school? He searched around the small forest for a while. After killing all the insects that he could kill, his cultivation was about to reach level 3 warrior. Too slow. Outside the small forest was a special building. Luo Tian was stunned. Gravity training hall? In his memory, any academy or dojo would have a gravity training hall. This kind of gravity training room was made of a special space and could change the gravity of the earth. It was very difficult to train in the gravity training room, but it was the best place for a beginner warrior to train. Train, pay up. A field manager blocked Luo Tian's path. 2 times gravity room 500 yuan for 2 hours, 4 times 1,000 yuan, 8 times 10,000 yuan for 1 hour. Damn. Isn't it too expensive? Luo Tian muttered as he took out the pocket money that Li Han gave him. It was exactly 500 yuan. If he used it all, then he would have to starve for 2 days. Let's not care about that first. I won't starve to death. 2 times gravity room. After receiving the money, the field manager faintly said, with your cultivation, you can only last 10 minutes in the second-level gravity room. But I have to remind you that if you come out of the room, you can't go back in and you can't get a refund. Luo Tian stared at him. Damn, you didn't say that at the beginning. Now that you've received the money, you're telling me that I can't withstand it? The field manager sneered. Without a fool like you, how can the gravity room make money? I'll throw your mother away. Luo Tian angrily shouted. The field manager angrily said, say that again? Luo Tian had already said it 10,000 times in his heart, I've already paid, why aren't you opening the gravity room for me? Third gravity room, start the countdown. Luo Tian found the third gravity room and stepped in. Suddenly, he felt his body sink. A strong pressure crazily rushed into his body. Kacha, kacha, kacha. He could hear the continuous cracking sounds from his joints. His body felt like it was about to be crushed. It was only 2 times the gravity outside, but it actually had such a strong pressure. Even walking in the gravity room was difficult. How could he train in such a place? It was more difficult than difficult, but Luo Tian was very clear that this kind of gravity was crazily tempering his body. His body would become stronger and stronger. Ding. Suddenly, a notification sound rang. Thank you to a small mood, confused reality, golden feather X dark curse, and thank you brothers for your support. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you. Suddenly, a system notification sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 plus 100 experience points, plus 1 weapon points. Huh? Why did it add experience points? It was too sudden. He did not expect it at all. There were no missions, no hunting of demon beasts. How could killing people increase his experience points? Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the gravity room through the system. Gravity space. Player will receive 100 experience points and 1 weapon point for 10 seconds. The longer the duration, the more experience points. The stronger the gravity of the gravity room, the more experience points. Notification: the highest limit of the gravity room training is a level 9 warrior. Looking at this series of descriptions, Luo Tian was stunned. He had tried countless ways to level up, killing people, killing monsters, completing missions, and even having sex to level up. However, he had never experienced being able to level up just by gaining experience points in the gravity room. Is this really the gravity room? It's completely my experience room. Ding. Increase 100 experience points, 1 weapon points. What is weapon points? Immediately, Luo Tian checked again. Weapon points. Exchange for hot weapons, ancient martial weapons. It was a type of weapon exchange system, but it was divided into 2 types. One was an advanced technological weapon, which was definitely a firearm. Ancient martial weapons were cold weapons. Golden Alaska, 100 points. Thunder Dragon Heavy Sniper Rifle, 8,000 points. Laser heavy cannon, 160,000 points. Damn, this advanced weapons exchange points are a bit too much. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue, and then turned to look at the exchange 4 ancient martial weapons: Silver Snake Sword, 2,000 points, 7-star Berserk Blade, 120,000 points, Ganjiang, 1,000,000 points, Mo Xia, 1,000,000 points, F***CK. The exchange for cold weapons is even more fierce. Crack. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, his legs almost unable to stand steadily. What a strong crushing force. Huff huff huff. In less than a minute, Luo Tian felt that his body was overdrawn. His whole body was drenched in sweat. More importantly, his body could not take it anymore. The body of a second-level warrior was too weak. Just as the field supervisor had said, it would be quite good if he could take it for 10 minutes. Bang, Luo Tian's mind buzzed. How unbearable. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 100 experience points and 1 point. I'm going all out. Even if it's for the experience points, I have to endure it. Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Then, he moved his palms and shouted, "Arrogant dragon regrets." He struck out with his palm. Power, they were completely crushed, unable to release their dragon-subduing might at all. In this gravity space, not only could it crush their bodies, but it could also crush the power of their cultivation methods. In other words, this was not only a gravity room to cultivate the body, but also to cultivate strength. For a beginner warrior, strength was everything. Huff huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath and once again sent out a second palm strike. Dragon soaring in the sky. Huff. Luo Tian's palms fell. He no longer had the strength to make a third move. It was too unbearable, his body could not take it. In the outside world, he could use 5 palms of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. However, in this gravity space, 3 palms was his limit. Luo Tian supported himself with both hands on the ground. His eyes narrowed and he laughed sinisterly. The more I crush, the stronger I will be. If I can't take this pain, how can I kill my way back to the god's domain? Even if I can't solve the problem in front of me. Su Hua would definitely not let him go. After school in the afternoon, the Peerless gang in Roland Street would definitely find trouble with him. The strength of a second-level warrior was not their opponent at all. If he did not grow up, how could he face them? If he could not even win against a little ruffian after transmigrating, how could he survive? Again. Luo Tian clenched his fists. The cooldown of the 18 dragon-subduing palms ended and he immediately released it. He played it over and over again. It improved bit by bit. Luo Tian had never been a genius. He was very clear about this. He only had perseverance and worked harder than anyone else. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Luo Tian's pores were bleeding. Although he had adapted for half an hour, Luo Tian did not feel relaxed at all. His body was getting heavier and heavier, but he still did not give up. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 3 warrior. Who? Along with this notification sound, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After leveling up, all his attributes were restored. Moreover, his strength and physical defense would also increase. However, 10 minutes later, Luo Tian was the same as before. Blood continued to seep out of his pores. Half an hour later, he looked like a person who had climbed up from a pool of blood. Field manager Wang Laifu was a little worried. He came to Luo Tian's gravity room several times and muttered, "If you don't come out, you won't die inside, right? It's already been an hour. How can a level 2 warrior stay in the double gravity room for so long? It's never happened before." Then he thought again, "It's not my fault that he died inside." He overestimated himself. At this moment, one of them was dressed in white, her figure incomparably hot. She had a big ponytail, youthful and beautiful. Thunder Academy, ranked number 1 on the school beauty list, Zhuge Qing. She was also the granddaughter of the principal, Zhuge Wu. When Wang Laifu saw Zhuge Qing, he immediately went up to him and said, "Xiao Qing is here." Zhuge Qing said politely, "Uncle Laifu, open the double gravity room for me." Today, I want to try and break through for 2 hours. She was a level 4 warrior. His strength was ranked in the top 10 among the second years of the Thunder Dojo. Wang Laifu stared blankly for a moment, then said embarrassedly, "There are still people in the double gravity room, why don't you wait a bit longer, he will be here in an hour." He then muttered, "Did he really die inside?" Zhu Keqing smiled faintly, "Uncle Laifu, who is the one cultivating inside?" "It's already been an hour, could it be that abnormal Xianyuan ox?" Xianyuan ox, people from the Xianyuan family. Strength, level 5 warrior. Ranked number 1 among the second years of the Thunder Academy, Wang Laifu shook his head and said, "This is the first time this person has come, I have never seen him before. He should be a first-year student." Xiao Qing. Let me ask, how long do you think a level 2 warrior can endure in the double gravity room? Zhu Keqing opened her mouth wide and said in shock, "You said that the one cultivating in the gravity room is a first-year student? He only has the strength of a level 2 warrior? Uncle Laifu, are you sure he's a level 2 warrior? Could something have happened to him after staying for so long?" Wang Laifu also felt that something was wrong. Although it had nothing to do with him, if a student died in the gravity room, he would definitely be implicated. Thinking about this, he felt a wave of fear and said, "Something must have happened. Thank you for not only cold, love? Love? Thank you for your support. A man should be more ruthless to himself." However, sometimes, Luo Tian was simply too ruthless to himself. A level 2 warrior's limit in the 2 times gravity room was half an hour at most, and a minute more would put his life in danger. However, he gritted his teeth and endured for an hour, and he was still enduring. Open the door, kid, did you hear me? I told you to open the door." Wang Laifu knocked on the door of the gravity room. Because there were still people in the gravity room, and the set time was not up yet, it could not be opened from the outside. Only when the time was up, or when it was opened from the inside could it be opened. Wang Laifu shouted a few times, but there was no response from inside. His heart skipped a beat, "It's over," his body must have been crushed. Although this kind of thing had never happened in Thunder Academy, it had happened in other academies. Because they could not withstand the pressure of gravity, their bodies directly exploded. "What should we do?" "It's not time yet, we can't open the door," Wang Laifu said anxiously. Zhu Keqing also frowned, and said, "Uncle Laifu, with my grandfather's ability, can he forcefully break through the door of this gravity room?" Wang Laifu shook his head, and said, "Principal Zhuge's strength is indeed strong, but this gravity space contains the laws of gravity, unless it is a cultivator, it is impossible to break through." Zhu Keqing was also a bit anxious, and said, "Then what should we do?" Wang Laifu laughed bitterly and shook his head, "There's nothing we can do, we can only wait for the time to end. He has already been in there for an hour, and has already exceeded the limit of a level 2 warrior. I'm afraid he is already dead, and even if he breaks through, it will be useless." Zhu Keqing's expression changed slightly. She tried to knock on the door and shouted, "Are you still inside? If you are still alive, can you say something? Hey, hey, hey. Say something." She had been kind-hearted since she was young. In the doomsday where people ate people, there weren't many of them left. Wang Laifu shook his head, "It's useless, there has never been a level 2 warrior who could stay in the 2 times gravity room for 2 hours. Inside the gravity space." Luo Tian said with disdain, "Your sister, it's not time yet and you want to trick Laozi out? Dream on." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 100 experience, 1 point. The Proud Dragon's regrets. Who? Flying dragon in the sky. Who? The land. The fourth palm. Luo Tian's body and arms were trembling. Blood was dripping down from his fingertips. His heart tightened. Hold on for one more second, hold on for one more second. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, who? I failed again. The last bit of strength was not connected, so he could not use the fourth palm strike. 18 dragons subduing palms, the power of each palm was stronger than the previous one. Compared to when he first came in, Luo Tian had improved a lot. Bang! Luo Tian supported himself with both hands on the ground. His whole body was trembling. The force on his body was getting heavier and heavier. It was as if his body had become 10,000 gene heavy. He felt as if his body was about to split apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. F***ck. Again. Once again, he stood up. The cooldown of 18 dragon subduing palms had ended, and he used it again. He failed again and again. He started over and over again. It was like sealing demons. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial cultivation. Ah, Luo Tian roared into the sky, fourth palm. Hidden dragon, don't use it. Get out. Boom. A deep roar of power was released from Luo Tian's palms, as if a stream of true qi had rushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian was as happy as a naive child. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I finally released the fourth chapter. Ha ha ha. It was also at this time. His body was close to collapse. Breaking through the limit again and again, for a full 2 hours, the moment the fourth palm was released, his body was hollowed out. Pa. His body was heavily pressed against the ground as he gasped for air. It's so F***king uncomfortable. It was also at this time. The gravity in the gravity room was instantly removed. Luo Tian's body relaxed, and his body was as light as a feather. This feeling. It hurts, but it's really cool. He got up from the ground. His body was extremely tired as he walked out of the gravity room step by step. Wang Laifu almost bumped into Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian's body covered in blood, he was shocked and stood there in shock. Zhu Geqing also had a look of disbelief on her face. Luo Tian dragged his heavy steps. He wanted to find a place to sleep. As for Wang Laifu and Zhu Geqing, he did not even look at them as he walked out of the gravity room building step by step. Wang Laifu walked into the gravity room and looked at the circle of blood. Then, he looked at Zhu Geqing and muttered, "Is he a human or a ghost?" Zhu Geqing said, "Uncle Laifu, are you sure he's a second-level warrior? He's even more abnormal than the Xianxia ox." Looking at the blood in the gravity room, the two of them were shocked beyond words. It was too shocking. Zhu Geqing's mind was imprinted with Luo Tian's wooden expression. She said in her heart, "How did he do it?" Curiosity arose in her heart. She even wanted to chase after him and ask him about it, but in the end, she gave up. No matter what, I have to reach 2 hours today. Uncle Laifu, help me open the gravity room. An hour and 40 minutes later. Huff, 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 Zhu Geqing walked out of the gravity room as if she was about to collapse. Her body was drenched in sweat and her legs could barely stand. She kept supporting herself on the wall. It's 5 minutes longer than yesterday, but my body is about to collapse. It's too uncomfortable. But how did he do it? Snore. Snore, in the small forest. Luo Tian was really too tired, too tired. In addition, he did not sleep last night. When he walked into the forest, he was snoring loudly. He slept until the sky turned dark. Even if the world was destroyed now, he would not care. He slept from the morning to the afternoon until the sun set in the west. Ring, 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 the school bell rang. Shouho looked for Luo Tian all over the school. Finally, he found Luo Tian in the forest. Looking at the blood clots all over Luo Tian's body and the fact that he was sleeping soundly, Shouho pounced on him. "Brother Tian, my brother Tian, how could you leave me? Our great dream hasn't come true yet. The promise you made to me last time to peek at the widow next door bathing hasn't been fulfilled yet. How can you die?" Woo woo woo. As he spoke, Shouho burst into tears and said heavily, "Brother Tian, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." But who on earth beat you up like this? Luo Tian was shaken by Shouho. He opened his eyes and looked at Shouho's tears. He could not help but ask, "What are you crying for?" Shouho shrank back in fear and shouted, "It's a zombie." "Fake your sister, I'm not dead yet." Luo Tian stretched lazily, his entire body feeling indescribably comfortable. "You scared me to death." Shouho walked over and said, "Brother Tian, I'll take you over the wall." "Why do you want to climb the wall?" Luo Tian stretched his neck and said, "Go through the gate." Shouho immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, "Su Hua brought a group of people to guard the school gate. If we go through the gate, it's the same as going out to die. Luo Tian moved his fists, his joints crackling, the corner of his mouth raised, and laughed. Is there really someone who would do something like blocking the school gate? This is all the leftovers from this brother. This brother was also involved in this in the past. Let's go and take a look. Thank you to No Name for your support, thank you. At the gate of Thunder Academy, 6 yellow-haired men surrounded Su Hua. The leader had a cigarette in his mouth and said arrogantly, Young Master Hua, don't worry, today I will definitely waste him. Su Hua smiled proudly, Huang Qing, you don't need to waste him. When you catch him, let me kick his balls. You dare to provoke Laozi, today I will let you taste Laozi's means. While talking, Su Hua couldn't help but clamp his feet, and there was a burst of pain in his crotch. Huang Qing smiled and said, You will be satisfied. Our boss said that you can do whatever you want. On campus, Skinny Monkey kept saying, Brother Tian, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why bother with them? Let's go back over the wall. Brother Tian. They are all from Peerless Gang. This area is Peerless Gang's territory. Let's not provoke them. Brother Tian, I beg you. Luo Tian said, Skinny Monkey, if you are afraid, you can go by yourself. They are looking for me. It has nothing to do with you. Brother Tian, what are you talking about? Skinny Monkey immediately said angrily, Others don't understand, but don't you understand me? If you want to fight, I, Skinny Monkey, will risk my life to accompany you. Isn't it just Su Hua? Isn't it just Peerless Gang? What's there to be afraid of? Obviously, he lacked confidence. That's true. He was just a first-level warrior. Those young people of Peerless Gang were all second-level warriors. They were gangsters and the overlord of this area. Skinny Monkey was afraid of them. How many students were not afraid of gangsters? Luo Tian used to be a gangster. He knew it best. The more you are afraid of him, the more arrogant he will be. Walking to the school gate, Luo Tian was once again stopped by someone. Hyuga Hinata. Luo Tian looked at her weak appearance, which was very cute. It's really similar. Skinny Monkey and Mu Jing looked at Luo Tian. Especially Mu Jing's eyes were a little dull, then she shook her little head and immediately said, that Su Hua brought people to block the school gate. I will call the teacher. As he spoke, he was about to run away. Luo Tian pulled her back and said with a smile, Calling me teacher is so boring. Just in time to hold Mu Jing's hand. Her hand trembled slightly. The moment Luo Tian grabbed her hand, her cheeks immediately flushed red. She lowered her head and whispered, Then what should we do? There are 5 or 6 of them. Don't worry. I'm not the Luo Tian of the past. Don't be afraid. Luo Tian looked at Mu Jing's shy appearance and said, You two don't walk with me. No. The two of them spoke at the same time. Skinny Monkey was a little surprised. He looked at Mu Jing and said, Mu Jing, when did you start to like Brother Tian? Huh? I don't like him. After that. Mu Jing was like a little rabbit, running away quickly. Luo Tian and Skinny Monkey were both stunned. What a cute little girl. Skinny Monkey said, Brother Tian, the Mu family is not simple. Luo Tian did not take it seriously and said, Let's go and see what's the difference between the current hooligans and the hooligans of the past. At the school gate, Su Hua was getting impatient. There was one more person beside him, Lu Feifei. Su Hua said, Luo Tian, that trash won't climb over the wall and leave, right? Huang Qing laughed and said, Young Master Hua, don't worry. I've sent my brothers to guard the places where they can climb over the wall. If they climb over the wall, we'll know immediately. He's coming. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed yellow-haired man found Luo Tian in the crowd. Huang Qing threw the cigarette in his mouth, stepped on it fiercely, and said coldly, Go. 6 people quickly surrounded him. Su Hua's face was full of excitement. Luo Tian, you're dead today, ha ha ha. Lu Feifei frowned and said slightly, Su Hua, don't be too ruthless. He's also our classmate, and Luo Tian is a little different from yesterday. He's a little strange today, not like the Luo Tian of the past. When Su Hua heard this, he was even more upset and said, Fei Fei, you don't like him, do you? If that's the case, you should have helped him last night in the woods. Pa. Lu Fei Fei slapped him. Su Hua, if you didn't play too much last night, would it be like that? She was very clear in her heart. Luo Tian went to the woods to save her and didn't know it was a trap. Lu Fei Fei also felt a little guilty, but as long as Luo Tian was expelled, she could lead Class C to surpass Class B. Su Hua licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes gloomy, and stared at Lu Fei Fei. If you didn't have a powerful father, I wouldn't even look at you. You feel sorry for Luo Tian, right? Well, if you have the guts, then protect him, bitch. Finished. Su Hua ran up and said in his heart, Luo Tian, prepare to die. While Su Hua and Lu Fei Fei were talking. You are Luo Tian? Huang Qing tilted his head, with a sneer on his face, and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Behind him, 5 yellow-haired men were holding baseball bats in their hands, with an arrogant look on their faces. Luo Tian glanced at them and said with a smile, it's been so many years, I didn't expect that gangsters are still like this, not professional at all. Pfft. Huang Qing spat at Luo Tian's feet, raised his right hand, pointed at Luo Tian, and said, F***ck, who are you talking about? I hate being pointed at the most. Luo Tian said slightly. Huang Qing took a step forward, almost pointing at Luo Tian's face, and said arrogantly, I'm pointing at you, what's wrong? Son of a bitch, before he could finish his words. Crack. Huang Qing's index finger was suddenly broken. Kneeling on the ground in pain, he screamed and shouted, go, kill him, not waiting for him to finish. Bam. A punch landed on his cheek. His 2 front teeth fell out and his jaw loosened. His body leaned to one side and smashed onto the ground. His head bounced up from the ground and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Another wave of pig-like screams. It was also at this time. The 5 yellow-haired men raised their iron rods and slashed forward. Skinny Monkey closed his eyes and rushed out. He directly hugged a person and shouted, I'll fight it out with you. Huh? Student, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you hugging me? A fat girl who was watching the show. Very fat, the fattest girl in Thunder Academy, said. Skinny Monkey was startled. He raised his head and saw her face full of fat. He then looked at himself hugging her waist, feeling as if he was hugging a bucket. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, sorry, I hugged the wrong person. He thought to himself, I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. When he came back to his senses, Luo Tian had already taken care of all 5 yellow-haired men. They all turned into dead dogs on the ground and began to struggle in pain. It was also at this time. Luo Tian looked at Su Hua, who had turned around in an instant, and said, Student Su Hua, where do you want to go? Thank you little mood, intersection, werewolf, cold, no online name, love. Thank you brothers for your support. They are all brothers who often reward you. The old cow is extremely grateful. Plop. Su Hua directly knelt down and said, Brother Tian, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, you called people to block me, and you bullied me before, how do you think I should forgive you? Skinny Monkey walked forward and said proudly, Su Hua, weren't you very proud and arrogant before? There's also a time when you kneel on the ground. Brother Monkey, I was wrong before. Brother Tian, please forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Su Hua had seen a lot of things. He knew how to distinguish the situation. Huang Qing and the others were not a match for Luo Tian, so he could only admit defeat and wait for the next opportunity to get back his face. Luo Tian squatted down and said with a smile, I can forgive you, but from today onwards, bring me 500 yuan every day. Yes. I will definitely bring it. Su Hua did not hesitate at all and agreed very happily. Luo Tian said, what about today? Today, Su Hua stammered, today I gave all my pocket money to Peerless Gang, I don't have any money now, but don't worry, I will make it up next Monday, double it. Skinny Monkey. Go. Luo Tian stood up and said coldly, next week is next week, today is today, if you don't have money, then get beaten up. Skinny Monkey did not say anything and kicked him. His kick was very fierce. In the past it was Su Hua who bullied him, especially when Su Hua rubbed Lu Feifei's waist. Skinny Monkey's heart was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Today he finally found an opportunity, so he used as much strength as he could. It was very satisfying to beat him up. Luo Tian did not want to be a gangster, but he wanted money. Very much. The gravity room needed money, and he also needed money to eat and live. This was not the god's domain, there were no mountains to kill monsters, he had to find another way to replace leveling up. Money was very important. Alright. Just teach him a lesson. Su Hua, don't say that I didn't remind you. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, it won't be so simple next time. Luo Tian said and left. He thought to himself, I have to find a way to make some money. I haven't eaten anything today. If I don't eat something tonight, my body won't be able to take it. On the ground, Su Hua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, he clenched his fists and said to himself, Luo Tian, I won't let you off. Just you wait. In another place. On the rooftop of a teaching building. Zhuge Wu narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Zhuge Qing looked a little unhappy. She usually hated bullying students in the same class. She didn't have a good impression of this Luo Tian. Grandpa, as the principal, you don't do anything. You just watch him bully your classmates. What kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, go to the front line. Zhuge Wu laughed. You saw him training in the gravity room for 2 hours today, right? Zhuge Qing said, so what if he trained in the gravity room for 2 hours? It's wrong to bully students. Zhuge Wu laughed even more happily and said to himself, good. Hee, there's hope for this year's school competition. He had nothing to do with Luo Tian bullying Su Hua. Because, he didn't care when he saw Su Hua bullying Luo Tian. As long as it wasn't too bad, he wouldn't care. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Laws and whatnot seem to be of little use. Skinny Monkey, do you know where I can make money? On the way home, Luo Tian kept thinking about making money. In his memory, there wasn't any good way to make money. This body was always obedient because of his sister Li Han. Skinny Monkey pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, how much do you want? Luo Tian said, naturally, the more the better. Skinny Monkey said, there's an underground boxing ring on Luo Lan Street. You can earn 1,000 yuan for a fight. If you win, you can get more money. But, people are often killed in the underground boxing ring. It's too risky. Why don't you come with me to distribute flyers tonight? You can earn 100 yuan. Underground boxing ring? Interesting. Luo Tian had an idea and said, okay, I'll see you at Luo Lan Street tonight. After that, Luo Tian walked to another road. Skinny Monkey walked to another slum area. Suddenly, he stopped. Oh no, I beat up Huang Qing from Peerless Gang today. Luo Lan Street is Peerless Gang's territory. If we meet tonight, then. Xiao Ho, eat quickly. After dinner, you can go to work early. Anyway, you're not good at studying and martial arts. Adapt to this society early and you can help me share the burden. Skinny Monkey's mother called him. Luo Tian returned home. The so-called home was an extremely simple low-rent house in the slum area. It had 1 bedroom and 1 living room. His room was inside. His sister, Li Han, often went out on missions and usually slept in the living room. The internal organs of the room were in a mess, and the roof was leaking water. Huff, thinking of his valiant sister, Luo Tian smiled bitterly. He's completely a man. He doesn't even tidy up the house. I have to clean it up every time. Luo Tian became a cleaner. He mopped the floor, wiped the table, and tidied up the house inside and out. Finally, his gaze fell on the photo frame. There was a yellowed photo in the photo frame. It was a family photo, which was also Luo Tian's parents and him. Luo Tian picked up the photo and sighed, why am I an orphan every time I transmigrate? I was an orphan in my previous life, and I was an orphan in Tianqian continent. I didn't expect that I would still be an orphan after transmigrating. Then. He saw a jade pendant hanging on his chest in the photo. And there was a tattoo on his chest that was exactly the same as the jade pendant. What's going on? Luo Tian immediately took out the jade pendant. In his memory, this jade pendant had been with him since he could remember. His parents told him to take good care of it. Looking in the mirror, he found that the tattoo on his chest was exactly the same as the jade pendant. Moreover, the most important thing was that the tattoo on his chest felt like it had grown up with him. It was very likely that it was tattooed when he was a baby. It was very strange. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a dragon. He couldn't tell what it was. The more he looked at it, the more his body felt as if it would be sucked in. It was a very strange feeling. Even Luo Tian couldn't see through its mysteries, and muttered, "Could it be a treasure? Looking at this material, it doesn't seem to be old. Is it a keepsake? It doesn't look like it either. Forget it. Let's think of a way to fill our stomachs first." Luo Tian's stomach was rumbling. He put on a singlet and walked in the direction of Roland Street. "Brother-in-law, you must avenge me today." Huang Qing stood beside a man in his 30s with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His front teeth were missing, and he was crying as he spoke. The man's eyes darkened. "Look at your useless face. Have you found out the address?" "Yes. It's the slum next to Roland Street." "Ah Bao, go with him. If he dares to touch the people of Peerless Faction, break both his hands." The man said faintly. "Yes, Hall Master. Thank you to Nan Yuan Bei Ming, no net name, for the reward and support." "Thank you." Roland Street. No matter what the streets were. It was controlled by some underground forces, and Peerless Gang was one of them. There were no laws here. There were laws here. There were also rules here. The streets were not bustling, but there were many people on the streets. There were mercenary groups, adventurers, street girls, red light district, gambling area, and the most eye-catching fighting area. At the end of the street was the fighting area. The fighting building was divided into 3 floors. There were 2 floors above and 1 basement. One of the upper 2 floors was the combat training room, where there were specialized sparring partners. There was also a gravity training room that was about 3 square meters in size. The second floor was the venue for the combat competition. It was very formal here. The underground floor was different. Cage fighting, everything was ignored in the cage. It was either life or death. Many people became rich overnight here, but there were also many people who became poor in an instant. Some even died tragically on the streets after walking out of the combat building. In short, there were no rules in the underground boxing arena. There was only money, beautiful women, and the supreme law of strength. "Brother Tian, let's go. What I said in the afternoon was nonsense. There is no underground fighting arena at all." Skinny Monkey pulled Luo Tian. "Moreover, the people from Peerless Gang are also inside. Once we are discovered, we are dead for sure." He was very clear about the way Peerless Gang did things. In this lawless Roland Street, even if Peerless Gang killed people, no one would care. However, Peerless Gang was very powerful here, but they did not have any shares in the underground fighting arena. They only had the place to look after. The owner of the underground fighting arena was very mysterious. No one knew who it was. Luo Tian said, "Since we are already here, let's go in and take a look." At this time, a car suddenly stopped, and a man with a big belly walked out of the car. He came up and slapped Skinny Monkey's face, scolding, "Little bastard, I spent money to let you distribute flyers, not to let you pull people. From today onwards, you are fired." Luo Tian was immediately angry. It was also at this time. A burly bodyguard walked out from the other side of the car door. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. His eyes stared coldly at Luo Tian, as if to say, "If you dare to move, I'll blow your head off." Skinny Monkey tried his best to pull Luo Tian and smiled apologetically. "Boss, please give me another chance. I will do my best. You can rest assured that I will never be lazy again." One had to know that his mother had used countless connections to get him this job. If he didn't have this job, his father would break his legs when he returned home, and his school fees would be gone. This job was very important to Skinny Monkey. The fat boss sneered and said, I'll deduct all your wages for this month. If there's a next time, you can scram. After that. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, he got into the car. The burly bodyguard looked at Luo Tian and sneered, then got into the car as well. The car drove to the parking lot of the combat building. F***ck your ancestors. Skinny Monkey tore up all the flyers in his hands. You dog, don't let me find a chance, or else I'll kill you. Luo Tian was also suppressing a ball of anger in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly and clenched them even tighter. He directly walked towards the underground parking lot. Skinny Monkey hurriedly followed and said, Brother Tian, don't act recklessly, don't act recklessly. He is the hall master of the Fire Wolf Gang, don't provoke him. Brother Tian, wait for me, God, Fire Wolf Gang, the tyrant of Roland Street. They controlled the restaurant business of Roland Street. Luo Tian really could not take this lying down. How could he bully people like this? Just that, when he reached the underground parking lot, the car was already empty. Luo Tian said, Skinny Monkey, did they go to the underground boxing arena? Skinny Monkey said, Brother Tian, I'm really fine. It's just a month's salary. If you don't want it, then don't. Luo Tian looked at Skinny Monkey and said, Skinny Monkey, tell me, do you want to slap that fatty back? Do you want revenge? Don't talk nonsense with me. Just answer me. Do you want it or not? Luo Tian looked into Skinny Monkey's eyes. Skinny Monkey hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, yes. But, Brother Tian, the bodyguard beside him is a level 5 warrior. We are no match for him at all. I think we should just forget about it. Luo Tian laughed, just think about it, leave the rest to me. Boom, 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 a bonfire was lit in the underground boxing arena. An iron cage was set up in the middle, surrounded by people. There were also a few private rooms set up high. Ha ha ha, Fat Wolf, you're late today. A man with a scar on his face grinned, revealing his golden teeth, and said with a smile. Fat Wolf was the fatty who beat up Skinny Monkey. He moved his head, and the bodyguard behind him walked up with a suitcase, and said, Here's 1 million, Scar, do you dare to give me a big one? As he said that, the suitcase was opened, and inside it were stacks of money. The scarred man's eyes lit up. He leaned on the sofa and stared at Fat Wolf, saying, Fat Wolf, this should be your company's money, right? If you lose, you have to think carefully about the consequences. I, Scar, don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Fat Wolf sneered and said disdainfully, Who cares whose money it is? Today, I'm asking you if you dare to bet. If you can't make the decision, then let Zhang Wushuang come out and see me. The scarred man narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he whispered a few words to a man beside him. The man walked out, and after a few minutes, he returned and nodded to Scar. The scarred man laughed and said, Since Brother Fat Wolf wants to play big, I, Scar, will naturally accompany you. Fat Wolf laughed, I'm waiting for you to say that. The scarred man said, Brother Fat Wolf, how many rounds do you want to bet? Fat Wolf was very clear that the underground boxing arena was not under any jurisdiction. Even if the Peerless Gang was in charge of the arena, he could not manipulate the competition. The contestants were all hidden and would not be exposed to the public. Neither he nor the Peerless Gang could fake it. Fat Wolf smiled and said, Don't worry, what is gambling? I will tell you. When the time comes, Brother Scar, don't be afraid. The scarred man sneered. The registration fee is 100. Please sign the contract. Let me remind you, 1,000 yuan per round. If you win, you will get some bounty. If you lose, you will also get 1,000 yuan. If you die on the field, it has nothing to do with us. Skinny Monkey said, Brother Tian, why don't we? Luo Tian handed over the 100 yuan in Skinny Monkey's hand, and then quickly signed the contract, saying, It's time to get rich. The manager put away the contract and said with a smile, Looking at your appearance, it should be your first time here. What's wrong? Luo Tian asked. The manager smiled and said, Nothing, the probability of a newcomer being here is 90%, 80% chance of winning? Luo Tian said. The manager laughed and said, 90% of the newcomers will die inside. Thank you No Name for your continuous rewards, thank you Green Grass for your continuous rewards, thank you brothers for your support, Old Cow loves you all, and in the fighters' lounge. The fighters who had signed up were all resting here, waiting to be summoned. Luo Tian walked in to take a look. They were all strong men, the muscles on their bodies looked like they were cast from bronze, filled with powerful strength. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up, and he said to Luo Tian in a low voice, "Brother Tian, do you see that big guy inside? He seems to be this month's underground overlord, he hasn't lost a single time this month." Luo Tian looked at that person. A powerful aura, especially that pair of fists, had calluses on the joints. These fists were probably harder than steel. Eh? Why do you all look so familiar? A man around the same age as Luo Tian walked over. Skinny Monkey was also startled. Xianxia. The man was called Xianxia, his strength was ranked first amongst the second years of Thunder Academy. Xianxia laughed out loud, and said, "I knew it was a little familiar, are you also students of Thunder Academy?" As soon as he finished, everyone looked at the three of them, their eyes revealing a cold smile. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, it would be great to fight against these students, they would be completely crushed. No one placed them in their eyes at all. All the contestants were looking at Luo Tian and the other two, only the big guy didn't look at them. He could ignore everything. Xianxia said, "What year are you in?" Xianxia was Skinny Monkey's idol. Skinny Monkey was too excited to see his idol, and even his voice was trembling. Luo Tian said, "First year." Huh? Xianxia was slightly startled, and said, "You came to fight in the first year? Then you must be very strong." First year, let me think, the one ranked first on the fighting strength board seems to be Class A Su Feng, a third-level warrior. What is your ranking on the fighting strength board? Luo Tian said, "No ranking." Xianxia laughed awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Luo Tian also knew that he didn't mean it. "It's fine." Xianxia smiled and said, "The combat power ranking is fake. It's all made up by people who have nothing better to do. But, brother, this is the underground boxing. You have to be careful. The boxers here kill without blinking." While speaking, "Lu Dong, please step forward." A boxer walked out. Then, the staff member called out again, "Xianxia, please step forward." Xianxia immediately shouted, "Here." His naivety was a little cute, causing the lounge to burst into laughter, especially his opponent, Lu Dong, who mocked, "Little kid, do you think this is still a school? You still have to shout? Don't worry, I'll be merciful later, but your arms and legs will be broken." Xianxia still had a silly look on his face. He said, "Brother Lu, please show mercy." Tisk. Trash, you still want to come out and fight? Lu Dong looked down on the Xianyuan bull. He was very happy. Today's competition was completely easy. It felt so good. He could easily get $1,000 and there would even be a reward. A few minutes later, the iron cage closed. Xianxia and Lu Dong stood at the two ends of the iron cage. There are no rules. Begin. The battle began. Xianxia protected his head with his fists, constantly dodging and fighting. At the same time, Skinny Monkey said excitedly, "Brother Tian, Xianxia is very powerful. His cultivation is even stronger than the third year's, and the most abnormal thing is that he can cultivate in the double gravity room for 2 hours. The explosive force of his fist can reach 3,000 June. He once smashed a thick cement wall with a single punch. At that time, he instantly jumped to the first place of the second years, and no one has been able to shake his position for the past half a year." This was what made Skinny Monkey excited. "Humph. Why do you still have to dodge with a punch of 3,000 June? Students nowadays don't even have a draft for bragging? Students are just like that. If they don't exaggerate, how can they be called students?" The lounge was filled with ridicule. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned, "He's going to lose." Everyone looked at the iron cage. Xianxia suddenly made his move, and a punch directly landed on Lu Dong's chest. The moment he made his move, the muscles on his right arm suddenly bulged, and his strength was released from his waist, forming a powerful impact. A critical punch. Bam! Crack! All of Lu Dong's ribs were broken, and his body flew out, crashing into the iron cage. The barbed wire was caved in, as though it was about to break. What a strong explosive force! Luo Tian was shocked, and his mind continued to simulate the power of Xian Yuanyo's punch. His right arm is a little different. Innate divine strength? Heh heh. Outside the arena, the referee walked into the iron cage, raised Xian Yuanyo's hand, and said, "Xian Yuanyo wins." Tisk. Damn it, what kind of bullshit player is this, causing me to lose so much money? Lu Dong, why don't you go and die, you useless trash? F***ck. Curses flew everywhere, as if he wanted to go up and eat Lu Dong, who was hanging on the barbed wire. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a student. Xian Yuanyo walked back to the resting room, smiled, and said, "I'm back." Skinny Monkey walked up with a proud look on his face, and said, "Amazing, one-punch KO. No one believed me when I said that your punch was 3,000 June, but what happened now? You must all be scared silly." Xian Yuanyo said humbly, "How can I be so strong? Don't talk nonsense, I was lucky just now. Brother Lu just revealed his weakness, which was why I was able to beat him." At this moment, a staff member walked in and said, "This is your appearance fee of 1,000, this is the 3,000 reward, are you interested in fighting again?" The appearance fee is double, the reward is 5,000. Xian Yuanyo took the money and said, "No, my mother is still waiting for me to get medicine." The staff member smiled, there was a little anger in his laughter, but he didn't stop Xian Yuanyo. "Welcome to come again." Xian Yuanyo waved to Luo Tian, and said, "Brother, good luck." He turned around and left in a hurry. Skinny Monkey returned to Luo Tian's side and said, "Brother Tian, he's very strong, right?" Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the big guy who had been silent all this time said slightly, "It's just that his waist and horse are one," and he forcefully squeezed out the potential in his body. "If he were against me, I would have sent him to heaven with a single punch." Luo Tian frowned. Skinny Monkey wanted to refute, but was stopped by Luo Tian. What the big guy said was not false at all. Xian Yuanyo's power was indeed forcefully squeezed out. He was not strong in terms of controlling power. Then. Next match. Feng Qingshan, step out. Luo Tian, step out. Ha ha ha, I'm really lucky today, I actually met a student. Feng Qingshan laughed wildly, stared at Luo Tian, and said, "Primary school student, you have to hold on for 2 more seconds, don't let me have fun, ha ha ha, thank you, maybe the night is best for crying, no online name, a small mood? Love? Green grass, old Nyo thanks all the brothers who tipped me. Brother Tian, be careful." Skinny Monkey was blocked at the entrance of the lounge. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, his mind was replaying the Xian Yuanyo's explosive punch. His mind was like a supercomputer, recording every movement of the Xian Yuanyo, every muscle movement, and every step he took. Huff huff, it's time to enter. He walked to the outside of the iron cage. Feng Qingshan quickly walked into the iron cage, and smiled at Luo Tian, "Primary school student, quickly come in and die. After taking the money, I'll go out and find a girl to play with." Why is it a student again? This boxer's quality is too poor. Don't tell me there's no one who punches? Too disappointing. In the private room, Fat Wolf's eyes turned sinister, and when he saw Luo Tian, he immediately grinned and said, "Dao Ba, do you dare to bet?" The scar-faced man stood up and looked out of the window, and laughed, "How do you want to bet?" Fat Wolf said, "1 round to determine the winner, I bet on that student." Dao Ba's eyes lit up. Fat Wolf laughed sinisterly, and said, "Lose." Dao Ba's face immediately darkened, "Fat Wolf brother, you're not being kind." Fat Wolf laughed complacently, "If you don't dare to bet, then scram to the side. Don't talk so much nonsense, I heard that your unparalleled sex Zhang Wushuang is a beauty, why don't you let her come out and play with me?" Dao Ba's eye muscles twitched slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Fat Wolf, it's best if you keep your mouth shut, or else you won't even know how you died." Fat Wolf said disdainfully, "Are you betting or not?" If you're not betting, then scram. Dao Ba said, obviously, that young man's strength is at most a second-level warrior. That boxer is a professional boxer, his strength is at least a third-level warrior. The strength of the two is not equal, this round, at this moment. A person walked in from outside and whispered something into Dao Ba's ear. Dao Ba's eyes were startled, then he laughed, since Fat Wolf Brother likes to play this round, then I'll play with you. His eyes moved. One of Dao Ba's subordinates took out a box. The box opened, and there were stacks of money inside. Fat Wolf laughed and said, that's more like it. Ha ha ha, he instead said excitedly inwardly, today, this old one is going to win back everything I lost in the past, ha ha ha, that brat is clearly a student, moreover a Thunder Academy first-year student. How can someone like him win? Hee hee, I'll definitely win this round. Fat Wolf was excited. To him, this round was a sure win. The cage closed. The battle began. Feng Qingshan smiled and said, primary school student, come on, let's see what kind of power you have. Come on. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his feet. His posture was exactly the same as the Xian Yuanyo's, but he made some slight changes. His fists were firmly planted in the horse stance, and he exerted force under his feet. The force surged into the earth, and the power of the earth surged up at the same time. Luo Tian's entire body seemed to be immersed in the power of the earth. Phew, Luo Tian exhaled softly. Feng Qingshan sneered disdainfully and said, you don't dare to come up, right? Then kneel down for me. A fist pounced forward. Luo Tian's mind kept on replaying the moves of the Xian Yuanyo's fists. Seeing Feng Qingshan's attack, he suddenly raised his right fist and gathered all the strength in his body. Just like the Xian Yuanyo, he punched out. Bam! A punch landed on Feng Qingshan's chest. On Feng Qingshan's back, the vest directly exploded. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body flew up and crashed into the iron net. This time, he directly broke the iron net and flew out of the iron cage. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the duplication skill and releasing it to cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending one-punch critical hit. Huh? Duplication skill? What's going on? Luo Tian's heart trembled, he had only continuously deduced the moves of the Xian Yuanyo, and had even improved it, causing its strength to become even more ferocious. He did not expect the system to actually reward him with a duplication skill. What a pleasant surprise. Cultivate. Cultivation method, duplication skill consumption, 10 true chi description. The duplication skill can duplicate cultivation techniques, skills, movement techniques, and everything else. Description 2, the success rate is 30%. The deeper the comprehension, the higher the success rate. Damn, this is the duplication skill? Then won't I have all the cultivation techniques I want in the future? Luo Tian was shocked. With this thing, as long as he saw the ranker using the cultivation technique, he would be able to duplicate it. Of course, the success rate was the key. Then, Luo Tian continued to check. Cultivation method, 1-punch critical hit consumption, 20 true chi description. Using the power of the earth to activate one's strength, one can obtain 300% critical damage, and can instantly kill anyone below level 4 warrior. Holy sh*t. That's 3 times the critical damage. Luo Tian cried out in his heart, wow, that's a one-hit kill. What the f*ck, that fist technique is 2f** king awesome. He didn't expect it at all. It was to deduce the Xian Yuanyo's critical hit. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain this move, and also obtain the duplication skill. Too awesome. In the arena, those people still hadn't reacted. The referee walked into the iron cage. Luo Tian wins. Holy sh*t. Are all the students these days so abnormal? Am I seeing things? What's going on today? When did Thunder Academy have such a genius? Are you sure he's a student? In the private room, Fat Wolf sat on the ground, paralyzed. He was stupid. He continuously used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Scar smiled and said, Fat Wolf, I'm sorry. With a slight movement of his neck, Scar's subordinates immediately took away the 1 million that Fat Wolf brought. Fat Wolf rushed forward and knelt in front of Knife Scar, begging for mercy. "Brother Knife Scar, this is my Fire Wolf gang's profit this month. It's Brother Fire Wolf's money, not mine. If he sees me lose to you, he will kill me. I beg you, Brother Knife Scar, let me live." Scar kicked Fat Wolf out. "I don't care whose money it is, it's my money now. Fat Wolf, if you have the ability, then win it back." "Right. I forgot that you already have no money, ha ha ha." Fat Wolf grabbed onto the money box and didn't let go, saying, "Brother Scar, let me live, I will definitely gather 1 million for you within 3 days. I really can't give you this million." "Oh ho. Fat Wolf, have you forgotten who is in charge of this place?" Scar laughed coldly. Fat Wolf's hands moved, his body trembling as he said, Brother Scar, not waiting for him to finish. Scar had already left the private room with 2 boxes of money. Fat Wolf climbed up and stared at Luo Tian, who was in the iron cage, gritting his teeth. "You're playing with me, right? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Thank you for your support, thank you. Brother Tian, you're too handsome. So handsome that it's about to explode." Luo Tian walked into the lounge. Everyone was looking at him with respect in their eyes. They no longer looked at him like he was a primary school student. Skinny Monkey was so excited that he was in a mess. The staff member walked into the lounge with a smile on his face, and said, "Luo Tian, you're too beautiful. Just now, your punch won us more than 3 million yuan, and I also won a few thousand yuan, ha ha ha. This is your appearance fee, and this 10,000 yuan is your reward. A total of 11,000 yuan. Do you want to fight again? The appearance fee has increased to 5,000 yuan. This was a very high appearance fee. Luo Tian took the money. He did not expect it to be so much, and laughed, "I know when to stop. Next time I will come again anyway." The staff member was also straightforward, and said, "All right. Right. There's someone who wants to see you. I hope you can meet him." Luo Tian's heart sank, and joked, "It can't be that you won't let me go after winning, right? This was a common plot in movies." The staff member laughed, "Of course not, he is not a member of our fighting building, he is just an ordinary person, he just wants to see you, our boss also wants you to see him." Skinny Monkey pulled Luo Tian with all his might. "Since it was someone arranged by the fighting arena's boss, I'm afraid you can't leave if you don't want to." Luo Tian laughed, "Since that's the case, I can't give your boss face, bring me there." The staff member laughed, "Follow me." It was also at this time. In the lounge, the big guy who had been silent all this time suddenly stood up and said to the staff member, "I want to fight with him." Luo Tian was startled. The entire lounge was shocked. The staff member immediately comforted him. "Tarzan, you know the rules of the fighting arena. You can't fight with whoever you want. Also, he's not a contracted fighter. Even if you want to fight with him, he has to agree to it." Tai Shan moved. Bam! It was as if Mount Tai was crushing down on him, causing the entire lounge to shake. In the beginning, he had been sitting on Luo Tian without much pressure, but when Tai Shan stood up, his height actually reached 2.1 meters. The visual impact was extremely strong, and every muscle on his body emitted a strong force. The Skinny Monkey immediately became a little unsteady. Tai Shan stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, you don't dare? If you beat me, you can get 100,000. Do you dare?" It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. Mission, Challenge Grade, A mission time, within 3 days. Mission reward, 10,000 experience points, 100 true chi points, 100 points, a pair of bronze gloves. Hint, the mission will receive additional rewards if you obtain an S rating. A quest was triggered? Luo Tian's expression didn't change. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the staff member. The staff member shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's not my style to not earn money. However, I really don't want to fight today. Let's do it in 3 days." "All right." Tai Shan shouted heavily, "I'll wait for you for 3 days." Finished. Taishan sneered, you are students of the Thunder Academy, if I can't wait. You should be very clear about the consequences. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and he said, are you threatening me? Taishan laughed, it's not a threat, I'm just afraid that you won't come. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Luo Tian was in dire need of experience right now. He would definitely not let go of the 10,000 experience points, and there were also points. Points were too important. Then, the staff member said to Luo Tian, that esteemed guest only said that he wants to see you alone. Luo Tian turned to the skinny monkey and said, wait for me outside. The skinny monkey reminded, Brother Tian, be careful. After passing through a long passageway, Luo Tian was brought to a dark room. An old man stood up with a smile on his face to welcome him. He gave the staff member a tip and then said, you can leave first. Tell your boss that I owe him a favor. Following that, the old man pulled Luo Tian's hand and said excitedly, good boy, the power of that punch just now was really fierce. Your control over your strength has already reached a certain level. How did you raise the power of the earth? Huh? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. The old man immediately saw through his power from the earth and said, that's hard to say. Ha ha ha, I was rude, I'm sorry. The old man smiled and apologized. Then, he said, boxing is not a long-term solution. Do you want to come to my company? It's much better than boxing. Moreover, my company has a huge amount of resources. You can have anything you want. Luo Tian said, you have everything you want? The old man said, everything, money, power, women, mansions, you can have whatever you want. How about it? Isn't it tempting enough? Furthermore, we can fund your studies, and we can even give you special rights, such as killing people. This was a very tempting condition. Moreover, he believed that Luo Tian would not be able to refuse. Luo Tian laughed, it is indeed very tempting, but there is nothing that can move me. The things you said are only a matter of time for me. The old man was slightly anxious, and said, then what do you need? Luo Tian laughed, do you have a magical beast? Huh? The old man did not understand, magical beast? What do you want a magical beast for? Those monsters are only available at the front lines, who would bring them to the defensive area? Isn't that crazy? This was the defensive area. In other words, the safe zone. In a place where magical beasts could not enter, Luo Tian thought to himself, so only the front lines have magical beasts. Then, Luo Tian said, since you don't have it, then forget it. With that, Luo Tian was about to leave. It wasn't that the old man's conditions weren't good enough, but that he didn't understand the old man or his company. Since he didn't understand, it was better not to provoke him before he became stronger. The old man anxiously chased after him, and said, this is my business card, I believe that you will call me one day. I can solve any problems you have in the Divine Sea City. The old man said confidently. He came here by chance, but he did not expect to find Luo Tian, a genius with the potential to become a cultivator. He knew in his heart that he could not hold on to this kind of genius too tightly. If he held on to him too tightly, it would be counterproductive. Moreover, he also had to fully understand Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the business card, and said, thank you. The old man suddenly thought of something, and said, let me remind you, the Fire Wolf Gang's Fat Wolf might harm you, of course. As long as you agree to join the company, I can make the Fire Wolf Gang disappear from Roland Street within 3 days. His influence was so great that it was unimaginable. If he doesn't find trouble with me, I will find trouble with him. Fire Wolf Gang? Humph, the Dead Dog Gang is more like it. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's heart sank, crap, skinny monkey. The weather was cold, so pay attention to keeping warm. N. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You dare to cheat me of my money? Speak, are you from the Peerless sect? Pa. Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey's collar and slapped him with the back of his hand. Skinny Monkey was bleeding profusely, and he couldn't even speak. He was waiting for Luo Tian at the entrance of the fighting arena, but he didn't expect Fat Wolf to find him first. Without saying a word, he threw him to the ground with a punch, followed by a series of punches and kicks. Skinny Monkey was only a level 1 warrior, so he couldn't take it at all. What's more, Fat Wolf also had a bodyguard of level 5 warrior beside him. He was like a King Kong standing by the side, giving him a strong pressure. Speak, where is that kid? Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey and shouted angrily. The Skinny Monkey twitched his mouth and weakly spat out a poo sound. Spitting out a mouthful of blood on Fat Wolf's face, Skinny Monkey laughed out loud, F***ck your ancestors. You're courting death. Fat Wolf grabbed Skinny Monkey's throat and exerted force with his 2 fingers. Skinny Monkey's throat made a gurgling sound. The surroundings were filled with onlookers, all of them pointing and whispering. No one came forward to help. It was normal for people to die on Roland Street. Then again, he was the Fat Wolf of the Fire Wolf clan, who would dare to stop him? Skinny Monkey's eyes turned white, he was already breathing heavily, he kept struggling, but he couldn't break free at all. It was also at this time. A silhouette shot out and sent out a flying kick. Bam! He directly kicked Fat Wolf out, causing Fat Wolf to fall flat on his face. Luo Tian rushed out, supported Skinny Monkey, and asked, Monkey, are you alright? Cough cough cough. Skinny Monkey coughed rapidly, and said anxiously, Brother Tian, run, run. A thick aura came crashing down. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. The bodyguard with the strength of a level 5 warrior had made his move. Luo Tian was furious, he clenched his fists tightly, turned around and punched out. The muscular bodyguard sneered, You're courting death. He opened his right palm and directly wrapped it around Luo Tian's fist. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and wanted to break Luo Tian's arm. Luo Tian took advantage of the situation and jumped onto the bodyguard's shoulder. With a move of his left arm, his left elbow heavily hit the bodyguard's head. The bodyguard felt a sharp pain in his head and his right hand loosened. Luo Tian suddenly turned over and clamped his legs, directly clamping the bodyguard's neck. With the help of the falling force, his legs suddenly turned over. Bang, the 1.8-meter-tall man was directly flipped to the ground. Luo Tian didn't give him any chance. He flipped over and got up. Moving his right fist, he shouted in his heart, Critical punch. Bang, it hit the bodyguard's throat. Crack. His throat was broken, and the cervical vertebra at the back of his head was also broken. The bodyguard struggled for a while, and his body gradually stiffened. He held his throat with both hands, and his eyes were as wide as a bull's. He died with his eyes wide open. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fire Wolf Bodyguard for obtaining 1000 experience, 50 true breath and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Killing the bodyguard was only a matter of seconds. Fat Wolf crawled up from the ground and saw that the bodyguard had turned into a dead dog on the ground. His face turned cold as he stared at Luo Tian, who was walking over step by step, and said, Bastard, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, your entire family will be dead. You're dead for sure, aren't you? Luo Tian rushed forward and grabbed Fat Wolf's throat. The veins on his arm popped out as he said gloomily, You're dead for sure, aren't you? That gaze was like the god of death to Fat Wolf. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. His crotch was wet and his urine was dripping down. He begged for mercy, brother, if you have something to say, let's talk. I am Fat Wolf from the Fire Wolf gang. I was in the wrong just now. Skinny Monkey also crawled up and said to Luo Tian, Brother Tian, don't. He is the hall master of the Fire Wolf gang. If you kill him, the Fire Wolf gang will not let you off. Fat Wolf also said, He's right, brother, as long as you let me go, I swear I won't cause any trouble for you. If you kill me, both of you will die, and your family will die as well. You don't want to see them die miserably on the streets, do you? At this moment, more than a dozen young men with machetes in their hands rushed out from the crowd. A fire wolf was tattooed on their arms. When Fat Wolf saw that the reinforcements had arrived, his aura immediately changed. He said proudly, Brat, you better let me go. Otherwise, the Fire Wolf gang will flip over your 18 generations of ancestors, ha ha ha. A young man in the lead pointed his machete at Luo Tian and said, Let go of our hall master, or I'll hack you to death. It was also at this time. A golden-haired man walked out from the crowd. He looked to be around 35 or 36 years old, and his eyes were like a wolf's. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Little friend, you better let him go, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." Fat Wolf was overjoyed, and immediately shouted, "Big brother, save me." The golden-haired man was the boss of the Fire Wolf gang, Fire Wolf, at the same time. A group of people rushed out of the fighting arena. The group split into two rows, and a young woman wearing a black suit and a black hat with short hair walked out from the middle. She looked to be at most 20 years old. She smiled slightly and said, "What wind blew Big Brother Fire Wolf here?" Fire Wolf laughed coldly, and said, "Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Wolf gang is doing something, you better scram to the side, or else don't blame me for being impolite as your uncle." The woman was Zhan Wushuang of the Peerless sect. 20 years old, warrior of the 8th level, she was also the #1 expert of the Unparalleled sect. The Unparalleled sect was created by her with her 2 fists. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly, "I don't care if the Fire Wolf gang is doing anything or not, I only know that this is my territory, if you dare to move, then it will be a war." "Fire Wolf, let's start a war." Ha ha ha, the Unparalleled sect members behind her also laughed out loud. Fire Wolf's eyes turned sinister, his gaze filled with killing intent, his gaze landed on Luo Tian's body, and said, "Brat, I'll warn you again, let him go." There was a tone of command and threat in his voice. "Threatening lousy?" Luo Tian smiled slightly, looked at the bruised and swollen skinny monkey behind him, who was almost beaten to death, and said, "Those who touch my brother die." 2 fingers moved, he suddenly exerted force. Crack. Ah. Woo woo woo. His throat was broken. Fat Wolf struggled a few times on Luo Tian's arm, then stopped breathing. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fat Wolf for obtaining 600 experience, 20 true breath, 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Thunder Secret Realm map. Kill him directly, Fire Wolf glared angrily, flames burning in his eyes. He did not care about Fat Wolf's life or death, what he cared about was his 1 million and the Secret Realm treasure map that he had just obtained. Now that he was dead, there was nothing left. In that instant, Fire Wolf's anger soared to the sky. "Thank you, little mood, no net name, green grass, love? Continue to reward and support, thank you." Killing Fire Wolf's lackey in front of him, he really didn't give him any face. Moreover, the surrounding people were shocked. Who does this brat think he is? He's definitely tired of living. How dare he touch the Fire Wolf gang? They were all discussing in low voices. The Fire Wolf gang was extremely savage. How many people on Roland Street were not afraid of them? Of course, other than the Peerless sect. Zhan Wushuang was also secretly shocked. She did not expect Luo Tian to really dare to kill Fat Wolf, and her heart secretly trembled. The situation is not good. It was also at this moment. Fire Wolf frowned and shouted, "Zhan Wushuang, let me ask you, is he a member of your Peerless sect?" "Yes." Zhan Wushuang said. Luo Tian also said, "No." Zhan Wushuang frowned, and stared at Luo Tian, "This brat." Fire Wolf sneered, "Zhan Wushuang, it seems like he is not a member of your Peerless sect. That's good, then please go away. If I don't cripple this brat today, I, Fire Wolf, will be considered a waste of time in Roland Street." Zhan Wushuang said slightly, "He is indeed not a member of my Peerless sect, but Golden Hair Wolf, please understand where this is? He is in my Peerless sect's territory, let's see who dares to touch him today." The Peerless sect members all rushed forward in unison. Fire Wolf's gaze turned cold, and said, "Zhan Wushuang, you must fight with me tonight, right?" Zhan Wushuang said, "It's not that I want to start a war, it's you, Golden Hair, who is forcing me to start a war." Fire Wolf said, "Just for this brat? He doesn't look that good, is he being kept by you as a gigolo?" Zhan Wushuang's face was filled with anger. Fire Wolf continued, "Since you, Zhan Wushuang, want to start a war, then I can only accompany you. I, Fire Wolf, have been waiting for this day for a long time." As soon as he finished, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, hundreds of people rushed out from all directions and stood behind Fire Wolf in an instant. They shouted in unison, "Boss, The surrounding people who were watching the show ran away, as if they hated that they didn't have two more pairs of legs. It's a fight. Let's fight. The Fire Wolf gang is going to fight with the Peerless gang. Suddenly, Roland Street was in a state of chaos, as if a magical beast had rushed in. The shops on both sides of the street were closed, and the pedestrians fled in all directions. Zhang Wushuang said softly, "Golden hair, you came prepared." Hu Lang smiled and said, "I'll say it again. As long as you hand over this kid, I can pretend that nothing happened today. I, Hu Lang, am a man of my word." Zhang Wushuang's expression turned cold as he said, "No one dares to touch the people that I, Zhang Wushuang, want to protect." "No room for discussion?" Hu Lang said in a deep voice. Zhang Wushuang said, "Let's fight. I've long wanted to know your strength, Fire Wolf." The more Fire Wolf acted like this, the stranger she felt. It was definitely not as simple as Fat Wolf losing $1 million. There was a more important secret on Fat Wolf. Zhang Wushuang looked at Luo Tian and thought to himself, is this guy really a student? Hu Lang roared angrily and said, "Since there's no room for discussion, brothers, kill. Today, we'll get rid of that bitch Zhang Wushuang. Kill, kill, kill." His voice shook the heavens. The scene was 10,000 times more terrifying than the battle scenes in the movies. Luo Tian was not the least bit afraid. It was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Even if a god appeared now, he would not panic at all. What had he not seen in the divine realm? It was just a simple fight, far from being able to compare to those divine kings. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, for $1 million, or for that secret realm's treasure map. If it's a secret realm's treasure map, what kind of secret is it hiding? Or is it something else? Zhang Wushuang lightly wiped his nose, released the battle chi on his body, and shouted, "Brothers, kill these damn dogs." Ha! 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 Zhang Wushuang's men were not even a third of his men. If they fought, they would definitely lose. However, Zhang Wushuang would never back down, and she was extremely warlike. As long as it was a fight, she would be excited. The battle was about to begin, suddenly. Cough, cough, cough. At the second window of the fighting tower, a series of coughs sounded out. Then one of them said loudly, "Master Hong invites you, Fire Wolf, Zhang Wushuang, and that student, all of you come up." The originally tense atmosphere seemed to have been instantly poured with a basin of ice water, instantly silencing the flames. They all stood still. Fire Wolf did not dare to be disrespectful in the slightest, and said respectfully, "Yes sir." Zhang Wushuang was the same, and said, "Yes sir." Luo Tian turned around to look at the fighting tower, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, so he is the overlord of Roland Street. Then Luo Tian walked to the skinny monkey's side, took out the Thunder Secret Realm's treasure map, and said, "Insert the blood on your face, wait for me here, don't leave." At the same time, he walked behind the skinny monkey and said in a low voice, "Keep this map well." He pretended that nothing had happened and walked into the fighting tower. The skinny monkey was shocked and immediately understood why the Fire Wolf was so angry. He wiped it a few times and quietly hid the treasure map. Fighting tower. A special sparring room. Gravity fighting room. Luo Tian's heart trembled. This kind of fighting room was used for military or educational purposes, and private individuals were not allowed to use the gravity room without permission. He never thought that there would actually be a gravity training room here, and a 4 times gravity room at that. "Master Hong invites you in," a man dressed in a tang suit said. Fire Wolf's face changed slightly. Looking at the door of the gravity room, he hesitated. He was a warrior of the 8th level, but if he did not come out within 10 minutes of entering the 4 times gravity room, he would probably lose a layer of skin. The pressure of gravity was too unbearable. Zhang Wushuang was the same. His face changed slightly. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was incomparably excited, and said, "Why aren't you entering the free gravity room?" With that, he stepped in. Buzz. His body sank as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders. His face instantly turned pale white, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian was almost unable to stand steadily. His legs were trembling non-stop, and he couldn't move at all. However, at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. He actually obtained 500 experience points in one go. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, for the sake of experience, Laozi is going all out. Bam! Taking a step forward, his entire body trembled. He looked up and saw an old man practicing Tai Chi in the center of the gravity room. He looked relaxed and carefree, as if he didn't feel any gravity at all. Furthermore, there was a stream of energy revolving around his hands. Tai Chi? Luo Tian was extremely shocked. Could it be that his Tai Chi is so strong that it can remove gravity? If that's the case, no way. I want to copy it. Immediately. Luo Tian did not care too much, the idea moved, staring at the old man, he thought to himself, copy technique, activate. Thank you Ti Wujiu, no net name for your support, thank you. At the same time that Luo Tian activated the duplication technique, the old man said lightly, what Fire Wolf sect leader, peerless sect, you can't even fight against a single student, I think the two of you should just be under his control. You still have the face to call yourself some sect leader. You're so timid. Old Master Hong remained calm, and even when he spoke, the air around him did not leak out at all. Tai Chi had been cultivated to this extent, and it was close to perfection. Fire Wolf braced himself and walked in. Plop. The moment he entered the gravity room, Fire Wolf immediately knelt on the ground. With both hands supporting himself, he struggled to stand up. His face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. But he didn't dare not enter. Zhang Wushuang also braced himself and walked in. Although the situation wasn't as bad as Fire Wolf's, it wasn't too far off. His face was pale and his breathing became hurried. Of course. Their cultivations were much higher than Luo Tian's, and their body's endurance was also stronger than Luo Tian's. Compared to them, Luo Tian was even more uncomfortable. It was just that, Luo Tian was only able to hold on because of his experience points. Ding! Duplication failed. A notification sounded out in his mind. Luo Tian cursed in his heart, and secretly said, again. The duplication technique was activated once again. Old Master Hong said slightly, it's not like you guys have been in Roland Street for a day or two. If you guys fight, both sides will suffer, and it will also allow other forces to take advantage of the situation. In my opinion, let's just forget about today's matter. Fire Wolf's face became anxious, and said, Master Hong, I won't lie to you, I can forget about the 1 million that Fat Wolf lost, but I must take back the Thunder Secret Realm map. Just now, I had someone search Fat Wolf's body, but there was no treasure map. I also personally searched his house, but I couldn't find it. Since it was dropped, he naturally wouldn't be able to find it. Master Hong paused for a moment, the air around his body leaking out quite a bit. It could be seen that he was also shocked when he heard about the Thunder Secret Realm map. Zhang Wushuang said, I won the 1 million, but I didn't see any Secret Realm treasure map. Fire Wolf glared at Luo Tian and shouted, that's the brat. Luo Tian said with difficulty, yes, your sister. I don't even know what map it is. That fat bastard hurt my brother. My brother was almost beaten to death by him. That's why I killed him. Huolang said angrily, brat, you dare to quibble in front of me, Huolang? Do you know what that lightning secret realm map is? It's the Thunder Set, a gold spiritual artifact. You better hand it over obediently. Otherwise, it will consign you to eternal damnation. You can't afford it. At this moment, Luo Tian was shocked and thought to himself, so it's a spiritual treasure. With the invasion of the demonic beasts, the atmosphere on Earth became different. With the emergence of ancient martial artists and cultivators, many secret treasures had appeared as well. These secret treasures were classified into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and divine treasures. A bronze-ranked spirit artifact was worth around 10 million in the market. Gold-ranked items were worth hundreds of millions. This was also the reason why Huolang did not hesitate to start a war to retrieve the Lightning Secret Realm map. The Lightning Secret Realm map was where the Thunder Set was located. He had spent a lot of money to get it, and at that time, he had something to do and asked Fat Wolf to keep it temporarily. He did not tell him the secret of the treasure map, but who would have thought, now, it was gone. Master Hong looked at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes and said, if you took it, you took it. If you didn't take it, you didn't take it. Brat, tell me the truth. No matter if you took it or not, no one will dare to do anything to you. Old man, are you trying to trick me? Luo Tian laughed in his heart. From the aura leaking from his body, Luo Tian knew that he also wanted the secret realm treasure map. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Luo Tian insisted, I really didn't take it. I only killed him. Everyone saw it when I killed him. Did I search his body? Fire Wolf, did you see me search his body? I didn't even touch his body. How can you be so sure that I took it? Fire Wolf was speechless for a moment. Master Hung asked, Fire Wolf, did he touch Fat Wolf's body? Fire Wolf stammered, I came a little late, so I didn't see him touch Fat Wolf's body. But the secret realm map was on him, why did it disappear? While they were talking, he looked at Zhang Wushuang again. Zhang Wushuang laughed coldly. I don't think you should call yourself Fire Wolf. You should call yourself Mad Dog. You'll bite whoever you see. Tonight, I accompanied Sir Hong the entire time. I only came downstairs when you brought your men to the combat building. Ding. Replication failed. **T. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He couldn't take it anymore. The pressure of 4 times the gravity was too unbearable. Blood began to seep out of his pores, and it was already dripping down along with his sweat. Master Hong said faintly, since you guys didn't take it, then think about it carefully here. Think it through before you leave. Finished. Master Hong continued to practice Tai Chi. It was also at this time. Bam. The door to the gravity room closed. Plop. Fire Wolf couldn't hold on any longer, and once again laid on the ground, panting heavily. His back was drenched in sweat, and his face was as white as paper. Zhang Wushuang was also struggling to hold on. Luo Tian's entire body was bleeding, and the idea said again, replication technique, activate. At the same time, in his mind, he was constantly comprehending Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols form the 8 trigrams. He kept looking at every part of old Master Hong's body, breathing, and the flow of air. If he was unable to comprehend it and the replication failed again, his little life would probably die here. Tai Chi, suddenly. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully replicating, obtaining Tai Chi, obtaining 1000 experience, 100 true Chi, and 10 points as a reward. Do you want to cultivate it? F***CK. I finally succeeded. I almost killed Lousy. Luo Tian was about to piss his pants, and immediately shouted in his heart, cultivate. At the same time, he immediately adjusted his breathing and took a step forward. The moves evolved from Tai Chi were slowly unleashed, and one move after another, he slowly used his heart to sense the gravity of the gravity room. Then, he closed his eyes and began to move his palms. It was also at this moment. The air around Master Hong suddenly became chaotic. He looked at Luo Tian in shock, you know Tai Chi too. Luo Tian ignored him. He didn't have the mood to care about it right now. As long as he spoke, his chi would be released, and at that time, the powerful gravity would crush him. Master Hong was even more shocked. Seeing that Luo Tian's Tai Chi was exactly the same as his, he frowned and smiled faintly, good boy. The gravity on Luo Tian's body lessened. Fire Wolf and Zhang Wushuang could only watch in a daze. 10 minutes passed. Fire Wolf was crushed by the gravity to the point that he spat out blood, and anxiously said, Master Hong, I didn't lose it, I was wrong, the Thunder Secret Realm's treasure map is not lost, cough cough cough, if he continued to bear it. He would die. Thank you to it GCMO, for your support, and he took a step out of the gravity room. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 4 warrior. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought to himself, training in the gravity room is just a resting place for experience. I have to quickly level up my Tai Chi so that I can stay in the gravity room for as long as I want. It's simply too great. Although he had copied Master Hong's Tai Chi, Luo Tian could not completely remove the pressure of gravity. He could only remove a portion of it. If he could level up his Tai Chi, with the principles of Tai Chi, he would be able to remove all of the gravity. That way, he would be able to relax and stay in the gravity room to increase his experience. Walking out of the fighting building, Fire Wolf stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, you better be careful. Don't let me catch you, or else I'll make you die a horrible death." Zhang Wushuang laughed, "Little brother, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to touch a single hair on your head, I won't let him off." Fire Wolf stared at Zhang Wushuang, snorted coldly, and left in large strides. Zhang Wushuang placed a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and laughed, "You've already offended the Fire Wolf gang, how about it? Join my Wushuang gang, the Wushuang gang is your biggest backer, I won't dare to touch you." As he said that, he rubbed Luo Tian a little deeper. Even Luo Tian could feel the elasticity of Zhang Wushuang's chest. It looked ordinary, but the thing under his clothes was definitely not less than. Luo Tian said, "I'm still a student, so I prioritize my studies. I haven't thought about joining a gang, but today, I have to thank Sister Wushuang. If not for Zhang Wushuang, Fire Wolf would definitely not let this matter rest, and would not have gone to Master Hong's place." Luo Tian felt that Zhang Wushuang was very excited. Zhang Wushuang laughed heartily, "Sister Wushuang, this name is not bad. From now on, you will be my, Zhang Wushuang's, little brother. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to not let him off." Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of what happened at the school gate. He wanted to say something, but he held himself back in the end. He separated from Zhang Wushuang and found Shou Ho. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Go eat something. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything all day." Skinny Monkey said nervously, "Brother Tian, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Luo Tian said, "I'm fine." He asked in a low voice, "That picture," the skinny monkey-like man lowered his voice even further, "It's with me." Luo Tian was still at ease with Skinny Monkey. Even though he was beaten up by Fat Wolf, Skinny Monkey didn't betray him. He said, "I'll leave that thing with you first. I'm worried that Fire Wolf and the others will search my house. Also, I can't let my sister know about this, otherwise she will kill me." The Skinny Monkey nodded and said, "I know. One more thing. You also need to increase your strength. From tomorrow onwards, you will train with me." The Skinny Monkey's strength was too weak. He had to increase his strength. He had no power on earth, so he needed his own power. The Skinny Monkey scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you." The two of them ordered good dishes that they had never eaten in their lives and had a great time. When they parted ways, Luo Tian gave Skinny Monkey 5,000 yuan and told him not to come out and distribute flyers in the future. Skinny Monkey was so moved that tears were about to flow out. At night, the path in the slums was especially quiet. Luo Tian walked slowly. Usually, there's a dog barking, but there's nothing today. It seems like. You want to ambush me? Heh. Do you really think I'm just a student? As usual, Luo Tian pretended that he didn't know anything and walked downstairs to his building. Just as he was about to go up the stairs, a person rushed out from the darkness, and without saying a word, an iron rod smashed down. "Who?" With a whistling sound, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer, "Sneak attacking me, you're still too inexperienced." He dodged, turned around, and kicked out. Bam! Clang! The man was sent flying. It was also at this time 6 hoodlums rushed out with iron rods in their hands. The leader was Huangqing, who was beaten up at the school gate in the afternoon. Huangqing pointed at Luo Tian and said, "It's this brat, brothers, kill him." Other than Huangqing, the other 5 were all adult men. And their strength was not bad, all of them had the strength of a 3rd-level warrior. Huangqing sneered, "Brat, you're dead for sure today." The 5 of them waved their iron rods and walked over with sneers on their faces. Luo Tian said slightly, "Little yellow hair, I think you'd better go back and ask your sect leader clearly. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Huangqing shouted, "Ask your mother." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved His right arm moved. Sinking his strength into the pubes, he punched out. It directly smashed into Huang Cheng's chest. Get down. Bam. Huang Cheng had no time to react. With a punch to his chest, he instantly fainted. The other 5 were shocked. Stinking brat, you're tired of living. Fight. The 5 of them attacked at the same time. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. I'm really tired today, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. 1 second. As soon as he finished, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, both of his palms moved, and a series of muffled sounds erupted from his body. Arrogant dragon regrets. The first move of the 18 dragons subduing palms was released. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. A powerful force shot out from Luo Tian's palms, directly flipping all 5 of them over. It only took a second. The 5 of them flew out and hung in various places. All of them fainted. We're done. Luo Tian stretched his back and couldn't be bothered with them. If it wasn't for Zhang Wushuang, he would have killed all of them. He really needed energy now. Early morning. Luo Tian got up and washed up. Looking downstairs, Huang Cheng's group had already disappeared. Skinny Monkey brought breakfast to Luo Tian's house. After breakfast, the 2 of them went to the rooftop. According to the condition of Skinny Monkey's body, Luo Tian came up with a set of cultivation methods specifically for him, which was to hide. With hiding as the foundation and attacking as the supplement, he would first be in an invincible position, and then think about how to defeat his opponent. He didn't know if Skinny Monkey's talent was good or if Luo Tian was good at targeting him. After an entire morning, Skinny Monkey had already comprehended the true meaning of the word hide. And Luo Tian was also constantly cultivating Tai Chi and basic fist technique. On Earth, his Dantian was intact, so he could comprehend it. Moreover, his comprehension was very strong, even stronger than the genius body he had when he transmigrated to the Tianxian continent. Especially the critical hit of his punch. Right now, he was releasing close to 5,000 Jun of power. 3 days later, it would be the battle with Taishan. This was a test for him. For the entire day, Luo Tian and Skinny Monkey were cultivating other than eating. At the same time, Luo Tian was also looking at the map of the Divine Sea City. He had to find a place to level up. Leveling up in the gravity space was indeed good, but to Luo Tian, it was still too slow. Furthermore, he couldn't stay inside every day. He had to speed up. He wanted to obtain the origin force. He wanted to return to the divine realm. He had to level up quickly. Thank you to Little Mood, Green Grass, maybe the night is best for crying, no net name for support. Also, I can't find the names of the 2 brothers, sorry, thank you for your support, thank you. For the entire day, no one from the Fire Wolf gang came. No one from the Unparalleled sect came either. It was as if this matter was over just like that. However, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that with Huang Cheng's hooligan personality, he would definitely not give in. Even if Zhang Wushuang suppressed him, he would not be satisfied. Luo Tian was not afraid. If he dared to come again, then it wouldn't be as simple as knocking him out. The next day, Luo Tian woke up early in the morning. Just like yesterday, Skinny Monkey brought breakfast and the Thunder Secret Realm map along the way. Brother Tian, what exactly is this? Skinny Monkey asked as he ate the noodles. Luo Tian looked at the map and said, good stuff, I heard them say that it's a gold-ranked spirit treasure, and it's something used by cultivators. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Poochie. What did you say? Gold-ranked spirit treasure? That price is worth hundreds of millions. Skinny Monkey had some understanding of the spirit treasure's level and value. He looked at the map in shock and said, Brother Tian, is the Fire Wolf because of this map? Luo Tian nodded his head, looking at the mark on the map. It should be on a small island near the Divine Sea City. Skinny Monkey muttered, no wonder, these 2 days, Roland Street has not been peaceful, Fire Wolf has been searching everywhere, I heard that Fat Wolf's house has been turned upside down, and his lovers' houses are the same, those women were all killed by Fire Wolf. That bad? Luo Tian replied, then pointed to Skinny Monkey and asked, where is this? Skinny Monkey stretched his head out to look, and said, This is an island about 100 kilometers away from the Divine Sea City. It is a forbidden area, no humans are allowed to come close, and the sea is too terrifying now, even a peak warrior of the 9th level would not dare to come close. The magical beasts on Earth crawled out from the bottom of the sea. The sea was now a paradise for magical beasts, and it was much more dangerous than the forest. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Tian, you don't want to go there, do you?" "No, absolutely not, absolutely not. The seaside is too dangerous, not to mention the island. The island is filled with demonic beasts. Once a human approaches, they will be devoured in an instant." The front line of the Divine Sea City was the seaside. To prevent a surprise attack from magical beasts. At the same time, it also prevented humans from approaching. Luo Tian smiled and said, "What's the hurry? I didn't say I was going today." The Skinny Monkey heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me to death." Luo Tian chuckled and said, "I'm going tomorrow night." Pfff, Shouho spat out all of his soup. Shivering in fear, he said, "Brother Tian, you're crazy. Even a 9th rank warrior wouldn't be able to deal with those magic beasts. With your current cultivation, you can't even handle a 1st rank magic beast." Luo Tian said, "Isn't there still one more day?" "What can you do in one day?" Skinny Monkey asked. Luo Tian said, "Finish your breakfast first. After that, I'll take you somewhere." Half an hour later. Thunder Academy Gravity Training Building. Shouho asked doubtfully, "Brother Tian, why did you bring me here? This place is only open to teachers on Saturday and Sunday. If it's a student, the price will be doubled. How can we afford it?" Indeed. From Monday to Friday, the minimum consumption was 500 yuan. Saturday and Sunday were double the price. Luo Tian said, "Isn't it just money?" "Don't worry, I'll pay for everything." The Skinny Monkey's family was poor. He also had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister, so he should have handed over the money to his parents. Moreover, Shouho also had to cultivate in the gravity room. The gravity room could temper a person's body and stimulate a powerful force. The body was the source of power, and only by tempering the body would one be able to walk further on the path of martial arts. Luo Tian understood this point very well. The field manager was not the one from last time. When he saw Luo Tian, he said slightly, 2 times gravity room, 1,000 yuan, 4 times gravity room, 2,000 yuan. Luo Tian immediately took out 3,000 yuan and said, "He's twice the price, I'm 4 times the price." Huh? Huh? Shouho and the field manager were startled at the same time. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and open the gravity room." Luo Tian said to Shouho, "I've already paid the money, so I can't get it back. If you want to waste my money, then don't go in to cultivate." F***ck. That's 1,000 yuan. Even if I die, I'll die inside. Shouho was very particular about money. If he spent money, he had to compensate for it. Very quickly, the 2 of them entered the gravity room. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 500 experience. It rang every 10 seconds. 1 minute was 3,000 experience, 1 hour was 180,000 experience. With the experience that Luo Tian needed to level up, he would be able to level up in 2 hours. Who? Luo Tian was sweating profusely, beads of sweat rolled down his body, and his entire body was trembling. Hold on for another 10 seconds. Hold on for another 10 seconds. Again, every time, he would constantly increase his limit and break through it. Once he reached the point where he couldn't take it anymore, Luo Tian would immediately use Tai Chi to reduce the pressure on his body. When his body recovered a little, he would endure it again. He had to use gravity to extract as much potential from his body as possible. Morning. Zhu Geqing walked to the gravity room and said, "Uncle Lin, help me open the 2x gravity room." Lin Mudong said, "Xiaoqing, wait for a moment. That Skinny Monkey will come out soon." Huh? Which teacher is inside? Zhu Geqing was stunned. One had to know that there shouldn't be any students inside today. Lin Moosepipe said, 2 students. One of them even entered the 4x gravity room. I'd like to see how long he can last. But, they'd been in there for almost half an hour. Huh? Zhu Keqing was shocked. There are students in the 4x gravity room? Is it a third-year student? He must be a third-year student. He might be one of the third year's rankers. Otherwise, who would have the ability to enter the 4x gravity room? Even Shan Yuanyo, that monster, couldn't withstand the pressure of 4x gravity. Manager Lin thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be a first-year student. This is my first time seeing them. They definitely aren't third-year students." Huh? Suddenly, Zhu Keqing couldn't help but think of a person. The person who walked out of the gravity room yesterday was covered in blood. He was a complete madman. Could it be him? Zhu Keqing didn't leave. She wanted to see who it was. 2 hours passed quickly. The door of the gravity room opened. In the 2x gravity room, Shouho was practically crawling out. 4x gravity room. Luo Tian was covered in blood again, but he had an excited smile on his face. Awesome. I broke through. Old Bull is extremely grateful for the support from Shinko. It's him again. Zhu Keqing's heart was like a flood. She was so shocked that she was in a complete mess. In just a short day, he went from the 2x gravity room to the 4x gravity room, and it seemed to be even easier than yesterday. Zhu Keqing looked at Lin Mu and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Lin, is the gravity room broken?" Lin Mu felt that it was strange. There wasn't anyone so fierce among the first years. Then, he and Zhu Keqing walked to the door of the 4x gravity room, and Zhu Keqing took a step in. Crack! His body's joints exploded. His entire body was instantly crushed to the ground. His entire body was trembling non-stop, as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to stand up at all. Xiaoqing. Lin Mu's face was anxious. Someone come quickly. Luo Tian was standing at the entrance of the gravity room. Seeing Zhu Keqing's pale face, he helped her up and said, "Use your strength at will. Spread your will to your acupoints. The acupoints are connected to your blood vessels. Fill every part of your body and bear it together." Zhu Keqing did not understand. What did you say? While she was speaking, Luo Tian had already helped her out of the gravity room, and said faintly, "I said, don't recklessly enter the 4x gravity room, your small body won't be able to withstand it." Finished. Luo Tian walked to the door of the 2x gravity room and helped Skinny Monkey up, and laughed. "How is it? Is it good? Ha ha ha." Skinny Monkey said bitterly, "I almost died inside. Do you know how I withstood it? I kept thinking about money in my heart. In any case, I could earn more money by holding on for a minute. My entire body was stuck to the floor, and I was almost crushed to death." Skinny Monkey was very clear in his heart. If not for the dodge word that Luo Tian taught him yesterday, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Luo Tian laughed out loud, and said, "Now that you're out, it must be good." Skinny Monkey immediately said excitedly, "Brother Tian, I just broke through. I'm a second-level warrior, hee hee. Next time, even if I meet Su Hua again, I can make him kneel down and sing, ha ha ha." The two of them supported each other as they slowly walked away. Zhu Keqing kept thinking about what Luo Tian had just said. "Uncle Lin, what did he say just now?" The forester shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." Zhu Keqing frowned and murmured, "No, he said something about random force and scattered acupoints. This sentence sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." "What's the last sentence?" Because at that time, she was being crushed by 4x the gravity and felt too uncomfortable, she didn't pay attention to it at all. Zhu Keqing hated Luo Tian very much. The day before yesterday, she had seen him bullying a classmate at the school gate. She hated this kind of person. But now, she couldn't care less and chased after him. However, there was no trace of Luo Tian. He must know how to perfectly use gravity to train his body. He must know something. What did he mean by that sentence? Irritated. Very irritated. With a question bothering her, Zhu Keqing could no longer feel at ease. After searching through Thunder Academy, he still couldn't find Luo Tian and the others. Only after asking the elder at the school gates did he find out that they had already left the school. During lunch, Zhuge Qing was still thinking about this problem. She ate absent-mindedly and murmured, strength at will, intent scattered throughout the body. What's the last sentence? What does it mean? How did he do it? Zhuge Wu happened to hear it. He looked surprised and said, Little Qing, where did you hear this sentence? Zhuge Qing was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and said, I heard it in the morning. That bad boy said it. Grandpa, do you know what this sentence means? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Luo Tian's appearance appeared in Zhuge Wu's mind. He said excitedly, Good boy, I was right. Then Zhuge Wu said lightly, strength at will, intent scattered acupoints, acupoints connected to blood vessels spread to the whole body. This is the profound meaning of the word control. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Grandpa, how do you know this? Zhuge Qing asked in confusion, and I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. How does he know this? What did he mean by that? Zhuge Wu was silent for a moment. He exhaled deeply and said, Little Qing, there are some things that I should tell you. When you were very young, your parents left. They had the potential to be cultivators. In order to save the Divine Sea City, they directly used their lives to resist the invasion of the magical beasts. The strength at will, intent scattered acupoints you heard is the word control that your parents comprehended. They often told you when you were very young. That's why you have an impression of it. As for how he found out, I'm not sure either. However, you have one thing in common. Your parents were both geniuses with the potential to become cultivators. According to my investigation, his parents were also sacrificed in the battle against the demonic beasts. You have a tattoo on your body. I believe he also has a tattoo. You are the descendants of cultivators with the potential to be cultivators. The blood of cultivators should also flow in your bodies. That is your label. Zhuge Wu did not finish his sentence. Because he did not dare to say the rest. Because they would eventually be taken away. As for where, no one knew. What Zhuge Wu wanted to do was protect Zhuge Qing and absolutely not let anyone take her away. He had lost his son and could not lose his granddaughter. She had long known about the death of her parents, but she did not expect them to have the potential to be cultivators, and her own blood also flowed with the potential to be cultivators. She immediately said, My parents and his parents are probably good friends, that's why they told him. Zhuge Wu smiled faintly, and said, Maybe. He was very clear in his heart. Without that battle, the parents of both sides would not have known each other at all. After the battle, they did not come back, so it was impossible for Luo Tian to find these. But how did he know about the word control? Zhuge Wu could not understand this. Zhuge Qing asked, Grandpa, how do you cultivate the word control? You don't know, but that bad boy cultivated in the 4 times gravity room for 2 whole hours today. It's simply unbelievable, he's even more powerful than those advanced warriors of the 3rd years. Cough cough cough, Zhuge Wu coughed rapidly, cultivating in the 4 times gravity room for 2 hours? Good boy. It seems that he awakened earlier than you. Xiao Qing, how to cultivate the word control, only you can experience it yourself. No one else can help you. However, maybe that bad boy can help you. If you really want to know, you can only look for him. Zhuge Wu laughed, and thought to himself, Kid, I can only help you to this point. Zhuge Qing pouted and muttered, Should I look for him? Thank you to the 2 brothers no online name, black face, white teeth for their tips. Thank you for your support, good night. Zhuge Qing struggled for an entire afternoon. She cultivated in the gravity room, constantly trying to comprehend the true meaning of the U word, but she had no clue, because she didn't know where to start. In the end, she mustered up her courage and decided to look for Luo Tian. This was the first time in her 16 years of life that she went to look for a boy. It wasn't because she was noble, but because she didn't ask anyone for anything. Martial arts had always been easy to understand, but this time, she really couldn't understand. And then there was Luo Tian. After having a big lunch with the skinny monkey, he returned home, took a shower, and then cultivated on the rooftop. Luo Tian continued to practice the basic fist technique, and Tai Chi the skinny monkey continued to practice the dodge word. He spent the entire afternoon cultivating. In the evening. My cultivation speed is too slow. It's better to cultivate in the gravity room. Luo Tian muttered. The skinny monkey said, the gravity room is too expensive, it's not something that we can afford. Money is indeed a problem. Luo Tian said, but earning money is not a problem. Tonight, I'll go play another round of boxing to prepare for the sea tomorrow. He couldn't possibly swim out to sea, right? Moreover, this trip would definitely be dangerous, so he had to make sufficient preparations. Money was bound to be indispensable, and he had to buy some firearms. Firearms were naturally indispensable, and all of these had to be bought with money. Still going? Brother Tian, let's forget it. I feel that the underground arena is full of danger, and who knows what kind of opponent we will meet today. The skinny monkey said worriedly. Luo Tian had also thought of this. However, the underground boxing arena was the fastest way to earn money, and it was something that Luo Tian could do. I don't care anymore. Let's go take a look after dinner. At night, Roland Street was bustling with noise and excitement. The street girls in the red light district wore revealing clothes and kept soliciting business. Luo Tian was almost pulled in several times. The sound of the slot machines in the gambling area could be heard. Occasionally, there would be fights. Screams could be heard from the alley. Roland Street gave people a feeling of hopelessness. Many people felt that this place was hell, and they would never be able to get out of it. Many people felt that this place was heaven, free from the invasion of magical beasts. More importantly, as long as you had money, you could do anything you wanted here. Murder, arson, as many women as he wanted. Many times, Luo Tian wondered if this was Earth. If he hadn't read the history books, he would have suspected that this wasn't Earth, but another dimension. Brother Luo. Ha ha ha. I knew you would come again. The registration staff looked at Luo Tian and immediately smiled. Yesterday, he won a lot because of Luo Tian. He said, how many matches do you want to play today? Luo Tian smiled. I don't know yet. The staff member immediately said, okay, I want to help you register your name. You can go to the lounge to rest. With that, Luo Tian asked for the registration fee. He blocked it and said, you're someone that Master Hong has his eyes on. Why would he want your registration fee? Huh? Luo Tian was slightly shocked, and thought in his heart, how did I become someone that Master Hong has his eyes on? He didn't know. Yesterday, after he left the fighting building, old Master Hong also walked out of the gravity room. Drenched in sweat. After his Taiji control of gravity was messed up, he also had to endure the pressure of 4 times the gravity. However, he was very appreciative of Luo Tian, praising Luo Tian without holding back in front of his lackeys. This matter was quickly known by the entire fighting arena staff, so Luo Tian was naturally much more polite. Soon, Master Hong knew that Luo Tian had arrived. Zhang Wushuang also knew. The Fire Wolf also knew. Luo Tian walked into the lounge and shivered slightly. He thought to himself, where's that big guy? The people who came today were all new fighters. When they saw Luo Tian, they didn't have any expressions. Skinny Monkey also said slightly, looks like my idol didn't come? It was also at this time. The surrounding gamblers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they shouted with all their might, beat him to death, kill him, kill him. Ha ha ha. A student dares to be arrogant here? Brat, yesterday you made me lose a lot of money. Today, I still bet on you losing. Now I feel good, ha ha ha, Taishan, kill him. Skinny Monkey was puzzled, what kind of battle is so intense? He quickly rushed to the window and looked at the fight in the iron cage. His face suddenly changed, and he said, Brother Tian, it's the Xianxia ox. Luo Tian also walked forward, his face also secretly changing. At this moment, Taishan's fists were like heavy cannons, constantly bombarding the chest of the Xianxia ox. The Xianxia ox continued to spit out blood, its entire body was hung on the iron cage, constantly being bombarded by Taishan. There was no way for it to retaliate. And the referee had no intention of stopping him. Bam! 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 Each punch was heavier than the last. Blood kept flowing out of the Xianyuan ox's mouth as it lowered its head. It had already fainted. Taishan sneered, "What bullshit punch is this? Do you think you can be lawless just because you have a little power? Let me tell you, I am the king here. What kind of bullshit are you? Huh?" While they were talking, another punch was thrown out. The wind from the fist was like thunder, and the iron net on the back of the Xianyuan ox was smashed apart. The Xianyuan ox's entire body was also sent flying. Bam! He heavily smashed onto the ground. The corner of Taishan's mouth drew back, revealing a cold smile. He fiercely spat on the ground and laughed, "You can't even withstand a single blow." It was also at this moment. The entire audience was in an uproar. Taishan, 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 99 matches undefeated. One more match and he will be the 100 victories general. Ha ha ha. He's the king here, this is too awesome. Luo Tian and the skinny monkey rushed out crazily. Luo Tian helped the Xianyuan ox up, and with a slight movement of the idea, he could sense that the Xianyuan ox's ribs were all broken, and its internal organs were all severely injured. If it was not treated, it would die. Taishan was also slightly shocked. Looking at Luo Tian, he sneered, "Brat, the next one is you." Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, his anger soaring to the sky. At this moment, the Xianyuan ox heavily grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm, shook its head with difficulty, and said, don't fight with him, don't." Suddenly, Luo Tian stood up, faced a private room, and said, "Master Hong, do you have a doctor here? Do you have the healing spirit liquid?" The entire crowd was shocked. After a few seconds of silence, the man wearing a tang suit beside Master Hong said slightly, "The value of the healing spirit liquid is 500,000, this is not a small amount." The meaning behind his words was very simple. "Yes, but I can't give it to you." Among them, there was another layer of meaning to these words. Luo Tian was not an idiot, he naturally understood the meaning behind the man's words, and said, "I want to challenge him." He turned around and pointed at Taishan who was in the iron cage. "Thank you to Story Without Me, Xiaoxi, for your 1888 reward and support. Thank you to Reminiscence of the Fleeting Time Like Water, the Dispirited Little Man, Yun. Love? Perhaps the night is best for crying, confused and realistic. Thank you so many brothers for your support, thank you so much for your support." As soon as his voice faded, the audience instantly quieted down. Taishan's face revealed a ferocious and excited smile. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian and made a gesture of singing. Challenge Taishan? Did I hear it wrong? This kid actually wants to challenge Taishan? Ha ha ha. He's definitely tired of living. Even if you want to avenge your classmate, you have to look at who the other party is. With his weak appearance, he wants to challenge Taishan? Doesn't he know that Taishan is the king here? Slowly, the surroundings boiled up. All sorts of mocking sounds rang out. Luo Tian did not look at Taishan in the iron cage, but turned to look at the man in the tang suit. "What about now?" The man in the tang suit smiled and said, "If you want the healing elixir, then win Taishan. Otherwise, you won't get anything. One more thing. You have already signed a life and death contract. No one will care if you die in the arena later." While they were talking, the man in the tang suit said to Taishan, "Taishan, if you win this match, you can be the 100 victory general. According to the rules of the underground arena, you can get a reward of 1 million. Do your best and don't let Master Hong down." Taishan bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Don't worry, Master Hong. I will definitely teach this arrogant guy a lesson." As soon as his voice faded, Taishan pointed at Luo Tian and hooked his finger. He sneered and said, "Kid, hurry up and die. Don't, brother, don't fight with him. You're not his opponent, don't." Xianyuan was extremely weak. His bloody hand grabbed Luo Tian's arm. He had fought with Taishan before, so he knew the fear of being dominated by power. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Moreover, Taishan was not only powerful, but also had a rock-hard defense. His strength could not hurt Taishan at all. This was the most terrifying part. Skinny Monkey also said, Brother Tian, don't fight with him. You're not his opponent. He's too strong. Don't fight with him. Taishan laughed loudly, primary school student, hurry up and come to the stage to die. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Don't worry, I will definitely beat you back to your mother's womb to drink milk, ha ha ha. He was unusually proud of himself. Last time, when he saw Luo Tian instantly copy the Xianxia Ox's move and release an even stronger power, Taishan was unhappy because this was his territory and he was the king here. Anyone who threatened his position had to die, he would not give Luo Tian any chance to break through. The sooner this kind of person was crippled, the less of a threat he would pose to him. Luo Tian stood up and looked at the Xianxia Ox and the Skinny Monkey. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The Xianxia Ox's injuries were too serious. If they sent him to the hospital, it would be difficult to treat him. Moreover, they did not have that much money on them. Using only healing spirit liquid, this was a combination of technology and cultivation, just like the elixirs in the domain of the gods. However, the elixir was more advanced than the elixirs. Its healing effect was also very good, and the price was frighteningly high. 10 milliliters of healing elixir would cost 500,000. The Xianxua's injuries were too severe. They could only rely on the healing spirit liquid. Moreover, Luo Tian looked at the Xianxia Ox, and couldn't help but think of his brother, Xianxuan, who was still suffering in hell. His heart tightened. Then, Luo Tian leaped heavily, and directly drilled through the gaps in the barbed wire. At this moment, the referee whistled and said, Everyone, get ready. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. Those who want to bet, hurry up. There are only 3 minutes left. Hurry up, hurry up. I bet 10,000 Taishan. I bet 30,000. I'll bet all of it. This is simply giving us money, ha ha ha, I really have to thank this kid. In the private room, Fire Wolf stared at Zhang Wushuang playfully and laughed, Do you want to bet? Zhang Wushuang said, What do you want to bet? Fire Wolf stared at Zhang Wushuang's chest and said, Let's bet on your body. If you lose, you will accompany me for the night. Suddenly, the Wushuang clan members rushed forward, and Blade Scar even coldly snorted, Fire Wolf, you better be careful with your words. Zhang Wushuang's eyes also turned sinister. Fire Wolf laughed out loud, I'm just joking, don't be so serious. Fat Wolf lost a lot of money to you, today I will win it all back. Don't you think highly of that kid? Then I'll bet 5 million that kid will lose. Huh? Zhang Wushuang frowned even more. Blade Scar immediately said, Taishan's strength is at the peak of the 8th level, Luo Tian is just a student, he is no match for him. There is no suspense in this match, Brother Fire Wolf, this bet is meaningless, why don't we bet on the next one? Fire Wolf did not even look at Blade Scar, but sneered, Who do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Zhang Wushuang, do you dare to bet? It doesn't matter if you don't dare to bet. Bring me a cup of tea. Bring me a cup of tea, this was a big taboo. It also meant that the Wushuang clan admitted defeat. Zhang Wushuang sneered and said, Since Brother Fire Wolf wants to bet, I, Zhang Wushuang, will naturally accompany you, but... Fire Wolf, based on my understanding, can you afford 5 million? Fire Wolf smiled and took out a document from his arms, This is half of my catering business on Roland Street, do you think it is worth 5 million? Zhang Wushuang said, Yes, of course it is worth it. Then she said, Blade Scar, go and prepare the money. Blade Scar's face changed slightly and whispered, Big sister, the disparity in strength is too big, Luo Tian is no match for Taishan, don't bet with him. Zhang Wushuang raised his voice and shouted, I told you to get the money. Fire Wolf also laughed, didn't you hear? Go and get the money, ha ha ha. That was Zhang Wushuang's temper. Ding, 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 the referee knocked on the bell and said, Time's up, fighters, get ready, start. Taishan's neck cracked, and he took a step forward. Boom. The arena shook slightly, and Taishan sneered, Kid, don't you know how to channel strength like that trash? Come on. As soon as he finished, Taishan suddenly rushed out, his majestic and domineering body pounced towards Luo Tian like a mountain pressing down on him. All of Luo Tian's escape routes were sealed. There was no way out, however. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, using softness to conquer strength. With a flick of his hands, his body was like a piece of paper, gently floating, and then borrowing Taishan's ferocious strength, he fiercely pushed, clang. Taishan was directly smashed into the iron frame, and the entire cage shook from the impact. His forehead was smashed open, and blood dripped out. Taishan was incomparably furious, his entire body was scarlet red, and he roared, "Brat, I'm going to tear you apart." He then pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was calm and collected, and said, "Come and tear Laozi apart. Thank you to Elder Danyi for your rewards. Thank you to Green Grass for your continuous rewards, thank you." Bam! Rumble, Taishan was once again smashed into the iron frame, his head exploding with blood. His strength was like hitting cotton, completely unable to hurt Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian kept floating. He displayed the profound meaning of Tai Chi to its fullest. Taishan was furious, he roared towards the sky, his eyes spitting flames as he stared at Luo Tian, and said, "If you have the guts, don't run." A powerful battle strength was released. His right fist moved, drawing an arc of power, and directly sweeping out. Luo Tian placed one hand on his back, and used only a finger on his other hand to gently move. Borrowing Taishan's power, he pulled, and directly smashed his fist into the iron frame. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Hiss, Taishan sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. The hard iron frame was bent by him. Luo Tian sneered, "Wow, it hurts." Ha ha ha, the gamblers outside the cage started cursing. "You only know how to dodge. Kid, what else do you know other than dodging? Disgusting. Kid, can't you fight back? You don't even dare to fight back. Why are you fighting underground? Go home and *CK yourself." Seeing that Luo Tian had the upper hand, everyone was unhappy. Because they had all bet that Luo Tian would lose. In the private room, Fire Wolf could not sit still any longer, and cursed loudly, "You dog, you're playing dirty." Zhang Wushuang picked up a glass of red wine and shook it, saying, "Fire Wolf, this is a real fight, this is an expert, ha ha ha." Her heart was also hanging in the air. Even though Luo Tian had the upper hand, he had been dodging, which meant that Luo Tian was afraid in his heart. Furthermore, Luo Tian's cultivation could not be compared to Taishan's. Once Luo Tian did not successfully dodge, he would be KO with one punch. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang was even more nervous than Fire Wolf. That was 5 million. It was not a small number. In another private room, Master Hong's face was filled with shock as he squinted his eyes and revealed a strange smile. "I didn't expect you to have used my Tai Chi to such a level. Using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies. You've used it so well." Immediately after, Chief Hong gestured with his finger, and the man in the tang suit immediately came forward to listen. Half a minute later, the man in tang suit walked out of the private room and said with a smile, "Taishan, do you only know how to use brute force? There were always iron pillars and barbed wire. Wouldn't it be fine to just remove these iron cages? He really doesn't have a brain. With his strength, you can exhaust him to death." Luo Tian frowned. Taishan grinned and laughed, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Tang." The man in the tang suit said, "I didn't remind him of anything." Tarzan hugged one of the iron bars and pulled it up with his arms. Then, he pushed the iron cage down. Now, there was only the arena left. Taishan laughed and said, "Kid, let's see how you're going to borrow my strength." Without the hard iron frame, Luo Tian had lost his helper. The surrounding gamblers immediately became excited. "Taishan, kill him. Without the iron frame, that kid won't be able to use these to hurt Taishan. Even if he drags it out, he won't be able to outlast Taishan. Taishan will definitely win this round. Ha ha ha. Kid, prepare to die." Taishan clenched his fists tightly, leaned forward, and suddenly pounced towards Luo Tian. This time, he used all his strength. He didn't have any energy left to defend. He was sure that Luo Tian would still dodge, so there was no need to defend. Just that, suddenly, Luo Tian's posture was a bit wrong. His fists formed into palms, and a series of sounds like a dragon's roar came out from his body. At this moment, Taishan didn't even think about it as he roared, "Die!" Wang! Luo Tian's palms moved slightly, and he thought to himself, activate the true qi. The true qi in his dantian was activated, and he fully activated the 18 dragon subduing palms. Facing Taishan, who was like a ferocious tiger and wolf, Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He had seen all kinds of storms, and this kind of battle was simply child's play. Both fists moved and heavily smashed down. Luo Tian also shouted in a deep voice, 18 dragons subduing palms. Arrogant dragon regrets. Both palms pushed out, and the two true qi wrapped around his arms. With the push of both palms, they rushed out at the same time. It heavily blasted onto Taishan's fists. Meet force with force. Kacha! Rumble, rumble, the violent impact of the force caused the air to explode. It was also at this time Taishan's face became extremely ugly. The joints of his fists were all broken, and the bones of his entire arm were all broken. The powerful force was also constantly rushing into his body. In that instant, his body suddenly flew out and hit the thick cement wall more than 10 meters away. Bam! The wall quickly cracked. Taishan fell to the ground, his arms trembling. He wanted to stand up, but his arms were already crippled, and he couldn't support his body at all. Bam! He fell heavily on the ground. He looked at Luo Tian unwillingly. I don't accept it, I don't accept it, Luo Tian sneered. You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come up and fight again. Come on. Come up and fight, if you don't accept it, come up. In the end, Luo Tian almost roared out. All the gamblers looked at Luo Tian's angry eyes and couldn't say a word. They were all dumbfounded. It was also at this time the man in the tang suit suddenly jumped down from a high place and stood in front of Luo Tian. The battle intent was like a flame rising from his body. The battle intent was visible to the naked eye. Dangerous aura. Luo Tian could clearly sense the dangerous aura of the man in the tang suit. The man in the tang suit looked at Luo Tian coldly, took out a small bottle of healing spirit liquid from his arms and threw it to Luo Tian, and said, "Your healing spirit liquid." Immediately, the man in the tang suit moved and instantly landed in front of Taishan. Taishan lay on the ground and looked up at the man in the tang suit, saying, "Brother Tang, I don't accept it, I don't accept it, give me a bottle of healing spirit liquid, I want to fight with him again, I will definitely trample him under my feet," not waiting for him to finish. The man in the tang suit raised his foot and stomped heavily on Taishan's head. "Trash, don't you think you've lost enough face?" Crack! Taishan's head split open like a watermelon. His body twitched and he died. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Taishan for obtaining 5,000 experience, 200 true qi, and 10 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the challenge of Taishan quest. You've obtained 10,000 experience, 100 true qi, 100 points, and a pair of bronze gloves. Ding! The system's rating begins. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining class rating and obtaining a special reward from the system. As soon as the voice faded, a beating gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The idea moved and clicked on the gift box. The system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the hot weapon Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon. Thank you Danyi for your 588 reward, good night. Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon, hot weapon, happiness came too suddenly, and he was a little unable to accept it. An A rank mission and an S rank mission actually gave him a hot weapon. Moreover, this Thunder Dragon Cannon required 100,000 points to exchange for. This meant that the cold weapon was on the same level as the Ganjiang Moxie. Moreover, the appearance of the Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon was extremely domineering. It looked like a rocket launcher, but there was an angry dragon covered in lightning coiled around the entire body of the rocket launcher. The firing port was the huge mouth of the angry dragon, giving people a strong visual impact, extremely domineering. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the attributes. Weapon, Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon Grade, Gold Rank Damage, 5 stars Attack, Area of Effect Damage Consumption, 100 True Chi. Description, Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon is an energy-filled weapon. Every time it fires, it requires 100 True Chi to fill it. The cooldown time is 1 minute. The second time it fires, it uses 500 True Chi, and the damage is doubled. The third time it fires, it uses 2000 True Chi, and the damage is quadrupled. 10 minutes cooldown time. Huh? Luo Tian was startled. It can happen 3 times in 10 minutes, and each time, the consumption is different, the damage is also different, but area of effect damage, and the damage is 5 stars, it's really awesome. Hot weapons had always been something that Luo Tian wanted. Unfortunately, he couldn't exchange it in the divine realm. To think that there was a special reward on Earth. That was too great. In the past, he could only enjoy himself in the game. Now that he was in the real world, he wished that he could do it, but the consumption of True Chi was a problem, just as Luo Tian was looking at the Thunder Dragon's attributes. The man in the Tang suit stepped on Mount Tai's head, turned around and jumped, landing on the stage like a dragonfly skimming the water, and said coldly, "I'll fight you." Luo Tian kept the system, looked at the man in the Tang suit and smiled, "I'm not interested today." Luo Tian walked to the side of the Xianyuan ox and poured the bottle of healing spirit liquid worth 500,000 into his mouth. The spirit liquid entered his body. The Xianyuan ox's body quickly repaired itself, and even the broken ribs were automatically connected. The healing effect was simply too miraculous. However, the Xianyuan ox's injuries were only physical injuries, which could be easily healed with the healing spirit liquid. If it was injuries to the mind, the sea of consciousness, or the nerves, such low-grade healing spirit liquid would not have any effect at all. After half a minute, Xian Yuanyo's face was flushed red. He stood up and knelt down on one knee. He said solemnly, "Thank you for saving my life. From today onwards, you are my boss. As long as you say the word, I will do anything for you." He had a very strong Jianghu aura. Luo Tian didn't even frown when he drank 500,000 drops of spirit liquid. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The Xianyuan ox had no way of repaying this kindness. It could only repay it with its own life. The skinny monkey-like man laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha, we are all brothers from now on." Luo Tian also stepped forward to support the Xianyuan bull. He said, just like Skinny Monkey said, "We are brothers from now on. There is no need for thanks between brothers." "Ha ha ha, Brother Tian." The Xianyuan ox said heavily, admiring him from the bottom of his heart. The battle prowess that Luo Tian had displayed, his identity, and the power that he had released in his last move were all things that he had never seen before. The skinny monkey-like man giggled, "Old cow, Brother Tian even knows how to use your fist, and with just a glance, his strength is twice as strong as yours." "Hee hee, you didn't expect that, right?" The Xianyuan ox was shocked again. "Brother Tian is Brother Tian, I, old cow, admire you." The surrounding gamblers were extremely angry. F***ck. What bullshit 100 victories general. If you can't even beat a student, you might as well go home and F***ck a dog. This is bad, I've lost everything. Tai Shan, F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. Many people rushed to Tai Shan's corpse and kicked it a few times to vent their anger. It was also at this time. In the private room. Fire Wolf wanted to take back the information on the table, but was nailed to the table by Scar. Zhang Wushuang laughed, "Brother Fire Wolf, can't you afford to lose?" Fire Wolf's face turned ferocious and the corner of his mouth twitched. He cursed Tai Shan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart and retracted his hand, saying, "Sister Wushuang, I was just joking just now. You can't be serious, right?" Zhang Wushuang smiled and said, "You can joke if you want, but I like to joke too. If you think that I'm joking, then don't think about leaving this room today. Of course, you can also treat my words as a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open and dozens of Wushuang gang members immediately rushed in. Fire Wolf squinted his eyes and said fiercely, Zhan Wushuang, you win. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the private room. He knew very well that if he did not leave behind 5 million worth of assets, Zhan Wushuang would definitely not let him leave alive. Boss, can't we just let this matter go? That's half of our Fire Wolf gang's assets. Fire Wolf clenched his fists and said coldly, this matter will not end just like that. Send someone to secretly follow Luo Tian. The Thunder secret territory map must be with him. Keep an eye on him 24/7. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Also, didn't Lei Lunatic, the Thunder Hall master of Wushuang gang, get taught a lesson by Zhan Wushuang last night? I heard that Luo Tian injured his brother-in-law. Contact Lei Lunatic and ask him if he wants to be the faction master of Wushuang gang. I'll do it right away. Fire Wolf looked back at the fighting continent and sneered, saying, Zhan Wushuang, I'll see how long you can jump around. And that student, you son of a bitch, I'll let you know my methods. In the private room, Zhan Wushuang was unusually happy. Good boy, you're really fierce. Take out 1 million to Luo Tian as his reward. Tell him that Huang Cheng's incident won't happen again. Scar immediately said, isn't 1 million a little too much? Zhan Wushuang smiled, not at all. Even Master Hong admires this boy's potential. Plus, the martial skill he used in the arena, do you think it's an ordinary martial skill? It's Tai Chi that Master Hong cultivates. Plus, I really like this brother of mine. Scar did not ask further and immediately said, I'll arrange it. The man in the Tang suit did not provoke him anymore because he saw the look in Master Hong's eyes. Master Hong did not invite Luo Tian anymore. Instead, he quietly left the fighting building and went to a black building in the city center. Ha ha ha, go back and tell Sister Wushuang to thank her for the 1 million. Luo Tian smiled. He was in need of money, and this 1 million was like charcoal in the snow. It could totally buy equipment. Luo Tian and the other two walked out of the fighting building. A pure and beautiful girl stood there, quietly looking at Luo Tian. Thank you to Promise for the 1888 reward and support. Thank you to Lost My Life, for the reward. Thank you to Universe Card Alliance, Zilong, Green Grass, Starry Sky for your support. Thank you all. Zhuge Qing struggled for a long time before she made up her mind to look for Luo Tian. After asking around, she finally saw Luo Tian in the underground arena. If not for Luo Tian, she would never come to such a place in her entire life. Just nice. When she saw Luo Tian send Tai Shan flying with a single palm, she was extremely shocked. Tai Shan's cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's. How could he be so strong? It was also at that moment that she became even more determined in her heart. Luo Tian definitely knew the U word, which could allow the gravity in the gravity room to temper his body and make his body stronger than ordinary people. Huh? Xianxia was stunned. Zhuge Qing? Skinny Monkey was also extremely shocked. Brother Tian, she is the #1 on the school beauty ranking, and is also one of the top 10 experts in the second year's fighting strength list. She is also the only granddaughter of the principal, Zhuge Wu. Luo Tian's expression was very normal. Zhuge Qing was indeed beautiful. However, he had seen too many beautiful girls. Which one of his wives wasn't beautiful? Which one wasn't devastatingly beautiful? Therefore, Luo Tian was already immune to the lethality of beauties. He smiled and said, "It's you?" It was the girl who rashly entered the 4 times gravity room and was crushed to the ground. Zhuge Qing walked towards Luo Tian step by step. Xianxia and Skinny Monkey were shocked as they whispered, "She's walking over, she's walking over. Boss, she's looking at you. She seems to be here specially to look for you." Wow. Brother Tian, you're too awesome. Luo Tian was puzzled. Looking for me is awesome? Xianxia said, "Do you know how many people are chasing after Zhuge Qing? The people who like her can surround Roland Street. As long as she calls for help in school, 100 people can come out in a minute." Zhuge Qing walked to Luo Tian's side, bowed 90 degrees, and said sincerely, "Please teach me the U word." Huh? Huh? What's going on? The 3 of them were stunned. Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment, and said, "What U word art? I don't know what you're talking about." Zhu Guqing said, "It's what you said in the gravity room during the day. Please teach me." She really wanted to know. She really wanted to become stronger. She wanted to be stronger than her parents. She wanted to go to the front line and hunt those magical beasts. Therefore, she let go of her modesty, let go of everything in the past, and still wanted the pride in her heart. However, Luo Tian had completely forgotten what he had said during the day. Did I say anything during the day? I don't remember anything at all. Did you hear wrongly? Zhu Guqing frowned and said, "Move your strength at will, disperse your acupoints. Acupoints hurt your blood vessels connect your entire body." This sentence? There's nothing special about it. It's just the basic principles of strength and defense. There's nothing much to teach. Just practice in the gravity room a few times and you'll be able to learn it. Luo Tian said calmly. This was the most basic thing. Skinny Monkey and Xianxia fell silent, at the same time muttering what Zhu Guqing had said. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and said, "Brother Tian, it's too hard to understand. How can we do it?" Xianxia said naively, "When I train in the gravity room, I rely on my body to withstand it." Could it be that there's some kind of law of strength? I don't understand what she said at all. It's like a book from heaven. Furthermore, Zhu Guqing often trains in the gravity room. Her talent is the best among the second years, how can she not comprehend it? Zhu Guqing also looked at Luo Tian with incomparable desire. If she could comprehend it, she definitely wouldn't have come to look for Luo Tian. In her heart, Luo Tian was the kind of bad student who bullied his classmates and even fought underground. He was the kind of bad student who was even bad to the extreme. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian looked at them as if he was looking at aliens. These are the most basic things. You guys don't even know this. I really don't know how you guys cultivate. Unimaginable. These were things that even ordinary warriors in the profound sky continent knew, but no one here understood. How could he call himself a genius, the top 10 of the fighting strength list? He knew nothing at all. Luo Tian thought in his heart, Earth should be a small plane of the chaos realm. The forces of the chaos realm are above the divine realm, so logically speaking, Earth's martial strength should be above the profound sky continent. How could this be? Or could it be that there are always one or two burden planes in every realm? Just like how there are good students and bad students in class? Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath, and said, "You all want to know?" The three of them nodded heavily. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, and said, "Let's go eat supper first, after that come to my house, I'll slowly analyze it for you guys, but I have a condition." Zhu Guqing took the lead and said, "As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll agree to any condition." All right. The four of them had a good meal at the food stall. Then Luo Tian and the other three returned home and went straight to the rooftop. Then Luo Tian looked at the Xianxia ox, and said, "Old cow, show me your explosive punch first, use your strongest strength." The Xianxia ox did as he was told. He continuously channeled energy from his entire body and gathered it on his right arm. Then, he punched out. Huff, the sound of wind breaking rang out. Skinny Monkey and Zhu Guqing were shocked. What a strong power. Strong my ass. Luo Tian immediately poured a bucket of cold water on it, and took a look at the right arm of the Xianxia ox. He could almost feel the blood in the arm of the Xianxia ox, and with his experience in the divine realm, he dared to conclude that the Xianxia ox was born with divine strength. Moreover, his right arm was extraordinary. The Xianxia ox scratched its head, and said, "Boss, is there anything wrong?" "Of course not." Luo Tian said, "You can only condense your power from your body, and you need a certain amount of time to condense your power, so you can't release it instantly." Finished. Luo Tian shouted, "Watch carefully." The idea moved. One punch critical hit. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Luo Tian punched out, the sound of the air tearing apart was extremely ear-piercing, the wind from the fist was like a fierce tiger rushing out, at least twice as fierce as the Xianxia ox. In the beginning, when Skinny Monkey said that Luo Tian could punch the Xianxia ox, he didn't believe it, but now his eyes flashed as he stared at Luo Tian like a love-struck girl. He immediately hugged onto Luo Tian's thigh and said, "Brother, teach me, you are my biological brother. Zhu Keqing's face was also filled with shock. Even those martial arts teachers were unable to cultivate the explosive punch of the Xianyuan ox, but Luo Tian was able to do it so easily. It was too unbelievable. Luo Tian kicked the Xianyuan ox away and said, "First, release 100 consecutive one-punch critical strike. Don't have any gaps and don't have any energy left in your body. Release it with all your strength every time." "Yes, sir." The tenderloin of the Xianyuan ox ran to the side and started practicing. Luo Tian walked in front of Zhu Keqing and sized her up. In the end, his gaze landed on Zhu Keqing's chest, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "It's so big. Thank you to Little Mood, Starry Sky, faintly discernible, for your support, thank you." Suddenly, Zhu Keqing's face changed, and she kicked out. "You." His finger gently stopped, and a finger blocked Zhu Keqing's right foot, and with her strength, he lifted up. Because Zhu Keqing was wearing a small skirt, the scenery under the skirt was completely exposed in front of Luo Tian's eyes. "Wow, there is a little white rabbit." Zhu Keqing was even more furious. She directly used all her strength, and with the strength of her right foot, her left foot moved, and heavily kicked Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian was calm and composed. With a light tap of his right foot, his body floated up like a piece of paper, and he took advantage of the momentum to step back, and another finger fell on Zhu Keqing's bare foot, and used the momentum to push. Bang! Zhu Keqing fell directly to the ground. Skinny Monkey and Xianyuan Ox were dumbfounded. Wasn't it too cruel to destroy a flower? If Zhu Keqing's fans saw this, they would probably have the heart to kill Luo Tian. Zhu Keqing stood up, glared fiercely at Luo Tian, and left angrily. Luo Tian did not stay, and said slightly, "You can't even bear this little grievance, and you still want to learn the U formula? You still want to become stronger? I think this is how it will be for the rest of your life. Becoming stronger is just a dream." His words were very harsh. But for Zhu Keqing, it had to be so harsh. Because her thoughts were limited, so was her strength. She would never be able to jump out of that circle. How could she break through like this? Become stronger? Zhu Keqing clenched her fists, and then clenched them again, and stood in the same place, trembling all over. But in the end, she put down everything, turned around, and walked to Luo Tian's side, and said, "Please teach me, I will definitely defeat you." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Very good. What I used just now was the power of Tai Chi. Although it is not the U formula, it is better than the U formula. For you, Tai Chi is very suitable for you to cultivate at present." Luo Tian had already thought about it for Zhu Keqing. Tai Chi is yin and yang. Yin and yang are gentle. Power is born from nature. What you want to cultivate is the power of nature. You will be able to extract power from any place. You can even extract the strongest power from the air, Luo Tian slowly said. Zhu Keqing asked, "What should we do?" "Even cultivators can't do what you just said." "Cultivator? What is that? Is your vision that of a cultivator?" Luo Tian laughed. Who was he? A divine king expert. Furthermore, he was an expert with 3 divine kings in one body. If not for the fact that he was a transmigrator and could not fuse with the power of origin in the divine domain, he would have killed Han Tu and become the strongest expert in the divine domain. He didn't care about the cultivators on earth at all. Zhu Keqing was stunned. Skinny Monkey murmured, "Brother Tian, cultivators are incomparably supreme existences. Even the mayor has to be extremely respectful when he sees one." Short-sighted. Luo Tian scoffed and said to Zhu Keqing, "From now on, you will practice Tai Chi with me." Then Luo Tian integrated the principles of Tai Chi. The most important thing was to integrate himself into nature, the air, the water, and the playthings in the world. He slowly sensed and comprehended them. Zhu Keqing closed her eyes and slowly began to cultivate. Skinny Monkey. You should still cultivate dodge. I'll teach you a set of steps now. Luo Tian continued to deduce in his mind. Using the principles of the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi, the power of the 18 dragons subduing palms, and the gravity in the gravity room, he continued to deduce and try it out in his mind. Suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending expeditious steps for obtaining 10 experience points, 100 true chi, 10 ability values, and 10 points as a reward. Do you want to cultivate it? Cultivate. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and said excitedly, I never thought that I would be able to comprehend a cultivation technique. It seems that this body's comprehension ability is very strong. Then I won't have to worry about not being able to absorb the source energy in the future. Then Luo Tian looked at Skinny Monkey, watch carefully. Luo Tian slowly released the expeditious steps, and while he was moving, his fists were still continuously attacking. Skinny Monkey was engrossed in watching. He knew in his heart that Brother Tian had become different from before. He had become very strong, and he had to become stronger now. Otherwise, how would he be able to mingle with Brother Tian? The three of them continued to cultivate according to Luo Tian's method. Xianyuan Ox cultivated power. Zhuge Qing cultivated all living things, which could also be called spirit. Skinny Monkey cultivated to dodge, which could also be said to be speed. The three of them stayed until late at night. Luo Tian saw that it was getting late, and said, return to my house, I have something to discuss with you guys. He decided to go out to sea tomorrow. He needed help, at least on how to go out to sea. At home. Luo Tian frowned, the smell of blood, there's a situation. When he turned on the light, he realized that it was his sister Li Han who had fainted in a pool of blood. Luo Tian's mind was in a mess, he did not know why, but an unknown anger surged from the depths of his heart. He helped Li Han up, the idea slightly sensed it, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Skinny Monkey anxiously asked, Brother Tian, how is Sister Han? Luo Tian said, it's alright, it's just that I lost too much blood, you guys can go back first, we'll talk about what I wanted to tell you next time, from tomorrow onwards, you guys will cultivate in the gravity room during the day, and come to me at night to test the results. I'll give you guys a week's time, within a week, you must raise your cultivation. Then Luo Tian said to Skinny Monkey, help me ask for leave from teacher, I want to stay at home to take care of my sister. Zhuge Qing immediately said, don't worry, I'll get my grandfather to help you ask for leave, so Yuantong won't dare to do anything to you. Thank you. After the three of them left, Luo Tian helped Li Han to the bed. Thinking of his usually valiant sister, and then looking at her current weak appearance, huff. Sis, I'm also helping you clean your wounds and stop the bleeding. Otherwise, you'll lose too much blood and die. As he said that, Luo Tian untied Li Han's clothes. White. It could only be said. A flawless figure. Luo Tian was a little shocked, so your figure is actually so good. His heart was beating wildly, and he had a physiological reaction. Luo Tian really wanted to slap himself, although we are not related by blood, she is still your sister, you beast. Run, quick, quick, run. Someone betrayed us, this mission is a trap. Run, the assassins of the Su group are cultivators, suddenly. Li Han suddenly grabbed Luo Tian's arms tightly, sweating all over, and kept saying something. Luo Tian didn't hear the other words clearly, but he heard the words assassins of the Su group very clearly. With a chill in his heart, Luo Tian said fiercely, Su group. Early morning. Because he was worried that his sister would be in pain at night, Luo Tian lay on the edge of the bed all night. Good boy. The moment Li Han woke up, she saw Luo Tian lying on the edge of the bed, and immediately kicked him. How dare you not go to class, I think you want to turn the sky upside down. Luo Tian fell to the ground and woke up. Li Han stood up. Luo Tian exclaimed, Sis, don't, you didn't, Pa. Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, another kick came. Then the sheet on her body slipped down, and her whole body was naked in front of Luo Tian. Thank you to Promise for the 1888 reward and support. Group number 528-5308. Tomorrow is Monday. If you have a recommendation vote, please help to vote. Old Miao is very grateful. Ah, Luo Tian, you're dead. Like an ordinary girl, Li Han also screamed. The glass was about to shatter. Then, clang, bang, 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 Sis, I was wrong, okay? Your big chest is pressing down on me, I can't breathe. Luo Tian shouted. Li Han was even more furious. You're dead, you're dead. She was not soft-hearted towards this brother of hers. An hour later. Luo Tian's forehead was covered with band-aids, his clothes were torn and tattered, and his face was full of grievances. Li Han was arrogant, like a queen, staring at him condescendingly, and said, "Say, what did you see?" Luo Tian immediately swore, "I didn't see anything, I swear to God." "How dare you lie?" "Found it." Li Han slapped twice, and once again pressed Luo Tian under her body, locked Luo Tian's shoulders, and said, "I'll ask you again, what did you see?" Luo Tian would never be fooled. If he said that he saw everything, then his fate would definitely be 100 times worse than now. He insisted, "I asked a female classmate to help you change your clothes and clean your wounds. I really didn't see anything, I swear to God." Li Han's expression froze. "Female classmate? Just you? There's also a female classmate who will follow you home?" For a moment. Li Han was interested. She lifted Luo Tian up and pushed him to the sofa, sat directly beside Luo Tian, and asked with a wretched smile, "Say, what kind of female classmate? Did you kiss her? Did you do anything with her? On the bed, in the kitchen? Or on this sofa? Is that female classmate beautiful?" A series of questions bombarded him. Moreover, Li Han's face was wretched, just like a middle-aged uncle's wretched expression. Who knew what was going on in this sister's mind? Luo Tian almost couldn't take it anymore and said, "Sister, can you be a little more pure? I think you're the one who wants to be slapped in the kitchen." "Huh?" Li Han glared at him. "What did you say?" Luo Tian shrunk his neck and said, "No, I didn't say anything." "Didn't you ask if she was pretty?" "Of course she's pretty, how could Thunder Academy school flower not be pretty? Campus belle? The granddaughter of Zhuge Wu?" Li Han's expression changed again. She immediately became serious, and then recovered. She looked coldly at Luo Tian and said with disdain, "His looks are average, his strength is average, and he is a burden in the class. Is the campus belle blind? Are you my sister? Am I, your brother, that bad?" Luo Tian was really speechless. Was there a sister who would attack her brother like this? Li Han smiled and said, "If I wasn't blind, how could I fall for you? No. I have to see what she looks like. Even though you are average, your girlfriend can't be average. She doesn't have my looks, so I can still accept her being a bit worse." Li Han said like a parent. Luo Tian muttered, "She'll come at night." Xian Yuanyo, Zhuge Qing, and Skinny Monkey would all come to the rooftop to cultivate at night. Li Han looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, "You made her feel good last night? She's coming again today? Could it be that your martial arts are very strong, and that's why she fell for you? Wow, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong in this area." Luo Tian's forehead was covered in black lines. He was simply speechless. "Sis, can you be a bit more normal?" At this moment, Li Han noticed that the room was very clean. It should have been cleaned up recently. She immediately praised, "This woman is definitely not bad, to actually clean up the house so well. Little brother, even if she looks like old Wang family's big fatty Wang, you can still accept it. It's too hard to get a wife these days, it's the same even if the lights are turned off. The daughter of old Wang family next door, big fatty Wang. A fatty of more than 200 pounds, it was hard to look at her directly." Luo Tian felt a chill just thinking about it. "You can continue to attack me. You'll be surprised at night." Li Han put a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and said with a sneaky smile, "Do you want me to teach you a few tricks to pick up girls?" Luo Tian immediately stood up and said, "Save it. Sis. What kind of mission did you do this time? Why did you come back covered in blood? If I didn't come back early, you would have died from excessive blood loss." Luo Tian asked. He wanted to know what kind of mission it was. Li Han frowned and immediately said, "Little brat, why do you care so much? Just read your book well." "Right. What day is it today?" Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Monday." Then Li Han kicked Luo Tian's butt. "You didn't go to class on Monday and stayed at home. I think you want to die." Luo Tian really had the urge to. die, and said, "Didn't I want to take care of you?" Li Han said, "Do I need you to take care of me now? Hurry up and go to class." He had no choice. Luo Tian could only pick up his bag and walk out. Li Han laughed wretchedly. "Remember to bring the female student back tonight for me to examine." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at her and walked downstairs. Phew, after Luo Tian left, Li Han's face instantly turned pale white. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead, her entire body was trembling, and her face was filled with pain. It was as if an awl was drilling into her skull. It was extremely painful. Cultivator, it's actually a cultivator. Li Han's breathing became chaotic. When she thought of the scene yesterday, her eyes couldn't stop trembling. Su Zhanyun, you are really King vicious. Remember this for this old lady, I will definitely take revenge for this. Her team. Out of the 8-people team, only she managed to escape. This mission was a trap. However, Li Han's brows tightened, and she thought to herself, what exactly is on that island? To be able to make a cultivator take action? It was already 10 in the morning when Luo Tian arrived at Thunder Academy. It just so happened to be Su Yuantong's class. He was really talking about the use of force on the table. Because he came out in a hurry, he didn't bring any money with him, and there was nowhere to go in the entire school, so he could only return to the classroom. Reporting. Luo Tian shouted. Su Yuantong was startled, and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you ask for leave?" It was also at this time. The skinny monkey waved his hand at Luo Tian, and said in a low voice, "Brother Tian, quickly go back, quickly go back." Luo Tian looked at the skinny monkey's bruised and swollen face, his entire body covered in injuries, and directly rushed into the classroom, asking, "Who beat you up like this?" Su Yuantong was furious, and shouted, "Luo Tian, did I let you in? Do you still have me as your teacher in your eyes? Get out of here right now." Luo Tian did not pay attention to Su Yuantong, and asked again, "Who is it?" At this moment, Su Hua stood up, sneered, and said, "It's lousy, Luo Tian, what can you do to me? Bite me." Luo Tian stared coldly at Su Hua, his killing intent rising. Thank you 158-977-7735, no net name, a young master, crazy for beauties, worried old man, ordinary life. White shirt, green grass, southern iris, northern iris, dreamlike time, looking at flowers in the fog, crazy young master's gift, thank you for your support, thank you. Luo Tian rushed to Su Hua's side in a single step. Su Hua didn't have time to react at all, and was lifted up like a little chick. Bam! Luo Tian instantly threw him out. He directly smashed onto the blackboard of the podium, and with a poochie sound, Su Hua saw stars, just like a dead dog. Without waiting for Su Hua to stand up, Luo Tian leaped out like an arrow, grabbed his collar again, lifted him up, and said coldly, "A trash like you is no match for skinny monkey." The entire class was dumbfounded. And it quickly became chaotic. What was going on? Su Hua was the strongest person in Class C, how could he be instantly killed? What was going on with Luo Tian? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Even Su Yuantong had a face full of shock, and said, "Luo Tian, stop, do you hear me? Stop, or else." Luo Tian turned his head, stared at Su Yuantong coldly, and said coldly, "Scram to the side for lousy, teaching like shit, all day long I don't know what to teach, it's simply misleading the students." He didn't give Su Yuantong any face. Because Su Yuantong was also a member of the Su family, he was from the same family as Su Hua. Su Yuantong's face was filled with anger, he smashed the textbook on the ground, and coldly snorted, "If I can't take care of you today, I won't be called Su Yuantong." As he said that. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Releasing the fighting strength from his body, his fists moved, and a fist fiercely smashed towards Luo Tian. It was just that, without waiting for him to get close, Luo Tian kicked him out of the classroom like lightning, and said, "Scram to the side for lousy." The entire class was dumbfounded once again. Many people became excited. There was even a small voice that was too satisfying. Su Yuantong was not qualified to be a teacher in the first place. If it wasn't for the Su group, he wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard of Thunder Academy, let alone a teacher. And he only knew how to read the textbook every day as a teacher. He didn't know what the law of strength was. What was power? Luo Tian raised Su Hua above his head and said coldly, "Do you think you can play with me? Su Hua, in my eyes, you're not even an ant. If you want to play with me, I'll make you die without a burial ground in minutes." Pata. Pata, pata, I wet my pants. Su Hua was so scared that he peed his pants. Ha ha ha, the crotch of Su Hua's pants was wet. His whole body trembled, and he didn't dare to look Luo Tian in the eye. At this moment, Lu Feifei stood up and said, "Luo Tian, it wasn't Su Hua who beat up Skinny Monkey, it was a third-year student." Skinny Monkey also said, "Brother Tian, it's a third-year student." Mu Jing said quietly, "It's third-year Chen Li, an expert ranked 9th in Thunder Academy's overall fighting strength rankings, his cultivation already at the 5th level. Luo Tian, it's best if you don't, an expert on the combat strength ranking." Luo Tian's fingers moved and suddenly grabbed Su Hua's throat. He said coldly, "You called Chen Li here, right?" His 2 fingers exerted force. Su Hua immediately twitched and struggled, begging for mercy. "Luo Tian, don't kill me, I won't do it again. Su Hua's face became paler and paler. They were all frightened. Lu Feifei said loudly, "Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid. This is the school, if you kill him, your life will be over." Skinny Monkey anxiously rushed forward and said, "Brother Tian, don't be rash." Mu Jing was also extremely anxious, and said, "Luo Tian, calm down. Killing Su Hua was very simple." Luo Tian was not afraid of trouble. It was just that, thinking of his sister Li Han, Skinny Monkey, and the others, if he killed Su Hua, they would definitely be implicated. Luo Tian exhaled heavily, and said, "If this wasn't the school, you would already be dead." After saying that, he threw him hard. Once again, he was sent flying. Su Hua's body curled up, and he was so scared that he burst into tears. It was too uncomfortable. At that time, it was as if the scythe of death was already on his neck. Luo Tian said to Skinny Monkey, "Do you know Chen Li?" Skinny Monkey nodded, and said, "Yes." Luo Tian said, "Come with me, how he hit you today, you will hit him back. If he dares to fight back, I will break his hands." Finished. Luo Tian left the classroom with Skinny Monkey. Everyone was in an uproar. Luo Tian is going to challenge the experts on the fighting strength ranking. That's Chen Li, a 5th-level warrior. Isn't he courting death? This is going to be fun. Hurry up and watch the show. What's there to be in class for? The teacher has been beaten up, what's there to be in class for? Immediately, the whole class followed behind Luo Tian as they swarmed towards the 3rd year's building. In less than 10 minutes, the news spread throughout the entire grade. Luo Tian is going to challenge the experts on the fighting strength ranking. Luo Tian? Who is Luo Tian? I've never heard of him. Is he an expert on the fighting strength ranking of the 1st years? Isn't Luo Tian the burden of Class C? He wants to challenge Chen Li of the 3rd years. Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Is he courting death? More and more people followed behind Luo Tian. The current Earth also advocated martial arts. Martial artists were respected. The strong were the kings. Everyone worshipped the strong in their hearts. Challenging an expert on the fighting strength ranking was a big deal in Thunder Academy. Chen Li is in the 3rd year's Class D, and he is the strongest in Class D. Someone reminded Luo Tian. Luo Tian entered the 3rd grade building, and a teacher walked up and asked, "What happened?" Luo Tian didn't care at all. Walking to the door of Class D, he politely said to the teacher on the podium, "Teacher, can I ask you to come out for a moment?" The teacher didn't know what was going on, so he walked out of the classroom and asked, "Student, what's the matter?" It was also at this time. Luo Tian walked into the classroom and shouted, "That bastard is called Chen Li? Get the hell out here." The entire class was shocked. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with a smile, as if saying, "Who is this idiot? Are you here to die?" At the back of the classroom, a student pushed the person who was still sleeping and said, Brother Li, someone wants to challenge you." Chen Li did not get up, and said, "Tell him to scram to the side, can't you see that I am sleeping?" At the door of the classroom, the teacher also said, "Student, if there's anything you can report to the teacher, don't challenge him so easily, he's not an ordinary person, it's better to leave quickly. It had to be said. Even the teacher was a little afraid of Chenli. In the eyes of ordinary people, a 5th-level warrior was an extremely powerful existence. Luo Tian politely said to the teacher, "Sorry to disturb your class, but," suddenly, Luo Tian grabbed the blackboard on the podium and threw it with all his might, accurately smashing it on Chenli's head. "I told you to get the hell out here." Everyone was shocked once again. They all looked at Luo Tian in shock. He's going to die. This brat is going to die. Cluck, cluck, with the sound of his joints exploding, Chenli slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his expression sinister, and said, "I think you're tired of living. Thank you to Old Bulls fans, a small mood. Accompanying support, thank you." Chenli stood up. He was 1.9 meters tall and all the muscles on his body bulged. His 2 eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian, like a lion staring at its prey. It was also at this time. The bell rang for the end of class. The teacher picked up his books and left in a hurry, whispering to Luo Tian, "Student, take care of yourself." At the same time, the entire 3rd year was shaken. A first-year brat has come to challenge Chenli, ha ha ha. Is his brain flooded with water? Challenging Chenli? This person will definitely die. At this moment, the entrance of Class D was filled with people. They were all curious as to who wanted to die. He was actually stupid enough to challenge Chenli. Luo Tian pointed at the skinny monkey and said, "You were the one who beat him up like this, right?" Chenli looked at the skinny monkey and sneered, saying, "It's this trash, yeah, what's wrong? You're hiding in front of me, aren't you courting death? Very good." Luo Tian smiled slightly, "Skinny monkey, follow me." Skinny monkey would not refuse Luo Tian's orders and immediately followed behind Luo Tian. Walking to Chenli's side, Luo Tian said, "How did he hit you?" "Hit him back." Chenli looked down from above and couldn't help but laugh. He disdainfully said, "F***ck, just the 2 of you trash dare to stand in front of me," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian moved his right arm, explosive punch. Bam! The attack landed on Chenli's abdomen, and Chenli's eyes bulged. He had never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly attack, nor did he think that Luo Tian's strength would be so terrifying. Intense pain shot through his abdomen as he was sent flying. He fell to the ground. Luo Tian did not give him the slightest chance to get up, and kicked him hard. He specifically kicked him in the face. "So what if you're a 3rd year? What bullshit, so what if you're an expert on the battle strength ranking? You said I'm trash? What do you think you are?" Luo Tian cursed continuously. He was extremely ruthless. If he wasn't ruthless today, there would be people riding on his head next time. Today, it was Skinny Monkey. Tomorrow, it might be Xianxia or Zhuge Qing. After half a minute, Chenli curled up like a dead dog. Luo Tian said, "What's wrong with first years?" "Ah? The 3rd years are only SOSO. Behind Luo Tian came several cold and murderous gazes. F***ck. You trash, being crushed by a first-year brat, you still have the nerve to stay in the 3rd years? You might as well get out of here as soon as possible." Bang, right at this moment. With a stomp of his feet, the entire classroom trembled slightly. A fatty walked into the classroom and pointed his finger at Luo Tian. "It's fine if you beat up Chenli, it's fine even if you kill him, but you shouldn't say that the 3rd years are only SOSO. That's an insult to us 3rd years. Brat. Let me play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty's footsteps suddenly moved. Because it was too fast, coupled with his short and fat stature, he was like a rapidly rolling car wheel as he rushed towards Luo Tian. Skinny Monkey anxiously said, "The expert ranked 8th in the battle strength rankings, Wei Zhong. Brother Tian, you have to be careful. His strength is extremely strong, and his defense is even stronger. He is at the peak of the 5th level." Luo Tian stood in place and watched as the fatty rushed over, his footsteps moving slightly. A wave of battle chi formed a taiji pattern and was naturally released under his feet. With a light push of his palms, he directly pressed them against Wei Zhong's fat chest, and then, he gave it a push. Bam! Wei Zhong's head was directly smashed into the wall. Buzz buzz, stars appeared before his eyes, and a large bump instantly appeared on his forehead. His body swayed, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. Who else? Luo Tian said coldly. Arrogant, he was simply too arrogant to the point of exploding. Ever since the establishment of the Thunder Academy, there had never been a first-year student who dared to charge into the third years and directly overturn two experts on the battle strength rankings. Moreover, they only used one move, strong. He was ridiculously strong. He's too arrogant. The entire class of more than 30 people began to stir. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll really think that our third-year Class D is easy to bully. Attack! Suddenly, more than 30 people rushed forward at the same time. The weakest of these people was a level 3 warrior. Moreover, these people were completely different from the first years. Their battle experience was especially rich. It was just that, no matter how rich his battle experience was, it couldn't compare to Luo Tian's. No one on earth had as much battle experience as he did. Skinny Monkey took the lead and shouted, "Brother Tian, you go first." Go? Go where? Luo Tian released his expeditious steps, and said, "All of you, get down." His footsteps were erratic, and his body was erratic. Without waiting for those people to rush over, Luo Tian took the lead and rushed into the crowd, crazily attacking. At the same time, he was also crazily beaten up. After all, he was not a god, and his cultivation was only a level 5 warrior. Facing the encirclement of more than 30 people, it was inevitable that he would not be able to withstand it. However, the attacks of these people were like scratching an itch to him, without any substantial damage. Cultivating in the gravity room, his body's strength had already surpassed the limit of a level 6 warrior's body. Bam! Bam! Bang, 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 he kept on attacking. He kept on dodging. One punch to the ground, another punch, another one. More than 30 people only took 3 minutes. On the desk, on the ground, there were even 2 people hanging from the ceiling. Fan. They were all screaming miserably. The entire class was overturned by Luo Tian alone. The people who were watching the show from the window were all stunned. Is this AF * King Human? When did such a pervert appear in the Thunder Academy? Even Su Feng, who was ranked first on the fighting strength board, can't do this, right? Damn, is this guy really a first-year student? The entire third-year department began to shake violently. How preposterous. It's not the turn of a brat to behave atrociously in the third-year department. Second brother, should we inform Brother Feng? No need, Brother Feng is gone today, I'll take care of him. Third year Class A. The true expert class. It was also the genius class. A large group of people rushed towards Class D. Their target was Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Zhuge Qing led Zhuge Wu and quickly rushed over. Grandfather, hurry up, it'll be too late if you're late. Zhuge Wu thought to himself, good boy, your methods are not bad. Just one night and you're already able to make my granddaughter worry. I've really underestimated you. They just happened to feel Class D at the same time as the group from Class A. Zhuge Qing and Zhuge Wu were stunned. Zhuge Wu was incomparably excited in his heart, and thought to himself, my god, one person overturned an entire class, this is defying the heavens. Zhuge Qing asked worriedly, are you alright? Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, it's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. When the group from Class A saw Zhuge Wu, they immediately retreated. Let's go, it's that old pervert, don't fall into his hands, or else we'll lose a layer of skin. Zhuge Wu retracted his shocked expression and said with incomparable seriousness, bring him to the confinement room. Good night. In less than 10 minutes, the news of beating up third-year Class D had spread throughout the entire Thunder Academy, in every classroom. Every student was discussing. Have you heard? The first year's new book knocked out third-year Class D's Chen-Li with one punch, and then defeated Wei Zhong with one move. He's simply too strong, so strong that it's like dregs. Why haven't I heard? I was there. He's the first-year Class C's Luo Tian. Damn, you haven't heard of Luo Tian? You're out. Luo Tian broke through the first stage of warrior when he was 3 years old, could kill a cow when he was 5 years old, the defendant took a fancy to him when he was 7 years old, and he killed a tiger with one hand when he was 9 years old. Now that he's 16 years old, he's an invincible existence. Even cultivators have to take a detour when they see him. I even heard that he fought underground in the fighting building, and knocked out the 100 Victories General Taishan with one move. He's a godlike existence. Rumors spread everywhere. The more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Xianxia couldn't get a word in several times. Seeing his classmates discussing, he was incomparably excited. Brother Tian is Brother Tian, so strong that it's a mess. You're a legend right now. Ha ha ha, a classmate beside him said in disdain. Brother Tian, Xianxia, it seems like you're very familiar with Luo Tian. I'm his little brother. Is Brother Tian something you can call? Confinement room. It was specially used to punish students who were hard to control. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used. However, this time, Luo Tian had caused too much trouble. Not only did he cripple the entire class, he even beat up Su Yuantong. If this matter wasn't handled well, Luo Tian would definitely be expelled from school, and no school would take him in. This didn't matter to him. But if his sister knew, he would be crippled. Of course. Zhuge Wu was overjoyed. Even if the people from the Education Bureau came to Thunder Academy to expel him, he wouldn't agree. Luo Tian, do you know your wrongs? Zhuge Wu asked in a deep voice. Luo Tian said, I don't know. I spared his life by not killing him. Old man, don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're the headmaster. I, Luo Tian, have never been afraid of anything. What's a mere person from Earth to me? He really wasn't afraid. Even if the strongest person on Earth was standing in front of him, he would not have any fear. Zhuge Wu frowned. You are too arrogant. Brat. It's understandable that you're young and frivolous, but if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll definitely suffer losses. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, even I, the headmaster, won't be able to protect you. You beat up Su Yuantong, Su Hua, Chen Li, Wei Zhong, and even everyone in Class D. Do you know their identities? Do you know their background? Have you thought about the consequences of beating all of them down without knowing anything? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family? As far as I know, you have an elder sister, right? Luo Tian's heart trembled, and the anger in his heart also calmed down. Zhuge Wu continued, they all have a common background, the Su group. Huh? Luo Tian frowned, and thought in his heart, it's the Su group again. Zhuge Wu laughed bitterly. The Su group is the largest financial group in the Divine Sea City, and the Thunder Academy has also become the cradle for them to nurture their disciples. 2/3 of the students in the 3rd year have signed a contract with the Su group. They are all from the Su group. You have to know. The Thunder Academy was built with money from the Su group. Now that you have beaten them up, the Su family will not let this matter rest. The Su family had a huge amount of power in the Divine Sea City, it was unimaginable. However, what Luo Tian did not expect was that the students of the Thunder Academy would be recruited by the Su family before they even graduated. Those who did not sign a contract were either trash, or they might have been crippled by the Su family. Zhuge Wu said indifferently, I know that your ability is outstanding, and that you were even able to defeat a warrior at the peak of the 8th level, Mount Tai, with a single punch. However, no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible for you to be a match for a cultivator. You are still young, you need time to grow. At the very least, you have to become a cultivator before you have the qualifications to contend against the Su family. Time? Luo Tian laughed bitterly, and thought to himself, what I lack the most is time. How is the divine realm now? My brother, my wife and daughter, how are they? I don't know at all, I just want to kill my way back right now. Time, it's too precious to me. Then Luo Tian suddenly asked, Principal, do you know about source energy? Huh? Zhuge Wu was secretly startled, and muttered, what is that? Luo Tian sighed heavily, and muttered, as expected. How could he obtain the source energy? Luo Tian had also flipped through a lot of books these days, but there were no records of the source energy at all. This was his source plane, but he actually did not know how to absorb the source energy. Without the source energy, what could he do? Even if he returned to the divine realm, he couldn't do anything. He would still be crushed by the supreme divine king. Looking at Luo Tian's depressed expression, Zhuge Wu asked, "You want to find the source energy?" Luo Tian laughed, "I was once a person from Earth, but due to some reason, I transmigrated and came to another plane. I was a divine king ranker in that plane, but I don't have the source energy. I can't protect the people around me. I returned to Earth to search for the source energy, but after so long, I haven't found any aura of the source energy. Could it be that because of the invasion of the magical beast, the Earth's calamity, the source energy disappeared?" Huh? Huh? Zhuge Wu felt that Luo Tian's words were a bit like a heavenly book. He couldn't react. He had never heard of the source energy. However, he began to understand one thing. Luo Tian understood the power of law too well, and there were many things that even cultivators did not know. Could it be that he really came from another world? It was hard to understand. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, and said, "Do you believe what I said?" Zhuge Wu didn't know how to answer. "Forget it." Luo Tian laughed, "Just treat it as a joke. The source energy. How can I find it?" For a moment, the two of them fell into silence at the same time. Zhuge Wu was thinking about what Luo Tian had just said. Luo Tian was thinking about the source energy. Half an hour later, Luo Tian regained his composure, and said, "What do you plan to do with me?" Zhuge Wu also recovered, and said, "I brought you to the confinement room not to punish you. You and Xiaoqing both have the same tattoo. This is the tattoo of a cultivator's potential. The two of you have the possibility of becoming a cultivator in the future. The reason I locked you up here is to calm you down. You still have a great future. Don't be too impulsive and do stupid things." Luo Tian could tell that Zhuge Wu was sincerely treating him well, and said respectfully, "Thank you. But I don't have much time left. I really can't wait that long. Thank you to I'm holding your hand for your support. Thank you. Let's talk about something." Originally, Old Cow's outline design was to return to the modern city, but because the higher-ups were too strict, there were many things that could not be written, and could only take over Earth. After trying for a while, I realized that none of you liked it. Readers are the author's bread and butter. Our existence is to write something that you like. Therefore, Old Cow decided to cut off the Earth chapter. I will quickly finish the Earth chapter, then return to the Divine Realm and kill my way to the Chaos Realm. This was a difficult decision. The Divine Realm's time was still spinning. The Supreme Divine King would definitely not let the Patriarch of Huashan and the others off so easily. The time given to Luo Tian was really too little, too little. He wished he could go back immediately. However, source energy, right now, he didn't even know where the source energy was, and he didn't even know if he could absorb it. Without the source energy, he wouldn't be able to fuse with the power of the four divine kings, and wouldn't be able to create a new power that was above the divine realm. It was even more impossible to kill the Supreme Divine King. After school, Luo Tian was a little absent-minded as he walked around the campus. The passing students were all pointing at him from behind, and there were even some little girls who shyly ran up to him. "Can you give me an autograph?" Luo Tian ignored him. He didn't know that many big things had happened in Thunder Academy during his confinement. After Su Hua was beaten up by Luo Tian, he left the classroom and never came back. Everyone in the third year's Class D was sent to the hospital. There were constantly people from the third years who came to Luo Tian's class. Similarly, Luo Tian immediately rushed to second place on the Thunder Academy's battle strength ranking, second only to the monster Su Feng. Towards all of this, Luo Tian did not have the slightest reaction. He had no interest in the things that children played with. In the divine realm, he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. "Brother Tian, are you all right?" Skinny Monkey and Xianyuan Cow ran over. Luo Tian shook his head, and said, "I'm fine, remember to come and cultivate tonight." Finished. Luo Tian quickly left. Huh? The two of them were stunned on the spot. What happened to Boss? The principal made a move against him? It can't be? Zhuge Qing promised me that her grandfather would definitely not make a move against Luo Tian. Boss seems to have changed into a different person. Nothing will happen to him, right? In another place, Zhuge Wu stood on the rooftop and looked at Luo Tian's lonely back, muttering, "What kind of past do you have? Where did you come from? Luo Tian. What secret are you hiding?" He spent the entire afternoon searching for records of the source energy in the library. But nothing was found. There were no records at all. Zhuge Wu didn't understand, but he knew in his heart that the origin force was very important to Luo Tian, and he had an intuition that this force might be the strongest force on Earth. Zhuge Wu exhaled heavily. Subsequently, Zhuge Qing hurriedly ran up and said, "Grandpa, the Su family is here. What will come will come." Zhuge Wu smiled faintly and said, "Go and follow him. Cultivate whatever he tells you to. Don't hesitate. Perhaps he can help you reach the peak of this world." Zhuge Wu quickly left. Here came the thing that gave him a headache. Luo Tian injured Su Hua, Su Yuantong, and sent all the contracted disciples of the Su family to the hospital. The Su family will never let this go. However, he had already thought of a countermeasure. No matter what, he would not hand over Luo Tian. Luo Tian returned home and found that his sister, Li Han, had disappeared again. There was a note left on the table. "Brat, I'm going out to do something. I'll be back in 3 days. Behave yourself." "Huff, you're still running around when you're injured. You don't even know how to take good care of yourself." Luo Tian said a few words, casually ate something, and then sat cross-legged, learning the cultivation method of the martial artists in the divine realm. Sense the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth nurture everything. The origin force is also in it. Luo Tian continued to sense it, but he didn't sense anything. His mind was completely numb, and there was no sign of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth or the origin force. Is the cultivation method in the divine realm useless here? This was not the first time he had tried it. This body's dantian and talent were all very good, but they were still useless. Just as Luo Tian was talking worriedly, Skinny Monkey brought Xianxia and Zhuge Qing over. Luo Tian regained his composure and said, "Continue to cultivate like yesterday. Skinny Monkey, come with me. I have something for you to do." Xianxia and Zhuge Qing walked to the rooftop and continued to cultivate according to what Luo Tian had taught them yesterday. Only Skinny Monkey and Luo Tian were left in the house. "Brother Tian, what's the matter?" Luo Tian wrote a list and said, "Go to the pharmacy and see if they have these herbs. Fresh ones are the best, and dry ones are the best. Buy as much as you can. Other than that, go and buy some guns and grenades. The more the better." After that, Luo Tian took out the 1 million that Zhang Wushuang had given him last time and said, "Here's 1 million. Take it all and buy the things I said." Skinny Monkey was shocked. "Boss, are we still going to that island?" Luo Tian nodded, "Yes, go and prepare." It was not just for treasure hunting. More importantly, Luo Tian wanted to hunt devil beasts. He wanted to see if he could obtain the power of the origin by killing devil beasts. If it was like killing sector beasts in the time and space crack, he could quickly accumulate the power of the origin. He was preparing to go back to the god area. Luo Tian had already decided, so Skinny Monkey did not ask again. He took the money and said, "I'll go prepare." 2 days in a row. Everything was calm. Nothing had happened. Luo Tian cultivated in the gravity room during the day and taught them at night. He recorded the power of law, the power of dark law, the power of killing god law, the power of sin law, and the techniques and powers he had learned in the god area. Alchemy, crafting, puppet techniques, formation techniques. A series of techniques were recorded in detail. Furthermore, there was a detailed explanation of each cultivation technique, as well as the method of cultivation. If they could kill demon beasts and get the power of the origin, Luo Tian would leave this place. Once he had accumulated enough power of the origin, he would leave Earth. He hoped that what he wrote could help them. On the 3rd day, Sister Li Han did not return as scheduled. Luo Tian started to worry. It was also on the 3rd day. Skinny Monkey came back and said, "Boss, the guns are easy to get, but the herbs you want are too hard to get. I ran all over the Divine Sense City and only got this bag, and some of the herbs are not sold at all. As he spoke, Skinny Monkey placed a sack of herbs on the table and asked, "Boss, what are the uses of these herbs?" Luo Tian smiled, "You'll know when the time comes. Go to the rooftop and cultivate with them. After you're done, come and meet me here. I'll get something out first." Skinny Monkey nodded, "Oh. Heh, refining spirit liquid is indeed a good technique, but it's not easy to carry around, and it's too difficult to succeed. If I can refine a pill." Luo Tian began to get excited, but he was not confident in his heart. After all, this was Earth. Alchemy was too ancient. Whether or not he could succeed was still an unknown. But, once he succeeded, he would be able to replicate the divine-grade pills in the divine sense realm, and their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Thank you to Wish to Be Alone, Green Grass, No Net Name, Cloud for your support. Thank you. Alchemy on Earth, that was something that only existed in myths and legends. The current technology could directly extract the essence of the spirit grass and fuse it with the spirit grass. This kind of modern technology was indeed good. But, its success rate was shockingly low. A mere 10 milliliters of healing spirit liquid would cost 500,000, and this was only the lowest purity spirit liquid. Its price was high because of its low success rate. Luo Tian wanted to try it once, a bold attempt. In the past, he only relied on the system to refine pills and forge weapons. But this time, he wanted to use his own ability to refine pills. Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath and took out those herbs. What he did not expect was that these herbs were all fresh and had traces of spirit energy surging. He secretly said, "Could it be that there are really spirit grass growing on Earth?" After the cataclysm on Earth, the magical beasts invaded and the climate changed. The reason why so many ancient martial arts experts and cultivators were born was because the air was rich in energy elements. As long as you could absorb these energy elements into your body, it would have the effect of tempering your body. It was the same for spirit energy. After ordinary herbs absorbed spirit energy, they would also transform. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to refine pills. Instead, he sorted out these spirit grass and tasted them one by one to slowly understand their medicinal properties. An hour later, Luo Tian searched the room and finally his gaze fell on the induction cooker. Without a good furnace, I can't use a large amount of true qi to refine pills. I can only rely on you. Induction cooker. At first, Luo Tian wanted to use a pressure cooker, but he was worried that it would be too dangerous and gave up. In the end, he wanted to use a gas stove, but he was worried that it would explode and cause the gas tank to explode. Then this building would probably be scrapped. When his sister came back, she would probably kill him. In the end, he decided to use the induction cooker. First, boil a pot of water. Luo Tian did not use the same method as the realm of the gods. Instead, he used a different method. This is my first try. I don't know if the improved alchemy technique will succeed. It's best if the furnace doesn't explode. After the water boiled, Luo Tian put in the fresh herbs one by one, increased the temperature to the maximum, covered the pot, and let the spirit grass release its medicinal properties crazily. Old Arm Wang's house. Fatty Wang's nose twitched. It smells so good. What is this smell? It smells so good. In the end, Luo Tian suddenly urged his true qi, turning it into a flame, once again increasing the temperature, causing the herbs in the pot to quickly melt, and all kinds of medicinal properties fused together. He watched as the water in the pot became less and less. It was a little sticky. It slowly froze on everything, like jelly. At this moment, Luo Tian picked up the pot and placed it on top of the prepared ice water to speed up the cooling of the pill. Half an hour later, an entire pot of pills had been refined. Luo Tian anxiously opened the lid of the pot. Ugh, a thick stench rushed into his nose. Luo Tian's stomach churned, and he felt like vomiting. F***ck. This smell is worse than shit. He must have failed. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Wang from next door shouted, Fatty, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly faint? Quick, call the ambulance. Quick. There was also scolding coming from downstairs. Who the F***ck let out such a smelly fart? Do you want to stink people to death? Who the f***ck is it? The entire building was scolding. Luo Tian quietly turned off the lights, covered his nose with one hand, and turned on the electric fan with the other, blowing the stench out of the window. Then, he pretended that he didn't exist. He had exploded when refining pills, but it had never been so embarrassing. He had refined a pot of extremely smelly things. Could this be made into pills? Then he would really see a ghost. On the rooftop. Zhu Gaqing's nose twitched. Do you guys smell a stench? Skinny Monkey directly ran to the side, supported himself against the wall and vomited. F***ck, what is this smell? It's too smelly. Xianxia also couldn't help but vomit. Did someone's toilet explode? What toilet explodes? I think it's more like a dung cart exploding. In the room. After waiting for half an hour, the stench finally dissipated. Luo Tian picked up the pot, looked at the sticky thing, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Failure. Without the system, you can't refine pills? Just as he was about to use water to wash away the thing in the pot, Luo Tian subconsciously dipped his finger into it and put it into his mouth, muttering, "Let's see what it tastes like, I'll improve it next time." It was just that one breath. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 20 true chi points. Huh? What's going on? Luo Tian was stunned. At the same time, he became excited, looked at the thick layer of paste in the pot, and muttered, I succeeded? I actually succeeded, I'm a genius, ha ha ha. Then. He tried again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 20 true chi points. It's a success. It's really a success. Luo Tian was extremely excited. If the alchemy Grand Masters in the Divine Realm knew that he had actually used an induction cooker to refine pills, they would probably be scared to death. If a certain research group knew about this, they would definitely think that Luo Tian was a madman. Who would have thought that someone would use an induction cooker to refine pills, and even succeed, then? Luo Tian quickly scraped off the paste, and then slowly kneaded it into the shape of black chocolate. In one pot, there were a total of 20 of them. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for refining true pill for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 true chi, and 1,000 points as a reward. Item, true pill grade, gold level true chi, 500 points. Description. Consuming the pill will recover 500 true chi, unable to be used again within 10 minutes. Ha ha ha, true pill. I'm going to die of laughter, I actually succeeded. Luo Tian could not stop laughing. He could not imagine that using an induction cooker to refine a gold-ranked pill. Did the China region have a gold-ranked pill? Not at all, the spirit liquids used by those cultivators were only bronze-ranked. Gold-ranked pills had not been developed at all. Moreover, true pill could increase true chi, and this kind of pill was even more of a top-notch existence among gold-ranked pills. I wonder if this kind of true chi can help with cultivation? To Luo Tian, true chi was only blue. It was used to activate his strength and release skills, but it could not be used for cultivation. I need to find someone to experiment with. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of the 3 people who were still cultivating on the rooftop. The corner of his mouth drew back, and laughed sinisterly. We have a test subject. That's. I wonder if I'll have diarrhea after eating it, or if there will be any adverse reactions. I don't care. I've taught them so much, they should at least repay me. I was just reminded by a reader that today was the old cow's birthday. Thank you for reminding me. Birthdays don't matter anymore. Old cow, a cow, what kind of birthday is that? Good night everyone, thank you for your support. Only a genius like Luo Tian would be able to think of using an induction cooker to refine pills. However, there was no problem with him eating it. Because he treated the true pill as a potion to replenish his true chi. But what about Skinny Monkey and the others? Would there be any adverse reactions if they ate it? A huge increase in cultivation? A huge increase in cultivation? Or perhaps diarrhea? Heart, spleen, lung, and kidney pain, these were all hard to say. However, 10 minutes later, Luo Tian walked up to the rooftop, holding back his urge to laugh, and said seriously, "Come, come, come, all of you come, I prepared some good things for you guys." "What is it?" Skinny Monkey was the first to run over. Xianxia and Zhuge Qing walked over. Looking at the black pill, Skinny Monkey was puzzled, and asked, "Brother Tian, is this chocolate?" Xianxuan's eyes lit up. "Brother Tian is so good, knowing that I haven't eaten my fill, I'll eat first." Finished. He picked up a true pill and put it into his mouth. With a cautious sound, he bit it open and chewed with relish. The more he chewed, the more sinister his expression became, and in the end, a look of pain appeared on his face. Luo Tian's heart trembled. "Damn, it seems like something is going to happen." Zhuge Qing picked up the true pill and sniffed it, muttering, "This doesn't smell like chocolate, it seems. There's also a bit of a stench, could it be that it's expired chocolate?" Skinny Monkey completely trusted Luo Tian. He picked up the true pill and swallowed it in one gulp like Xianxia, saying, "A piece of chocolate costs a few hundred, this is not something we can afford to eat, we can't waste expired chocolate either." As he spoke, he also began to chew, and asked suspiciously, "Why isn't there any sweetness at all? Even if it's expired chocolate, it still has a sweet taste." "Brother Tian, has your chocolate expired for a few years?" "Poochie." Luo Tian couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhuge Qing wanted to swallow the true pill, but was stopped by Luo Tian. "Let's see what's going on with them first, you can eat later." After all, she was a girl. Moreover, she was the school beauty of Thunder Academy. This wasn't good for her, however. Zhuge Qing snatched the real pill and shouted, "I'm hungry too. Besides, I haven't eaten chocolate yet. If it's expired, it's expired. Will it kill me?" She spent all her pocket money on training in the gravity room. Buying snacks, she didn't have any extra money, and chocolate was a luxury item in this era. Not everyone could afford it, even if her grandfather was a principal. After saying that, he stuffed it into his mouth. Luo Tian couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing Zhuge Qing crush the pill and chew it, Luo Tian took a few steps back. He had already made a plan to escape. He was prepared to run away as soon as possible and then call the emergency services to wash their intestines. At this moment, Luo Tian was really afraid that he would get sick from eating too much. What a strange smell. It's very similar to the stench from before, but why do I feel a wave of heat in my body? What's going on? Xianxua's face was filled with doubt. He looked at Skinny Monkey and asked, "Monkey, what's your smell?" Skinny Monkey chewed very quickly, not wasting any of it. He was the first to swallow it, and said, "I ate too quickly, I didn't feel it. Chocolate is a good thing." Looking at Luo Tian who had already walked to the door, he asked, "Brother Tian, is there any more? Give me another piece." It was also at this time. Skinny Monkey's body trembled, his hands holding his stomach, sweat dripping down his forehead. "My stomach, hiss, my stomach," immediately after. Skinny Monkey caved in, shrinking into a shrimp. "Damn. As expected, it won't work." Luo Tian immediately rushed up at this time and said, "Stop eating, spit out everything in your mouth." However, Xianxia and Zhuge Qing looked at Luo Tian strangely, and said, "We've all finished eating. This is bad. You guys hold on, I'll go call the emergency number." Luo Tian immediately ran down. It was also at this time. Xianxia and Zhuge Qing had the same expression as Skinny Monkey. However, Skinny Monkey pulled Luo Tian and said, "Brother Tian, calling the emergency number costs money, I'd better walk to the hospital myself." He was a complete miser. Luo Tian shouted, "What time is it? Life is more important." He did not expect the situation to be much more serious than he had imagined. If he really ate someone's life, then he would never refine pills again in his life. Suddenly, Zhuge Qing sat cross-legged with her eyes slightly closed, and said, "What a strong true qi, what is this thing, how can there be such a strong true qi, is your pubes also burning hot, powerful energy wanting to rush out of your body?" "Huh?" Luo Tian was shocked. Xianxuan immediately said, "You are right, the true qi in the pubes is very surging, I have cultivated for so many years, I have never felt the existence of the true qi so clearly like now, this is the true qi, Only cultivators can cultivate the true qi. Then, Zhuge Qing asked, Luo Tian, what exactly did you give us to eat? Luo Tian became excited. Immediately, Luo Tian said, skinny monkey, old ox, sit cross-legged. The two quickly did as they were told. Luo Tian continued, guard the pubes firmly, with the pubes as the center. The idea is integrated into the true qi. Use the true qi to temper the acupoints of the whole body, with the acupoints as the point. Connect every part of the body to form a surface. Hurry up and do as I say. Remember, you must use the true qi to temper your body. The three of them had followed Luo Tian for a while, and they quickly understood Luo Tian's words. At the same time, the three of them did not have the slightest doubt about Luo Tian. They would do whatever Luo Tian said. Especially Zhuge Qing, her grandfather's words made her feel that Luo Tian was very powerful. According to Luo Tian's words, they quickly began to cultivate. Zhuge Qing was the first to enter the state, followed by Xianxia and Skinny Monkey. The three of them sat cross-legged and used their mind to control the true qi to temper their bodies. Luo Tian looked at them and smiled excitedly, muttering, it seems that the earth is the same as the divine realm's plane, and can also rely on elixirs to cultivate. I remember a lot of elixir formulas in the divine realm: experience pill, profound explosion pill. Hee hee. As long as I have spirit grass, I can refine it endlessly. Immediately, Luo Tian did not disturb their cultivation and immediately returned home. Rearranging the spirit grass, he recalled the elixirs refined in the divine realm. Half a quarter of an hour later, Luo Tian searched through all the spirit grass. Without the spirit grass for experience pill and profound explosion pill, these elixirs can only be used to refine true pill and healing pill. I don't care so much. Let's refine these spirit grass into elixirs first. I must go to some island this week. In another place. Fire Wolfgang's headquarters. Big brother, that kid has been staying at home for the past few days. However, today, Skinny Monkey went to buy firearms and some herbs. Fire Wolf's eyes turned sinister as he sneered, kid, the Thunder Secret Realm treasure map is indeed with you. Are you going to look for treasure? Thank you to Sweet Words for Left Ear, No Name 1888 for his support. At first, Luo Tian only wanted to give it a try. He never thought that he would succeed in refining pills, and what made him even more surprised was that he would be able to refine 20 to 30 pills in one pot. This was dozens of times faster than refining pills one by one in the divine realm. Moreover, with the induction cooker, his mother would no longer have to worry about not having a pill furnace. 4 hours later. The stench is here again. Big fatty, why did you faint again? I was still hoping that you would find me a rich husband, you can't die. Old Wang from next door cried out miserably. It was obvious that the girl, Big Fatty Wang, had fainted again. The entire building began to curse again. However, Luo Tian turned off the lights and pretended that there was no one inside. There were several waves of people in the corridor, and because they saw that the room was pitch black, they did not knock on the door. There was a trace of fear in their hearts. They all knew that Li Han was from the underground mercenary corps. High-level warrior. They didn't dare to provoke him. Luo Tian hid in a corner and pinched his nose. He used an electric fan to blow at the pot, blowing all the stench out. He laughed slyly, it's your luck to smell the stench. Maybe this stench has true qi that can help you cultivate. You guys are lucky. Half an hour later. Luo Tian crumpled the black thing in the pot into a ball. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for refining the Holy Healing Pill for obtaining 10,000 experience, 100 true qi, and 100 points as a reward. Item, Holy Healing Pill True Qi, 50 points cure, any external injuries, internal injuries, psychological injuries, nerve injuries. Seeing that all kinds of injuries could be cured, Luo Tian muttered, damn, isn't this supposed to cure all kinds of diseases? Awesome. With these pills, I don't have to worry about getting injured in the future. I must get the gold level treasure. Even if it's useless, I can still exchange it for points. Ganjiang Mo Xia, Dragon Spring Sword, these are all divine weapons. Luo Tian thought in his heart. Then, He began to refine. The third pot was completed. Luo Tian checked the time. It's almost 12 o'clock. How are the three of them now? It was too late. They had to go home too. Luo Tian simply tidied up and went to the rooftop. The three of them were still meditating. Their auras were completely different from a few hours ago. Suddenly, Skinny Monkey was the first to open his eyes. When he saw Luo Tian, he immediately became as excited as an idiot. He said, "Boss, I've broken through. I've broken through continuously. I've now broken through to become a 4th-level warrior." Xianxia also opened his eyes and grinned. "Monkey, congratulations. I've also broken through 2 levels. I'm now a 6th-level warrior. F***ck. Pervert." Right at this moment, there was a burst of explosion on Zhuge Qing's body. Her glabella turned sinister as she released the last bit of true qi in her dantian. Buzz, in an instant, a thick aura surged into her body. Zhuge Qing was very excited. "I've broken through to the 7th level." The three of them looked at her in shock. Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and thought to himself, "I can only increase my true qi by eating pills, but they have continuously broken through. What the F***ck is going on? This is too F***ket up." The three of them, Skinny Monkey and Xianxia, broke through 2 realms. Zhuge Qing was the most abnormal, breaking through 3 realms. Zhuge Qing looked at Luo Tian with a different expression. That look of worship was too strong. She said heavily, "Thank you. Grandpa was right. Following you will help me cultivate." Skinny Monkey asked doubtfully, "Brother Tian, what exactly did you give us to eat? It's too amazing. It feels too good." Ha ha ha. The three of them were all looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "True Qi Dan, this is something I read from an ancient book. It's good that you know about it. Don't leak it out, otherwise it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. And pills can only help you cultivate. You can't rely on them. What you really need to rely on is yourself. You yourselves are the source of everything." During this period of time, the three of them cultivated desperately and took the true pill to have such a good effect. If it was normal, it would definitely not have such an effect. Luo Tian was very clear about this point. While they were talking, Luo Tian took out the pills. "This is a true Qi Dan. It can only be taken once a week. These are 2 healing pills. If you are seriously injured, take them immediately. This is a life-saving pill. 4 pills per person." After giving out the pills, Luo Tian continued, "I have something to tell you today. I plan to go out to sea this Saturday to hunt for treasures. If you want to go with me, then go with me. If you don't want to go with me, I won't force you. I believe you all know how dangerous the sea is. You must think about it carefully and give me an answer tomorrow. I'll participate." As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Zhuge Qing said, "I've long wanted to go out to the sea to kill magical beasts. Now that I've broken through to the 7th-level warrior, I want to test my cultivation strength." Xianxia Ox laughed and said, "I'll participate too. I, Old Ox, have never seen what a magical beast looks like." Skinny Monkey said excitedly, "I'm ready too." The three of them were abnormally excited. Tonight's breakthrough made them want to give it a try even more. What was a magical beast like? How strong was it? Luo Tian didn't know either. However, he really didn't have much time. He had to grow quickly and break through quickly. As long as he could raise his level quickly, he would be able to enter more mysterious and dangerous places. He believed that the source energy must be hidden somewhere on Earth. As long as he obtained the source energy, he would be able to return to the divine realm. Luo Tian said excitedly, "All right, there are still a few days left to continue cultivating." The three of them left. Luo Tian also returned to his room. Suddenly, he felt the smell of blood in the room and his face darkened. "Sis." He turned on the light. Sure enough, Li Han fell into a pool of blood again. This time, her entire body was covered in wounds. Knife wounds, sword wounds, rod wounds, and even her clothes were torn. Luo Tian clenched his fists and immediately took out a healing holy pill for Li Han to consume. After consuming the medicinal pill, the wounds on Li Han's body quickly healed, and there were no scars left. Her face also became rosy as she laid in Luo Tian's embrace. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes to look at Luo Tian. Her eyes were filled with shock as she suddenly shouted, "Luo Tian, run, there's an assassin." At this moment, a man in black landed. A cold voice sounded, "Medicinal pill? A treasure that only exists in the cultivation world. I didn't expect. You actually have medicinal pills on you. Take them all out. Otherwise, you will die." "Thank you, Master Long. What if there are no ifs?" "Zero World, Zero himself. Thank you for your support." An ice-cold killing intent filled every corner of the room. Luo Tian's understanding of killing intent had reached a supreme level. He had even comprehended the killing god law. No one on earth could compare with him in terms of killing intent. At this moment, as long as he moved a little, that killing intent would kill him. Li Han's body moved slightly, his body trembled, and he said with incomparable fear, "Don't hurt my brother, I beg you." Li Han stood in front of Luo Tian to protect him. Luo Tian was moved in his heart. However, even if Li Han was in front of him, he could still feel the endless killing intent. This kind of killing intent came from the suppression of the realm, and the other party's cultivation was most likely at the peak of the 9th level, or even a cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Luo Tian to be crushed by such a powerful killing intent. Luo Tian said slightly, "If you want the pill, I'll give it to you, don't hurt me and my sister." Li Han looked at Luo Tian doubtfully, "Brat, when did you have such a thing as a pill?" Then she thought about the injuries on her body again. There was no longer any pain in her body, and even the pain in her head had disappeared. Could it be that the thing she had just consumed was really a pill? "My brother knows how to concoct pills?" Li Han shook his head. "I must be dreaming. He, a burden from a bad class, knows how to concoct pills?" If the old man knew, he would probably laugh from his grave. In the darkness, a cold voice sounded, "Very good, take your time, don't get excited." He was very careful. As an assassin, even if he met the weakest person, he had to be careful. This was the reason why he had lived for so many years. Luo Tian slowly reached into his pocket, then grabbed a handful of holy healing pellets, raised them into the air, and said, "For you." As expected. The cold voice became excited as he stared at the pill in Luo Tian's hand. No matter how calm a person was, they could not remain calm. That was a pill, something that only cultivators had the qualifications to enjoy. At most, they could only enjoy some spirit liquid. The level of this spirit liquid was too low, it could not meet the requirements for cultivation. However, although he was excited, he was still extremely careful, and said, "Put it on the table beside you. Remember, be careful. If the purity of the alchemical pill is damaged, I will definitely not forgive you." Luo Tian stretched out his right hand and slowly put it on the tea table not far away. At the same time, using his will, he was searching for the source of the killing intent. The place of origin was also the place where the killer was hiding. Locked on. Luo Tian's heart trembled, and his true qi surged. He placed the pills on the table, and his finger accidentally touched one of them. A pill rolled down from the sky. Dee-da, it smashed onto the floor and started rolling again. "You dog. I told you to be careful. If the purity of the pill is damaged, the pill will be wasted." The assassin was furious. His aura fluctuated slightly. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly moved, his two palms materializing. "Proud dragon's regrets." Roar. The sound of true qi exploding came from his body. Two streams of true qi coiled around his arms like swimming dragons. Then, he released the power of his palm and directly hit the black shadow on the ceiling. The killer was shocked. He did not expect Luo Tian to be able to discover his position in such a short period of time. However, he did not panic and coldly snorted, "A mere level 5 warrior dares to be impudent in front of me, you're courting death." A palm struck out. Bam! 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 When the two palms met, the assassin's body sank, and he actually retreated a few steps. Luo Tian's chest was filled with qi and blood, and the strong impact made him unable to stand steadily. His arms were numb, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. But, at this moment, if he retreated, the only outcome would be death. Flying dragon in the sky. Luo Tian endured the pain and released the second palm of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Roar. The second palm was much more violent than the first palm, and Luo Tian completely used the true qi to activate this palm. 2 streams of true qi rushed out like roaring dragons. External release of qi? I can't believe that you have cultivated to this level at such a young age, but it's a pity. Tonight, you must die. As soon as the killer's voice faded, a heavy punch directly released a streak of power, and the streak rushed towards Luo Tian's second palm like a shockwave. However, at this moment, Luo Tian released his third palm. See the dragon in the field. Ha! Another thick stream of dragon-shaped true qi was released. The fourth palm, Hong Jian Lu. The fifth palm, Hidden Dragon. The sixth palm, Traversing the Great River. The seventh palm, Sudden Arrival. The eighth palm, Shocking the 100 miles, without any interval between the 5 palms, he exhaled in one breath. After the 8th palm, Luo Tian's body loosened, and he could no longer help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He continuously retreated, and only stopped when he leaned against the wall. At this moment, his true qi was exhausted. All the true qi that he had accumulated over the past few days was released this time. Huff, 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 Luo Tian gasped for breath like an ox, and shouted in a deep voice, "I want to see if you die or not." In the room, roar, 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 like the roars of dragons, several streams of dragon-shaped true qi continuously tore at the assassin. At first, he could still resist, but the power of the palm became stronger and stronger. He could only be forced to retaliate, and by the 8th palm, he could not hold on at all. He screamed in pain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The 8 dragons entered his body, directly blasting his body apart. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Su Changfeng for obtaining an experience point, True Qi 1000 points, Energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a bottle of Healing Spirit Liquid. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Scarlet Blood Dagger, Silver level. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Kill Token. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 6 warrior. A series of notifications rang out. Luo Tian was paralyzed on the ground, holding onto the stiff corpse. He took a deep breath and said, "Damn it, I'm finally dead. If I don't die, I'll die. It's too unbearable." However, after dropping a lot of things, Luo Tian was still a little excited in his heart. Scarlet Blood Dagger, Silver level. This dagger is not bad. God Kill Token? What is this thing? Luo Tian was puzzled as he opened the system to check. Item, God Kill Token. Description, God Kill Alliance's token. It was only a simple description. Luo Tian muttered, "What is this God Kill Alliance? An organization? Isn't Su Changfeng a member of the Su family? Why is it someone from the God Kill Alliance again?" Just as Luo Tian was thinking about the God Kill token, suddenly, he felt an even more intense and savage aura attacking him. Li Han placed her hands on her waist and suddenly trembled. Because her breasts were a little too big, her chest was trembling up and down. She stared at Luo Tian and said with incomparable savagery, "If you don't explain yourself to me today, I'll let you know my most savage methods. Thank you to a little mood, a scar on my heart, I'm willing to be alone for your support." Ferocious, too ferocious. Those 2 lumps of meat were really too ferocious. Li Han's domineering posture looked down from above, pointing at Luo Tian's face, and said ferociously, "If you don't explain it to me today, the consequences will be even more ferocious than I imagined." Incomparably domineering. Looking at Luo Tian's moves just now, even if she was an 8th level warrior, she didn't have the strength. Moreover, He was actually able to sense the location of the killer in the dark. This was not an ordinary killer, but a super killer of the God-killing league, an existence that was absolutely invincible below the level of cultivator, but her little brother actually killed him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Li Han would never have believed it. It was too unbelievable. Without waiting for Luo Tian to stand up, Li Han turned around and grabbed a healing holy pellet on the tea table, and shouted, "Speak, what is this thing? Tell me the truth." Finished. Li Han sat down on Luo Tian's abdomen. A little lower. The most deadly place, Luo Tian's entire body trembled, and he did not dare to have any evil thoughts, because once Li Han sensed anything, she would definitely cut him with her own hands. Luo Tian scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "If I said that this is an expired chocolate, would you believe me?" Li Han's eyes were startled, and 2 fingers directly pinched the flesh on Luo Tian's waist, and laughed mischievously. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know my methods." Wait. Wait. I'll say it all, I'll say it all." Luo Tian felt a burst of fear in his heart. This move of Li Han's was extremely powerful. If she were to grab his flesh, it would definitely be a heart-wrenching pain. "Tell me the truth," Li Han shouted. Cough cough. Luo Tian coughed and said, "This is a very long story." No, it's a very long thing." Li Han laughed, "I have plenty of time." "All right." Luo Tian exhaled and said, "It all started from that night. That night, I was framed by Su Hua. My clothes were stripped off, and I fainted in the woods. In my coma, an old grandpa appeared in my mind, and so, the story began." Make up a story? Luo Tian didn't know that he was an experienced storyteller. Half an hour later. Li Han was fascinated by the story and murmured, "What else did the old man teach you? Could it be alchemy was also taught by him?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "That old grandpa came from another world, and that world of his was also a cultivation world. He imparted the alchemy methods of his world to me, and I started refining according to it. I didn't expect that I would really succeed." Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Sis, can you let me get up now? It's not good for you to sit on top of me like this. What if something happens? You're also a lady, don't you think so?" Luo Tian glanced at Li Han's legs as he spoke. Just right. Seeing this scene, Li Han suddenly stood up and kicked Luo Tian's body. "You little pervert." Although the kick was very heavy, but when it fell on Luo Tian's body, it was very light and didn't hurt at all. "Well, since you know, I should wash up and sleep. I still have class tomorrow." Luo Tian quickly got up and rushed to the bathroom. He immediately locked the door and gasped for breath. Damn, making up stories is so tiring. Seeing Luo Tian's embarrassed appearance, Li Han chuckled, "Brat, do you think I don't know you're making up stories? You want to lie to your sister? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? But since you can be strong, there must be something special about you. When the old man was still alive, he said that your body is very different from ordinary people. You have the talent and potential of a cultivator. Now it seems that your potential may have been awakened in advance. Sister is sincerely happy for you. Now you don't need my care anymore. Luo Tian, take care of yourself." Finished. Li Han took a holy healing pill and quietly left. She still had a mission to complete. This mission. She had to complete it. Because, that was the belief of her team. After Luo Tian came out of the shower, he found that Li Han had disappeared again. He didn't know what to say to this sister of his who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. However, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Especially after Su Chongfeng appeared, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. "When I return from the island treasure hunt, I will make an example out of your Su family. You actually sent assassins to kill my sister. I want to see how great your Su group is." In another place. Divine Sea City, Su Group Building. It was also a landmark building in Divine Sea City. 108 floors, on the top floor was Su Zhanyun's office. At this moment, Su Zhanyun was incomparably furious. "Trash, all of you are trash. Chongfeng has disappeared for such a long time, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of news. Who was Su Chongfeng, his biological brother? This was only secondary. The most important thing was that Su Chongfeng was an assassin of the God-Killing Alliance. He had just become an assassin of the God-Killing Alliance. What did the God-Killing Alliance mean? The #1 assassin organization in China, an extremely terrifying existence. Su Chongfeng's existence was the protection of the Su family. With the God-Killing Alliance as his backer, the Divine Sea City would be firmly in his hands, and the Su family would be the overlord of the Divine Sea City. But now, Su Chongfeng had actually disappeared. Chairman, Big Brother Chongfeng disappeared while chasing after Li Han. Could it be that Li Han? An elder of the Su family said in a low voice. Su Zhanyun immediately shouted, "Are you retarded? Just based on that arrogant woman, she is no match for Chongfeng. Chongfeng's cultivation is infinitely close to a cultivator, and any warrior in the warrior realm is no match for him. If not for this, Su Chongfeng would not have been able to become an assassin of the God-Killing Alliance. He was not qualified at all." The office was silent. Huff, Su Zhanyun let out a long breath, and said slightly, "Regardless of whether it is that girl from the Li family or not, go search his house for me, don't let go of any clues." "Yes, sir." An elder immediately walked out and said, "I'll go investigate immediately." Following that, another elder walked up and said, "Chairman, young master dropped out of school a few days ago and did not go to class for a few days." On the same day, all the contracted warriors of the Su family from the 3rd year Class D of the Thunder Academy were injured and sent to the hospital. The Su family has already sent people to negotiate, but that old fellow Zhuge Wu has been unwilling to hand him over. Look. Huh? Su Zhanyun was not startled. When did the Thunder Academy have such a genius? Is it a 3rd year student? No. It's a 1st year, and the elder did not continue. Su Zhanyun coldly snorted, "Speak." The elder continued, "That person is Li Han's younger brother, and also the disciple of that old thing who died in the Li family. He has a cultivation imprint on his body. Thank you to, for a wave of rewards, thank you to Little Mood, No Name, Green Grass, Worship, There's no true love in this world, Young Master Tug, If there's no if, I'm willing to live alone. Thank you to the brothers from the other websites, thank you for your support." The imprint of a cultivator wasn't innate. Instead, the moment a baby was born, it would be tested. Once it was found that there was a trace of a chance of becoming a cultivator, it would be imprinted with a mark, which was the tattoo on Luo Tian's chest. Although it was only a trace of a chance, it was still a 1 in 1,000 existence. Imprint of a cultivator? Su Zhanyun frowned slightly. The elder continued, "Director Su, I've investigated. Luo Tian's parents were both people with imprints of a cultivator. Both of them sacrificed themselves in the Battle of the Divine Sea, leaving behind this orphan who was adopted by the old man of the Li family. All these years, he has been unknown. He barely managed to get into the Thunder Academy and has always been a burden to the class. However, during this period of time, for some reason, he suddenly became very powerful. His cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds." "Do you think he could be?" Su Zhanyun's expression changed. "You mean the imprint of a cultivator has awakened?" The elder nodded and said, "If it wasn't for the imprint of a cultivator, it would definitely be so fast." Su Zhanyun's eyes turned sinister. Anyone related to the Luo family and the Li family must die. However, if Luo Tian's imprint of a cultivator has really awakened, becoming a cultivator is inevitable. If he can be used by me, then my Su family's power will increase by another step. Go. Tomorrow, you will personally go to the Thunder Academy. As long as he is willing to work for my Su family, I will not pursue the matter of 3rd year's Class D being beaten up and even the matter of Su Hua being beaten up. I will also guarantee that he will be given preferential treatment. He can ask for any conditions. Yes. I will personally do it tomorrow." The elder asked again, "But what if he doesn't agree?" A trace of cold killing intent flashed past Su Zhanyun's eyes. "In the Divine Sea City, as long as you are not a member of my Su family, you are my Su family's enemy. There is only one outcome for the Su family's enemy, death." "I understand." In one night. It seemed calm, but many things happened. Li Han's departure. She went alone to complete the mission that the team couldn't complete. Because of Su Chongfeng's disappearance, the Su family searched everywhere in the Divine Sea City. They had already started searching the slums where Luo Tian lived. Luo Tian refined True Pill and Healing Holy Pill. He wanted to refine more pills, but spirit grasses were too scarce on Earth. They could only be found on islands where magical beasts ran rampant. This was because the spirit qi around the sea was very rich. This was also the reason why magical beasts dominated the sea. If he wanted to refine the Experience Pill and Profound Explosion Pill, he would need to obtain higher-grade spiritual herbs. The trip to the island was imperative. Early morning. Luo Tian arrived at school on time like a good student. Just like a few days ago, Thunder Academy was still extremely calm. Just like that, the incident of Year 3 Class D was resolved. The only difference was that everyone in the school recognized Luo Tian and pointed at him from behind. Did you see that? He's Luo Tian. He single-handedly defeated Class D of Year 3. Even experts like Chen Li and Wei Zhong were knocked out with a single punch. Too handsome. Brother Tian, here's your breakfast. When Skinny Monkey saw Luo Tian, he ran over with a face full of excitement and said, "Yesterday, I broke through consecutively, it was too satisfying. My parents were so happy that they couldn't sleep the entire night. I'm now the hope of my family, they don't want me to do anything, they just want me to work hard and cultivate, hee hee." His face was filled with happiness. At the same time, Skinny Monkey's eyes were also filled with anticipation. For ordinary people, a level 4 warrior was already a very good existence. At least after graduation, it would be easy to find a decent job. After a few years of slavery, he would be able to lead his family out of the slums of Roland Street. Luo Tian smiled faintly. He didn't know why. He was a little envious of Skinny Monkey. With his family by his side, he was the hope of his family. As for him, his sister had left. His wife and brothers in the divine realm were still waiting for his return, but he didn't even know where the source energy was on Earth. His heart tightened as he said, "There are still 2 more days. If I work hard, breaking through to level 5 warrior shouldn't be difficult." Skinny Monkey was excited, and said, "With Brother Tian here, breaking through is too easy, ha ha ha." Right now, he was filled with incomparable worship for Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't return to school. Instead, he ran to the gravity building. In these last few days, he also needed to break through. Without monsters to hunt, he could only train in the gravity room. 8 times gravity room. Luo Tian took out a stack of money and said, "For the entire morning, I don't want anyone to disturb me." Wang Laifu's eyes were startled. He gulped and said, "Student Luo, are you sure? 8 times gravity room is extraordinary. I advise you to think about it. 8 times gravity and 4 times gravity weren't as simple as 1 time. The gravity could crush a person if they weren't careful. Under 8 times gravity, not to mention a person, even steel would be crushed into a ball." Luo Tian didn't hesitate and said, "No need to think about it. I know what I'm doing." Since you asked, then I won't talk nonsense." Wang Laifu's heart trembled. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. He was only in charge of the building and didn't have the authority to stop students from entering. He said, "The innermost room is 8 times gravity room. If you can't do it, just press the button and the gravity will be cancelled." "Thanks for the reminder." Luo Tian walked to the bottom. There was no other way. The stronger the gravity room, the more experience he would get. Just like the bubble room in the game, 1 second would give you experience. He was in the 8 times experience room. The door of the 8 times gravity room opened. Luo Tian took a deep breath and stepped in. Quang. The door closed, gravity activated. Luo Tian's body made a kacha sound. His entire body was crushed to the ground. The bones in his body felt like they were about to split apart. His organs were shrinking, unable to withstand the pressure of 8 times gravity. Pooh! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His head was buzzing. He couldn't take it anymore. Hoo! He pushed with both hands. Ah! Luo Tian roared and stood up heavily. The power of Tai Chi was released. Both of his hands moved and controlled the gravity. His body was slightly better, but his legs were still trembling. Luo Tian. You can't even bear this little bit of pain? How are you going to find the source energy and return to the divine realm? If you can't even bear this little bit of pain, how are you going to face the Supreme Divine King? Resist. Ah, Luo Tian continued to roar. Blood oozed out from the pores of his body. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Dragon subduing 18 palms." He released one move after another with great difficulty. Every time he released a move, his body would be crushed to the ground. He roared in his heart, again. While he was enduring the pressure of gravity. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 1500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining 1500 experience. Thank you, if there are no ifs, Lu Yunfei, for your repeated support. Thank you. The sound of the experience upgrade did not stop. The experience slot was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Luo Tian continued to squeeze out the potential of this body. Taiji. 18 dragon subduing palms, 1 punch critical strike, basic fist technique. These cultivation techniques were constantly released, increasing their proficiency and also increasing their release skills. 10 minutes after Luo Tian stepped into the 8 times gravity room, Wang Laifu, who had been standing outside the door, finally could not hold it in anymore. Pervert, madman, this is too crazy. After Luo Tian entered, he came to the door of the gravity room. He was worried that Luo Tian would be seriously injured, but the time that Luo Tian lasted was beyond his expectations, and it stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. Even a peak warrior of the 9th level would not dare to easily enter the 8 times gravity room, but he was able to hold on for such a long time. This is too abnormal. No way. I have to report to the principal. Then, without any hesitation, Wang Laifu quickly left the gravity room building and walked towards Zhuge Wu's office. Along the way, his heart was trembling. In all these years, not a single student has ever entered the 8 times gravity room. This is too crazy. If Principal Zhuge knows about this, he will definitely be happy. He might even give me a reward. Heh. 10 in the morning. A luxurious car with Su's standard drove into the campus. Su Linfeng. An important figure in the Su family's financial group, an elder of the Su family. He walked to Year 1 Class C and directly kicked open the classroom door, saying coldly, "Luo Tian, come out for a moment, I have something to talk to you about." The teacher who was teaching was so scared that he trembled. Looking at the Su family standard on Su Linfeng's chest, the anger in his heart instantly extinguished, and he said fawningly, "Luo Tian didn't come to class today, he's not in the classroom." How about? Before he could finish, Su Linfeng had already left. Not long after, a student ran to Su Linfeng's side and said a few words. Su Linfeng sneered and walked towards Zhuge Wu's office. Still very domineering, he kicked Zhuge Wu's office door flying out. Looking at Zhuge Wu, who was really reviewing the documents, he sneered and said, "Old man Zhuge, hand over Luo Tian." Very domineering. He didn't give Zhuge Wu any face at all. To him, other than the Su family, he did not need to give face to anyone else in the Divine Sea City. Thunder Academy was built with the Su family's money. Without the Su family, there wouldn't be such an academy. Hence, there was no Zhuge Wu as the headmaster. Therefore, Su Linfeng was very arrogant, very arrogant. Among the many elders of the Su family, he was the most arrogant existence. Of course, he was also the strongest of them all, a beginner of the 9th rank. Zhuge Wu wasn't scared by the door being kicked flying. He raised his head to give Su Linfeng a look, and then calmly said, "I won't hand over any of Thunder Academy's students to Su family. Su Linfeng, please leave." Walala, Su Linfeng's right leg swung out, directly sending the thick stack of documents on Zhuge Wu's desk flying, saying with a sneer, "Your position as principal was given to you by the Su family. The entire Thunder Academy belongs to the Su family, the students here are the same. What are you pretending to be virtuous and virtuous in front of me for? Huh? Old thing." Zhuge Wu lowered the pen in his hands, saying, "Su Linfeng, you can ask the military to remove my position as Thunder Academy's principal. As long as I am still Thunder Academy's principal, you can forget about taking away a single student from me. Oh my. Old thing, are you using the military to suppress me? Su Linfeng laughed coldly. The strongest in the China war zone wasn't the financial groups, nor was it the cultivators, but the military. It was the military. Even normal cultivators were afraid of the military, not to mention that there were countless experts in the military. A few cultivators were nothing in their eyes. It was also because of the existence of the military that they were able to establish a protected area. All the academies in the China war zone were controlled by the military, and removing the principal's position required an order from the military. Su Linfeng laughed. I advise you to be tactful and hand over Luo Tian. Don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for him. I'm here to give him money. As long as he signs a contract with my Su family, I promise that I won't pursue what happened in the past. Zhuge Wu said, I've said it before, I won't hand over any students. Luo Tian is even more out of the question, because your Su family isn't worthy of him, and he isn't a platform for your small Su family to fully display his abilities. The Su family is too small. Old thing. I think you're looking for death. Su Linfeng was instantly enraged. It was also at this time. Wang Laifu excitedly rushed into the office, and didn't see anything wrong with the situation. He loudly said, Principal Zhuge, guess what I found today? Someone actually entered the 8 times gravity room to cultivate. It's the student you told me to pay attention to. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. Then, he shrunk his body and immediately said, There are guests here, I won't disturb you. With that, he was about to leave. Su Linfeng wasn't deaf, and loudly laughed, 8 times gravity training room? Ha ha ha. Is your Thunder Academy's gravity room all broken? Is there a single person in the entire academy who has reached the 9th level? And a student enters the 8 times gravity room and instantly explodes. He found it funny, this was simply impossible. Even he didn't dare to enter. The 8 times gravity was too strong, and the crushing was simply unrecognizable. Zhuge Wu also shouted in a low voice, Don't joke with me if you have nothing to do. Who in the entire Thunder Academy can enter the 8 times gravity room? Even a 9th level warrior can't enter. Wang Laifu was very smart. He immediately scratched his head and laughed, I wanted to lie to you and make you happy, but I knew that you would see through me right away. Principal, I'm going to get busy. The gravity room hasn't been cleaned in a long time, I'm going to clean it up. Wait. Suddenly, Su Linfeng stared at Zhuge Wu, his brows furrowed, and coldly said, Bring me to the gravity room building. Ah? Wang Laifu was shocked. Su Linfeng kicked Wang Laifu onto the ground, You dog, do you need me to say it again? Bring me to the gravity room building. Wang Laifu's chin was broken, blood flowing out. He crawled up and looked at Zhuge Wu. It was also at this time. Su Linfeng kicked out again, Did you not hear what I said? Wang Laifu fell onto the ground once more. This time, his forehead was broken, and his face was covered in blood. He stood up and looked at Zhuge Wu, but he still didn't move. Su Linfeng's killing intent rose. Zhuge Wu anxiously rushed out and said, I'll bring you there. Su Linfeng looked at Zhuge Wu and laughed complacently, Old thing, you're the one who knows what's good for you. As soon as he finished, the power of a 9th level warrior suddenly burst forth from Su Linfeng's body. His body moved, and a fist smashed into Wang Laifu's abdomen. Pft. Wang Laifu spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body trembled, and his face was as pale as paper. Su Linfeng said coldly, A dog like you doesn't have the qualifications to live in this world. Zhuge Wu. Do you want to die too? Hurry up and lead the way. Good night. Su Linfeng was also known as Evil Tyrant Su. A famous tyrant in the Divine Sea City. Arrogant, domineering, and extremely ruthless in his methods. Those who were slightly displeasing to the eye would be beaten up violently. Wang Laifu fainted on the ground. Zhuge Wu wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Su Linfeng, who laughed sinisterly, I'll say it again, lead the way for me, otherwise. Of course, I won't do anything to you, but I'll beat up every teacher I see in Thunder Academy, do you believe me? Zhuge Wu's face was filled with anger. However, he knew that Su Linfeng would really do that. Grandfather, take him with you. I'll take care of Uncle Laifu. Zhu Geqing had rushed over at some point. Su Linfeng's eyes were filled with shock. What a beautiful girl, old man Zhuge. Is this your precious granddaughter? She's really beautiful. Then Su Linfeng's face revealed a playful sneer, and said, I'm not interested in beating up teachers now. I'm very interested in your granddaughter, ha ha ha. With that, Su Linfeng walked towards Zhu Geqing. Zhuge Wu roared, Su Linfeng, what exactly do you want? Su Linfeng laughed complacently, nothing much, I just want you to hand over Luo Tian. Of course, you don't have to hand it over, I have plenty of time anyway, I can't afford to offend the military, but I'll play with your little Thunder Academy however I want to see if you can beat me. There was nothing he couldn't do in the Divine Sea City, the Su family was the overlord of the Divine Sea City, so he could be as arrogant as he wanted. He didn't put a mere Thunder Academy in his eyes. Even if Zhuge Wu had some connections in the military, but his Su family also had connections in the military, and his connections were much stronger than Zhuge Wu's. Zhuge Wu gritted his teeth and said, as long as I'm here. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Linfeng sneered, and said, Old man Zhuge, you better think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, your precious granddaughter might appear in the red light district managed by the Su family one day. Ha ha ha, anger, incomparable anger. However, Su Linfeng was laughing maniacally, and said, I like to see the expression of someone who is angry but doesn't dare to show it. Isn't this feeling? Haha. While Su Linfeng was speaking, Zhu Geqing avoided Su Linfeng's gaze and quietly gave Wang Laifu a healing pill. Shortly after, Zhu Geqing took a step forward and released her aura. She attacked Su Linfeng with a move. Su Linfeng was a 9th rank warrior. He instantly sensed the airflow behind him and sneered, you're courting death. In an instant, he moved his body and threw a punch. The powerful force of a level 9 warrior was released, crushing Zhu Geqing. Zhuge Wu's expression changed. Xiao Qing, retreat quickly. You are not his match. Break. Zhu Geqing's move suddenly changed. She put one hand on Su Linfeng's fist and pushed it. Bang, Su Linfeng staggered out and almost fell to the ground. He frowned, Tai Chi? Zhuge Wu was also shocked. He did not expect Zhu Geqing to have learned Tai Chi, which was an ancient martial art. When it was practiced to a certain level, it could exert an extremely powerful force. Judging from her steps and the breath of nature, Tai Chi had been practiced to a certain level. When did this happen? Zhuge Wu's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of Luo Tian, good boy, I really didn't misjudge you. Zhu Geqing said slightly, Thunder Academy does not welcome you, please leave. Su Linfeng loosened his fist, revealing a sinister smile on his face, and said, I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows Tai Chi in Thunder Academy. But that's right, you are someone who has the imprint of a cultivator, so it's normal for you to know a little about ancient martial arts. It's just that, while they were talking, Su Linfeng's steps were like lightning as he moved quickly. It's just that in front of me, a little girl like you should be more obedient and lie down. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In an instant, Su Linfeng punched Zhu Geqing's back. Bam! Zhu Geqing rushed forward. The airflow around her body was disrupted. She jumped continuously and landed at a safe distance. She quickly regained control of the surrounding airflow, but before she could stand firm, Su Linfeng's fist struck out again. Too slow. Bam! A punch landed on Zhu Geqing's abdomen. Pfft! Zhu Geqing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and her abdomen was in incomparable pain. The gap between a level 7 warrior and a level 9 warrior was too great. Moreover, the most important point was that Zhu Geqing's battle experience was too weak. Who was Su Linfeng? He was also a genius warrior of the Su family. Most of his cultivation broke through from battles, and his battle experience was much stronger than Zhu Geqing's. Heh, how is it? It feels great, right? Su Linfeng stood condescendingly beside Zhu Geqing, a complacent sneer on his face, and said, you learned 2 or 3 moves of Tai Chi just because you mastered ancient martial arts, don't you know who you are facing? Trash. As he said that, Su Linfeng stepped on Zhu Geqing's abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, he looked at Zhuge Wu and said playfully, old thing, can you hand over Luo Tian now? Zhuge Qing said weakly, grandfather, don't. Pa. Su Linfeng stomped down heavily, what about now? Zhuge Qing's body was concave, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The pain was unbearable, and she still said weakly, Su Linfeng, don't even think about finding Luo Tian. I think you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Su Linfeng's eyes were cold, and he looked down at Zhuge Qing on the ground, and said with a smile, what a beautiful face, it would be a pity if it was ruined, what a pity. This young master is not a person who has tender feelings for women. As soon as his voice faded, Su Linfeng stomped his foot down heavily. It was also at this moment. A figure rushed over quickly. Behind him were two people, Skinny Monkey and Xianyuan Ox. Looking at Zhuge Qing not far away, Luo Tian was furious and shouted, if you dare to touch him, I will make you regret being born into this world. Zhuge Wu's face was shocked, Luo Tian, why are you here? Su Linfeng was slightly startled, and stopped. Looking at Luo Tian who had rushed in front of him, he smiled and said, I've finally met you, very good. I'll give you a chance. From today onwards, you are a member of the Su family. Of course. You can also refuse, and the result of refusing is, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian had already rushed in front of him. With a move of his right arm, he slapped out, the result is to F***ck over your 18 generations of ancestors. Bam. Too fast. Too fierce. This punch. An angry slap didn't give Su Linfeng any chance to defend. It directly slapped Su Linfeng's face. Pa. It was incomparably loud, thank you to green grass, am fine, if there are no ifs, remembering the time is like water for your support. Thank you all. This slap was very powerful. Su Linfeng's body retreated continuously, almost unable to stand steadily, and was almost sent flying by the slap. When he stood still, he was already furious. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and said gloomily, sign a contract with my Su family, and I can treat this slap as if nothing happened. His voice was extremely cold. Luo Tian was not allowed to refuse. In the Su family, he was only afraid of one person. That was Su Zhanyun. He did not dare to disobey his orders. If it was in the past, if anyone dared to hit him, he would definitely take revenge 100 times over. Luo Tian helped Zhuge Qing up and immediately gave her a healing holy pill. Are your injuries serious? As for Su Linfeng, he didn't even look at him and directly ignored him. Zhuge Qing swallowed the healing holy pill and quickly recovered. She shook her head and smiled softly, I'm fine. This thing is really magical. It instantly eliminated all the pain in my body. You're really amazing. Luo Tian smiled. Su Linfeng gritted his teeth and said, stinking brat, I'm talking to you. Luo Tian still ignored him and said to Zhuge Qing, you go to the side and watch first. Huh? Zhuge Qing was shocked and said, he's very powerful, a 9th-level warrior, not so easy to deal with. Luo Tian, forget it, I'm not injured anyway, Uncle Lai Fu is just unconscious, it shouldn't be a big deal. You dog. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Since you don't want to be my Su family's dog, then be a dead man. The aura on Su Linfeng's body suddenly exploded, and with a move, the killing intent on his body became extremely strong, and he released all of his strength in one move. The Battle Chi Sword. A powerful aura crushed down. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, see, it's not that I don't want to let him go, it's that he wants to court death. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's body floated, expeditious steps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, watch carefully. Watch how I make my move. Luo Tian said faintly. Wind appeared under his feet. Without waiting for Su Linfeng to rush up, he attacked head-on. I'll let you know what the power of Tai Chi is. Tai Chi my ass. Brat. Tai Chi is outdated. I'll let you know what a heavy artillery attack is. In an instant, Su Linfeng leaped and landed in midair. His fists exploded, aiming straight for Luo Tian's head. If this punch landed, his head would definitely explode. Luo Tian, be careful. Brother Tian, be careful. Skinny Monkey and Xianyuan Ox hurried over. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. Using gentleness to conquer strength, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Su Linfeng's right arm. Su Linfeng sneered and said, I have 2 hands, and the power of this fist is even more ferocious. Let's see how you can use softness to overcome strength. His left fist had already finished accumulating power. The moment his right hand was caught, his left fist smashed down even more violently. Luo Tian did not panic, and even his movements were very slow. At least in the eyes of Zhuge Qing and the others, his movements were quite slow. They couldn't understand, it was too slow, as if it was playing in slow motion. With his left hand, he directly grabbed Su Linfeng's left arm. Following that, Luo Tian's body took a small step back, and his arm suddenly swung down. Let's see how fierce you are. At this moment, the airflow on Luo Tian's body formed a Tai Chi shape. The steps of the 8 trigrams. Waves of Tai Chi airflow formed around his body. Luo Tian seemed to have completely merged with the air, and the airflow was controlled by him, completely crushing Su Linfeng. He struggled violently, but was completely unable to break free. Bam! Rumble, crack. Crack. My hand. Both of his fists slammed onto the ground. The joints of his fingers were all broken, and the bones in his arms were directly broken out of his body. Fresh blood gushed out, and Su Linfeng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. My hand, my hand. Luo Tian stepped on Su Linfeng's broken arm, leaned down and said in a low voice, Your Su family has repeatedly angered me. If I don't give your Su family some color, you will really think that I, Luo Tian, am easy to bully. While talking, Luo Tian's right foot suddenly shook. Crack. The originally broken arm was now directly split into 2. Su Linfeng was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. His face was red, and his eyes stared at Luo Tian like a cow's. He said ferociously, You will die, you will die, you will definitely die, the Su family will not let you go, I will die, right? Luo Tian originally wanted to stop. After all, this was a school, and it was not good to be too violent. However, Su Linfeng was still threatening him like this. His temper suddenly surged. He grabbed Su Linfeng's collar and lifted him up like a chicken. He sneered and said, I'll die, right? Su Linfeng laughed sinisterly. You will die, he will die, and everyone related to you will die. Anyone who dares to touch me in Divine Sea City will die. I am the king of hell in Divine Sea City. Whoever I want to die will die. Is that so? Then today, I will kill the king of hell. Luo Tian moved his arm. Bang, 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 waves of energy filled the air. His left arm swelled up, causing his clothes to explode. His veins were bulging, making him look extremely ferocious. Zhuge Qing immediately rushed forward, and said, Luo Tian, you can't. Zhuge Wu also ran up and said, Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid, he can't be killed, you can't, calm down quickly. Su Linfeng was Su Zhanyun's younger brother. Moreover, he had an important position in the Su family. If he was killed, the entire Su family would be furious. Even if Zhuge Wu used all of his connections, he would not be able to protect Luo Tian. Now that Su Linfeng was not dead, there was still room for negotiation. If he died, it was too late. Su Linfeng laughed complacently, did you see that? I hit his granddaughter, and you're still begging me not to kill you, brat. Face reality, in the Divine Sea City, the Su family is the heavens, the one who controls the fate of ants like you, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. He knew very well that Luo Tian did not dare to kill him. If he killed him, Luo Tian would never have a day of peace. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly pulled Su Linfeng to his ear and said coldly, do you know Su Chongfeng? Su Linfeng's expression darkened, that's my second brother, yes. He's waiting for you down there. Luo Tian said coldly, you should also go down and reunite with him. His left fist moved. Bam. A punch directly smashed into the center of Su Linfeng's brows. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A piece of Su Linfeng's skull directly shot out from the back of his head. He stared at Luo Tian with eyes filled with fear, and his body slowly turned cold. It was also at this time the system sounded out. Ding. Thank you, little mood. You hold his hand. I'll turn around and leave. Green grass. Thank you, brother, for tipping me every day. Thank you. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Su Linfeng for obtaining an experience point. True Chi 200 points. Energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Shadow Ring. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The system continuously sounded out. The level 9 warrior would not drop anything good, so Luo Tian did not have much hope. After all, killing Su Changfeng had only dropped a silver-ranked dagger. What could Su Linfeng drop? Huh? Spirit Shadow Ring? What the hell is this? Luo Tian's heart trembled, and he immediately opened the system to check. Item, Spirit Shadow Ring grade? Unidentified. Description, activating the True Chi can trigger the invisibility attribute. Invisibility lasts for 10 seconds, consumes 100 True Chi per second, and has a cooldown of 12 hours. Holy *T. Invisibility Ring. What an awesome treasure. Luo Tian's little heart could not take it anymore. He never thought that this second generation would have such a good thing on him. Su Linfeng did not know that the ring on his finger was the Spirit Shadow Ring, otherwise, he would have definitely become invisible. Invisibility was simply the best equipment for killing and robbing. Then, Luo Tian immediately put it on his finger and looked at the pattern on the ring. He frowned and felt that it was strange. Why is the pattern on this ring similar to the one on the jade pendant? They are all the same fierce beast patterns, and the material seems to be the same. What exactly is it? As far as he knew, the jade pendant on his body did not have any attributes. Of course, this could also be because he did not appraise it. Forget it. To me, the invisibility ring is strong enough, Luo Tian thought. At this moment, Zhuge Wu anxiously ran over, looking at Su Linfeng's corpse on the ground. His face changed greatly, and said, "Brat, you've caused a huge disaster. Why don't you listen to me? So what if I endure it once?" Zhuge Qing, Skinny Monkey, and Xianyuan Cow also ran over. Luo Tian didn't panic at all. He smiled and said, "Principal, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. If the Su family has the ability, then let them come to me. I'm really not afraid." The skinny monkey-like man immediately said, "The Su family has committed all sorts of crimes in the Divine Sea City, and they are tyrannical. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. Brother Tian, it's good that you killed them. However, Brother Tian, the Su family's power in the Divine Sea City is too great. We should escape." Xianyuan Yo added, "That's right. The Su family is also secretly serving a few cultivators. If they take action, we won't stand a chance." Zhuge Wu's brows furrowed tightly. "Things have already happened, so I can't just do nothing. The four of you leave Thunder Academy first. I'm going to make a trip to the military region. I hope that old friend of mine still has a bit of authority. No matter what, Zhuge Wu would definitely take responsibility for what happened today. The children were his only hope. He was the hope of this world, and the hope he saw in Luo Tian was incomparably strong. Although he did not understand what Luo Tian had said in the confinement room, he believed that Luo Tian would definitely create a colorful future for you. Luo Tian said, "Principal, you don't need to do this. Just let the Su family come and find me, since it's not the first time I've killed someone from the Su family. Last night, I also killed Su Changfeng and even dropped this." He didn't hide it. There was no need to hide it from them. Moreover, Luo Tian also wanted to know what the use of the God Kill token was. The moment he took out the God Killing order, Zhuge Wu was shocked. His eyes were filled with shock as he took the God Killing order with trembling hands. He said excitedly, "God Killing order, God Killing order, it's the God Killing order. I've heard that the Su family has always admired Su Changfeng and wanted him to pass the test of the God Killing League. I didn't expect that he would succeed. Su Changfeng really became an assassin of the God Killing League." Zhuge Wu looked at Luo Tian seriously, and said, "You really killed Su Changfeng? His cultivation is much stronger than Su Linfeng's." Luo Tian said, he is indeed much stronger, and it took me a lot of effort to kill him. Good, good, good. Good kill. Ha ha ha. Su Chongfeng is even more cruel than Su Linfeng. Do you know how he cultivates? He specializes in killing ordinary people. He is simply a human butcher, extremely cruel. It's best to kill him, to vent the anger of the people of the Divine Sea City. Zhuge Wu was also extremely excited, and then asked, do you know what the God Kill token means? Luo Tian shook his head, I'm not sure. Zhuge Wu said excitedly, the God Kill token represents this God Kill alliance. No matter where you obtained the God Kill token, you are still an assassin of the God Kill alliance. Furthermore, you can use the God Kill token as an exchange to have the God Kill alliance kill a person for you. The energy of the God Kill token is huge. Skinny Monkey had some understanding of the God Kill token, so he continued, in the black market, the God Kill token is equivalent to a gold-level spirit treasure, worth hundreds of millions, and the price is constantly increasing. The God Kill Alliance was the #1 assassin organization in the Huaxia region. They had never failed in any of their targets. In the entire Earth region, the God Kill Alliance was an extremely terrifying existence. No wonder the Su family sent out so many people to search for something last night, so Su Chongfeng was killed. Losing the God Kill token also means that the Su family lost the God Kill Alliance as their backing. Zhuge Wu kept thinking in his mind, and said to Luo Tian, keep the God Kill token, don't let the Su family take it back, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, don't let anyone find out that you have the God Kill token, or else even self-cultivators will come to snatch it. You 4 hide first. I need to hurry to the military region. With the God Kill token, things will be much easier. Zhuge Wu already had a plan in his mind. Luo Tian took the God Kill token and laughed, I didn't expect this token to be so powerful. You guys go. Don't go back to Thunder Academy. Xiaoqing, follow Luo Tian. Zhuge Wu looked at Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, I'll leave Xiaoqing to you to protect. If anything happens to her, I don't think I'll let you go easily. Shou He laughed, Principal, are you entrusting Sister Qing with your whole life? Xian Yuanyo also laughed, of course. Zhuge Qing blushed and glared at the two of them fiercely. Zhuge Wu said confidently, I'm entrusting Xiaoqing with my whole life. Luo Tian, take good care of her for me, she's my precious granddaughter. If she loses even a strand of hair, I'll hold you responsible. Huh? Luo Tian was a bit confused. Looking at the shy expression on Zhuge Qing's face, he smiled bitterly in his heart and murmured, I'll leave here sooner or later, if you follow me. I'm afraid. He knew his purpose of coming to Earth. Zhuge Qing pouted and murmured, I'll leave here too, humph, I don't want your protection, and I don't want to marry you, humph. Good night, brothers. Su family, Su group building. Dead? When Su Zhangyun heard the news of his brother's death, he was stunned and couldn't react in time. Say that again? The person who looked like a student said, Director Su Linfeng was killed by Luo Tian. His corpse is still in the Thunder Academy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Su Zhangyun's fists fiercely punched out, and directly smashed the mahogany desk in front of him into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice became like a devil's as he said solemnly, Luo Tian? Just based on a Luo Tian who has the imprint of a cultivator? How could he kill Lin Feng? Huff, Su Zhangyun's eyes turned sinister, the joints on his body crackled, and he said solemnly, in the Divine Sea City, no one dares to touch my Su family, Luo Tian, you will be hunted down endlessly by the Su family. No matter where you are in the world, you will be found, and I will use your head as a sacrifice to my brother's soul. Ah, previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The battle chi on Su Zhangyun's body roared out, and the suit on his body was directly torn apart by his powerful muscles. Even the tempered glass on the floor was shattered by his angry roar. The 3 brothers of the Su family, Su Chongfeng, Su Linfeng, and he, Su Zhangyun, were all martial cultivation geniuses, especially him, who had already surpassed the peak of the 9th level and stepped into the realm of cultivation, at this moment. Su Zhangyun was furious. Su Chongfeng's disappearance and Su Linfeng's death were both related to Luo Tian. The anger in his heart soared to the heavens, and he roared, Men! Four people quickly walked in from outside. Su Zhanyan said angrily, "Go and find him, even if you have to turn the entire Divine Sea City upside down, you have to find him for me. I want to see what abilities a student of the Thunder Academy has, I want to kill him with my own hands." "Yes, sir." A man said, "Chairman, Zhuge Wu went to the military region, it should be because of this matter. He probably wants to protect Luo Tian, should we, military region?" "Humph." Su Zhanyan sneered, "Old thing, do you think that only your military region has people? Don't I have anyone? Put 2 bags of money in a gunny sack and give it to Commander Lei. I want Zhuge Wu to get nothing. How dare an old friend of mine fight with me? I will play you to death." Su Zhanyan was really angry this time. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. If 1 gunny sack isn't enough, then 2 gunny sacks. If 2 gunny sacks aren't enough, then 5 gunny sacks. Our Su family has as much money as they want. His anger was overflowing. He would never let Zhuge Wu off, he would not let Luo Tian off either. Back to Luo Tian. After leaving Thunder Academy, Luo Tian's group of 4 quickly returned to their residence, tidying up. Luo Tian knocked on Big Fatty Wang's door. As soon as Big Fatty Wang opened the door, his expression became one of excitement. Eyes glittering, he looked at Luo Tian and said, "I knew you'd come knocking on my door one day. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you." A fatty of more than 250 pounds, his face was full of fat. Coupled with an infatuated expression, Luo Tian's stomach really couldn't take it anymore. However, he still said calmly, "Big Fatty, you are the person who treats me the best in this world. Can you do me a favor?" Big Fatty Wang nodded his head and said, "Tell me, Big Brother Luo Tian, what do you want me to help you with?" The words Big Brother Luo Tian made Luo Tian feel a chill down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. Luo Tian forcefully held it in and said, "If my sister comes back, tell her that I'm going on an adventure and won't be back for a while." "Ah," Big Fatty Wang cried out in surprise. He was incomparably disappointed and said, "Big Brother Luo Tian, are you leaving? My heart hurts so much." Behind Luo Tian, Shou Ho and Xian Yuanyo couldn't hold it in anymore. They bit their tongues to stop themselves from laughing out loud. Zhuge Qing was the same. Her face was flushed red. Luo Tian said, "I'll be back, Big Fatty. I'll come back to see you. You have to help me pass the message. If someone comes looking for me, as long as it's not my sister, tell them that I've run away and escaped into the mountains." Big Fatty Wang cried out in surprise again and said worriedly, "Big Brother Luo Tian, what on earth did you do? Tell me, I'll help you solve it. I'd like to see who dares to bully my man." Puff, blurg, Shou Ho and Xian Yuanyo couldn't hold it in anymore. They ran to the corridor and vomited in the garbage. Luo Tian forced himself to hold it in, and revealed a smile, "Big Fatty, don't worry about this, just be responsible for helping me pass on the message, I will take care of my own matters, you have to take care of yourself, you have to eat more to maintain your figure." Big Fatty Wang smiled charmingly and said, "Big Brother Luo Tian, you are the first person to say that my figure is good. In this life, I will only marry you. Then." Big Fatty Wang continued, "Don't worry, I will definitely pass it on to my sister. If the bad guys come, I will definitely not open the door." Huff, Luo Tian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He wanted nothing more than to fight a self-cultivator than to face Big Fatty Wang again. It was too unbearable, and there were several times when he almost vomited. He thought to himself, who the hell is old Wang from next door? How could he give birth to such a fatty? Following that, the 4 of them quickly left. After walking downstairs, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha," Zhuge Qing and the other 2 burst out laughing. Skinny Monkey even imitated Big Fatty Wang and said, "Big Brother Luo Tian, I, Big Fatty Wang, will only marry you. You must come and marry me." Xian Yuanyo also laughed, "Big Brother Tian, your light is too bright." Zhuge Qing also said, "I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful, childhood sweetheart girl. Look at how infatuated she is. Her eyes are filled with anticipation, just like her husband who is looking forward to returning home. Luo Tian, you can't let her down. Luo Tian was already powerless, and said, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about this." "Don't worry, Big Brother Tian, I definitely won't tell anyone," Skinny Monkey said excitedly, and in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha ha. Big Brother Tian, I really sympathize with you. I really don't want to laugh, but I really can't help it." Luo Tian was speechless. However, Big Fatty Wong might be a little ugly, but at least he would help him. In his heart, Luo Tian was still grateful to Big Fatty Wong, and thought to himself, if there's a chance, I'll help you refine a beauty down and let you radiate with new life, as a form of thanks. "Let's go. Hurry up and leave this place." Zhuge Qing asked, "Where are we going?" "Divine Sea City is the Su family's territory, we will be found no matter where we hide." Luo Tian grinned, "There's one place they definitely won't be able to find." "Where is it?" "On the sea." Luo Tian and the other three quickly left the slums. Half an hour after they left, Fire Wolf grinned and said, "Luo Tian, let's see where you can escape to this time. Inform the brothers to follow them. The chance to make a fortune has come." "Thank you?" Libra's wave of support, "Thank you Warm Rendering for your 1888 donation support." "Thank you Desolate, Green Grass, Broken, if there are no ifs, thank you for your support, thank you." Divine Sea City was a seaside city. Before the outbreak of the cataclysm, this was a developed city. After the invasion of the magical beasts, this place was the first to be attacked by the magical beasts, and the tall buildings made of steel and cement were destroyed in a short day. One after another. This place was attacked by several waves of magical beasts that rushed out from the bottom of the sea and into the forest inland. A few decades later, humans began to awaken rapidly, and cultivators began to appear. They slowly began to form a powerful resistance, taking back some important cities from the hands of the magical beasts. Divine Sea City was one of them. This was one of the front lines of the Chinese theater of operations. As long as it was close to the sea, it would be heavily guarded. These soldiers all belonged to the military. All these years had passed. Magical beasts had not invaded before. Some adventurer teams and cultivators had begun to venture into the sea. The treasures of heaven and earth were all hidden in the sea, and the most important thing was that the sea was filled with spirit energy, increasing one's cultivation speed by several times. However, the danger was also dozens of times greater. One had to know that the sea was the most dangerous place on earth. Those magical beasts were incomparably ferocious, and even powerful cultivators could instantly kill them. At night. "Brother Tian, it's here." Skinny Monkey poked his head out of the forest and waved at Luo Tian. Luo Tian and the other two quickly entered the forest. After passing through a mangrove forest, the four of them could already see the vast and boundless sea. A second-hand yacht was docked in the dark. Skinny Monkey took out 2 stacks of money and stuffed them into the hands of a soldier. "Thank you, we will thank you when we return." The soldier carried a strange gun on his back. Luo Tian had never seen this kind of gun before. It was a gun that was specially made to deal with magical beasts. The bullets were automatically loaded, and the shockwave was enough to send ordinary magical beasts flying. The soldier smiled and said, "There are adventurer teams like you every day, all wanting to go out and search for treasures, but I've been here for so many years, but I've never seen anyone come back alive. The 4 of you have low cultivations, and I don't even want to talk about it. If you can come back alive, then you really have to burn incense and thank your ancestors." Looking at the money in his hand, the soldier smiled and said, "The grenades and weapons you want are all on the yacht." Skinny Monkey immediately said, "Thank you." The soldier said, "Good luck to you." After saying that, he took a serious look at Luo Tian. His eyes slightly darkened, and he turned around to leave. Skinny Monkey immediately said, "Brother Tian, let's go. If the patrol team finds us, we won't be able to leave. Moreover, all these things will be confiscated." Luo Tian looked at the soldier's expression and felt a chill in his heart. He didn't have time to think about it and said, "Get on the ship. Start the motor." The 4 of them quickly headed for the outer sea. After they left, the soldier looked in the direction where Luo Tian disappeared and took out his walkie-talkie. Luo Tian has been spotted, Luo Tian has been spotted. Got it, got it. I'll immediately report to Commander Lei. Satellite positioning, lock onto his position. Understood, understood. Luo Tian didn't know that their yacht had been tracked by a satellite. Furthermore, what they didn't know was that Zhuge Wu had been locked up. A few minutes later, in Su Zhanyun's office, the corner of his mouth turned cold. Go out to sea? Are you running for your life, or are you looking for a spirit treasure? Luo Tian, no matter what you go out to do, you will come back sooner or later. As long as I guard the coastline, you won't be able to escape. Su Zhanyun did not plan to go out to sea to track him. The price was too great. Moreover, there were too many unknown dangers. After all, it was the sea, the territory of the magical beasts. If it was not handled well, Luo Tian would not be able to catch up to him and all of them would be buried at the bottom of the sea. As long as he guarded the coastline, he was not afraid that Luo Tian would escape. If he didn't come back, it meant that he died at sea. If he came back, Su Zhanyun rolled his eyes and sneered, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Everything was under his control. Su Zhanyun looked at Su Linfeng's corpse and said slightly, Lin Feng, don't worry, I will definitely use Luo Tian's head to pay tribute to your undead. I will let him accompany you in death, I, Su Zhanyun, swear. In another place, the fire wolf was hiding not far away. He had heard everything the soldier had said. Fire Wolf's heart trembled, looks like we provoked the Su family this time. One of the Fire Wolf gang's lackeys said in a low voice, Boss, I heard that Luo Tian killed Su Linfeng today. The Su family is looking for him everywhere, and has already issued a bounty of 10 million. This kid is too valuable. Huh? Killed Su Linfeng? Fire Wolf was shocked, and then said, what is 10 million? Thunder Secret Realm treasure map. If there really is a gold-ranked spirit treasure, then it would be worth hundreds of millions, or even billions. 10 million is nothing. Why isn't our yacht here yet? It's coming, it's coming. At this moment, a yacht gently came from the sea. Fire Wolf led his lackeys and immediately rushed forward. He glanced at the yacht and kicked it, F***ck your grandpa, I told you to find a yacht, and you F***king found me a leaky one. Is your brain filled with shit? The underling quickly got up and said, Boss, I also want to find a good one, but we don't have the money. We lost the food and beverage business to the Peerless Gang, and our current income is not enough to cover our expenses. How can we afford to buy a good yacht? Even this yacht was bought after much persuasion. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get it. Boss, as long as we get rid of the water inside, we can still walk. Since we have a lot of people, each of us should prepare a basin. Right. That's a business worth hundreds of millions, we can't give up just like that. Hearing Fire Wolf say that it was worth hundreds of millions of gold-ranked spirit treasure, they couldn't care less. Zhang Wushuang, you bitch, just you wait. When I bring back the gold-ranked spirit treasure, I will slowly play you to death. Fire Wolf stepped onto the yacht, but because the yacht was too slippery, he lost his footing and fell flat on his face, causing his nose to bleed. He angrily kicked the lackey who bought the yacht and scolded in a low voice, hurry up and catch up with them, if you can't, I will throw you into the sea to feed the magical beasts. Rumble, rumble, the motor started. The accelerator was pushed to the maximum and suddenly accelerated. Fire Wolf once again lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Many of the lackeys almost suffered internal injuries. Hearing the sound of the motor, the soldier frowned and thought to himself, who are these people? Adventure team? Mercenary group? Immediately, he did not pay any attention to it. The order he received was to guard the coastline. Ha ha ha, Skinny Monkey and Shan Yuan Ox roared excitedly. Zhuge Qing also had a look of satisfaction on her face as she enjoyed the night breeze. The salty taste on her face made her feel extremely comfortable. They had been in the Divine Sea City since they were young, but this was the first time they had seen the ocean, and the first time they had gone out to sea, very excited. However, they had never thought that under their yacht was a group of huge black magical beasts. Thank you, this brother, this old cow can't see the name of the reward. Although I can't see the name, this old cow still wants to thank you for your support. Thank you. Because they longed for the ocean. Also, the night breeze was so comfortable that they forgot that they were in the extremely dangerous ocean. After traveling for about 2 hours, Luo Tian and the rest had entered the ocean. They couldn't see the end of it. The entire ocean was like a prehistoric beast opening its bloody mouth and swallowing everything in the world. Luo Tian took out the Thunder Secret Realm map and looked at it. According to the map, it should be 360 kilometers to the east. Brother Tian, is there really a gold spirit treasure? What? Xianxia was stunned. Gold spirit treasure? Are you trying to scare me? Zhu Keqing was also shocked. Even the Su family, the overlord of the Divine Sea City, doesn't have a gold spirit treasure. If they know about it, the entire Huaxia theater of operations will be shocked. By then, not only Su Zhanyun, even the commander of the Divine Sea region will have to suck up to us. The value of a gold spirit treasure was too high. Even high-level self-cultivators might not have one. Luo Tian said excitedly, then we'll see who is most suitable to use it. We'll give it to whoever is most suitable. Huh? Damn, no way? Brother Tian, what do you mean? You made us stronger in a short time. We don't even know how to thank you. If we find a gold spirit treasure, we'll give it to whoever uses it. I won't use it anyway. Xianxia said immediately. Skinny Monkey said immediately, me too. Zhu Keqing pretended to be angry and looked at Luo Tian. Who do you think we are? Okay. Luo Tian smiled faintly. No matter what a gold spirit treasure was, he didn't care. Even if a mountain of godly weapons were placed in front of him, he wouldn't be shocked at all. What hadn't he seen in the divine zone? A mere gold spirit treasure was nothing to him. His main purpose in coming to the ocean was to level up, and he wanted to know if he could get the power of the origin by killing beasts. That was the main point. He had been on Earth for almost half a month. He flipped through all the ancient books but couldn't find any information about the power of the origin. He could only rely on himself to find it. If he could get the power of the origin by killing sector beasts in the time crack, would he get the power of the origin by killing beasts on Earth? Phew, Luo Tian looked at the starry sky and murmured, everyone, wait for me. I will definitely return as soon as possible. Zhu Keqing looked at Luo Tian quietly. She could feel many things from his eyes, including endless longing. She thought to herself, what is above the starry sky? Is there anyone he likes? Rumble, right at this moment. The yacht shook violently. The motor and propeller seemed to be stuck. Luo Tian and the others swayed and almost fell over. What's the situation? Before they could react, a huge tentacle broke through the surface of the sea and smashed onto the yacht. Immediately. Not good, a magical beast attack. Prepare for battle. Shou Ho, control the yacht. Xianxia on the left, Zhu Keqing on the right. Luo Tian quickly gave the order. After he finished speaking, he leapt up, took out the silver-ranked scarlet blood dagger that Su Chongfeng had dropped and slashed it open. Crack! A huge tentacle was chopped off. The tentacle fell into the sea, and the seawater surged. A fist-sized sword-toothed fish crazily bit at it, just like a piranha. In less than a second, the 1,000-pound tentacle was torn apart, leaving only a pool of blood. Not even dregs were left. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In an instant, tentacles pierced through the surface of the sea. The giant octopus also revealed its head. Luo Tian's face turned cold, and muttered, have you ever eaten teppanyaki squid? Brother Tian, what should we do? This guy is like a prehistoric monster. There are also mutated sword fang fish below the yacht. As long as they fall into the water, they will be eaten without leaving any bones behind. The Xianxia said. The savage side of the sea erupted. The yacht was like a leaf floating in the torrent. Anyone could be knocked over by a huge wave. Huff, woo, the giant octopus let out a strange cry, and then 17 or 18 huge tentacles came crashing down like lightning. Brother Tian? Luo Tian. The Xianxia and Zhu Keqing shouted at the same time. As long as they were hit, the yacht would definitely capsize. There was only one outcome for them if they fell into the water, and that was to be eaten by the sword-fang fish. Huff, Luo Tian bellowed in his heart, and said solemnly, F***ck, I'll blast you first. Immediately, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. The Thunder Dragon heavy cannon appeared in his hands. Skinny Monkey and Xianxia were both dumbfounded. Oh my god, boss, what is this guy? Why have I never seen it before? Too domineering. It's like a dragon on his shoulder. Indeed. The Thunder Dragon heavy cannon was like a dragon covered in thunder and lightning. Luo Tian bellowed, Skinny Monkey, get ready. Once I fire the cannon, you will immediately fire with all your might, understand? Skinny Monkey did not dare to think too much at this time, and immediately replied, understood. Immediately, Luo Tian locked onto the giant octopus with his Thunder Dragon heavy cannon, energy fill. Crack. Kacha. After consuming 100 points of true chi, the Thunder Dragon heavy cannon released a rumbling sound, and then shot out. Bam. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. It directly exploded on the giant octopus's head. Rumble. 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 Flames soared into the sky, creating huge waves that were several meters tall. The tentacles that broke out of the sea also instantly fell into the sea, forming an even larger wave that smashed down towards the yacht. Skinny Monkey. Luo Tian shouted. Skinny Monkey stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the motor started to roar. The moment the huge wave came crashing down, it rushed out. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing giant octopus for obtaining an experience point, true chi 800 points, energy values 1 point, points 100 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining octopus poison. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining octopus heart. There's still no source energy. Why? Luo Tian's heart sank, he did not feel the slightest bit of excitement from killing the giant octopus. Roar. Brother Tian, you're simply too handsome. That Thunder Dragon heavy cannon is too cool, ha ha ha. The four of them had just escaped death, and their bodies relaxed. The scene just now was too thrilling. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, be careful when driving the boat, don't overturn it. Then, Luo Tian checked the items that had just dropped, and when he saw the points, he was shocked. Can you get points by killing magical beast? If you can get points by killing more magical beast, exchanging them for ancient artifact S is not a dream at all. Thinking about the ancient artifact SS in the exchange system, Luo Tian became excited. What's the octopus heart? Brothers, good night. Item, octopus's heart time, 3 minutes consumption, 20 true chi points per second. Description, the octopus's heart is unique, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, and can only be used by the player himself. After using it, he will turn into a giant octopus within 10 seconds. Prompt, consumes 20 true chi points per second. After the true chi is used up, he will automatically return to his true body. Prompt 2, duration, 3 minutes. When the time is up, the transformation will end. Prompt 3, the giant octopus has dived to a depth of 5,000 meters. A series of attributes appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian thought, similar to the transformation card? However, although this thing is not as powerful as the transformation card, it can dive. That's not bad. With this thing, we can hide underwater and avoid the attacks of the magical beasts, but the magical beasts will also kill each other, right? Luo Tian guessed in his heart. This could be considered a life-saving talisman, at least he was not afraid of drowning in the sea. The yacht traveled for a period of time, and the motor continued to emit black smoke. Woo 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 woo, the yacht slowed down, and the Skinny Monkey said, Brother Tian, the motor is broken, we need to find a place to dock and repair it, and we have lost our way. Because he was in too much of a hurry, he did not even bother to identify the direction and rushed out. Xianxia looked into the distance and said, there's a dark mass in front, is it a small island? Why don't we go to the island? Luo Tian did not think too much about it, and said, go to the island. If they did not have a yacht in the sea, it would be difficult for them to move an inch. Moreover, now that they were lost, they needed time to rest. turn off the motor, let's row over. Luo Tian said. According to his analysis, the reason why the giant octopus was attracted was because of the sound. There were definitely more magical beasts on the island, so they should be more careful. The four of them rowed towards the island. Holy sh*t. Can you guys hurry up? The yacht is about to sink. Fire Wolf cursed. He wanted nothing more than to kick them into the water, but he needed manpower. At the very least, he needed manpower to deal with Luo Tian. Boss, listen, there's no sound of the motor anymore. Suddenly, Fire Wolf immediately turned off the engine and listened carefully. He didn't hear the sound of the motor anymore. Could it be that they have already reached the island? He hadn't seen the Thunder Secret Realm treasure map, so he couldn't guess if Luo Tian and the others had already reached the island. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. Just as they were listening carefully, the hull of the boat sank by a large portion, and seawater poured in crazily. Fire Wolf was so frightened that he immediately shouted, "You idiots, scoop out the water for me. Hurry, hurry. If they sank in this place, they would only be able to feed the fish. Boss, why don't we return? The sea is too dangerous." That's right. Boss, let's go back. I'd rather fight with the Peerless Association than stay on the sea. They calmed down and fear rose in their hearts. The sea was too dangerous. Hualang shouted in a deep voice, "Do you think trash like you can win against Zhang Wushuang? As long as I can find the gold armor set, I can crush that B*tch Zhang Wushuang's D*ck full speed ahead." Luo Tian must have landed on some island. He didn't give up. He didn't want to give up just like that. The Fire Wolf gang's position in Roland Street was precarious. He had to stake everything. As long as he succeeded this time, he could soar into the sky and even trample on Sir Hong. I must get the gold-level spirit treasure. I must. Hualang was determined. At another place, Luo Tian and the others had already rowed to the shore. Bring the firearms to the island. The island looked a little strange. It was high and tall, like a bare mountain. There were only a few reefs on the shore. The reefs were covered with screw shells and some small seashells. Skinny Monkey tied up the yacht and then removed the motor. Xianxia carried a gun on his back and hung grenades on his body. Zhu Geqing went to the front of the pagoda. Luo Tian used his mind to sense the surroundings. He didn't find any dangerous aura. Half an hour later, they entered the depths of the forest. Luo Tian found a few young spirit grass and said to them, "I need this kind of spirit grass, pick it when you see it." "Boss, are you using these to refine pills?" Xianxia asked curiously. Luo Tian laughed, and said, "Don't look down on these spirit grass. When combined with other spirit grass, they can unleash a super strong energy and have all sorts of miraculous effects. Even the resurrection pill can be refined, and can bring people back to life." The resurrection pill could indeed be refined. However, the materials were very scarce. The three of them were shocked. Resurrection, in their hearts, this was completely impossible. Zhu Geqing asked, "How do you know how to refine pills?" Luo Tian laughed, "This is a secret, hee. They wouldn't believe that he was someone who had transmigrated from the divine realm, so he might as well pretend to be mysterious. This way, he would appear even more mysterious. Charming little girls was a good method, at least Zhu Geqing was very curious. Rumble. 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 The Skinny Monkey laughed excitedly, "The motor has been repaired, and it's blocked by a small octopus tentacle. Brother Tian, are we leaving now or after daybreak?" "Rest for the night. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Luo Tian looked at the sky, his mind feeling powerless. Damn, I can't even tell the difference between north, south, east, and west. There are too many stars in the sky. Where exactly is the Big Dipper? His IQ was completely insufficient. Regarding all this, Luo Tian really didn't know anything. Skinny Monkey, you stay on guard first. The two of you rest. Zhu Geqing asked, "What about you?" Luo Tian said, "I'll look around." This kind of small island wasn't big, but it was too quiet. This was very abnormal, and Luo Tian was worried. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whiz, Luo Tian moved quickly, his idea constantly sensing. Not to mention a magical beast, there wasn't even a small beast, and he felt that something was wrong. Everyone says that the sea area is dangerous, but why can't I see a single magical beast? This isn't normal. Looking at the mountain peak above his head, Luo Tian quickly rushed up. Half an hour later, Luo Tian stood on a bare rock, overlooking the entire island. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything, but Luo Tian looked around and muttered, "The shape of this island really looks like a big turtle." Then Luo Tian looked at the stars in the sky again, and muttered, "Where exactly is the north? Huh? Why do I feel like the stars are moving? That's not right." Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind shook as he looked at the island beneath his feet. He was incomparably astonished. Damn, so we're actually on the back of a big turtle. Then where are we being carried to? At this moment, a group of small islands appeared in front of them. Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. Thank you? Heart-devouring? Son of death? Perhaps the night is best for crying, if there is no if, love? Thank you for your support. There were at least 1,000 of them, all swimming in the same direction. What is this? Is it a race of 1,000 turtles? Luo Tian's brain was a little numb. Immediately, he quickly jumped down and walked to the dark, only to find that the yacht was gone. Oh no! This is the end. Luo Tian immediately returned to the skinny monkey and the others, and said, "The yacht is gone, and what's worse is that we are on the back of a huge turtle, and what's worse is that there are thousands of turtles around." The skinny monkey fell to the ground and murmured, "Without the yacht, we can't go back. What should we do?" In this vast sea, if there was no ship as a means of transportation, they would not be able to go back to the land. Now that the only yacht was gone, it was already an extravagant hope to go back to the land. What was worse was, they could not leave this place at all. Go to the sea? How far could they swim? The sea was too big. Even if there were no magical beasts at the bottom of the sea, they would not be able to swim back. Xianxua's expression turned cold. "Brother Tian, what should we do? My parents are still waiting for me to go back." Zhu Gaqing also showed a panicked look. They were only 15 or 16 years old children, and it was inevitable that they would panic at this time. Luo Tian was not panicking, but now he was secretly anxious, and said, "If we want to go back now, or find the Thunder's secret realm, there is only one way: control the returnee under our feet and let it take us there." Ah? Zhu Gaqing was shocked and looked around. "This turtle is as big as an island, and you said that there are thousands of turtles like this nearby. They are all swimming in the same direction, migrating? It shouldn't count. They should go back to a place. If you stop a turtle, the other turtles will definitely attack you, and then we will all fall into the sea. How do you know if you don't try?" Xianxua looked fearless, looked at the ground, and suddenly his right arm moved, the joints crackling, the whole arm moved suddenly, and heavily bombarded down. Boom! A half-meter deep pit was smashed out with a punch. The surroundings shook violently. His strength had increased several times in just a week, and now he did not need to use his strength to hit with a punch, he could do it as he pleased. However, the half-meter deep pit did not even see the hard shell on the back of the turtle. F***ck. One more punch. Immediately, Xianxua punched again. Bang! The pit sank another few centimeters, but the hard shell on the back of the turtle was still nowhere to be seen. "I don't believe it." Xianxua's temper flared up, and it continuously bombarded the surrounding area. 10 minutes later, Xianxua was gasping for breath. With him as the center, he blasted out a huge crater. He panted and said, "F***ck, what's going on? I can't see the turtle's back even though it's so deep." "Boss, are you sure that this island is really a huge turtle?" He had to be suspicious. It was already 3 meters deep, but he still didn't see anything. It was too unbelievable. Luo Tian said, "Look at the trees around you. These trees are at least a few decades old. How far have you gotten? If you want to see the turtle's back, you have to blast a few more meters." He was also secretly shocked. Among the 4 divine beasts, the black tortoise's defense was the strongest. The strongest part was the turtle's shell. Xianxia's strength had already exceeded 8,000 Jun. This kind of strength could kill a water buffalo with one punch, but after so many punches, the turtle did not react at all. It was as if it did not even have the strength to scratch an itch. Skinny Monkey could not help but laugh. "Old bull, if you use more strength, you might be able to create a well. Then we won't have to worry about drinking water." Zhuge Qing chuckled. Mother asterisk cur. Xianxia spat on his palms, rubbed them, and clenched his fists. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A burst of power came out from his fists. In the first 10 minutes of bombardment, he did not use his strongest strength. Now, he was going to use his true strength. "Brother Tian, you guys step back a little." "I don't believe it." Xianxia took off his outer clothes, leaving only a vest. His arms were exposed, and his muscles were like black steel, one piece at a time, filled with endless explosive power. He took a step forward, held his horse stance tightly, and raised his right arm. Under his feet, there seemed to be a surge of energy surging into his dantian. His dantian operated and spread throughout his body. At this moment, all the energy in his body suddenly gathered on his right arm. Xianxia roared to the sky. "Ah!" A punch came down like thunder. Rumble. His strength was like a mountain, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and the ground to tremble. It was too powerful. At that moment, Xianxia activated a trace of divine power in his body. Luo Tian could clearly feel the surge of divine power. Although it was only a trace, it had reached the realm of a peak level 9 warrior. He was extremely shocked. What a strong divine power. However, crack. Xianxuan's finger joints were all dislocated. It was so painful that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hiss. I hit it. F***ck. This F*** king turtle shell is harder than granite. My fingers are all dislocated. Xianxia crawled out of the pit, opened its 5 fingers, and slammed them on the ground. Crack. The joints were all reconnected. Luo Tian felt a sharp pain when he saw it. Then, he looked at the black turtle shell in the pit. There were no cracks at all. It's too hard. I can't break his defense at all. Xianxia rubbed his joints, and no longer had the intention to try. Just now, his arm was almost dislocated, and this feeling was not good. Skinny Monkey chuckled, and said, "Old cow, sometimes brute force is not enough, you have to use your brain, for example. Use a modern technology product." As he said that, Skinny Monkey took out a special grenade, pulled out the pin, and immediately shouted, "Get out of the way." He threw the grenade into the deep pit and threw himself to the ground. Luo Tian immediately protected Zhuge Qing's side and reminded her, "Be careful." Xianxia immediately ran out in fright. As he ran, he scolded, "Damn monkey, can't you let me run far away before throwing it?" Rumble. 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 The sound shook the sky, and soil flew everywhere. However, this huge sea turtle still did not have the slightest reaction, as if it could not feel any pain at all. Skinny Monkey got up and looked at the turtle shell in the pit, and said angrily, "Grandma's chest, I don't believe it." As he said that, he pulled 3 grenades and threw them down together. However, it was still useless. He was stunned. Skinny Monkey was completely stunned. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Tian, this guy's defense is too abnormal." "It's more than just too abnormal. It's simply invincible." Luo Tian thought in his heart, if I were to blow this guy up, how much experience would I get? Thank you to Little Mood for supporting him for N days in a row. He really wanted to kill it, however, Luo Tian didn't even see where its blood was. Moreover, how was he going to deal with this invincible defense? Unless he had the power of a divine king, he would be instantly killed. The 4 of them sat by the pit and discussed. Skinny Monkey said, "Brother Tian, don't you have heavy weapons? Let's try firing at him. Who knows, you might be able to penetrate it with one shot." Xianxuan also said excitedly, "That's right." Zhuge Qing muttered, "What if it dies? I heard that when the sea turtle dies, it either sinks or turns upside down. If it dies, I'm afraid we'll die in the sea." Huh? Luo Tian had been thinking about how to kill this giant, but when Zhuge Qing said that, he immediately thought that this was a very serious problem, and said, "Luckily you reminded me, otherwise, if we really killed it, we would have to be trapped here." "Then what should we do? Just go with the flow like this? We don't even know where we'll drift to, and we don't have much food and water with us right now. I'm afraid we'll starve to death here," Skinny Monkey said worriedly. Xianxia was naturally an optimist, and laughed. "Monkey, look, I've even dug a hole for you. This hole is big enough, the four of us should be enough, ha ha ha." Skinny Monkey rolled his eyes at Xianxia, and said, "You're still laughing at this time. I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die here, I still want to marry him 17 or 18 wives in the future and have a bunch of babies." "Just you? You're so thin and you still have 17 or 18 wives. I think just looking at your right hand is enough for you." Xianxia joked. "What? Did I say something wrong? Are you used to using your left hand?" Skinny Monkey immediately said in all seriousness, "You don't believe in my ability?" The more the two of them spoke, the more dirty they became. They completely ignored Zhuge Qing. Luo Tian coughed lightly. "Don't talk about those useless things." As he said that, he glared at the two of them. The two of them immediately thought of Zhuge Qing's presence and became somewhat awkward. Then the four of them fell silent. Half an hour later, Xianxia and Skinny Monkey leaned against each other and started snoring. "I told you two to think of a way, but you fell asleep while thinking. I really have to hand it to you." Luo Tian cursed in a low voice. He didn't want to wake them up. Looking at Zhuge Qing, who was frowning, he said, "Don't worry, I will find a way." Zhuge Qing looked up and smiled. "I'm not worried at all because you're here." After saying that, her cheeks flushed red. Under the starlight, she looked so lovely and moving. She was really beautiful. Luo Tian was a little drunk. He looked up at the stars in the sky and immediately thought of Schwerer. His heart tightened as he let out a heavy breath and muttered, "Are you okay?" His eyes were filled with longing. "I really want to go back." Zhuge Qing was stunned. "Huh?" Luo Tian quickly recovered, smiled, and said, "I didn't say anything, don't even think about it. In any case, there won't be any magical beasts in this place, you can rest assured." Luo Tian got up and walked down the hillside. Zhuge Qing looked at his back and then looked at the sky. She bit her lip and muttered to herself, "Who are you thinking about? Is there someone you are waiting for in the sky? Who is she?" Women were very sensitive. Especially if a man was thinking about a woman, she could tell at a glance. Luo Tian's kind of longing was not the kind of longing for family, but the kind of longing for love. Zhuge Qing really wanted to know what Luo Tian was thinking about. This was not the first time Luo Tian had muttered to the starry sky. She was sure that Luo Tian was hiding something from her. However, she also knew in her heart that if Luo Tian didn't want to say, she couldn't ask. When the time came, Luo Tian would naturally tell her. Zhuge Qing smiled softly and said to herself, "I'm waiting for you to tell me everything." In another place. "Boss, we're finished." Fire Wolf shouted and kicked him. "Damn it, can't you say something auspicious? What's over? Aren't we still alive and well?" Another lackey said, "I already said that we can't go to the island, but you just didn't listen. Now that the yacht is gone, and it's on this monster's body, maybe we'll be carried to their nest to feed the little turtle." "Fuck you." Fire Wolf kicked him again and said, "I'm a cat with 9 lives. Maybe we can find an even better treasure this time. Look at this kind of giant turtle, if we can get one back, wouldn't we be rich? All of you, cheer up. 1,000. Turtles are swimming in the same direction. I guess that something big has happened to their destination, or some kind of peerless spirit treasure has been born. Since we're already on the island, let's take a big gamble." Fire Wolf was ruthless in his heart. Actually, in his heart, he was also crying for help, but there was nothing he could do. He was helpless and could only think of the good things. However, his guess was not made out of thin air. He had read an ancient book about sea beasts. There must be a big problem with the appearance of such giant sea beasts at the same time. If it was not a peerless spiritual treasure, then it must be some kind of great disaster. He could only pray that it was a peerless spirit treasure. Luo Tian, I was killed by you. Don't let me see you again, or else I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Fire Wolf cursed in his heart, hating Luo Tian to the bone. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he wouldn't have lost the Thunder Secret Realm map, and wouldn't have followed him to this incomparably dangerous sea area. Just you wait. When I find a peerless spirit treasure, I'll definitely beat you until you crawl all over the ground. Luo Tian was not in the mood to sleep. Being trapped on this sea beast island made him feel depressed and flustered. When he thought of his relatives in the divine realm, he felt very uncomfortable. The remnant souls recasting allowed me to return to Earth. This was originally the best choice, but I don't even know what the source energy is right now. How can I kill my way back to the divine realm? Luo Tian looked up to the sky and sighed, muttering, System Lord, I know you are observing me, can't you give me a hint? From the moment he returned to Earth, he had vaguely guessed that this was the design of the system's creator. It was to let him return to Earth. He felt that everything about him was in the hands of the system's creator. He was unhappy. Thinking of the system, Luo Tian opened the system and took a look. There were very few skills in the skill bar. Alchemy, array carving, talisman, puppet, beast taming. There's nothing left. Luo Tian laughed bitterly. Huh? Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind shook, and he muttered to himself, I can still refine pills without alchemy, and I even succeeded, then. If I don't have beast taming, can I still tame beasts? As long as I control the sea beast, wouldn't all the problems be solved? Genius. I'm really a genius. Luo Tian's blood was boiling. There were still a few hours until the new week. Brothers, help me with the recommendation ticket, old cow thanks you. If the alchemy technique could succeed, then the beast taming technique would definitely work as well. Of course. This was in theory. But in reality, Luo Tian quickly ran to the front, looking at the head of the sea beast that looked like a huge reef, he muttered, damn, there are even trees growing on my head. The head was like a big ship. He couldn't see anything clearly. Huff, Luo Tian adjusted his breathing and calmed down. He recalled the situation in the ancient Panga cave. At that time, he met an old beast tamer who had once told him some tricks about beast taming techniques. There were two types of beast taming technique. Forcefully controlling. The second was to establish a relationship. The first method required one to use a great deal of energy to directly control the consciousness of the demonic beast and make it work for one's own use. This kind of beast taming technique required one to have a great cultivation base. In addition, the demonic beast under one's control would easily betray one's master. Once it found an opportunity, it would betray the master and even kill the master. There was a certain amount of danger. Establishing a relationship was a very bewitching method. Through the continuous in-depth communication of consciousness, they became friends, brothers, and lived together peacefully. This kind of demon beast would establish intimacy with you, and once the intimacy reached a certain level, you would be able to control it at will. However, this kind of beast taming technique was extremely difficult and took a lot of time. The failure rate was more than 10 times that of the first method. However, once he succeeded, he would benefit endlessly. Let's try the first method first. Luo Tian didn't have that much time. Right now, he just wanted to find the island where the Thunder Secret Realm map was located, and then kill some magical beasts to level up and break through. The idea moved, Luo Tian's idea surged under the reef, and directly entered the sea beast's mind. Previous chapter next chapter boom, buzz. With a loud sound, before Luo Tian could control the sea beast's consciousness, his idea was killed. Moreover, the system sounded out. Ding. Intimacy minus 1,000 points. Damn. It decreased by 1,000 points just like that? System, are you cheating me? Luo Tian cursed, he was very unhappy in his heart, but he did not give up. Anyway, he did not want to establish any relationship with this big sea beast. What if it was a female? What if something discordant happened? Then, Luo Tian trembled for a while, and the idea once again entered the sea beast's sea of consciousness. Boom. Ding. Intimacy, 1,000 points. F***CK. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He shouted again, I don't believe it. Again. Ding. Intimacy, 1000 points. Ding. Intimacy, 1000 points. Ding. The system kept beeping. Every time it happened, it would decrease 1000 points of intimacy. Luo Tian checked his intimacy level and clicked his tongue inwardly. It's already negative 18,000 points. I'd like to see what would happen if my intimacy level dropped to negative 100,000 points. Immediately after, Luo Tian continued. Ding. Ding, 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 continuously increasing negative intimacy. Luo Tian didn't give up either. He kept trying. During this period of time, he found that his mind could stay longer and longer in the sea of consciousness of the oceanic beast. At first, it was less than a second, but now, it could stay for about 30 seconds. Do you want to try another way of taming beasts? Luo Tian's idea moved, and once again entered the sea of consciousness of the oceanic beast, revealing a sweet smile, and politely said, Hey, big sea beast, can I be friends with you? Bam. Buzz, ding. Intimacy, 5,000 points. Hint, you're too ugly, the sea beast is very annoying. Luo Tian stomped down heavily with his foot, rolled up his sleeves and moved his fists, aiming at the reef beneath his feet. You bastard, how am I ugly? What kind of aesthetic do you have? He was extremely angry. I still want to resolve this peacefully, but it seems like you're still a tough nut to crack. Alright. I don't believe that I can't control you. Again. For the entire night, Luo Tian kept using the beast taming skill. It was completely useless. The intimacy level rose crazily, but it was still a negative number. A few hours later, Luo Tian's entire body was weak. Using the idea consumed too much mental energy, it was extremely uncomfortable, and it also consumed true qi. After a few hours, he could not hold on any longer. Luo Tian leaned against a rock, looked at the big sea beast, and said, You have guts. As if the sea beast understood what Luo Tian said, it grinned. He was mocking Luo Tian. Luo Tian couldn't do anything to it. Using his fist to punch it, this guy's defense was invincible, and he couldn't hurt it at all. Using the idea to influence it, he was seriously despised. I'll take a rest first. I'll come back to deal with you when I recover my energy and true qi. If he didn't rest, Luo Tian's body wouldn't be able to take it, and he really couldn't do anything to the sea beast right now. He thought to himself, if only I had the legendary skill enticing light, I could just directly summon it. What a pity, unknowingly. Luo Tian fell asleep. The sun rose. The sea breeze blew past, feeling incomparably comfortable. If it wasn't for the cataclysm on Earth, this feeling would be too great. Brother Tian. Boss. Luo Tian. When the three of them woke up, they didn't see Luo Tian, so they searched everywhere. They searched the entire island, but they couldn't find him. Walala, walala, only when the water splashed onto Luo Tian's face did he suddenly wake up. Hearing the shouts of the skinny monkey and the others, he said loudly, I'm here. Luo Tian stared at the sea beast and said, Little guy, I'll take care of you later. Then, Luo Tian walked towards the three of them. Boss, where did you go? Xianxia said worriedly. Luo Tian said, It's nothing, I chatted with this big sea beast for a while. I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. The three of them were shocked at the same time, and all of them looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open. Zhu Guqing said in shock, You chatted with the sea beast? Are you sure he understands what you're saying? Can you understand what it's saying? Talking to sea beasts? Normal people would never do that. Luo Tian looked at their surprised expressions and said, It's normal to talk to demon beasts. Don't you know that powerful demon beasts can take human form at the end of their cultivation? Huh? Brother Tian, could it be that you've read too many fairy tales? The skinny monkey muttered, Those are all lies, the peak of a magical beast's evolution is still a magical beast, it's just that they are very powerful. Zhu Guqing also nodded, That's true, magical beasts are also divided into levels, and there are also magical beasts of the cultivation level. Huh? Luo Tian laughed awkwardly, Is that so? It's different from other worlds? He thought that the magical beasts on Earth were the same as the magical beasts in the divine realm. At this moment, the entire island suddenly shook, and the sea beast's speed increased crazily. There's a situation. Thank you to soul-devouring heartwarming for your reward. Thank you to a small mood, reminiscing about the past, dodo, green grass, and I is a scar on my heart, I wish to be alone for the rest of my life. Thank you, brothers. Bam. Bam. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent churning continued to explode on the surface of the sea. The waves rose to the sky, and the 10-meter-tall waves continued to crash down. It was very savage, extremely savage. Not only was there a situation, there was a very bad situation. Luo Tian quickly rushed to the top of the mountain, and looked into the distance with a tense gaze. What kind of magical beast is that? One by one, they jumped out of the water like a small mountain, and then smashed down heavily. Then, they jumped up again. There were hundreds of them, and each of them was exceptionally ferocious. Zhu Keqing's face changed, and said, "It's a demon shark." Huh? Luo Tian didn't hear it clearly. Zhu Keqing explained, "It is a type of shark that evolved. This kind of shark likes to live in groups, and its attack power is extremely strong. It is more than 100 times stronger than that giant octopus. This is bad." The skinny monkey said, "What are you afraid of? These sea turtles have invincible defense. Even if those demon sharks rush up, there's no need to worry." The Xianyuan ox was the clearest about the defense of the sea turtles, and said, "That's right, the defense of these sea turtles is too abnormal, those demon sharks might not be their match, and there are more sea turtles, what are you afraid of?" There was nothing to say about the defense of the sea turtles. An invincible existence. However, Zhu Keqing said, "I have seen it in the ocean domain records, sea turtles are defensive-type magical beasts, demon sharks are offensive type, and they are good at teamwork. More importantly, the strongest defense of the sea turtles is their shell, which is on their back, but their defense below is not as strong as the top of the shell." Luo Tian also said, "From the looks of it, the sea turtles are indeed afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sped up. Then what should we do?" The skinny monkey's face darkened. "If the sea turtles are overturned, I'm afraid we will be eaten by the demon sharks as well. Don't worry. Now it's up to these sea turtles to fight against the enemy. If they run away by themselves, one of them will definitely be eaten. Right now, we can only pray that it's not the sea turtle on our back." Luo Tian said slowly. The Xianyuan ox exclaimed, "Boss, the sea turtle under our feet is the last one." Seeing the group of demon sharks getting closer and closer, Luo Tian didn't need to worry. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "Go to the foot of the mountain. If there is a strong impact, you must hold on tight." After that, Luo Tian rushed down the mountain. Zhu Keqing was worried. "Where are you going?" Luo Tian said loudly, "I'll go talk to it again." A few minutes later, Luo Tian stood on top of the sea beast's head. With a thought, he entered the sea beast's sea of consciousness and quickly said, "Don't rush to expel my consciousness. If you want to live, then you must listen to me." Otherwise, not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's consciousness was once again blasted out. Ding. Intimacy, 10,000 points. Ding. Notice, your intimacy level has reached -98,000 points. Another 2,000 points will increase your negative intimacy level to 100,000 points. The giant turtle will attack you. Notice, your intimacy level has reached -98,000 points. Another 2,000 points will increase your negative intimacy level to 100,000 points. The giant turtle will attack you. The system prompted continuously. Only 2,000 points left. If Luo Tian used his idea to release it again, it would probably reach 100,000 points. At that time, he might be thrown down by the sea turtle, and that would be terrible. However, Luo Tian still moved, and roared angrily, "Little bastard, don't *king not know what's good for you? I want to save you. If you want to live, you have to join hands with your ding. Intimacy, 1,000 points. Notice, you are still 1,000 points away from -100,000 points of intimacy. Danger, danger." The system flashed with a red light. A negative intimacy level of 100,000, this was comparable to killing one's father. F*ck. Luo Tian was really disappointed, but he had to let the sea beast join hands with the other sea beasts to fight against the enemy. Otherwise, it would die, and he would die too. Immediately, Luo Tian roared again, "You must join hands with your other companions to fight against the enemy, otherwise you will be torn apart by the group of demon sharks. If you want to die, then just blast my idea out." Ding. Intimacy, 1,000 points. Ding. Intimacy, 100,000 points. The sea turtle may attack at any time. Be careful, be careful. Woo woo, the sea turtle suddenly roared, enraged. His body suddenly sank, and he directly dove into the water. Gulp. Gulp, Luo Tian was caught off guard, and could only hug a piece of reef tightly as he followed the sea turtle into the seabed. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, you're as stupid as a pig, you're really F*king a dog. I wonder how Zhuge Qing and the others are doing?" He was going all out. Luo Tian could not care less. The idea once again entered the sea turtle's sea of consciousness. "You bastard, can you listen to me? You want to die, but I don't want to die." While they were talking, the jade pendant that Luo Tian was hanging around his neck was washed out by the seawater. At this moment, when the sea turtle saw it, it immediately raised its head and rushed out of the water. Ding, intimacy plus 10,000 points. Ding, intimacy plus 10,000 points. Ding, intimacy plus 10,000 points. Continuous prompts. In just 10 seconds, 10 prompts had been given, and the intimacy had soared to 100,000 points. Huh? Luo Tian was a little confused, what's going on? However, at this time, he was too lazy to think about other reasons. The idea surged into the sea turtle's sea of consciousness and said loudly, "Tell the sea turtles in front to quickly turn around, split up on the left and right, form a circle, and use your bodies as defense. Remember, once the demon shark attacks, retract your limbs into your turtle shell. With the defense of your turtle shell, they won't be able to do anything to you." Then, the sea turtle let out waves of strange cries. Next, the sea turtle in front quickly turned around, spread out like a huge flower petal, and then quickly formed a defensive circle. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. At this time, the group of demon shark had already caught up. Defense. Luo Tian's idea moved, and the sea turtle immediately let out a cry. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz, all the sea turtles were connected head to tail, forming a huge defensive formation. The demon shark's attack power was indeed strong, but they couldn't do anything about the invincible turtle shell. They could only continuously attack, and attack again. It was useless. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and thought to himself, "I can't miss out on this experience." Immediately, his idea moved, and said solemnly, "Listen to my command." Those demon shark began to split up and attack, wanting to find a breakthrough. At this moment, Luo Tian's idea roared, 9 turtles, form a triangle attack formation, attack. Thank you to Wandering Soul in the middle of the night for your support. Today's update was very late, but there will be another chapter tonight. The demon shark's repeated attacks were unable to break through the defensive formation. Under Luo Tian's command, these sea turtles quickly formed a team, 9 in a group, and quickly attacked. Crash into the array. The number of sea turtles was about 4 times that of the demon shark. In addition, the demon shark was scattered, and most of the time, it was 9 sea turtles against 1 demon shark. In this situation, the sea turtles had an absolute advantage in terms of momentum. Scatter. Crash. Luo Tian controlled a large sea turtle, suddenly dispersed, and then suddenly crashed into it. In an instant, a demon shark was sent flying, but on the other side, there was already a large sea turtle waiting for it, and it fiercely crashed back, like a large billiard ball, crashing back and forth, and in less than half a round, the demon shark was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for hunting demon shark for obtaining 210,000 experience, 1,000 true chi, 1 energy values, 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Shark for obtaining 210,000 experience, 1,000 true chi, 1 energy values, 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Shark for obtaining 210,000 experience, 1,000 true chi, 1 energy values, 100 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Demon Shark's heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 8 warrior. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed from ear to ear, it's just as I expected. He did not make a move. In other words, he did not cause the slightest bit of damage to these demon sharks, but he was able to obtain experience. This was because his idea was in control of everything, which was why he was able to obtain experience. And his experience was still soaring. Ding! 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 Experience points was too great, 110,000 experience, but he still did not obtain the source energy. Luo Tian's heart secretly trembled, I still don't have the source energy. Forget it, the most important thing now is to raise my level and step into the cultivation realm as soon as possible. Only by standing at the peak can I know everything about Earth. Continue attacking. Luo Tian didn't give up on any of the demon sharks. As long as he got a chance, he would smash them. Half an hour later, those demon sharks fled frantically. They had never been in such a sorry state before. The giant turtle has left a psychological shadow on them. They probably won't have the slightest idea about the giant turtle in this lifetime. After defeating the group of demon sharks, the sea turtles frolicked, they were incomparably happy. In the past, when they saw the demon shark, they could only withdraw their limbs into their shells. They had never fought like today, and they had never defeated the demon shark. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. But now, they did it. However, they all knew that they had one person to thank for this. A human, it was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for increasing his intimacy with the sea turtle to 1 million points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for the reward of communicating with the sea turtle. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming Turtle's best friend. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the magical beast Little 8 Sea Turtle for obtaining an experience point, True Chi 100 points, and a special reward of 100 points. A series of notifications sounded out. Luo Tian's idea poured into the sea turtle's sea of consciousness, and said excitedly, how is it? Does it feel good to defeat the demon shark? Thank you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them. It's all my fault at the beginning, please forgive me. Little Eight's voice entered Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian laughed, we are brothers after fighting together, there is no such thing as forgiveness between brothers, but you won't throw me into the sea, right? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Luo Tian laughed out loud. Little Eight also laughed out loud, my companions all told me to thank you. It was you who allowed them to escape a calamity, and also taught them how to deal with the demon shark and how to use their own strength to attack. Luo Tian said, you must know how to use your own strengths to make the enemy go crazy. Once the enemy goes crazy, they will reveal their flaws. This is the best signal to attack. You all did well today. However, I'm very curious, why are you listening to my commands? Luo Tian was very puzzled about this. Such a huge group of sea turtles turned around and attacked without any objections. Even a human wouldn't be able to do this. In order to survive, the sea turtle in front couldn't catch up at all. What was the purpose of that? Little Eight was startled for a moment, and said, because of the jade pendant on your body, that is the sea soul jade pendant. Humans who have this kind of jade pendant are all sons of the sea, chosen by the heavens, don't you know? Sea soul jade pendant? Luo Tian was shocked, he didn't know about this at all. Looking at the jade pendant on his chest, could it be that the monster carved on it was a sea beast? Luo Tian asked, what ability does the sea soul jade pendant have? Little Eight thought for a few seconds and said, I don't know the specifics, but in my sea turtle clan, anyone who sees the sea soul jade pendant can be trusted unconditionally. According to the legends of our ancestors, the Sea Soul Jade Pendant has a power that can penetrate everything. As for what this power is and how to activate it, no one knows, because no one has ever activated it before. Huh? Luo Tian secretly thought, the power to penetrate everything? What exactly is the power to penetrate everything? What does it penetrate? There was no way to know. The jade pendant was left to him by his parents, after a moment of silence. Luo Tian couldn't think of any clues, and secretly said, anyway, there is time, one day I will figure it out. He wanted to use the system to check it out. However, all the attributes that appeared in the system were? No, there was no hint at all. At this time, Skinny Monkey and the others ran down from the foot of the mountain. Seeing Luo Tian standing there in a daze, Zhuge Qing's heart relaxed. The violent impact just now had almost sent them flying. Fortunately, Luo Tian reminded them, otherwise, they would have really flown out. Boss, are you all right? Are you hurt? The three of them were all concerned about Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed and said, I'm fine. Just now, it was like the end of the world. I was scared to death. Skinny Monkey said with lingering fear, then looked at Luo Tian and asked, Brother Tian, you can't really be able to talk to the sea turtle, right? The defensive formation just now was definitely not something that these sea turtles could think of. Moreover, they could also see that the demon shark was not defeated by the sea turtle, but by intelligence. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, guess. Then, Luo Tian laughed out loud, and said loudly to the sea turtle, right, where are you guys going? The three of them were startled, and all of them listened carefully. Luo Tian's expression suddenly sank, Demon Island? Thank you for your support, Old Cow is extremely grateful, good night everyone. Skinny Monkey and the other two stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. Zhuge Qing looked at Luo Tian seriously, and said, Demon Island? Then, he looked at him quietly. Xianxia scratched his head and said, why didn't I hear anything? Skinny Monkey disdainfully said, if you could hear it, then you would be Brother Tian. Luo Tian frowned, and continued, you said that there are a lot of magical beasts in the sea that are rushing to Demon Island? What exactly is Demon Island? Huh? Magical beasts' holy land? Skinny Monkey and the other two became nervous. Just from the name Demon Island, one could tell that it was very dangerous. Moreover, magical beasts' holy land, this was even more terrifying. Skinny Monkey immediately became nervous, and said, Brother Tian, I feel that if we let it take us away from here, what demon path, magical beast holy land, I feel uncomfortable hearing it. I think we should go back. Xianxia said fearlessly, what's there to be afraid of? Magical beast holy land must be fun. We won't be discovered at all if we hide in this forest. After living for 16 years, this is my first time going out to sea. Of course, I have to have fun. Zhuge Qing, on the other hand, was looking at Luo Tian seriously. Oh. You can't take us away, you must rush to Demon Island? Luo Tian's face changed again, what? It's a magical beast event, just like our human competition, you want to participate too? Then won't we be exposed? Skinny Monkey and the other two's expressions turned cold when they heard this. Xianxia was also a little afraid, Brother Tian, why don't we go back? Zhuge Qing was also a little afraid, Luo Tian, I think we should go back. The sea is really too dangerous, if we go to Demon Island again, the magical beasts will tear us apart if they see us. Poochie, ha ha ha, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhuge Qing was immediately enraged, her two small fists hammered on Luo Tian's arm, and said, you actually dared to lie to me, you're too bad. Shou Ho and Xianxia were relieved. They said, boss, you're going to give me a heart attack. Looking at their nervous and fearful expressions, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm lying to you? I really didn't lie to you, they really went to Demon Island, but they didn't go there for a competition, they went there for a pilgrimage. I reckon, there should be a magical beast overlord on Demon Island. Thinking of this, Luo Tian thought to himself, maybe it's a super boss. Now that my energy points have been filled up, when I release Berserk mode, wouldn't that be a disaster? The more magical beasts there were, the more Luo Tian wanted to go. Zhuge Qing rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said, "Do you think we will still believe your nonsense?" Shou Ho also had a look of satisfaction on his face as he said, "Brother Tian, don't lie to us anymore." How could anyone hear the sea turtle's words? I've never heard of it before. Even a cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. Xianxia laughed foolishly and said, "Boss, even if you want to pick up girls, don't drag us into it. You almost gave me a heart attack." Immediately, Shou Ho rolled his eyes and laughed excitedly, "Brother Tian, this move of yours is really brilliant." Suddenly, Shou Ho and Xianxia felt a chill run down their backs, as if they were filled with killing intent. The two of them quickly ran away. Shou Ho shouted, "Sister-in-law, you're too ruthless." Luckily I dodged quickly. Zhuge Qing's face flushed red as she said angrily, "If you say any more, do you believe that I won't throw you, this monkey, into the sea to feed the fish?" Shou Ho and Xianxia ran towards the top of the mountain and said loudly, "Sister-in-law, we're leaving. Accompany Brother Tian well. Brother Tian, I'm creating an opportunity for you to be alone." Zhuge Qing's cheeks were bright red, like a ripe apple. Luo Tian was also a little embarrassed, and said, "Don't worry about them." Zhuge Qing looked at the endless sea and pouted. With a stubborn look, she asked, "Am I not beautiful?" "Huh?" Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, and said, "Of course the school beauty of Thunder Academy is beautiful, I never said you weren't beautiful." Zhuge Qing also looked like she was going all out, and said, "Must I chase after you first? Do you guys always like this? Must you let girls chase after you to show that you have a sense of accomplishment?" Many people in school were like this. Zhuge Qing had heard many such things. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, and said, "I really don't, and, you don't like me?" Zhuge Qing asked boldly and directly. His fiery eyes stared at Luo Tian, his gaze unmoving. Luo Tian was stared at by her like this, and said, "No. Then you like me?" Zhuge Qing suddenly took a step forward and asked. At this time, the distance between the two of them was only a few tens of centimeters. Luo Tian didn't know what to say. He really didn't want to hurt Zhuge Qing, because he would leave Earth sooner or later. He had to go back to the divine realm, and he didn't even know when he would return to Earth. He couldn't give her a future, so why bother? Looking at Luo Tian's complicated eyes, Zhuge Qing's heart ached, but, at this time, she didn't care so much. She went forward again, kissed Luo Tian's lips, and sucked heavily. Then, Zhuge Qing smiled like a flower, and said, "This is my first kiss." Luo Tian looked at her and said, "You are so silly, you know Zhuge Qing said, "I don't care about forever, I only care about the present. Even if the man I like disappears in the next second, even if he has thousands of women, but I love him, I will love him to death." As she spoke, Zhuge Qing's eyes became wet. After that, she turned and left. What a beast. Luo Tian cursed himself in his heart. At the moment when Zhuge Qing turned around, he directly grabbed her hand, pulled her hard, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Zhuge Qing was unable to control herself. She burst into tears and said, "Luo Tian, you're a bastard." Why? Luo Tian's heart ached, and he said in his heart, "Because I don't belong to this world, I can't give you what you want." This was what he wanted to say, but he didn't say it. Just like Zhuge Qing said, he didn't care about forever, he only cared about the present. On the back of another big turtle. "Boss, did you see it? It's really Luo Tian, and he even brought a girl. He is really thoughtful. Boss, when do we do it?" Firewolf's eyes were ferocious as he stared at Luo Tian, who was not far away. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he laughed sinisterly. "Do it? It's not time yet." Luo Tian did not leave the big turtle, proving this point. "He is heading towards the Thunder secret realm. As long as we follow him, we will definitely be able to find the Thunder secret treasure. Ha ha ha. I am a genius. Thank you to Bitter Life, if there are no ifs, green grass, for your support. Thank you, brothers." In the next few days, Luo Tian and the others drifted on the sea turtle. Luo Tian was not idle either. Other than teaching them to cultivate, he himself was also constantly cultivating his techniques and skills. He also sorted out the support techniques in the profound sky continent, such as the formation engraving technique, summoning technique, refining technique, and some other support techniques. What made him excited was, although the system did not have these techniques, he could use his true chi as a spirit and rely on his own comprehension of these techniques to slowly figure them out. This was the reason for his good body. He became inexplicably excited. With these techniques, I can change the entire world. Although I am just a passerby to the current Earth, but compared to the North American war zone, the strength of the Chinese war zone is still the same as back then, being suppressed by the Americans. Luo Tian was very unhappy. Back then, I was very unhappy with those Americans acting as the world's police. What are they so awesome for? Wait until I have the ability to overturn you sooner or later. In the past, I could only think about it, but now it's different, I can really do it. After the Great Calamity, there were too many changes in the world structure. The Americans were still strong. There were too few ancient martial arts cultivators in the Chinese war zone. The Americans' technology was extremely trap, and there were all kinds of undead biochemical warriors. Since he was here, if he could help, he would definitely help. Whoosh, 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 Luo Tian jumped a few times and stood by the sea. The idea moved and asked, Xiao Ba, you have been on Earth for so many years, do you know about the origin force? The sea turtle beneath Luo Tian's feet had lived for thousands of years. It was only after absorbing the powerful energy from the depths of the sea that it was able to grow to such a huge size. It could be considered an elder during the Great Calamity. Xiao Ba muttered, I've never heard of it. I'll ask my other companions. A few minutes later, Xiao Ba said, everyone said that they have never heard of it. Maybe it's something that we don't know about. Are you looking for the origin force? What kind of power is that? I've never heard of it. Is it not in the sea? Luo Tian's heart sank again, and laughed bitterly, that is a power that I can't describe. In short, that is my purpose for coming to Earth. I need that power. Little 8 continued, when we reach Demon Island, there will definitely be people who know about it. I will help you ask around. Luo Tian said gratefully, thank you. Immediately after, Little 8 grinned and said, are you going to kill again today? There's a group of sea beasts behind me. Isn't it too dangerous? Luo Tian laughed excitedly, took out a demon shark's heart card, and said, don't worry, the more dangerous it is, the more fun it will be. Just help me look after them. After that, with a thought, Luo Tian said, activate. Boom, then, he plunged into the sea. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering Demon Shark's Heart for 10 minutes. Roar, Luo Tian turned into a super demon shark. With a move of his body and a swing of his tail, he shot out like a super submarine. Magic spearfish? I'll slaughter you today. Luo Tian opened his bloody mouth and began to fight at the bottom of the sea. Little 8 was heading towards Demon Island. It was very dangerous there. Luo Tian did not want to give Zhuge Qing and the others too much pressure, so he did not tell them the truth. This would affect their cultivation, and he himself was hunting sea beasts every day, diving into the sea to hunt crazily. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Spearfish for obtaining an experience point, True Chi 120 points, Energy Values 1 point. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Demon Spearfish's heart. Ding. Ding. At the bottom of the sea, Luo Tian was arrogant and fearless. Using the demon shark's ferocity and brutality, many sea beasts fled when they saw him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk ding ding ding. Notice. There's still 1 minute left. 1 minute later, the demon shark's heart will end. Luo Tian did not stop, dragging a demon spearfish, he chased after Little 8. 1 minute later, a great demon spearfish surfaced from the surface of the sea, and Little 8 cried out excitedly. Luo Tian cut off a large piece, then threw it to Little 8, and said, take it and eat it. Prepare sashimi today. 10 days passed in a row. The cultivation of the 3 of them had increased by quite a bit. Luo Tian was also at the peak of the 8th level, and was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 9th level. You guys continue to cultivate. Remember, use the true qi in your dantian to temper your body and turn your body into a container. Now, raise your dantian's absorption ability, and when you reach the cultivation realm, you will know the benefits of having a large dantian's capacity. Luo Tian reminded her. Every night, he would personally check the success of their cultivation that day. Zhu Guqing had already entered the peak of the 8th level, the Xianyuan cow had also entered the 8th level, and the skinny monkey was a 7th level warrior. The three of them broke through at an extremely fast speed. Of course. All of this was thanks to Luo Tian. He taught them the cultivation methods of the profound sky continent. After the three of them entered the state of cultivation, Luo Tian once again came to the seaside. When Little 8 saw Luo Tian, he became excited, and said, "Is it starting again today?" "Heh, of course. Today is the day to break through to the 9th level." Luo Tian smiled faintly, then took out a card and dived into the sea. Activate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Demon Shark's Heart for 10 minutes. A new round of killing began. It was just that, today was a little different. The bottom of the sea was very turbid, and there was not a single sea beast around. Luo Tian's heart trembled, and he immediately became careful. His intuition told him that there was a huge creature hiding at the bottom of the sea, and it was spying on him or Little 8. The sea turtles did not notice at all. Suddenly, a searchlight's light pierced through the depths of the sea. Luo Tian's face darkened. Nuclear submarine? At this moment. Rumble, 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 a gigantic demonic beast burst out from the crevice at the bottom of the sea. Its jet-black tail curled up and wrapped around the nuclear submarine. Its tail shrunk rapidly as it frantically tried to restrain the submarine. Kacha, kacha. Kacha, the nuclear submarine was cracking. Finally. Rumble. With a loud sound, the nuclear submarine exploded. Swish swish swish, a few figures with special equipment on their bodies rushed out at the moment of the explosion. Their speed was extremely fast. The Leviathan rolled up the nuclear submarine and threw it directly into its mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, this is too abnormal. This was not the end. The Leviathan's tail swung fiercely. Swish, it cut through the seawater and suddenly coiled around a person. That person pulled out a strange sword and chopped down on the tail. Flames shot out from the tail, but it was completely useless. It was directly coiled around and dragged into the darkness. Too terrifying. Thank you to Mr. Emperor for your 1888 donations and support. Thank you to One Life for staying alone. The smile hid the sadness. Love, support. In the sea, humans couldn't compete with sea beasts at all. Not to mention, it was still in the sea after the catastrophe. Luo Tian watched for so long, but he couldn't even see the full appearance of the giant. He only saw its tails exploding out, and as long as it wrapped around them, they would be pulled into the abyss. It was also at this time. The four of them frantically fled towards the surface of the sea. When they saw a demon shark staring at them covetously, they were in despair. Shwa. A sound wave rushed out. A thin black tail swept over again. Luo Tian frowned. No matter what, save them first. Whoosh. With a swing of his tail, his body rushed towards the four of them. When the four of them saw the demon shark rushing towards them, they tried their best to swim in the other direction. Danger! Danger! Luo Tian shouted a few times, but he was now a demon shark, so he couldn't make a human's voice at all. Furthermore, when he opened his mouth, the four of them thought that Luo Tian wanted to eat them even more, so they fled in one direction. Damn it! Luo Tian cursed as the true qi surged. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Like a motor that was filled with energy, it started to spin crazily and quickly rushed towards the four of them. With a swing of its giant tail, two of them were knocked unconscious. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed them. The other two did not escape either. It opened its mouth and swallowed them as well. A powerful force resonated in its mouth and knocked them unconscious. The moment Luo Tian swallowed the four of them into his mouth, his tail was wrapped around by a tail. He pulled fiercely. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. his body sank down rapidly with a swoosh. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, and angrily roared, 1,000 true qi. Rumble, activating his powerful true qi, his body was pulled back a few dozen meters. However, he felt that he was not pulling a giant, but rather the entire earth. It was too heavy, and his tail was rapidly shrinking. It was almost breaking his body. Although he had the body of a demon shark, his body was the same. If the demon shark's body was injured, he would also be injured. His entire body was in extreme pain. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and tried to pull himself up again, but the monster's tail was too heavy. He couldn't move it at all, and he continued to descend. Immediately, Luo Tian turned his body and used his sharp teeth to bite that jet-black tail. Crack! Broken teeth, its toughness was even stronger than Little 8's turtle shell. Swish, Luo Tian's body sank again into the turbid sea water. At the same time. Ding! Notice, demon shark's heart lasts for 1 minute. F***ck. Luo Tian cursed in his heart, what should I do, what should I do? The thing below was too powerful. His strength was several times greater than his. La la la. La la la, strange cries came from the crack in the strait, as if it was mocking Luo Tian for overestimating himself and daring to snatch its food. Walala, Luo Tian was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. La la la. La la la, the mocking laughter continued. Luo Tian's anger reached its peak, and a wave of energy exploded in his sea of consciousness. The idea moved, and with a deep voice, he suddenly shouted, what the F***ck are you laughing at? Buzz. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An extremely powerful force burst out from his voice. At this moment, his body that was still in the divine realm spacetime crack suddenly twitched. His 4 divine deity flashed with a trace of light, and a wave of energy seemed to pierce through everything as it arrived at Luo Tian's body, exploding with this voice. At the same time, a peak dominator ranker named Nyo-Nyo's expression turned cold as he looked at the empty sky and muttered, Father? Father? Is that you? Is it really you? Nyo-Nyo went crazy. In a huge black hole, a youth suddenly raised his head with a shocked expression, Father. I can feel it. Ha ha ha. I can feel it. Mother, I can really feel it. I can feel Father's existence. Ha ha ha. He's in a small plane in the primal chaos realm. I'm going to find him, I'm going to find him. Father, wait for me. I'll definitely find you. Then. A youth's expression penetrated into a plane, and a shadow appeared in front of Lin Yuer. Mother, I'm going to the primal chaos realm. I can feel Father. Lin Yuer couldn't stop him in time, and the youth's image disappeared. She was very clear about her son's ability. Innate divine king physique, he had the innate ability to travel through spacetime and wasn't restricted by any laws. Furthermore, his bloodline had the bloodline of the earth in the primal chaos realm, which was even more different from the divine kings in the divine realm. It was just that, his current cultivation was still unable to defeat a supreme divine king. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Lin Yuer was extremely anxious. At the same time, she was also happy. You're really still alive. You're really alive. Ling Zixue and Nai Shang also laughed happily. As they laughed, the 3 of them cried, Luo Tian. Do you know? Your son is going to find you. In the sea. Luo Tian's roar alarmed the main body, which released a power that contained a trace of the divine king's will, directly scaring the giant into curling up into a ball, not daring to show its head again. Luo Tian swam upwards with difficulty. Bam. Bam, 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 Luo Tian spat out 4 people in a row. His body couldn't take it anymore, and with a thought, recover. Shwa. Pfft, the moment Luo Tian recovered, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge crack appeared on his waist, and the crack was so deep that his bones could be seen. Damn it, I was almost cut in half at the waist. He immediately consumed a holy healing pill, and his injuries quickly recovered. At this moment, Zhu Guqing and the other 2 also felt that something was amiss, and hurriedly ran down the mountain. Zhu Guqing looked at Luo Tian's pale face and the mouthful of blood beside him, and immediately asked worriedly, "What happened? Are you all right?" Luo Tian waved his hand, and said, "I've consumed the healing pill, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while." Skinny Monkey asked, "Brother Tian, who are they?" The four of them were unconscious. Luo Tian also quickly said, "Look at their injuries." The four of them were all wearing diving suits. Xianxia and Skinny Monkey took off the headgear on their heads and took off the diving suits on their bodies. They realized that they were all wearing the same type of clothes, military uniforms. Someone from the military? The four of them were 3 men and 1 woman. Zhu Guqing looked at the armbands on their chests and said, "They're not from the Divine Sea City's military. Their armbands seem to be from the capital's special military region. The capital's military region is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here, why would they appear here? Someone from the capital?" Luo Tian thought to himself, could it be that they also went to Demon Island? Thank you for the support from Social Kowtowing MC. Thank you for your support, brothers, good night. Dad, suddenly. Lu Sueki sprung up, her eyes wide open, and exclaimed, "Don't." Zhu Guqing immediately walked up and comforted him, it's okay, everything is okay. Luo Tian, come here quickly. That woman is awake. Luo Tian quickly ran up. He wanted to know if they were also going to Demon Island. What were the people from the military going to Demon Island for? Moreover, the cultivation of these 4 people was not low. 2 of them were in the cultivation realm, and the other 2 were also at the peak of the 9th level. Lu Sueki looked around and said, "Where is this? Where's my dad?" He looked panicked. She was extremely frightened, and her eyes kept darting around. It was also at this time. The other 3 also slowly woke up. What the hell is this place? Young master, are you okay? Damn it, I saw a demon shark eat me. I was scared to death. Oh right, where's teacher? There was also a trace of panic in the eyes of the 3. Knowing that they were still alive, their hearts relaxed. A handsome man with an earring on his ear quickly walked to Lu Sueki's side, snorted coldly at Luo Tian, and said, "Get out of my way." While they were talking. When he saw Zhu Guqing, his eyes lit up slightly, and he thought to himself, what a beautiful girl, still fresh and tender. However, his expression was that of a gentleman. He smiled politely at Zhu Guqing, held Lu Sueki in his arms, and comforted her, it's okay, Sueki, everything is in the past, it's all in the past. Lu Sueki was in a trance, her hair was messy, but this could not hide her beauty at all. At this moment, she needed a shoulder, a strong shoulder. Hearing Yi Xiaofeng's steady voice, she also slowly leaned on his shoulder. Thinking of the scene of her father being dragged into the depths of the sea by the giant sea demon, she could not help but sob in grief. Dad, Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, the man who used the sword to block the giant sea demon turned out to be her father. Immediately, Luo Tian reminded her, your father is very brave. He used his own life to block that attack and also bought time for you. You were saved by your father's life. You should cherish your life more and live better. Woo-woo. Lu Sueki cried even harder. Yi Xiaofeng furrowed his brows and stared at Luo Tian. He snorted coldly and said, get the hell out of here. Don't make things worse. If you dare to say half a word more, I'll cripple you. He had a domineering expression on his face. Xianxia was instantly displeased and said, F***ck, if Brother Tian didn't save you, you would have died a long time ago. Why the F***ck are you still acting so arrogantly here? F***ck. If he was unhappy, he would say it out loud. Yi Xiaofeng glanced coldly at the Xianyuan ox before his gaze descended onto Luo Tian once more. He sized Luo Tian up and sneered, trash like you can't even deal with a class 1 magical beast, so why talk about saving us? Do you want us to be grateful? Do you want us to give you some money to repay your kindness? Qin Yao, give them a few thousand yuan to send them away. In his opinion, Luo Tian and the other 3's cultivation base were not enough to save them. He didn't know how he got ashore, but he was sure that it wasn't Luo Tian who saved them. At this moment, An old man in his 40s threw a handful of money at Luo Tian and said, "Take the money and leave." Skinny Monkey was also unhappy. "What are you talking about?" Xianxia shouted, "You didn't even say thank you for saving you, and you still have such a tone. Who do you think you are? A few thousand yuan, who are you insulting? Who wants your stinky money? What's the big deal about being rich?" Yi Xiaofeng sneered and said, "You poor beggars, a few thousand yuan isn't enough, right? Qin Yao, give them a few more thousand. I don't want to see them right now. If you don't scram." His eyebrows twitched as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Qin Yao walked in front of Luo Tian and said gloomily, "If I were you, I would obediently take the money and leave." "This is your best choice." Luo Tian frowned. In an instant, the huge aura of a cultivator from Qin Yao's body rushed towards Luo Tian. It was extremely thick. It was a completely different aura from the warrior realm, mixed with a trace of true qi. At this moment, Zhuge Qing said angrily, "I really shouldn't have saved you." Finished. She took Luo Tian's hand and said, "Let's go, I'd like to see how they leave here." She was worried about Luo Tian. In terms of aura, it was obvious that Qin Yao was more fierce, and she also knew that Qin Yao had the aura of a cultivator. That was a cultivator, an existence that could use true qi to activate the cultivation method. Yi Xiaofeng looked at Zhuge Qing holding Luo Tian's hand and frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy in his heart. At this moment, another man walked up. He was a little strong, more than 2 meters tall. His physique gave people a strong visual impact, and his camouflage military uniform was bulging. Those were all muscles that were full of powerful explosive power. He was also an expert of the cultivation realm, Lei Xiangdong. Lei Xiangdong said slightly, "Is it really you who saved us?" Zhuge Qing said, "Do you think there is anyone else here?" Lei Xiangdong sensed for a moment, then extended his right hand to Luo Tian and said, "Lei Xiangdong, thank you for saving our lives." Yi Xiaofeng frowned and said, "Xiangdong, why do you believe everything he says?" "They recognized that we are from the military and just want to get some benefits. I've seen a lot of unruly people like this, but I've never seen such shameless people." Lei Xiangdong did not look at Yi Xiaofeng, but said indifferently, "I sensed that this is a moving island. If I am not wrong, there is a big sea beast under our feet. There is no one else here except them. Could it be that a ghost saved us?" Finished. Lei Xiangdong once again said politely, "Thank you for saving my life, I will remember your kindness in my heart. If you need me, Lei Xiangdong, in the future, feel free to ask." Luo Tian also extended his hand, and said, "Luo Tian, I also found you at the beach and carried you ashore. The ones who saved you were not us. Brother Tian? Boss?" Skinny Monkey and Xianxia took a step forward. Although they didn't know how Luo Tian had rescued them, Skinny Monkey and the others knew that Luo Tian had rescued them from the sea. Moreover, he had also sustained serious injuries. If they didn't have the holy healing pill, they would have died. Luo Tian did not need any gratitude. So, it didn't matter who saved them. Luo Tian was startled. Skinny Monkey and Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. It was also at this time Qin Yao said to Yi Xiaofeng, "Young master, he is right, we are on a moving island." At this moment, Lu Sueki seemed to have calmed down and quickly broke free from Yi Xiaofeng's embrace. He walked to Luo Tian's side, extended his right hand, and said politely, "Lu Sueki, thank you for saving my life, and thank you for what you said just now." Luo Tian shook his hand. His palm was very soft and comfortable to hold, and he couldn't help but hold it for a few more seconds. However, in Yi Xiaofeng's eyes, it was as if he had been humiliated. "Thank you for your support, the green D grass, the autumn wind blows through the desolation, for your support, thank you." Lu Sueki's right hand gently twitched. Luo Tian felt it, came back to his senses, and laughed awkwardly. Her hands were indeed nice to touch. Yi Xiaofeng's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. He stared at Luo Tian, snorted coldly, and asked, "Looking at you guys, you only saved us at the edge of the sea." His face was filled with disdain. Xianxuan's temper flared up, and said, "What do you mean by this? Not only did we save you, but we also have a look of displeasure on our face. If You think we saved you badly, then go lie back in the sea. Yin and Yang are so eccentric, it's really annoying. Yi Xiaofeng's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, Chen Yao, slap him. As soon as he finished, a figure suddenly blurred. Very quickly, however, Luo Tian was not slow either, his body followed suit, the wind beneath his feet, he moved like a phantom, blocking in front of Xian Yuanmiao, and said faintly, it's best if you don't make a move, right? Lei Xiangdong's expression turned cold as he stared at Luo Tian in shock, and said, such a fast speed, and such blurry steps, is it an ancient martial arts technique? Lu Sueki was also shocked. Qin Yao also did not expect Luo Tian's speed to be faster than his by a bit. He squinted his eyes and sneered, no one can avoid the people that young master wants to hit. Is that so? Luo Tian's tone also became cold, and the aura on his body spread out. Imperceptibly, the aura released by Luo Tian's body formed a crushing pressure on Qin Yao. I advise you not to make a move. Qin Yao's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt as if his body had suddenly become heavy. Within the range of Luo Tian's aura, he felt as small as a grain of sand. Yi Xiaofeng's gaze turned cold, useless thing. Then he took a step forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The ground shook slightly, and a powerful true qi leaked out. Lei Xiangdong's face darkened, he immediately rushed in front of Yi Xiaofeng and said, Young Master Yi, let's forget it. Yi Xiaofeng stared at Lei Xiangdong and said, What? You, Lei Xiangdong, also want to stop me? His tone was filled with disdain. Yi Xiaofeng was only at the peak of the 9th rank, while Lei Xiangdong was at the Shozhen level. However, Lei Xiangdong's aura was at a disadvantage. Clearly, Yi Xiaofeng was very powerful as a peak warrior of the 9th rank. Lu Sueki also stepped forward and shouted, Yi Xiaofeng, how long are you going to mess around? Why don't you take a look at the situation now? We don't even know where we are right now, and you still have the heart to deal with the person who saved your life? How can your Yi clan people be so arrogant? Stop. Uncle Qin Yao, if he doesn't know any better, are you going to do the same? We should think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Yi Xiaofeng flung his sleeve and snorted heavily. Lad, if Xueqi wasn't here today, you would already be a dead man. The skinny monkey and the Shan Yuan ox were furious. Luo Tian stopped them and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. In the past, anyone who dared to say such words in front of him was already dead. Now, Luo Tian didn't take it seriously. Because in his eyes, Yi Xiaofeng wasn't even a human. Why bother with him? Zhuge Qin pulled on Luo Tian's sleeve and said in a low voice, the capital Yi clan is an ancient martial arts family in the China region. It is also one of the 4 great clans in the capital. The Yi clan has a very strong voice internationally. Be careful. The powers in the China region were very complicated. However, everyone in the China region knew that the Yi clan was one of the 4 great clans in the capital. An ancient martial arts family. They had a lot of Shozhen cultivators. Furthermore, their Yi clan had a unique secret technique that could instantly raise a person's cultivation to another realm. With this secret technique, the Yi clan was very strong internationally and even in the China region. Luo Tian nodded and smiled. For great clans, Yi clan, ancient martial arts family, Luo Tian didn't take it seriously at all. He didn't take it to heart and asked Lei Xiangdong, how did you guys come out from the bottom of the sea? Where are you going? Lei Xiangdong didn't hide anything and laughed bitterly, we are from the capital's special war zone. This time, we entered the South Sea region for one thing, but I didn't expect that our nuclear submarine would be discovered by a giant monster. Teacher, there is also a leader and a dozen or so staff members. They are all dead. Lei Xiangdong was heartbroken. One thing? Luo Tian asked again, where are we going to find that thing? Yi Xiaofeng reminded coldly, Lei Xiangdong, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a top secret. Do you know who they are? What are you talking about with this group of trash? Luo Tian's brows once again turned sinister as a wave of anger rose in his heart. Lei Xiangdong laughed, young Master Yi, do you think we can still go back? We are all going to die in this sea. Top secret. So what if it's top secret? Immediately, Lei Xiangdong didn't care about Yi Xiaofeng and said to Luo Tian, "We are going to Demon Island to find something. We don't know what that thing is, only the teacher and the leader know. Now that they have all died, our mission." Sigh. Demon Island, Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Skinny Monkey, Xianyuan and Zhuge Qing were all stunned. Skinny Monkey said, "Brother Tian, there really is a Demon Island. You really didn't lie to us last time?" Xianyuan said in shock, "Then what you said to that big turtle? Is it true?" Zhuge Qing scolded, "I thought you were joking with us. Was what you said last time true?" They all thought that Luo Tian was joking. They didn't know that Luo Tian didn't want them to worry and wanted them to focus on their cultivation as much as possible. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Yi Xiaofeng laughed out loud, talking to the sea turtle, "I'm dying of laughter. Come, tell me one. I really want to know how you talked to the sea turtle." Luo Tian frowned again, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. Lu Sueki coldly snorted, "Yi Xiaofeng, please respect others. This is not the capital, and it is not your Yi family." Yi Xiaofeng was unhappy. Especially since Lu Sueki was speaking up for Luo Tian, he was even more unhappy. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian and said in shock, "You guys are also going to Demon Island?" Luo Tian did not hide it, and said, "It's not us who want to go, it's this group of big turtles who want to go. As for why, I don't know either." He did not want others to know that he could communicate with the sea turtle. It was better to keep a low profile. Lei Xiangdong immediately became excited, and said, "It's not only our capital's military that is going to Demon Island, there are also people from other military regions, and it's very likely that there will be people from other countries coming as well. At that time, we won't have to worry about not being able to return." Yi Xiaofeng also became excited, "Ha ha ha. There's always a way out, it seems that I, Yi Xiaofeng, am quite lucky." Then Yi Xiaofeng sneered as he looked at Luo Tian, and said, "Brat, since this bastard is going to Demon Island, then there's no need for you to exist. Thank you to Little Mood for your support." At the beginning, he was still a little afraid. This was because he wasn't sure if Luo Tian had a ship nearby. Now that these sea turtles had all gone to Demon Island, there was no need to worry. As long as he could meet someone, with his identity as the young master of the Yi family, any human force would bring him back. He no longer had to worry about dying in the sea. As soon as he finished, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised slightly, and said, "Oh? Is that so?" The anger in his heart also dimmed. As long as Yi Xiaofeng dared to make a move, then Luo Tian would definitely not show mercy. Yi Xiaofeng laughed, "With my identity, as long as I reach Demon Island, returning to the capital is a matter of a single word. Do you think there's a need for you to exist?" Then Yi Xiaofeng laughed complacently, "Lei Xiangdong, if you want to leave Demon Island with me, I'll give you a chance now, kill him." "That's not right." "Yes, kill the three of them. Leave that woman behind." Yi Xiaofeng then smiled at Zhuge Qing and said, "Beauty, come with me. You don't have to worry about dying in this sea anymore. With me here, I guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink well. From now on, you won't have to come out and take risks anymore." Zhuge Qing immediately spat on Yi Xiaofeng's face, scrammed to the side. Lei Xiangdong also said coldly, "Yi Xiaofeng, he is my savior. In return, if you dare to make a move on him, I will definitely not sit idly by." Lu Sueki also shouted, "Yi Xiaofeng, what do you want to do?" "All right. Very good." Yi Xiaofeng said coldly, "Since you're protecting an outsider." If that's the case, Yi Xiaofeng's expression became sinister, and he sneered, "Then I don't have to hide anything anymore." He glared at Lu Sueki and shouted, "Lu Sueki, I'll give you two choices now. Either follow me, or I'll force you to follow me. I've endured enough along the way, and now that your old man's father is dead, do you still have anyone in this world? I'm your only choice. Lei Xiangdong. I've long disliked you. You've ruined my plans several times. Today, you can either be this young master's dog, or go into the sea to feed the fish." He didn't want to continue pretending. He would directly reveal his original appearance. He had snuck into the special military zone just to get Lu Sueki. His patience was running out. On this isolated island there was no need for him to hide anything. To him, he had enough strength to deal with everyone here. Lu Sueki's face was filled with anger as he stared at Yi Xiaofeng and said, "I would rather choose a pig than you." Lei Xiongdong also sneered and said, "Yi Xiaofeng, I've long been unhappy with you. If it wasn't for Master's face, I would have already beaten you up. You've drugged Junior's sister several times. A despicable and treacherous person like you is not worthy of Junior's sister." Lu Sueki stared blankly at Lei Xiongdong and asked in shock, "Senior brother, you said he drugged me?" "Ha ha ha, Lu Sueki, I'm giving you face. Ordinary women aren't qualified to be drugged by me, ha ha ha." Yi Xiaofeng slowly took a step back. "A bitch like you who pretends to be noble and virtuous. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to this damned place. Now is good too. On this deserted island, I can do whatever I want, ha ha ha." As soon as he finished, Yi Xiaofeng suddenly shouted, "Chen Yao, do it." All of a sudden, Chen Yao's figure moved, and a scimitar fell into his hand from his sleeve, directly slashing towards Lei Xiongdong's neck. Lei Xiongdong retreated several steps, somewhat caught off guard. However, he was also a cultivator, and he was not to be trifled with. In the special forces, he even had the title of Soldier King. In an instant, he raised his right arm and blocked in front of him. His left fist opened behind him, and his 5 fingers moved as he clenched them. The strength that could be seen with the naked eye was tightly clenched in his palm. Swish, the scimitar slashed down. Lei Xiongdong's right arm was in intense pain as fresh blood gushed out, instantly dyeing his arm red. "Eat my fist." Bam. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His left fist exploded out like an impact cannon. The sound of wind breaking rang out. It struck Chen Yao's abdomen. Just as the fist was about to hit, the corner of Chen Yao's mouth curled into a sneer, and said, "With your cultivation level, don't embarrass yourself in front of me." His body was like a ghost. A punch missed. Lei Xiongdong's back turned cold as he secretly cried out, "This is bad." Chen Yao jumped up and stabbed his blade towards Lei Xiongdong's back. "Senior brother, be careful," Lu Sueki shouted. Lei Xiongdong clenched his arms tightly. "Ah. Heavy armor defense." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His muscles bulged as if they had exploded, directly tearing his clothes apart. Facing all kinds of scimitars that were piercing down, the muscles on his back fiercely pushed up, and the muscles on his entire body were like a heavy armor on his body. Swish. A blade pierced down. It only pierced less than half a centimeter. The defensive power was too strong. Chen Yao's face was also shocked. He pulled out his blade and bounced back, landing more than 10 meters away. He sneered, "I've long heard that the #1 disciple of Lu Zhan, Lei Xiongdong, has a unique defense. It's just that, wahahaha." Chen Yao laughed coldly and said, "It's just that you're really too young. I clearly know your unique strength. Do you think I'll be so stupid as to use my strength to kill you?" Yi Xiaofeng laughed coldly. At this moment, Lei Xiongdong's body suddenly sank, and his entire body trembled. On his back, black poison that could be seen with the naked eye was rapidly spreading. In less than 3 seconds, his entire back was densely packed with black lines. These were all black poison. Lei Xiongdong's knees sank as he knelt on the ground. How despicable. There was poison on the scimitar. Lu Sueki anxiously ran over. "Yi Xiaofeng, quickly give me the antidote." Yi Xiaofeng laughed out loud, and said, "Lu Sueki, beg me, kneel down and beg me. You're so cold, even in my dreams, I want to see you kneel down and beg me, ha ha ha." "Junior sister, don't beg him." The muscles on Lei Xiongdong's body quickly contracted, returning to their original state. His body was also constantly shrinking, his entire body was filled with black poison, and all the poison was moving towards his heart. Yi Xiaofeng laughed sinisterly, "There's still 1 minute left. 1 minute later, the poison will enter his heart and he will die immediately. Lu Sueki, you only have 1 minute. Kneel down and beg me, quickly beg me, ha ha ha." Lu Sueki clenched his teeth, looked at Yi Xiaofeng, bent his knees, and was about to kneel down. It was also at this time Luo Tian took a step forward to support her, and said indifferently, "Isn't it just a low-level poison, why do you need to beg others? I can get rid of this poison in a second." Finished. Luo Tian took out a pill from his bosom and said, "Take it, and you'll recover. Good night, everyone." Ha ha ha, Yi Xiaofeng laughed out loud, looked at the pill in Luo Tian's hand, and said, "Are you a dung beetle? Roll out a camel's dung and say that this is the antidote? Kid, only I have the antidote in this world. Lu Sueki, kneel down and beg me. I will spare his dog life." He laughed complacently. In his opinion, Luo Tian was a complete joke. This was a poison exclusive to the Yi family. How could an ordinary person cure it? Even a cultivator wouldn't be able to cure it. It was even more impossible for a mere 8th level warrior to do so. Without any hesitation, Lei Xiangdong grabbed the pill in Luo Tian's hand and swallowed it. Gudong. The pill entered his body. Lei Xiangdong's body began to tremble violently, the corners of his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was covered in blood, revealing a painful expression. Yi Xiaofeng laughed, "Did you see that? He's about to be. Lu Sueki, this is your last chance. Kneel down and beg me. I like to see a woman like you kneeling on the ground and begging me the most." At this moment, Lei Xiangdong's body sank, and his hind legs suddenly propped themselves up, whoosh. His body was like lightning as he shuttled out. Yi Xiaofeng, F*ck your ancestors. After cursing angrily, Lei Xiangdong shouted again, "Heavy armor strength." Yi Xiaofeng's face turned pale white, his body retreated several steps, and said with a face full of shock, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible, the poison in your body can't be cured. Chen Yao, quickly protect me." Too slow. Other than Luo Tian, no one would have thought that Lei Xiangdong would suddenly recover and suddenly exert his strength. In just a few seconds, the poison in his body had been completely cured. Bam! Bam! 2 punches landed on Yi Xiaofeng's chest. Yi Xiaofeng's body flew out heavily, flying more than 10 meters away, smashing onto the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were like a wild beast as he stared at Luo Tian, gritting his teeth. "Who exactly are you? You can't possibly have the Yi family's unique antidote." Luo Tian sneered and said arrogantly, "Is the Yi clan's unique antidote that awesome?" He really didn't put the Yi family's unique antidote in his eyes. What he had just given Lei Xiangdong was merely a healing saint pill. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian and bowed 90 degrees, "Once again, thank you for saving my life. I, Lei Xiangdong, am your man from now on. As long as it doesn't go against the country, I will do anything." Ha ha ha, Xian Yuanyou was the first to laugh excitedly. He walked to Lei Xiangdong's side and patted his shoulder. "Lei Zi, you've chosen the right person. But there's always a first come first serve rule. I'm earlier than you. According to the ranking, I'm before you." The skinny monkey also smiled and said, "If I'm the first, then am I the second?" Lei Xiangdong was also a straightforward person. He laughed heartily and said, "Then I don't agree. Whoever has the greatest strength will be number 2. Do you guys want to try the strength of my heavy armor? F*ck. No one is like you. Just you wait. When I break through the cultivation realm, I'll let you experience the explosive power of my fist." Ha ha ha, the 3 of them bumped their fists and laughed out loud at the same time. Yi Xiaofeng slowly crawled up, and continued to sneer, "A bunch of trash, you're about to die, and you still have the mood to laugh here. Laugh as much as you can, you'll all be meeting the king of hell soon." Chen Yao. The aura on Yi Xiaofeng's body changed, and his 2 eyes also became different. He shouted in a deep voice, "Other than those 2 women, kill them all." Chen Yao laughed sinisterly, and another scimitar appeared in his left hand. Dual blades. "Kill that trash first." Yi Xiaofeng's tone was cold, and the aura on his body also became cold. His eyes began to become bloodshot, and his expression became even more sinister. Chen Yao suddenly moved. Lei Xiangdong clenched his fist and shouted, "This time, I'm going to knock you down. Let me do it." At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward. His eyes narrowed as he activated expeditious steps. His feet constantly moved and his body became erratic. Without waiting for Chen Yao to attack, Luo Tian sent out a palm strike. Arrogant dragon's regrets. Roar. The true qi surged, and the 2 true qi dragons let out a furious roar, directly converging into their palms and exploding outwards. Bam! Qin Yao's eyes were filled with shock as he placed both blades in front of his chest. His body suddenly retreated. The more he retreated, the more Luo Tian advanced, and his speed was not slower than his. Since the palm did not hit, Luo Tian's palms moved again, and released another dragon subduing 18 palms. Bam! Qin Yao quickly retreated again, frowning. What a strong true qi, what a strong cultivation method. I have never seen such a strong ancient martial arts cultivation method. If this brat's cultivation has stepped into the cultivation realm, then I am definitely not his match. Seeing Qin Yao continuously retreating, Yi Xiaofeng scolded, "Trash." It was also at this moment Luo Tian's speed doubled. Moreover, at this moment, he disappeared. He had completely disappeared. He had activated the passive skill invisibility of the invisibility ring. Invisibility for 10 seconds. Where is he? Where did he go? Trash, get the hell out of here. Not being able to see the opponent would cause one's mind to panic. Luo Tian's disappearance doubled the pressure on Yi Xiaofeng. Qin Yao was the same. The two blades were tightly held in front of his chest. Young master, be careful. Skinny Monkey and the others were also shocked. He disappeared. Holy sh*t. Boss, you're too strong. What ancient martial arts cultivation method is this? Lei Xiangdong's eyes lit up, and his eyes were filled with incomparable worship. Luo Tian had forced Qin Yao to retreat in 2 moves, and he was already dazzled. Now that he had disappeared, this was too powerful. Lu Sueki was the same. He couldn't sense Luo Tian's existence at all. What kind of cultivation method is this? Zhu Guqing muttered in her heart, I always thought that I was the most hardworking, but compared to you, I'm too relaxed. We're obviously in the same realm, but I feel like you're the sun in the sky. I can't catch up to you no matter how hard I try. Trash. Come out. Come out. Yi Xiaofeng went crazy. 1 second was as long as a year. At the same time, he frantically attacked the air, and his entire person had completely fallen into madness. You're not coming out, are you? I'd like to see how long you can hide. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofeng's claws moved, his nails grew longer, like sharp blades, and directly grabbed at Lu Sueki. Lei Xiangdong was shocked and shouted, Junior sister, be careful. At this moment, Yi Xiaofeng's back suddenly felt cold. Luo Tian's right arm seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, dragging heavily on the ground. A burst of power filled the air, and the entire island was trembling. One punch. Thank you to Green Grass for supporting me for N days in a row, thank you. Stealth time. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to kill Yi Xiaofeng, he was waiting. Because, from the very beginning, he had sensed that there was an unusual power in Yi Xiaofeng's body. This power was a bit strange, but it was also very powerful. Just by relying on the power of a single punch, he was unable to kill him, so he was constantly gathering his strength. From the depths of the earth, Xiaobao's body was constantly absorbing energy to fill his right fist. He squeezed the power out. It was constantly bursting out and forcefully squeezing. The true breath surged. Following that, his right fist was like a heavy hammer. His right fist moved, the uppercut directly hit Yi Xiaofeng's chrysanthemum and shouted, Explode your chrysanthemum. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Yi Xiaofeng didn't have time to react at all. His chrysanthemum was in intense pain, all the bones in his body were broken, and all his internal organs were rolling around. Intense pain, incomparable pain, and at this moment, his body was also sent flying into the air. Huh? No prompt? Luo Tian's heart trembled. Without a prompt, it could only mean one thing, Yi Xiaofeng was not dead yet. While he was sick, take his life. Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian moved his hands and summoned the Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon, directly carrying it on his shoulder. 100 true breath poured into it, locking onto Yi Xiaofeng who was still in midair. He pulled the trigger and shouted, I'll bombard you again, let's see if you die or not. It was a seamless connection, since the explosive punch did not kill Yi Xiaofeng. The Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon immediately took out and fired. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Thunder Dragon Fire. it directly hit Yi Xiaofeng, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder dragon exploded, it emitted a violent rumbling sound. Luo Tian listened carefully, his face full of doubt, and thought to himself, impossible, even a cultivator would be instantly killed by the explosive punch just now, it's impossible for him to withstand it, plus the attack of the thunder dragon heavy cannon, how could he not die? There was no reason, Luo Tian was a little confused. Yi Xiaofeng was bound to die. Could it be that the system notification is broken? Luo Tian looked at his experience bar. There was no change at all. He couldn't help but curse, F*ck, he's not dead yet? Qinyao laughed coldly and said, you want to kill the people of the Yi clan? I can. Only say that you won't be able to do it in this lifetime. The Yi clan is the undead clan. You want to kill the people of the Yi clan with this kind of strength? What a joke. Lu Sueki slowly said, it has always been rumored that the Yi family in the capital is part of the undead clan and possesses the undead bloodline. Yi Xiaofeng didn't die under such a powerful attack, the rumors might be true. Lei Xiangdong also said, is this the Yi family's secret? Oh my god. There are still undead in this world? Isn't that immortality? Isn't this too abnormal? The faces of Zhuge Qing and the other two changed. They only knew that the Yi family in the capital was one of the 4 great families in Huaxia, but they never thought about the undead clan. Qinyao sneered, if you offend the Yi clan, you will die even if you have 100 lives, ha ha ha. The image of Yi Xiaofeng kept appearing in Luo Tian's mind. Half a minute later, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, staring at Qinyao with a contemptuous smile, and said, what bullshit undead clan, zombies are zombies, and you even came up with a scary name undead clan, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Yi Xiaofeng's fingernails were long, his expression was ferocious, and his pupils were changing. These were the characteristics of zombies. However, Luo Tian did not expect that the zombies after the catastrophe would evolve to the point where they could walk under the scorching sun, and could even pass on their ancestry. He secretly said in his heart, could it be that they have the bloodline of zombies, and are not complete zombies? Qinyao face became very ugly, as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. He stared at Luo Tian and said, who the hell are you? What? Am I right? Luo Tian sneered, your Yi family's ancestor should be hiding in a gloomy ancient tomb in the capital. He was affected by the catastrophe and turned into a zombie. This kind of person is called undead clan? Aren't you embarrassed? Zombie, it was a very unfamiliar existence to most people. Luo Tian's understanding of zombies was also from the zombie movies he watched on Earth in his previous life. Qinyao's face changed even more, and said, who the hell are you, and why do you know so many secrets of the Yi family? Zhuge Qing asked with some confusion, what exactly is a zombie? The skinny monkey also had a face full of doubts, Brother Tian, don't zombies die? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, you may not have stopped zombies, but you should be clear about the vampire clan in the Western world. Zombies are Eastern vampires, but there are some differences between the two. Blood clan in the European theater? Lei Xiangdong said. Lu Sueki also suddenly said, no wonder there are always some young women's dried corpses in some high-end clubs in the capital, and every time Yi Xiaofeng is there, so he sucked the blood of those girls? The Yi family was extremely powerful. This kind of small matter could be easily settled. Qinyao's gaze became more and more doubtful. There were many things that even he did not know, he was only a peripheral figure of the Yi family, but Luo Tian actually knew so much, but... He sneered and said, so what if I know these? You saw it just now, you can't kill Yi Xiaofeng with all your strength. As long as he wakes up, you will be hunted down endlessly by the Yi family. You will become a dried corpse placed in the young master's personal collection room, ha ha ha, Luo Tian interrupted, if you can't kill him, what are you so proud of? Do you think we can't kill you either? Could it be? You, before he could finish his words. Qinyao's body underwent a drastic change, his body emitted a rotten smell, his pupils also changed, his fingernails grew, and he said gloomily, you guessed right, I am also an undead zombie, ha 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 ha, undead zombie? Pfft. Luo Tian looked at the scorching sun in the sky and said, I want to see how you won't die. Suddenly, Qianyao's body moved, a gloomy battle chi was released, and he directly pounced towards Luo Tian. He was different from Yi Xiaofeng. He was only a second-generation zombie, and he had turned into a zombie after being bitten by a zombie. This kind of zombie's appearance had to be maintained by a type of medicine, and could not be the same as the Yi family. Luo Tian slightly shouted, and said, "Lei Zi." Lei Xiongdong immediately understood and blocked him, saying, "Understood." Xian Yuanox also rushed forward with a step. Luo Tian opened his 5 fingers and extended them towards the sky, blocking out the sun, and reminded them, "Don't be scratched by his fingernails, and even more so, don't be bitten by him. With just you pieces of trash? All of you, die." Qianyao launched his attack. His speed and strength were twice as fast as before. Adding the gloomy and threatening aura on his body, Lei Xiongdong and the Xian Yuanox were unable to withstand it at all. Lu Sueki, Zhu Qing, and Skinny Monkey also surrounded him. Half a minute later, Luo Tian clenched his right fist and shouted, "Burning Heaven Fist. Thank you to Don't Get Close to Me, you'll hurt people for your support, thank you to Little Mood for your continuous support, thank you." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the power of the scorching sun. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending Burning Heaven Fist for obtaining 1000 experience points, 100 true chi, and 100 points as a reward. Cultivation method, Burning Heaven Fist grade, gold rank consumption, 500 true chi description, absorbing the power of the scorching sun, known as the power of the sun, has a strong burning power, and increases the damage to evil creatures by 500%. Luo Tian had a very good grasp of power. Between heaven and earth, a tree, a blade of grass, and even the air could absorb power, and the sun was the same. What were zombies afraid of? Afraid of fire, afraid of electricity. Fire, electric elements, could be said to be the nemesis of evil creatures. Lightning did not appear in the sky, and Luo Tian was unable to absorb it. The sun was a fire attribute, and it was the strongest power of fire on earth, the power to burn everything. Opening his 5 fingers, the idea moved, entering the realm of nothingness, communicating with the sun's elemental laws of fire. In a short minute, Luo Tian absorbed the power of the scorching sun. He clenched his 5 fingers, previous chapter next chapter boom. His fist began to burn, and an invisible flame appeared. Expeditious Steps was released. Bang, 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 landing in front of Qianyao, he punched down with his right fist and laughed, "Let's see if you will die or not." A punch pierced through Qianyao's body. Next, his body spontaneously combusted. Qianyao's throat was extremely dry as he stared at Luo Tian in disbelief. He said in fear, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible, I am from the undead race, I will not die even if I have it, you." Qianyao grabbed towards Luo Tian, but the lower half of his body had already turned into a pile of ashes, like a piece of burnt paper. Luo Tian stood in front of him, and said, "Undead race? Someone like you is from the undead race, more like an undead dog." Bam! Qianyao's body exploded, his head turned into coal and sparks. Luo Tian stomped it into pieces, muttering, "If I knew you were a zombie, you would have died long ago." At the same time, with a thought, Luo Tian said, "Activate, Berserk." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing zombie Qianyao for obtaining 200,000 experience, 2,000 true chi and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the God-level ancient martial art Immortal Pressing Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Jiangchen Blood Essence. Will you use it? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the Divine Tier. Current level, LV9 Warrior. A few short prompts sounded. Luo Tian, on the other hand, felt a little dumbfounded. The immortal pressing art of the twin dragons of the Great Tang? The existence of a heaven-defying cultivation method. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He immediately checked the properties of the immortal pressing art. Cultivation method, immortal pressing art grade, divine consumption, 10,000 true chi points description. This cultivation technique is an undying method. It can resist the attacks of cultivators, block the crushing power of magical beasts, break through thousands of soldiers and horses, and fight in the 8 wastelands. Description 2, Concealment Method, Undying. Trigger rate, 1%. Do you want to cultivate it? I have to cultivate it, do you still need to ask? Luo Tian immediately moved. Ding. Success. Luo Tian's expression was excited. He did not understand the description of the cultivation technique, and he did not know if it was the same power as the immortal pressing art of the twin dragons of the Great Tang. However, when he saw the consumption of the true qi, he knew that this cultivation technique was definitely awesome. He had consumed 10,000 true qi and cultivated over 100 different cultivation techniques, but he had never encountered such a huge consumption of true qi. It was obvious that it was definitely very awesome. The only regret was Luo Tian only had 5,000 true qi right now. Xianxia's blood essence? Luo Tian looked at the next item and was equally excited. The blood essence of the zombie ancestor. This is not the Yi family's undead race. This is the ancestor of the Yi family's ancestor. A fart can destroy the Yi family of the 4 great families. Item, Xianxia's blood essence description. The blood essence of the zombie ancestor has boundless power. Those who fuse with it will enter a berserk state. Those who do not have a strong mind and a strong body will use it with caution. Description 2, this item is unique. Its power is too great. Use it with caution. Awesome. Luo Tian spat out 2 words, and thought in his heart, this berserk power is too great, 2 divine level items, this is the rhythm of turning the sky upside down, finding the source energy is only a matter of time, maybe one day it will explode out. This was the second time he had felt such a berserk energy. The first time he killed a mosquito, the dragon subduing 18 palms. This time, when he killed a zombie, he actually dropped 2 divine level items, a heaven-defying existence. Luo Tian was excited. The people behind him all looked at him with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. What kind of power was that just now? Heaven-burning fist? What kind of power is that? I saw flames on his fist. Is there such an ancient martial art that can cultivate flames? Brother Tian, why haven't I seen you use this move before? Could it be that you comprehended it again? F***ck, boss, just how strong are you? Can you tell us a little? My little heart can't take it anymore. Is there anyone as strong as you? The 5 of them muttered. They had seen that move very clearly. 1 punch kill, burned to ashes. Lu Sueki and Lei Xiongdong were in the special forces. They had seen all kinds of terrifying powers, but they were still shocked. They were completely confused by the flames on Luo Tian's fist. They had no idea. Lu Sueki could not help but ask, what kind of power is that? Lei Xiongdong recalled the strange posture of Luo Tian's palm covering the sun, and said in astonishment, you couldn't have absorbed the power from the sun, right? Zhu Geqing recalled the words that Luo Tian had once said. Everything in the world had power, even the air contained power. At that time, she did not believe it, but now she firmly believed it. Luo Tian turned around and smiled faintly, saying, it is the power absorbed from the sun. As long as you comprehend the true meaning of the law of strength, you can absorb endless power from everything in the world, and any power can be used by you. The 5 of them did not understand. They had no idea what Luo Tian was talking about. Put it simply, it is the absorption of power. This requires you to use your mind, your sea of consciousness to comprehend and communicate with the power. Luo Tian looked at their puzzled faces, and said, do you still not understand? The 5 of them shook their heads like a rattledrum. Huff, Luo Tian did not know how to explain, so he exhaled and said, you will understand when you can sense the power. At the same time, on another large sea turtle, Fire Wolf put down his binoculars and immediately ordered, go into the water and fish up the person who fell into the sea. Thank you to Confused Reality for your 2 consecutive rewards, thank you to Love. For the continuous rewards, thank you brothers for your support, good night. The appearance of the zombie clan shocked Luo Tian. What was the situation on Earth? What was the level of the Yi clan zombie king? Or the zombie grand ancestor? It was getting more and more complicated. The most important thing right now is to level up. Luo Tian thought to himself. No matter what world it was, the strong were the kings. Boss, join the army with me? Lei Xiongdong's face was filled with excitement. As a soldier, he was usually very serious. But now, he was like Shan Yuan Niu and Shou Ho, directly calling Luo Tian boss. The power that Luo Tian displayed was too powerful. More importantly, he couldn't understand it at all. Lei Xiaodong saw Luo Tian's uninterested eyes and said, "It's the capital region's special army. They are all people with special abilities. It's very fun. I don't want to join any organization for now." Luo Tian smiled apologetically, "I still have my own things to do. After I'm done, He wanted to say that he wanted to leave, but he stopped himself when he saw Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing's eyes changed slightly. She smiled to hide the pain in her heart. Lei Xiaodong murmured, "If you can join the special army, you will definitely scare those old guys to death. Also, you can teach us the law of strength. Our China region might be able to rise." He really hoped that Luo Tian could follow him back to the special army. Luo Tian asked, "Is China region very weak now?" Lu Sueki smiled bitterly and said, "We're not just weak, we're extremely weak. Even some small theaters don't take us seriously, let alone the North American theater and the European theater. If it weren't for a few powerful self-cultivators, I'm afraid the Huaxia theater would have been dissolved." Lei Xiaodong was also very angry. He said, "The things passed down by our old ancestor are about to be snatched away. This time, people from other war zones will also come to snatch that thing from Fiend Island. You should know that it is also something left behind by our old ancestor. Damn it. I really miss the time when our ancestor was in the primordial age. At that time, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Hierarch, 108 mansions, all kinds of powerful existences. But now, hee. Lei Xiaodong clenched his fists. What happened during the primordial age? Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Are those all real?" Lei Xiaodong looked at Luo Tian doubtfully and said, "Of course it's true. They left many treasures behind, but many of them were plundered by experts from other battle zones. If I had the ability, I would definitely take those treasures back one by one." During the time of Luo Tian, primitive masters, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, Taoist master of the Three Purities, and Tongtian sect were all mythical figures that did not exist in history. But now, all of them had been turned upside down. According to Lei Xiaodong, they really existed. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Where are they now?" A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If they were here, they would definitely know what origin energy was, Lei Xiaodong said, "Ascended, don't you know? When you cultivate to the highest level, you will be able to ascend to an even stronger world. I heard that it's called the Primal Chaos Realm, but I don't know if it's true." Chaotic Realm? Heavenly Lord Yuanshi? Luo Tian was shocked and thought to himself, "Do I have to break through and ascend to the Primal Chaos Realm? All the sector beasts hunted in the time and space cracks have origin energy. Is my origin planet the Primal Chaos Realm? Damn it. Isn't this a bit too much? It seems that the ancient myths are all true. During my time, it was a peaceful time, so it was covered up by something. Now, after the catastrophe, many things are different from before," Luo Tian murmured to himself. Lei Xiaodong punched a tree and shouted, "Huaxia has been plundered several times. It's really upsetting. We can't even keep the things left by our ancestors. We really don't deserve to be the descendants of Huaxia." Sigh, Luo Tian recovered and his heart sank. Back then, when the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded, Huaxia fell into hell. I didn't expect these sons of B***G's to come again. I'm really going to die. Lu Sueki smiled bitterly. This time, it's even more different than before. This time, they are fighting for the roots of Huaxia. They want to uproot Huaxia. This time, the trip to Demon Island will be difficult. That treasure will definitely be taken away by the great beings from the other battle zones. Luo Tian thought that the Huaxia battle zone was weak. However, he didn't expect it to be so weak that even the things in his home could be taken away. Wasn't it too weak? Lei Xiaodong looked at Luo Tian again and said, "Boss, the Huaxia battle zone needs you. Even those old monsters can't do what you just did. Your comprehension of the power law is the strongest I've ever seen. If you can teach it to us, the Huaxia battle zone will definitely rise." Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Shan Yuan Niu said faintly, "Lazy, our boss has his own plans. He has his own things to do. However, we are all descendants of Huaxia. If he really needs us, we won't hesitate. Skinny Monkey also said, that's right, our boss is still a student. They had followed Luo Tian for a period of time. Even if Luo Tian didn't say anything, they knew that Luo Tian had his own things to do. Lei Xiangdong's heart sank as he apologized, "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm too selfish." Luo Tian smiled and said, "When I'm done with my matters, I'll definitely go with you to the special forces. During this period of time, I'll teach you some special cultivation techniques. When the time comes, you can teach them to the others." Although he didn't say it, Luo Tian was extremely unhappy in his heart. "I've returned to Earth. If I let you old ladies bully me again, I'll write my name backwards." He would definitely not give up on the Huaxia battle zone, no matter what. This was Earth, his home. Midnight. On the peak of the mountain, 5 people sat cross-legged. Use your thoughts to communicate with heaven and earth. Feel the energy flowing between heaven and earth. This energy is called true qi. Lead the true qi into your dantian and let your dantian absorb it fully and transform it into your own true qi. Then use the true qi to refine your acupoints, veins, and every corner of your body. Let your body become fully strong. Luo Tian said slowly. These were the most basic cultivation methods in Tianxian continent. However, there wasn't even the most basic one here. The cultivation stage on Earth was still in its infancy. The 5 people followed Luo Tian's instructions to cultivate. Suddenly, not far away, there were a few violent screams. Huo Lang knelt on the ground. His face was pale as he trembled and said, don't bite me. Thanks to little mood, if there are no ifs, eat, drink, play, green grass, confused reality, do you? Love? Many brothers tips, thank you for your support. In the following period of time, the 5 of them cultivated day and night. They did not know why, but according to the cultivation method taught by Luo Tian, they did not feel tired, nor did they need to sleep. They did not even need to eat much, as if they had entered the fasting state of cultivators. Luo Tian took out an afternoon every day to answer their questions. At night, while they were cultivating, Luo Tian was not idle either. He quietly went to the bottom of the sea to hunt magical beasts. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. All the sea turtles raised their heads and cried out. For a moment, the wave soared into the sky and crashed down. Look, what is that? Skinny Monkey exclaimed and pointed at an island in the distance. The island was like a huge skeleton. We've arrived at Demon Island. Lei Xiangdong became excited. That's Skeleton Island, also known as Demon Island. It's part of China's territorial sea. Dad, we're here. Please bless us from the heavens and protect China. Lu Sweki looked at the sky and muttered a prayer. Finding that item was her father's lifelong wish. As long as they found that item, there was hope for China's rise. Look over there. Xian Yuan Ox pointed to the other side. Rumble. 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 Heaven and earth shook, and the sea seemed to be boiling. Then, a supernuclear submarine floated to the surface of the sea, with a flag of North America hanging on it. At the same time, a broadcast sounded, "This is the island that North America discovered first, it's called Paradise Island. Unrelated people, leave, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as he finished. Ha ha ha, a voice came from the other side and laughed, "Jida, what do you mean you discovered the island? We're one step ahead of you. Look, we've already put up our flag." An airship docked at the shore of Demon Island and put up the flag. In another direction, another nuclear submarine floated to the surface and laughed, "Driver Chai, we've already put up our flag. We're done for waiting for you to put it up now." The nuclear submarine of the European theater floated up. Immediately after, the nuclear submarines of the Japanese war zone also floated to the surface, and a ghost beast warrior jumped into the sea and quickly swam towards Demon Island. The voice of the Korea war zone sounded, "We have already applied to the United Nations. Demon Island belongs to the Korea war zone. Our ancestors used to live here. Get out of the way, Simida." Several nuclear submarines surfaced one after another, all claiming that they were the first to discover it. They began to accuse each other and argue. At this moment, Lei Xiangdong was infuriated. Veins popped out all over his body as he said furiously, "Did you see that? Did you see that? How dare they claim that this is their country's territory? Not only did they take our spiritual treasure, they even King seized our territory. I don't care anymore." Lei Xiangdong's true qi surged as he shouted, "Demon Island is Huaxia's territory. You have violated Huaxia's territory. Please leave immediately." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. China region? Is there such a war zone? I've never heard of it before. Brat from Huaxia, I advise you to scram far away. If you make me unhappy, I will spit out the shit in your stomach. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. They were all mocking him. Was the Chinese war zone so weak? Even a small country like Japan, a second-rate war zone like Korea war zone, dared to mock him. Luo Tian was unhappy in his heart. Lei Xiangdong was even more furious. He wanted to curse back, but was stopped by Luo Tian. Luo Tian said, "It's useless to be loud, everything depends on strength. Right now, it's useless to fight with them over who owns this island. You all have to go to the island. Just because this island is yours doesn't mean that you can get everything on the island. Save your energy. When we get on the island, we'll take care of them one by one." Luo Tian was furious. Lei Xiangdong nodded heavily. Then Luo Tian said, "Wait for me here." With that, he ran down the hill. A few minutes later, Luo Tian returned and said, "You guys hold your breath, we're about to dive. We're going to dive into the island." Lei Xiangdong was startled, and said, "Even nuclear submarines can't dive in, can we? Furthermore, this big turtle won't listen to us." Skinny Monkey patted Lei Xiangdong's shoulder and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter, our boss is omnipotent, there is nothing he can't do. If he says he will dive, he will definitely dive. Just wait and see." Half a minute later. Snore snore, the island was diving rapidly. Lei Xiangdong stared at Luo Tian in shock, unable to say a word. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Just because a nuclear submarine can't reach a place doesn't mean that a sea beast can't reach it." While they were diving, Kid from the North American Warzone cursed, F*CK, Driver Chai, "Do you want to start a war? Yo? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Old Harry was not someone to be trifled with, a battle maniac. However, while they were arguing, no one was idle. They were all secretly boarding the island. Other than humans, there were also some amphibious sea beasts that were quietly boarding the island. There were countless beasts hidden beneath the sea. However, for some reason, they coexisted peacefully and did not kill each other. It was as if they were guarding the same thing together. A treasure of the sea. On the other turtle, Yi Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared in the direction of Demon Island, and said coldly, "I don't care what kind of treasure it is, I just want your life, Luo Tian." Behind him, 6 zombies. They were all unconscious. They were Yi Xiaofeng's puppets. Fire Wolf bowed and stood beside Yi Xiaofeng, and said, "Young Master Yi, that brat still has a Thunder Secret Realm treasure map on him, a gold-level spirit treasure. I guess this is also a Thunder Secret Realm." He was also bitten. However, his situation was different from the other 6. He was the same as Qin Yao, a second-generation zombie. Yi Xiaofeng's eyes turned sinister as he coldly snorted and said, "Let's board the island." People were boarding the island from all directions. Below the Demon Island, Xiaoba was quickly moving. Luo Tian, who was standing on his back, looked at the countless huge creatures at the bottom of the sea, the blood grooves that were several meters long, and the bosses that were shining with golden light. Luo Tian couldn't help but drool, "I really want to explode them all." The other 5 people almost peed their pants. The skinny monkey was so scared that he didn't dare to open his eyes. He kept saying in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me at all." A few minutes later, Xiaoba's voice entered Luo Tian's mind, "We're here. Master, you have to be careful. This place is extremely dangerous. That thing is not something that anyone can control. Furthermore, Once you touch that thing, all the magical beasts in the sea will be enraged. Even us sea turtles will be the same. Because that is the treasure of the sea. You have to be careful. Be careful. Xiao Ba's voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian replied, Xiao Ba, thank you. Hurry up and leave this place. There will be a huge battle here soon. Come back after everything has calmed down. I still need you to carry me to the shore. Xiao Ba hesitated for a moment and said, Yes, master. Luo Tian went ashore in an underground passage. Luo Tian looked at Luo Tian in confusion and asked, How do you know there is an underground passage here? Don't tell me you can give it to the sea turtles? Skinny Monkey was excited. He really wanted to answer, but Luo Tian kicked him, I don't have that kind of ability. I saved this sea turtle before you guys. He should be repaying me. Lu Shuiqi did not ask any more. It was normal for some sea beasts to have intelligence. Some war zones even tamed sea beasts as mounts to gallop in the sea. The group of 6 formed a formation. Finally, they walked out of the underground passage. Don't move. If anyone dares to move, I will cripple him. Before Luo Tian and the rest could stand properly, a large group of people rushed out. These people held specially modified guns in their hands. Furthermore, their sun blood was bulging high. Their cultivation was not low. Oh. People from China. I have long heard that people from China like to crawl through dog holes. It is indeed so. A man who was only 1.5 meters tall walked out. Half of his hair was shaved off, and there was a tuft of beard under his nose. Seeing this, Luo Tian did not even need to think to know that these people in front of him were Japanese. His gaze tensed up. Luo Tian sneered and said, I like your women in Japan. Other than that, I am really annoyed. Baka. The short man suddenly shouted. Luo Tian moved. Lazy. Right too. Old bull, second from the left. Skinny monkey, protect the woman. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian had already rushed out with both of his palms striking out. F***ck your whole family. 18 dragons subduing palms. He continued to attack ferociously, each palm stronger and more ruthless than the previous one. He specifically targeted the Japanese devil's face, not giving him any chance to resist at all. The moment he was sent flying. Shadow step. Shwa. Luo Tian instantly landed on the spot where he had landed. He lowered his right fist and filled it with strength. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, he threw a punch at the back of the Japanese devil's head. He prayed in his heart, F***ck, I love you. Bang, his head exploded with a single punch. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Japanese Ghost Animal Warrior for obtaining 10,000 experience, 100 true chi, and 10 energy values. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for releasing the power of the demon beast. Use my ass. Exchange points. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, and immediately exchanged the demon beast's power for points, cursing in his heart, the power of the demon beast is only used by some ghost beast race. F***ck. So killing the Japanese is so satisfying. Luo Tian was secretly pleased in his heart. The scenes from the television in his previous life were deeply ingrained in his mind and could not be erased. He even wanted to travel to the War of Resistance and kill a bunch of them. This time, Luo Tian did not even think about it, and directly killed. The other 4 were also sent flying. Let me do it. Luo Tian took a step forward and killed with a single punch. One punch, all 4 of them were killed. Experience points, he could not miss out on even a single bit. Awesome. After killing these Japanese ghost animal warrior, Luo Tian exclaimed in excitement. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, these Japanese ghost animal warriors' cultivation is not low, that Shorty's cultivation is at least in the cultivation realm, but he actually did not have any room to resist, he is too powerful. His admiration for Luo Tian increased by a bit. Lu Shuiqi walked up and reminded, these must be the vanguard troops of the Japanese war zone, we have to leave this place quickly. That's right. Boss, let's leave quickly. Lei Xiangdong also said. Even though, Luo Tian was a little unwilling to leave. He even wanted to go to the headquarters of the Japanese war zone and kill them all first. However, for the sake of everyone, he gave up in the end. You guys are looking for that thing. What is it like? What's the use of it? And where is he on Demon Island? We don't know either. Lu Sueki thought for a moment, then said, I once heard my father say that once we reach the island, we will follow the magical beasts. Wherever they go, that is where we will find the thing we are looking for. Just now, I noticed that there are quite a few magical beast footprints in the surroundings. I guess that those Japanese soldiers are also following the footprints of the magical beasts. Luo Tian took a look. Demon Island is too big, just these magical beast footprints are useless. Then what should we do? Lu Sueki was a little anxious. This was her father's lifelong research wish. Now that her father had died in order to protect her, she had to help her father realize it no matter what. Luo Tian asked, the experts from the other war zones have all come, which means that they all know what the treasure is. I have a question, how did they know? You seem to have said that it was your father who discovered it first, right? Lei Xiangdong said angrily, there is a traitor among us, who sold this secret to people from many war zones. In that case, they all know what is inside. As for where it is, we don't know anything. Luo Tian said. Seeing that Lu Sueki and Lei Xiangdong did not speak, Luo Tian continued, since that's the case, let's follow them. That's the only way to find it. Lu Sueki asked, if they find it first, then we, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, snatch it. At this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the valley not far away, the sound of gunfire and cannon explosions could be heard. Luo Tian frowned, and immediately said, you guys wait for me there, I will be back soon. Remember, do not act alone, that thing is extremely terrifying, even if you find it, you cannot touch it, understand? Finished. Luo Tian quickly rushed out. He had to find someone to lead the way, thank you. Love? Thank you for your support, brother, good night. In the valley. Old Maisie and Old Harry started to fight. There were casualties on both sides. Chai driver, do you feel good? Jida, you bitch, do you feel good being F***ed by me? Ha ha ha. We know very well who feels better. Chai driver, if we continue fighting like this, you won't be able to get that thing, and neither will I. Why don't we join forces? This way, who would dare to fight against us? Benefits were always a community. No matter how much hatred there was in the past, in the face of great benefits, any hatred could be put down. Chai driver immediately replied, Jida, I have the same idea. Ha ha ha, then cease fire, let's stay close to the valley. Jida shouted and immediately walked out from behind a rock. He whispered to the two biochemical warriors beside him, sneak over. If these Russians dare to play any tricks, let them meet God. Yes sir. General, isn't this too dangerous? Jida said, there's no time. The people from the European theater of operations might be about to find it. By the time we arrive, those European evil creatures will have already gotten the treasure. He thought so. Chai driver thought so too. Therefore, the alliance this time was very successful, and they did not play any tricks. However, cooperation was only on the surface. Their goal was that treasure. Luo Tian was hiding in the forest, watching them go from killing their fathers to being as close as brothers. He could not help but think to himself, in this world, benefits are king. Their alliance has no chance at all. It was also at this time. Rumble, rumble, the sound of an explosion came from the depths of Demon Island, and the entire island was shaking. Run for your life. Run, there's a super magical beast. In the valley, there was an ugly monster that only appeared in Ultraman. Looking at the system. The golden light was dazzling, and there was no doubt that it was a huge boss. Luo Tian immediately swallowed his saliva, I have to find a chance to kill it. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Demon Island shook. Not only in the valley, but in the other directions, giant magical beasts also appeared at the same time, crazily crushing the humans who were rushing up. Moreover, a pangolin-like magical beast rolled its body and turned into a huge gear, crushing down like a harvester. Towards the direction of Zhuge Qing and the others. Oh no! Luo Tian's heart tightened. He didn't think much and immediately ran back. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and catch someone to lead the way, but he didn't expect that Lao Mei and the Russian guy would join forces. In this way, he had no chance. Ha ha ha, it seems that the European theater of operations suffered heavy casualties. The Africa region, Korea region, and Japan region have all suffered heavy casualties. Those super magical beasts are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Just as they were talking, a soldier reported, the European theater, the Korean theater, and the other theaters have all retreated from the canyon. Those magical beasts are too powerful. Also, I just received news that the treasure is about to mature. The Chai driver and kid's eyes lit up. Why isn't he back yet? There are explosions everywhere. The entire Fiend Island is shaking. What exactly happened? No, I can't wait. That thing is a treasure of our Huaxia. We can't let it be taken away by others. Lei Xiangdong took a step forward. He couldn't wait any longer. He was worried that the item would fall into the hands of other battle zones. If that happened, the Chinese battle zone would lose the treasure left behind by their ancestor once again. Be careful. All of a sudden, a loud shout came from the forest. A gigantic pangolin descended from the sky and smashed towards them. Lei Xiangdong's face changed greatly, and immediately shouted, "Disperse!" Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, Skinny Monkey, Xianyuan Ox, and their current cultivation had also reached the realm of a 9th-level warrior. Their reaction speed was extremely fast, but even so, the pangolin's speed was too fast. When it smashed down heavily, they were still sent flying. Rumble, the pangolin instantly entered the mountain. A huge crater appeared. Luo Tian rushed out. Is anyone injured? Puff puff puff. Skinny Monkey spat out the mud in his mouth and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Xianyuan Ox was also covered in mud, and said, I'm fine too. Where's Zhuge Qing? Where's Lei Zi? Lu Sueki also stood up, and said, the two of them are gone. At this moment, rumble. The mountain began to shake violently. Suddenly, the pangolin broke out of the mountain once again. On his body hung two people, Zhuge Qing and Lei Xiangdong. Brother Tian, look. Luo Tian furrowed his brows and continued to jump. He jumped onto a big tree and flew out again. When he was in the air, he moved his palms and shouted, Bastard, die for me. 18 dragons subduing palms. A palm landed on the pangolin's body. Bam! The thick scales on the pangolin's body cracked from the shock, and Luo Tian's own arms went numb. He felt as if they were about to dislocate, and his entire body flew out. Bang! 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 A huge crater appeared on his body. The pangolin also let out a furious roar, its body trembled, shaking off Zhuge Qing and Lei Xiangdong as it turned and rushed towards Luo Tian. Brother Tian, be careful. Xianyuan Niu rushed out, and his right arm sank heavily. His feet sank into the soil, and veins popped out all over his body. Facing the pangolin that was dozens of times larger than him, Xianyuan Niu roared at the sky, ah! 100,000 June, one punch. Crack! Crack! His right arm doubled in size with a hum, and power surged as he punched out. Boom! A huge scale of the pangolin fell, but its speed did not slow down at all. It rolled over Xianyuan Niu's body. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Xianyuan Niu was crushed into the mountain, and his entire body was drenched in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ah! Luo Tian roared, jumped out of the crater, clenched his fists, and charged forward. His arms moved. His 5 fingers formed into a palm, constantly absorbing the power in the air, and the power from the depths of the earth. Facing the incomparably huge pangolin, Luo Tian clapped his hands and roared, Stop! Boom! The power on his palms was as clear as day. It directly blocked the rolling pangolin. It couldn't move forward even half a minute. Moreover, several of the scales on its body were cracking, and blood was gushing out. It let out waves of painful screams, and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Luo Tian angrily. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up. Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon, 100 True Chi. Fire. Rumble, it directly pierced through the pangolin's mouth, and at this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Thank you? Libra's 20 consecutive hits, thank you for your support, thank you fool always loves you see? Son of Death? Love? Reward support, thank you. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining an experience point, True Chi 500 points, energy values 1 point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining armor-piercing power. Do you wish to fuse it? Please choose the fusion skill. A few prompts sounded. Luo Tian moved, and ordered, fuse with the Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon. Ding. Fusion successful. The moment he heard the notification, Luo Tian quickly ran over. He first picked up the Xianyuan cow from the ground and immediately fed it a pill. Old cow, you're not going to die, are you? After the Xianyuan cow swallowed the pill, it opened its eyes. Damn it, where did that guy go? I don't believe that I can't kill it. At this time, the skinny monkey had also revived Zhuge Qing and Lei Xiongdong, and said, Brother Tian, they're fine. Huff, Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Xian Yuanyo's right arm. The power it had unleashed was terrifying. The arm had suddenly doubled in size. It was not as simple as just having the right arm's godly power. Don't move yet. Luo Tian held onto the arm of the Xianyuan cow that had recovered its original appearance. The idea moved and sensed it, then frowned. Xianyuan cow asked in shock, Boss, what's wrong? What happened to my arm? He started to worry as well. Since he was young, he knew that his right arm was different from the rest. Luo Tian said that his right arm was born with divine power, and once it exploded, it would be unstoppable. For this reason, during this period of time, he had been cultivating crazily, specifically cultivating his right arm. No matter if it was True Chi or anything else, they were all absorbed by his right arm. His right arm was getting stronger and stronger, and there were even times when the power seemed to want to break out of his body. Seeing Luo Tian frown, the Xianyuan cow's heart trembled. He became worried and asked, Boss, is something wrong? At this moment, everyone also walked up and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian retracted his hand and asked, Have you been cultivating your right arm during this period of time, pouring all your True Chi into your right arm? Your right arm is like a demon beast that can't be fed, crazily swallowing everything, no matter what kind of power it is, it will all be swallowed up. Xian Yuanyo said, that's pretty much what you said. Luo Tian looked at Xian Yuanyo and said seriously, there's a demon sealed in your arm. Just now, when you received that burst of power, your arm doubled in size, and that broke the seal a little. I don't know what will happen if the seal is completely broken, he thought of Blind Hu from the Tianxian land. The Xianyuan bull was stunned. It looked at its right arm and was speechless. Sealed evil demons? What kind of demon? Brother Tian, isn't it too serious? Old cow, did you use your right hand gun too much? Why are you still a demon? Skinny monkey said in shock. Xian Yuanyo looked at Luo Tian seriously and asked, Boss, will it be dangerous? As he said that, he grabbed his right arm. Indeed. During this period of time, he felt like he couldn't control his right arm. After hearing what Luo Tian said, he also felt that the power in his right arm was extremely terrifying. If he couldn't control it, the consequences would be unpredictable. To be safe, Xian Yuanyo suddenly exerted strength. Luo Tian was shocked. He grabbed Xian Yuanyo and said, What are you doing? What will happen in the future, whether you are a demon or an angel, all of this depends on you. As long as you maintain an upright heart, even if you are a demon, you are still a good demon. As long as you use it well, your power will be endless. If not for Luo Tian stopping him, Xian Yuanyo would really break his right arm. He would rather lose his power than do something that would harm his friends. Maintain your original heart. From today onwards, when you cultivate, you must communicate with your right arm and treat it as your life and death brother. At the same time, you must train your body's strength. If you are responsible, you won't be able to take it. Luo Tian didn't know what the consequences would be. That was all he could do. Xianxia nodded heavily and said, "Maintain my original heart, I will." "Brother Tian, you have to promise me that if I go berserk and lose control one day, you must kill me." "Eh?" Luo Tian didn't reject and smiled, "If that day really comes, I will." The skinny monkey put one hand on the Xianyuan ox's shoulder and scratched its thick right arm. He smiled and said, "Old ox, don't worry. I think it's definitely an angel, and it's a woman." Hee hee. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed as well. Rumble. 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 The entire demon island was still shaking nonstop. Countless pangolins like the one from before rolled down from high places, crazily killing humans. No one from the war zone could rush up, and all of them retreated. "What should we do?" Luo Tian looked at Lu Sueki and asked. Now, Luo Tian had become their backbone. Lei Xiangdong said, "In this situation, no one can rush up. There are still 4 super magical beasts on the top of the mountain. If we go up, we will be courting death." At this moment, an old maize biochemical warrior came out and said in broken Chinese, "General Jide has invited you over to discuss countermeasures. You can choose not to go, but those who do not go will be hunted down by everyone in the war zone." Finished. The warrior looked at Luo Tian and Xianyuan seriously. "This again?" Lei Xiangdong said in disdain, "This is the usual trick of the old Mei. If we can't win, we will join forces. If we join forces, we will be cannon fodder." "Boss, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." "Very good. You know what's good for you." The warrior said, "Follow me." Lei Xiangdong lowered his voice and said, "Boss, they will only treat us as cannon fodder. Even if we go, we won't be able to get anything out of it." When the warrior heard Lei Xiangdong's words, he sneered in disdain, "You don't have a choice. If you didn't kill a pangolin just now, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Brat, you have to understand that your China war zone is currently the weakest." Lei Xiangdong clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy. Luo Tian stopped him and laughed, "Just as they said, we don't have a choice." He sneered in his heart. "Be cannon fodder? I'm just laughing. I really need experience to break through to the peak of the 9th level. I can use you guys to help me level up, ha ha ha." Other than that, Luo Tian also needed other forces. With just a few of them, it was impossible for them to reach the top of the mountain. He needed to borrow the strength of the other war zones. It had to be said. Old Mei's appeal was very strong. All the war zones were invited to participate in this event. Seeing the appearance of Luo Tian and the others, Jida's eyes flashed with a bright light, and said with a smile, "Hi, my Chinese friends, it's great that you can come. Thank you to Ma 1888 for your support." "Thank you." It was incomparably intimate. He gave Luo Tian a big hug as soon as he came up. They were as affectionate as old friends. Jida whispered into Luo Tian's ear, "Do you still have that kind of pill on you? I can pay a high price, however much you have. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that you will leave this place alive." Obviously. He saw it when he killed the armor-piercing beast. It was also because of this that Luo Tian and the others were invited. Otherwise, Luo Tian and the others were not even qualified. Luo Tian laughed, "You can have as many as you want, but I don't have any right now. If you are sincere enough, you must protect us and leave this place alive." Jida said excitedly, "No problem." Ha ha ha, then, he laughed. Luo Tian also laughed out loud. It was obvious. Lao Mei's appeal was not because they were persuasive, but because they were the strongest. If they could borrow his strength to protect Skinny Monkey and the others, it would be very worth it. As for the pills they wanted, Luo Tian laughed coldly in his heart. However, Jida also had his own plans. Looking at the few people behind Luo Tian, his smile was filled with conspiracy. "Chinese monkey." A Japanese soldier sneered in disdain. Luo Tian frowned, his footsteps were like illusions as he landed in front of that person, and slapped him. "Whose dog is this? Why didn't you tie it up properly?" "Pa. Baka." That Japanese soldier shouted angrily. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, his right hand moved, directly grabbing that person's throat, and his arms exerted force. Baka, your sister. Crack. His throat was directly broken. Then, he kicked out again. The strange thing was that there was no system beep. This was very strange. That Japanese soldier's body began to twist, and a demonic beast rushed out from his body. Its two hands turned into sharp blades and flew out, directly slashing towards Luo Tian. Demon Beast Warrior. Boss, be careful. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He sneered, back then, the Japanese liked to do all sorts of things. I didn't expect them to still be like this. They haven't improved at all. Baka. Die. The ghost beast warrior snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed on the dual blades. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his right palm. Boundless energy began to be absorbed into his palm. It was also at this moment Jida's eyes flickered, and a biochemical warrior rushed out, blocking Luo Tian's path. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard from its body. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, the ghost beast warrior was sent flying, and the biochemical warrior also took a few steps back. Liquid metal faintly appeared under its skin, and it had the ability to recover. Its wounds healed quickly, and it was very powerful. Luo Tian thought to himself, this thing only appeared in sci-fi movies in my previous life. I didn't expect the Americans to have developed it to this extent. This liquid metal is too powerful. He was shocked. At the same time, he also knew why the China region would be the weakest next year. The birth of an ancient martial arts cultivator was extremely difficult. Especially from a 9th-level warrior to a cultivator, there was a huge threshold. Without a certain amount of talent, it was absolutely impossible to break through. However, the Americans had used advanced technology to transform the human body. Just this biochemical warrior was not weaker than a cultivator, moreover, the Japanese's ghost beast warrior was not weak either. The dual blades actually did not leave any marks on the liquid metal. This was only the first stage of the evolution of the ghost beast warrior. If it was a higher stage, its strength would be even more ferocious. Huff, Luo Tian thought to himself, it seems that this mission is very troublesome. Jida smiled and said, the performance just now ends here. What we need to deal with now is the magical beasts, not each other. No matter what grudges you have in the past, put them aside for now. Otherwise, don't blame me for removing you from the war zone. That is a peerless treasure. Only if we work together can we get it. Perhaps as long as we get it, we can change the situation where the magical beasts dominate. For world peace, for Earth, we have to work together. He spoke nonsense with a serious expression. It was completely the same style as the Americans in the past. Perhaps Jida would not say the same thing when he obtained the spirit treasure. The ghost beast warrior turned back into a human and stared coldly at Luo Tian. He said, kid, I will remember you. Luo Tian cursed, remember your mother. If you don't like it, come again. Bah, before he could finish his sentence, Jida's gaze suddenly turned cold. The general of the Japanese war zone also said a few words in bird language. The ghost beast warrior suddenly sighed and stood silently to the side. He did not say a word. Now that everyone from the war zones on the island has come, if we want to get the treasure, we have to work together and form a battle group. We will gather our strongest forces and charge to the top of the mountain. Now, I will provide a battle plan. Jida spoke frankly. 10 minutes later. The general of the European war zone said, I suggest that the Huaxia war zone be the vanguard. This is their territory and they are familiar with it. They are the most suitable to be the vanguard. I agree. I agree too. I agree. Everything seemed to have been agreed upon beforehand. Lei Xiangdong cursed, F***ck, at the start, everyone said that they were the ones who found Demon Island first. Now they are acting like this. How shameless. War zones were the same as people. The weak would be beaten. This was a lesson learned countless times in history. Luo Tian also knew that this would be the result. He smiled and said, there is no problem with the Huaxia war zone being the vanguard. The key is who will be the second team? What about the third and fourth team? Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in confusion. Skinny Monkey patted Lei Xiangdong's shoulder and said, Lei, don't worry. Brother Tian never makes a losing deal. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Luo Tian to agree to be the vanguard. Luo Tian said, I suggest that the Japanese war zone be the second team. I agree. I agree too. Everyone agreed. The general of the Japanese war zone frowned and stared angrily at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed, what are you looking at me for? If you don't want to, you can leave this place. No one is forcing you. Immediately after, the third and fourth teams were all decided by voting. Luo Tian did not want to waste any time and said, let's begin now. I can't wait any longer. Many people mocked Luo Tian. They felt that Luo Tian was an idiot. He was actually in a hurry to die. Lu Sueki asked in a low voice, what the hell are you doing? The vanguard is cannon fodder. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, we still don't know who the cannon fodder is. Just wait and see. In another place, Yi Xiaofeng brought Fire Wolf and the other 6 to Demon Island. Yi Xiaofeng laughed coldly, Luo Tian, I want you to become my zombie slave, ha ha ha, thank you for your support. The teams had gathered. The Chinese team was the vanguard, and the Japanese team was the second echelon. It was basically a ranking of the strong and weak. What was worth noting was, Jida gave Luo Tian a biochemical warrior to protect him, but Luo Tian knew very well that Jida was worried that he would die and did not give him any pills. Jida ordered, let's go. Luo Tian took the lead and led Lei Xiangdong and the others out. After a few minutes, they disappeared into the forest. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. He's addicted to being cannon fodder. The Chinese team is really useless. Ha ha ha. With these Chinese monkeys, we'll have an easier time. Suddenly. Rumble, rumble, everyone was shocked. What's that sound? It sounds like a horde of magical beasts. The sound is getting closer and closer. What's going on? What the hell? The horde of magical beasts is here. Everyone run. Kill them. Luo Tian shouted as he ran. The Xianyuan ox, Lei Xiangdong, and the others beside him had all disappeared. Only the biochemical warrior was left. Furthermore, the biochemical warrior was injured all over. It was difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Rumble, 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 swish swish swish, one by one, pangolin magical beasts drilled out from the ground and chased after Luo Tian and the biochemical warrior. The surrounding towering trees were pushed down one by one, filling the sky with dust. The branches of the trees were constantly thrown out, smashing into the ground and exploding like cannonballs. The scene was like an avalanche. Jida's scalp went numb. Damn it, what's going on? At this moment, as the highest commander, he immediately ordered, no one is allowed to retreat. Block with all your strength and kill these magical beasts. Huff huff huff, huff huff huff. Luo Tian rushed to Jida's side and pretended to be out of breath. General Jida, there are too many magical beasts. My people can't handle it anymore. Let's run. If we don't run, we'll all die. Seeing the shock on Jida's face, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. You want me to be cannon fodder? Is your brain filled with shit? Luo Tian sneered inwardly. How can I not receive your power to level up? After that, Luo Tian said seriously, you guys go first. I'll hold them back. Kill. As he spoke, he rushed forward. Jida glared angrily. Damn it, you actually lured a magical beast here. Why are you still standing there like idiots? Kill these magic beasts for me. If we retreat any further, we'll fall into the sea. Don't you know what's in the sea? Immediately, the people in the other battle zones began to move. All kinds of firearms were used. The powerful modified warriors, vampire families, werewolf families, and demonic beast warriors were all doing their best to kill. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining armor-piercing strength. Do you wish to enhance it? What skill should I enhance? Critical punch. Ding. Strengthening successful. Critical punch's damage to the armor-piercing magical beast has increased by 10%. The system beep kept ringing. It had to be said that these old Americans and Russians were very strong in the European theater of operations. Whether it was in terms of defense or strength, they were all extremely strong, especially the European werewolf warrior, who was completely a meat shield. His attack was also strong enough, and he was actually able to block 4 armor-piercing magical beasts by himself. Luo Tian thought in his heart, no wonder the Chinese theater of operations is weak, these warriors are all berserkers. China's cultivation is still at the initial stage, how can it be their match? Looks like I have to change China's cultivation civilization. From Lei Xiangdong's cultivation method and the knowledge of strength taught by the Thunder Academy, Luo Tian knew that the martial cultivation of the Chinese theater of operations was still at the primitive stage. This kind of cultivation method was difficult to break through to the powerful cultivation realm. Moreover, he would be greatly restricted. No matter how talented he was, it would be useless. So, there were very few experts in the Chinese theater of operations. If he wanted to change, he had to change from the roots. Sooner or later, I will leave Earth. Before that, I will try my best to do more for China. Luo Tian thought inwardly. At this moment, he did not remain idle as he sent a punch towards the pangolin. Seeing a bright red damage value appear above the pangolin's head, he immediately jumped away and sent another punch towards another demonic beast. He beat up all the surrounding magical beasts. Finally, he landed heavily, clapped his hands, and said, "Done." Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. What a great feeling. There was no need to do it himself. About 2 hours later, all the armor-piercing magical beasts were killed. Luo Tian immediately jumped out, looking like he was admitting his mistake, and said, "It's all my fault, I didn't expect these armor-piercing magical beasts to be so fast." Looking at the casualties in the other war zones, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. 5 of Japan's ghost beast warriors had died. 1 of Lao Mei's biochemical warriors had also died and 7 or 8 were injured. The casualties in each war zone were not small. As for the China war zone that Luo Tian was in, there was not a single one. Xian Yuan Niu, Lei Xiangdong and the others had already gone up the mountain from another path. Jida's face was a little ugly, he stared at Luo Tian and forced a smile. "Mr. Luo Tian, we want you to be the vanguard, not to lure the monsters down, but to open up a path for us. You should lure the magical beasts in another direction, not here." "Is that so? You should have said so earlier. I thought you wanted me to lure the monsters here." Luo Tian looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then said, "General Jida, don't worry, I will definitely open up the path properly, and will definitely not attract any magical beasts." Chinese vanguard camp. Attack. Luo Tian looked around and realized that he was alone. He smiled awkwardly, and in the blink of an eye, he ran into the forest again. Looking at his experience points, he said, "A few more waves and I'll be able to break through." Damn it. Why is he the vanguard alone? We've already cleared out a group of magical beasts, we should hurry up. That thing is about to be born, if we miss the time, we won't be able to get it again. Jida was worried, and immediately said to the Japanese war zone people, "You guys go up with the second group." The general of the Japanese war zone looked unhappy, and said, "Song Dragon Squad, move out." They still hadn't left the valley. Not far away, there was a rumbling sound, and magical beasts roared, filling the sky with dust. Jida's face turned pale. Damn, it's here again. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. It wasn't easy to come across such an opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of it, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly rushed down the hill. Seeing Jida in a daze, he immediately said, "General Jida, why are you here? Are you here to receive me?" Damn it, Law, I didn't even walk through this place." Jida wanted to strangle Luo Tian to death. He had only taken 3 steps when Luo Tian led another wave of demonic beasts down. He really didn't know how Luo Tian could lure demonic beasts so quickly. The other Warzone leaders also stared at Luo Tian. They all wanted to kill him. Luo Tian looked around and slapped his thigh. He shouted, "Damn, why haven't you left yet? I thought you were long gone. General Jida, what are you doing? Why are you still in this valley? Could it be that the treasure is in this valley?" Luo Tian made a false accusation. He pretended to be stupid. Jida was angry. He said, "You only left for half an hour. Where do you want me to go? I thought you left long ago. That's why I lured the demonic beasts here. I didn't expect you to still be here. I really don't know what you're doing. I think you want to kill me." Luo Tian looked angry. Jida was stunned and couldn't say anything to blame him. He frowned and ordered again, "Prepare for battle. Kill." Luo Tian said seriously, "I'm the vanguard. I'm the vanguard. I'll go first." As he spoke, he rushed up desperately. Every armor-piercing demonic beast would hit it and cause damage, then he would immediately jump away. Kill. All the warriors in the war zone rushed up again. A few minutes later. Ding. 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 A new round of notifications rang out. His experience bar soared. This feeling was simply too good. More than an hour later. It was cleaned up. Luo Tian walked out again and said, "General Kid, this time you have to move faster. The mountains ahead are filled with these armor-piercing magical beasts, and the one above us is the king of armor-piercing magical beasts." Jida said, "This time, you can't lead them back to the original path. Lead them to the north." "North, right? No problem." Luo Tian madly rushed out again. Jida's brows furrowed. He immediately shouted, "Hurry up and move forward. Don't stay in this valley. I hate this valley. Damn it." This time, the speed of all the people in the war zone was very fast. 2 waves of magical beasts had caused them to suffer heavy injuries. They hadn't even seen the face of the treasure. If this continued, they wouldn't even need to look for the treasure. They would die in this valley. His speed was as fast as flying. Moreover, all the magical beasts in this area had been lured away by Luo Tian. Kid and the others marched very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, they were halfway up the mountain. At this moment. Rumble, 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 in the distance, sand and dust filled the sky. The violent tremors came again. Jida was furious. His hair was about to burn. Damn it. What the hell is he doing? General Jida, let's get out of here quickly. Don't let that kid bring the magical beasts here again. This is the south. Didn't he want to bring the magical beasts here? Then let's go north. We won't run into them in the opposite direction, right? The general of the Japanese war zone said. Jida's brain wasn't enough. He immediately ordered, "Go up the mountain range in the north." Half an hour later. When they arrived at the mountain range in the north, the mountain range suddenly shook violently. An overwhelming number of magical beasts rushed down from the top of the mountain range. Luo Tian ran at the front of the magical beasts. Looking at Jida and the people from the other war zones, he laughed in his heart. "You want to play tricks with me? All of you together won't be enough to play with me." Huh? General Jida, why is it you again? Didn't you ask me to lure the magical beasts to the north? Why are you here? Luo Tian asked with a serious face. Jida's face darkened as he scolded angrily, "Who was it that said they were coming to the northern mountains? Who? Stand out." He was so angry that his hair was trembling. Looking at the magical beasts pouncing towards him from the hillside, Jida gritted his teeth and roared, "Attack!" Rumble, 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 the hot weapons greeted him. 10 minutes later. Ding. Ding ding ding, another series of notifications rang out. Luo Tian had strengthened all of his skills, and his damage to the armor-piercing magical beasts had already reached its peak, increasing the damage by 50%. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 500 armor-piercing magical beasts and obtaining the title Armor-Piercing Butcher. Damage to armor-piercing magical beasts has increased by 30%. Huh? I've obtained a title. Ha ha ha. Awesome. With the strengthening of the armor-piercing power and the bonus damage from the title, I should be able to break through the defense of the King of Armor on the mountain peak, right? Luo Tian looked at the incomparably huge pangolin on the mountain peak, shining with a golden light. If we explode it, it will definitely drop something good. From the beginning, Luo Tian was planning how to kill the King of Armor. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. The appearance of the armor-piercing power gave him a glimmer of hope. After killing the King of Armor, he would be able to enter the top of the mountain. That spirit treasure must be somewhere on the top of the mountain, or in a cave. After killing that boss, he would level up as well. Stepping into the cultivation realm, his strength would be completely different from his current strength. 2 hours later. Finally, these armor-piercing magical beasts were cleaned up. Luo Tian volunteered again, General Jida, I'm going to open up a path. Before Luo Tian could walk out, Jida grabbed onto him, both of his eyes were about to burst into tears, and said, Luo, you're too tired, rest for a while, leave the matter of luring the monsters to someone else. No. All of us will open up a path together. There's no need for the vanguard to open up a path. Luo Tian scratched his head, and said, General Jida, is it because I didn't do well enough? This time, I promise I won't lure them here. No, you did very well. It's my fault. I shouldn't have put you in danger. Jida was really afraid. 3 waves of magical beast attacks, heavy casualties, if this continued, they wouldn't even be able to see that thing. He swore. He definitely couldn't let Luo Tian be the vanguard again. Moreover, he also swore that in the future, he would definitely not let the people from China Warzone be the vanguard. It was too uncomfortable. That's not good, is it? I promised to be the vanguard, so I will be the vanguard. What will the people in the other regions think of us? Luo Tian said seriously. He really wanted to be the vanguard. If there were 3 more waves, he could definitely level up. Jida immediately said, I can guarantee that no one in the other regions will say anything about you. At this time, all the leaders in the other regions nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Brother, please, take a rest. It's our fault. You should take a rest. They were really afraid that Luo Tian would attract another wave of demonic beasts. They could not afford to lose. 3 waves of attacks had killed more than half of them. How could they continue? Luo Tian said in a serious tone, since you guys are so sincere, then I'll reluctantly accept. I won't be the vanguard anymore. But if there's any vanguard cannon fodder job in the future, you must give it to me. For your war zone, I won't even frown. Phew, Jida was so touched that he almost cried. He said, don't worry. Next time, if there is a mission like this, even if I go personally, I will not let you guys go. You guys are really too important. He was really afraid that Luo Tian would insist. Rest here. We will depart in half an hour. Jida ordered. He pulled Luo Tian and asked, where are your people? Luo Tian replied, that group of cowards. When they encountered the demonic beasts, they were so scared that they ran away. I don't know where they ran to. To be the vanguard, one must have the awareness to be the vanguard. They are not up to the task. Ran away? Jida frowned slightly. He was too lazy to care. He asked, Luo, can you tell me about the pills? The most mysterious thing in China is pills. They are even more powerful than high-grade Geno-spirit fluids. How do you make them? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian rolled his eyes, then he smiled and said, General Kid, you're very bad. This kind of thing is a secret of our Xianxia. If I tell anyone about it, those old men will kill me. You want benefits? Luo Tian said in his heart, let me see what good things you have on you. Jida immediately patted his chest and promised, just say it. The North America region can provide you with an identity in our region and the best treatment. No one will dare to do anything to you. Plus, those old monsters in the China region are all busy cultivating in seclusion. They all want to become immortals and don't care about these things. He was right. This was one of the reasons why China was weak. It wasn't that there weren't any strong people in China. It was because these experts were all cultivating and wanted to become immortals and ascend. They didn't care about the affairs of the mortal world very much. Unless they appeared once in a life and death situation, they generally couldn't be found. Immortal ascension and eternal life were too tempting. Luo Tian was silent for a moment, then said, "It's not that I can't tell you, but..." Luo Tian smiled wretchedly. Jida said, "Whatever you want, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will give it to you." The secret of the elixir was in the hands of China's higher-ups. This was something that the North America region had always wanted. However, no matter how they refined it, they failed. Their Geno elixirs couldn't fuse more elixirs together, and they couldn't infuse qi into the body and strengthen the body. For so many years, they had been trying to solve this problem, but they had never succeeded. If they could know this secret, they would definitely be promoted to general or even commander of a certain military region. Seeing Luo Tian's wretched smile, Jida laughed in his heart. "Greedy Chinese monkey, hee, your liquid metal is not bad. How did you refine it?" Luo Tian asked directly. He knew very little about technology. If he could master it, he might be able to make some changes. The power of the biochemical warriors gave Luo Tian some new ideas. Jida was slightly shocked. He thought that Luo Tian wanted money, but he didn't expect him to ask for information about the biochemical warriors. He was stunned and said, "This is the North America region's secret. I can't tell you this, but I can buy it for $10 billion US. How about that? Tisk. Do you think an alchemist like me would be interested in something as vulgar as USD?" Luo Tian immediately lost interest. Money was just a string of numbers to him. It had no use at all. Jida frowned. "Then what do you want?" Luo Tian said, "Since you don't want to give me the liquid metal refining technology, I won't force you. However, I need some liquid metal. These should be fine, right?" Jida laughed and said, "Luo, if only you had asked for these earlier. Tell me, how much do you need?" Liquid metal? These alone were useless. The key was how to implant the liquid metal into the human body. Luo Tian said, "Do you have it now?" Jida waved his hand, and a soldier carried a military box over. He placed it in front of Luo Tian and said, "This box contains everything." Huh? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Jida to have liquid metal with him. Could it be that they needed to change the liquid metal? He immediately opened the box and checked it. There were 10 bottles in the box. Each bottle had a number, and they weighed about 5 kilograms. "Luo, I've given you what you want. What about what I want?" Jida closed the box and looked at Luo Tian. "Wait." Luo Tian reached into his body and dug around. After about half a minute, he took out a pill the size of a fingernail and said, "This is a Xianxia pill. Take one and it will cause the Xianxia in your body to boil and quickly break through the shackles. It is an essential high-grade pill for cultivation." Jida looked at the black and swarthy pill in Luo Tian's hand. It even emitted a foul smell. He laughed and said, "Luo, are you trying to trick me? I'm not that easy to trick. This isn't a pill at all. It's something dirty on your body." Tisk. Luo Tian snorted and threw the pill into his mouth. He said with disdain, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." After Luo Tian took the pill, he deliberately released a strong Xianxia aura. His entire body was red, and a dense Xianxia was released, causing Jida, who was beside him, to be dumbfounded. Just now, he just wanted to blow up Luo Tian. He had indeed seen pills before, but there were too many types of pills and he couldn't distinguish them at all. Jida immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, "Luo, I was wrong just now. Give me another one. Consider it the beginning of our transaction. What do you think?" "Humph. General Jida, if it weren't for your sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Luo Tian took out the dirty thing that he had just rubbed off his body and handed it over. This was the pill that Luo Tian had just rubbed off. As for the one just now, it was indeed a Xianxia Dan. Jida was wild with joy. He put the pill away properly and looked at Luo Tian, who was inspecting the liquid metal. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do with this liquid metal?" "Play." Luo Tian replied with a smile, but he was secretly excited in his heart. "I want to forge a set of alloy equipment." Thank you to half crying half laughing sorrowful 588 reward for 3 hits, thank you to smile 4 hiding the sadness. Son of Death? Miss not being able to return to the past. Fall in love with me? But, green grass. Thank you all for the support of so many brothers. After resting for half an hour, the team set off again. This time, no one wanted Luo Tian to be the cannon fodder vanguard. Luo Tian was also happy to be free. Right now, all of his thoughts were on the liquid metal. This kind of liquid metal was currently the hardest metal in the world, and it also had the ability to recover itself. If it was used to forge weapons or something else, it would definitely be quite powerful. How do I create alloy equipment? All sorts of ideas appeared in Luo Tian's mind. In the crowd, Luo Tian took out a bottle of liquid metal and put a little on his palm. Looking at the liquid metal that was like a drop of water, even if it was a tank cannon, Luo Tian could not help but admire the power of American technology. Then, the idea moved. Let's take a look at your structure first. When the idea fused with the liquid metal, Luo Tian sensed a very unfamiliar power. This power did not belong to any power of law, it was the power of modern technology. This kind of power could not be communicated with the idea. He thought to himself, how can liquid metal be turned into weapons and equipment? How can it be condensed? Air, along the way. Luo Tian became silent, and continued to think, to the point that Ji De and the others did not even pay attention to the armored beasts in front of them. If he could create a set of powerful defensive equipment, then he would have a better chance of winning against the armored king. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved, and thought to himself, use the true qi to control it, and see what kind of changes will happen. In that instant, a trace of true qi surged out from Luo Tian's palm, and the true qi converged into the liquid metal. In that instant, crack! A violent sound rang out. Luo Tian threw his right hand behind his back, so as not to attract the attention of the people around him. At this time, no one noticed him either. They were all attacking the armored beasts that were pouncing on them. Luo Tian looked at it again, and saw that the drop of liquid metal was firmly stuck to his palm, and it had directly become a part of his body. He could clearly feel that kind of thick defensive power. And he couldn't feel any increase in weight. Can it be done by injecting true qi? True qi and liquid metal can have a chemical reaction, but, after solidification, can it still have that kind of self-healing and strong defensive power? Luo Tian was puzzled. I have to do some experiments. While no one was paying attention, Luo Tian suddenly flashed and directly jumped into the forest. He then took out a bottle of liquid metal and poured some on the rock. True qi flowed in. Crack! It was like the sound of metal clashing. The liquid metal had solidified, and Luo Tian could still clearly sense the rich power within the metal. All right. Now, let's see how strong you are. Luo Tian's right fist moved, channeling the power of the earth as he punched out. Boom, his fist hurt. Under normal circumstances, the rock would have shattered into powder, but now, there was not even a crack. Moreover, the liquid metal had sunk in. After the bombardment force disappeared, it slowly returned to its original shape. F***ck. It's so abnormal? Luo Tian's face was full of astonishment. He said excitedly, now, it's too easy to fight with alloy equipment. With such a strong defensive power, even a master at the peak of cultivation would find it difficult to hurt me. Immediately, Luo Tian immediately began to forge. Where's Luo? Ji De kicked an armor-piercing demon beast away. He glanced at the crowd and found that Luo Tian had disappeared. He was still here just now. Ji De frowned. Driver Firewood said, Ji De, he must still be on this island. The most important thing now is to find that thing, not that Chinese monkey. If you find that thing, you can turn this island upside down. You will definitely find him. That's right. We can't delay the important matter because of him. General Jida, why don't you go and find him? Leave the rest to us. Jida laughed and said, the important matter is more important. We'll be at the top of the mountain soon. How do we deal with that demon beast king? Concentrate your firepower and attack together. I have a suggestion. I think we should let a portion of us attract the attention of the armor-piercing king. Another portion will go to the top of the mountain. After getting that thing, we will immediately retreat. That's a good suggestion. I suggest that the Japanese be in charge of attracting the attention of the armor-piercing king. I agree too. Without anyone from the China region, the Japanese region will have to attract the firepower. The leader of the Japanese laughed coldly, we are not trash like the Chinese. You want us to be cannon fodder? No matter how good your plan is, the Japanese will definitely not be cannon fodder. General Jida. Now that things have reached this stage, I think there is no need for our alliance. The Japanese leader moved his right hand and shouted, 3 dogs, listen up. Charge to the top of the mountain. Yes, sir. As soon as he said that, the 3 soldiers from the Japanese war zone moved and formed hand seals as they roared out, Earth escape. So. The 3 of them disappeared. One could only hear the sound of something moving underground. The Japanese leader laughed coldly, ha ha ha, that thing belongs to the Japanese, ha ha ha, everyone's expression changed. Jida's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, full speed ahead. They definitely could not let the Japanese get ahead of them. That thing was too strong. With the existence of an ancient god artifact, whoever had it would be able to control Earth's resources and international status. At this moment, all the war zone leaders had their own plans. In another place. Boom. Kacha. Boom. Kacha. Boom. Kacha. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Luo Tian's body was like a robot. A layer of liquid metal solidified on his body. Furthermore, under his modification, this armor could be freely worn. The appearance of the equipment was exactly the same as Yasuo in his previous life. It was extremely heavy. Yamanaka's flame was filled with thick energy. I'm still missing a tang blade. Luo Tian quickly began to forge. Using the refining techniques in the divine realm, in just a few minutes, a dazzling white tang blade was created. Luo Tian held it in his hand and felt that his strength was exploding. He shouted out excitedly, let's turn our backs on the gale. He slashed out with his blade. Swish, the saber chi swept out and sent a leaf flying into the air. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for forging alloy set 4 obtaining experience points, true chi points, and 1000 points. Huh? 10,000 true chi reward. Then my true chi value has directly reached 15,000 points. That is to say, I can now use the immortal pressing method. Prepare for battle, the equipment was successfully forged. All the liquid metal was infused with true energy and solidified. Luo Tian's every step was accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, there was no weight at all. In fact, his steps were much lighter. Let's find Lei and the others first. Luo Tian didn't go find Jide and the others. Instead, he went to find Lei Xiongdong and the others. They were almost at the top of the mountain. Jide and the others would definitely be blocked by the armored king. Plus, they all had their own plans. They wouldn't be able to kill the armored king in a short amount of time. I'll let you guys whittle down the armored king's HP first. Luo Tian quickly rushed in another direction. He told Lei Xiongdong to hide from the beginning. 10 minutes later. Brother Tian is back. Skinny Monkey's senses had become much stronger. As someone who cultivated the hide formula, his senses had become very strong. Just like Luo Tian's thoughts, his body received very sensitive information. Everyone walked out of the cave. Seeing Luo Tian's equipment, Xian Yuanyo and Lei Xiongdong's eyes shone with golden light. They were drooling. Damn. Boss, what is this? It's so cool. Armor? What's the grade of the armor? It doesn't look like a spirit treasure. It looks like it was just forged. What kind of metal is it made of? Wow. If I had such a set to wear to school, wouldn't it be super cool? They were all stunned by the alloy armor on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian said, Lao Mei's titanium was forged from liquid metal. I'll tell you how to forge it next time. All the battle zones are at the top of the mountain. We can't fall behind. Luo Tian immediately said, Xian Yuanyo, Lu Sueki, Lei Xiangdong, you guys are in a group. You guys should know more about that thing than us. Me, Zhu Gaqing, and Skinny Monkey will be in a group. We'll be in the light. You guys will be in the dark. Remember, as long as I attack the King of Armor, all of you are to charge to the top of the mountain with all your might. However, please remember what I said. You must not touch that item. You must not touch it, Luo Tian reminded them. Little 8 wouldn't lie to him. Since that thing could be guarded by so many magic beasts, there could only be one reason. That thing was a sacred object of the sea. It couldn't be violated. Once it was touched, it would immediately arouse the wrath of the giant sea. At that time, this island might be destroyed. Lei Xiangdong nodded heavily and said, okay, I'll remember it. But if we don't touch them, what about the people from other battle zones? They definitely won't care so much. What should we do then? Don't worry. They won't be able to reach the top of the mountain. All you need to do is to guard the mountain. Luo Tian's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. It's time to let them know the power of the China region. Killing people to drop equipment. Spirit treasure explosion. These Americans, Japanese dogs, and Koreans all want to snatch the spirit treasure of Huaxia. Luo Tian was not around the last time they invaded Huaxia, and now they want to do it again? Then let them die here. Was the thing left behind by the ancestors something that anyone could snatch? Let's go. In another place. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge explosion sounded out. Heavy cannons continued to fire, exploding on the body of the incomparably huge King of Armor. However, it was completely useless and did not even cause any damage. Its defense was too strong, hot weapons could not cause any damage. It was also at this time. The King of Armor shook violently, boom. The entire demon island was trembling. The mountain collapsed, and rocks rolled down. The 3 Japanese soldiers who tried to escape were directly sent flying out. The King of Armor's saw-like tail swept out and smashed the 3 of them into meat paste. The Japanese leader's face changed. Chai Driver laughed coldly, it's useless to dig a hole. Don't you see that the King of Armor is an expert at digging holes? To dig a hole in front of him, ha ha ha. You deserve to die. Baka. The Japanese leader roared in anger. Chai Driver did not fall for it at all. His eyes turned sinister as a murderous gaze locked onto the Japanese leader. He took a step forward, and without waiting for the Japanese leader to react, he directly slapped him. Pa. A slap landed on his face. Chai Driver said in disdain, if I hear you say baka again, I will twist your head off. F***ck. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? It was quite domineering. The Japanese leader's eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger. However, he really did not dare to lose his temper. He did not dare to offend these Chai Drivers. Chai Driver also had another title, Chai Butcher. Jida walked up and smiled, it seems that we can only join forces again? Any objections? Chai Driver laughed, General Jida, haven't we always been in the alliance? I suggest. Let the people from the Japanese war zone go up. I agree. The Korean war zone also agrees. The European Union war zone agrees. The Japanese leader was fuming as he said in a low voice, Baka. Without waiting for him to finish, he immediately felt Chai Driver's cold gaze. He immediately stopped, frowned, and said to his subordinates behind him. Then, he smiled and said, okay. Attack. The leader of the Japanese islands ordered. The warriors transformed into their ghost beast forms and charged forward. He attacked Pangolin King consecutively. Armor King was also furious and began to counterattack. According to the game, Armor Piercer King's aggro had been pulled. He charged towards the Japanese warriors. The Ghost Beast warriors immediately retreated and lured Armor King to Jida's direction. Damn it. Jida cursed. Why are they learning from the Chinese war zone? Oh my god, Armor King is here. Ha ha ha. The Japanese leader laughed. You want me to be your cannon fodder? Ha ha ha. Dream on. Jida hated Luo Tian to death. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, none of this would have happened. He ordered, biochemical warriors attack with full force. Chai driver, we have to deal with this guy. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go up. Chai driver understood and said, Jida old fox, why aren't you taking out your trump card? Jida frowned and smiled playfully, aren't you the same? Jack. Go. Suddenly, a different-looking biochemical warrior charged out. He injected a strange liquid into his neck, and his body immediately changed. It crazily became thicker and bigger, and the power in his body could be seen with the naked eye. Damn. Demon warrior. Chai driver's face darkened. This is the latest biochemical transformation liquid. Butcher Chai also gave the order. Behind him, a tall and sturdy man rushed out, all the muscles on his body bulging. In less than 3 seconds, his originally 2 meters tall body directly became 4 meters tall, turning into a giant. All the muscles on his body were like stone blocks, sticking to his body. He was completely a stone man. Giant warrior. Jida's face also darkened. Butcher Chai, you really brought it. Ha ha ha, old fox Jida, aren't you the same? Butcher Chai laughed and said, what are you waiting for? Attack together and destroy it. The people from the other war zones were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were shaken. The appearance of the devil warriors and the giant warriors made them feel despair. The information they had collected didn't mention this. Now, it seemed that they had lost hope in competing for that thing. The giant warrior charged forward. A punch landed on the King of Armor's body. The demon warrior's attack followed closely behind. The two of them attacked from the left and right. For a moment, the King of Armor was forced to retreat. They were all at the peak of the cultivation realm. Whether it was strength, defense, or speed, they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, they were all modified people. Their painful nerves had been cut off, so they could not feel any pain at all. Ha ha ha, not bad. Jida stared at the giant warrior and said to a soldier beside him, gather all the information on the giant warrior. I never thought that in just 2 years, these Russian lunatics would actually be able to research it. Butcher Chai was also doing the same thing. He was also shocked. The people from the other war zones were also attacking with all their might. However, compared to the attacks of the demon warrior and the giant warrior, their strength was clearly too weak. In another place, Luo Tian had already rushed over with 5 people. When he saw the demon warrior and the giant warrior, his heart trembled. In the past, they were technological lunatics. I never thought that they would still be technological lunatics. They could even create such a powerful warrior. Lei Xiangdong's face turned ugly, and said, the difference between us is too great. The cultivators are stuck in their own ways, and they do not contribute to the country. Every expert is firmly guarding their own cultivation. How can the Chinese war zone be strong? Cultivation was completely different from technology. Every cultivator had their own insights, which they would definitely not share with others. They all wanted to cultivate and ascend, and obtain eternal life. They had done very little to contribute to China. This was what Lei Xiangdong hated the most. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Skinny Monkey-like asked. Armor King is at a disadvantage. It won't be long before he's killed. Are we not going to make a move? Luo Tian said in a low voice, don't worry, the armor-piercing king won't die so easily. It's a boss. How could the boss die so easily? Furthermore, Luo Tian could clearly see the armor-piercing king's HP. Everyone lowered their bodies and waited quietly. Half an hour later, Luo Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Staring at the armor-piercer king's last 5% health, he said, the show is about to start. The climax is coming. Before he could finish his sentence, armor-piercing king's body suddenly glowed with a bright red light as he roared towards the sky. Roar, immediately after. His strength, defense, and speed had increased exponentially. With a swing of its tail, the giant warrior was sent flying several hundred meters away. It was like a completely different magical beast. Lu Sueki stared at Luo Tian in shock and asked, "How do you know?" Luo Tian was too mysterious. It was as if he knew everything, could teach them how to cultivate, had pills on him, and had created a set of liquid alloy equipment. Now, he even knew how magical beasts would change. Was he still human? Who exactly was Luo Tian? Lu Sueki kept thinking about it, but the more he stayed with Luo Tian, the more he realized that he was too mysterious, completely unable to see through him. Luo Tian stared at the armor-piercing king who was in a berserk state, and said with a smile, "If you kill tens of millions or hundreds of millions of demon beasts, you will know all the habits of magical beasts." This was all common sense. It was just that no one on Earth knew about it yet. Retreat, retreat. The magical beasts have gone crazy. Run. The line of defense was broken apart. The giant warrior was seriously injured and one of his arms was broken. However, he still rushed forward without hesitation because he could not feel any pain. The demon warrior was about the same. Moreover, what Jida was even more worried about was about to happen. His eyes darkened as he looked at the other two biochemical warrior beside him who were ready to attack. "Jack's time is almost up, you guys get ready." This kind of gene fluid had a time limit. Once the time passed, it would become a crippled body, and it would take a lot of time to recover. Originally, the duration of this medicine was 1 hour, but in this kind of situation where one's physical strength was exhausted, it simply could not last that long. Rumble, rumble, under the berserk state. The armor-piercing king ran amok, continuously releasing powerful attacks. The line of defense was broken apart, and the scene was chaotic as they frantically fled. Jida continued to command. However, at this time, no one listened to him. "Brother Tian, we..." Skinny Monkey turned around to look at Luo Tian, only to discover that Luo Tian had already disappeared, and asked doubtfully, "Where's Brother Tian?" Everyone reacted. They were too engrossed in watching just now and did not notice that Luo Tian had already disappeared. Suddenly, Zhuge Qing pointed to a place and said, "Look, where is he?" "Puchi. Ghost Beast Warrior? Go to hell." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ghost Beast Warrior for obtaining 10 experience, 100 true chi, and 10 energy values. Korean stick. Go to hell. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. You're so arrogant, aren't you? Die for me as well. Ding. At an unknown time, Luo Tian appeared in front of them and killed all the people who were running away the fastest. He did not show any mercy at all and killed everyone he saw. Suddenly, Jida discovered Luo Tian and the liquid alloy armor on his body. His face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Luo, what are you doing?" "Heh, the fate of those who laugh at my China is death. All of you must die." His killing intent exploded. In the space-time crack, in Luo Tian's original body's sea of consciousness, the god-killing god's divine deity began to tremble violently. The killing intent on Luo Tian's body became even more intense. While speaking, Luo Tian raised his blade and slashed down, directly splitting a biochemical warrior into 2 halves. The liquid metal on the biochemical warrior's body flowed out, wanting to recover, but that person was already dead. There was no time to recover. Jida roared in anger, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Kill him, kill him!" Crack! Crack! The 2 biochemical warrior were injected with the devil's spirit liquid. He instantly turned into a demon warrior. He immediately pounced towards Luo Tian. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and said, "Let's see if your defense is strong, or if my attack is strong, kill." Thanks to Lao Zijian will definitely be glorious, seeing Debao every day, confused and realistic, falling in love with me? But, the green grass, the small mood support, thank you brothers for your rewards. Brothers with recommendation tickets, please help me out, thank you. Those who offend my China, no matter how far away they are, will be killed. I will let you know what a demon is. Luo Tian bellowed. For some reason, His sea of consciousness began to churn, and a strong killing intent seemed to have come from another time and space. It was as if the divine deity of the god of slaughter was boiling, and at this moment, there was only killing in his heart, kill without caring about the consequences. Facing the pincer attack of the two demon warriors, Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, he was excited, and the alloy tang blade in his hand fell to the ground, causing sparks to fly in all directions. He clenched his right fist. Buzz! A dazzling white blade chi erupted from the tang blade. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! A loud sound came from Luo Tian's body, and an incomparably strong blade intent awakened in his body. Kill! He moved his feet. Like lightning, the man moved, the blade broke. Crack! The demon warrior was cut in half with a single slash. Without any time to recover, liquid metal continuously flowed out of his body, desperately trying to recover. However, it was already too late, and all of his internal organs were cut into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Warrior for obtaining an experience point, True Chi values 600, Energy values 10. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Devil Gene Fluid and releasing it. Exchange points. This kind of thing completely releases a person's potential in advance, just like releasing a person's profound chi. Once the medicine's power ends, the person will be more or less done. Luo Tian disdainfully said, and directly exchanged it for points. At this moment, the other demon warrior punched forward. Bam! It directly hit Luo Tian's left waist. Luo Tian was sent flying. However, the alloy equipment caved in and then automatically recovered. The damage Luo Tian received was almost zero. Kid was dumbfounded. Liquid metal can be made into defensive armor? And it has the same function as the liquid metal injected into the human body? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, we haven't even developed it yet. How did he do it? It's absolutely impossible. Kid's eyes trembled, his expression incomparably shocked. Luo Tian sneered, and said, I said it before, I will be your demon. Shwa. Activating expeditious steps, his body shuttled back and forth. The saber rose, heads rolled, the other demon warrior had been killed. Jida clenched his fists and looked extremely angry. Luo Tian, you damn Chinese monkey, I will make you pay. Price? This is the territory of Xianxia. Anyone who dares to offend our country will be killed. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, he used expeditious steps. Every step he took was filled with killing intent, and every step he took reaped a life. Crack. Ah. Crack. Ah. In just 1 second, 5 people were killed. None of the people who rushed down were able to escape. They were all killed. Luo Tian had said that. All of them must die. Rumble, too arrogant. A warrior from the European theater of operations suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. His claws were as sharp as knives as he pounced down from the sky. His throat let out a ferocious roar. He moved his fangs and bit down on Luo Tian's neck. Luo Tian smiled slightly, werewolf? Even if your ancestors come out, they must die. His right palm moved. It directly reached into the air and covered the scorching sun. His 5 fingers grasped, and a surge of scorching sun energy was absorbed from his palm. The moment the werewolf pounced down, Luo Tian rushed out with his palm. Sky-burning palm. Bang! A palm print with 5 fingers directly penetrated the werewolf's body. Puff, blood spurted out from his mouth. The werewolf looked at his abdomen, and his eyes were trembling. Impossible, impossible. My defense is stronger than the demon warrior. You can't hurt me. Is the demon warrior very strong? Luo Tian moved his finger and pushed the werewolf to the ground. He stepped on his head and laughed disdainfully. Werewolves from the European theater of operations, bah, asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A mournful roar rang out. The hunter from the European theater of operations suddenly turned into a vampire. His 2 fangs flashed with a cold light as he let out a hissing and mournful cry. He rushed towards Luo Tian at an extremely fast speed, almost to the point of being invisible. Brat, you're too arrogant. Die. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In an instant, he landed in front of Luo Tian, and his mouth was suddenly filled with all kinds of serrated teeth. Mutated vampire? Vampires are very strong? I'll let you know the ancient martial arts of China. Immortal pressing method. Come out. Swish, Luo Tian moved and released the immortal pressing method. The value of the true qi immediately decreased by 10,000 points, and at this moment, it was as if the mutated vampire had seen his ancestor. He was so scared that his legs went soft, and he couldn't control his fear at all. He was deeply crushed by the aura on Luo Tian's body, nothing could be done. Immortal pressing method was an evil cultivation technique. Cultivating to a certain extent was an existence that was completely immortal. Moreover, at the same time that he was using this cultivation technique, an incomparably evil aura would appear on Luo Tian's body, completely crushing all evil powers. Vampires were evil creatures, but in front of the immortal pressing method, the evil aura on his body was completely child's play. Luo Tian grabbed the vampire's head, and moved his 5 fingers, explode for me. Previous chapter next chapter boom. His head was crushed by the claw. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mutated vampire, for obtaining an experience point, true qi 1000 points, energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining vampire blood vein and releasing it. Fuse my hammer. Take it back and exchange it for points. Vampire blood vein? Bat blood vein. Compared to Lin Yuer's bloodline, the vampires on Earth were too weak. They were not on the same level at all. The vampire's body turned into a pile of ashes. Luo Tian laughed coldly. Who else is there? Didn't the Japanese shout happily just now? Isn't the ghost beast warrior very awesome? Isn't the 5 elements escape method very powerful? Come, let me have a taste of it. Luo Tian, an existence like the god of slaughter, they were all dumbfounded. It was too terrifying. Just as Luo Tian had said, it was a complete nightmare. Luo Tian was a complete demon. Hiding in the dark, lay Xiangdong and the others. He was completely stupid. Luo Tian did not kill a single person, but Lei Xiangdong could not help but say excitedly, awesome. 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 This is 2F** King Awesome. It's been a long time since the Chinese war zone has vented their anger like this, ha ha ha. This is really great. So what if it's old May's biochemical warrior? So what if it's a werewolf or a vampire in Europe? So what if it's the Japanese's ninjutsu? In front of Luo Tian, these are all trash, ha ha ha. Lei Xiangdong laughed from ear to ear. Because, it was too great, although he didn't kill it with his own hands, it was still satisfying. However, it wasn't over yet. If you want to kill, then kill them all. Moreover, these people dared to be cocky in China's territory, and even dared to steal China's treasures. There was only one outcome, death. From the very beginning, Luo Tian had no intention of letting them go. Now, with the intention to kill, the god of killing's divine deity moved, and Luo Tian was even more unwilling to let him go. Kill. 5 elements ninjutsu. Earth release. Disappear. In that instant, a few ghost beast warriors immediately went underground. 5 elements ninjutsu would release. 5 elements ninjutsu, water release. In that instant, the ghost beast warriors of the Japanese warzone all moved and disappeared one by one. Chinaman. Enjoy the power of the 5 elements escape technique, ha ha ha. The leader of the Japanese warzone laughed complacently, and said, the North American warzone has the devil warrior, the giant warrior, and our Japanese warzone also has our trump card. 5 spirits escape technique. A transformed 5 elements formation. Brat, you can enjoy the power of the 5 elements in the formation. He laughed very happily, because in his opinion, Luo Tian was already dead. No one in the 5 elements formation could survive, and he believed that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to survive either. How could someone who hadn't even reached the cultivation realm survive? 5 elements escape technique? Pucci. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. He stared at the leader of the Japanese warzone and laughed, you're very arrogant. The leader of the Japanese war zone laughed complacently. We, the Japanese, are the best race in the world, and will become the overlord of the earth, he. In that instant, his expression suddenly changed, because Luo Tian's figure had disappeared. He had completely disappeared into thin air. After this moment, his throat felt a slight pain like an ant biting him. He didn't feel any discomfort, but his body slowly turned cold. The god of death was rewarding him. A cold voice came from behind him. A dead dog's race still wants to dominate the earth? Now, please continue to be arrogant and proud. The Japanese war zone leader opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, blood spurted out from his throat. His head swayed, and he fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground and stared at Luo Tian. Stare my ass. Luo Tian stomped down viciously, directly crushing it. Pop. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, a notification sounded. Luo Tian didn't stop. Instead, he moved back to his original position and sneered, I'll let you know what the 5 spirits array is. He frowned, he spread out his arms, opened his fingers, and closed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Tian's consciousness fused into the void of time. Fuse with the power of wood. Fuse with the power of metal, the power of fire, the power of water, the power of earth. He could sense the power of the 5 elements, and in an instant, they fused with his consciousness. This was the power of the God King Godhead. Although Luo Tian didn't comprehend the power of the 5 elements, he had the power of 4 Godhead. This power was restricted by the origin energy in the God realm, but on earth, it was his origin plane. He was still unable to obtain the origin energy, but earth was the origin to him. Shua. Rumble. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Chinaman, die. Die for me. 5 Japanese soldiers rushed out from 5 different directions. The power of the 5 elements combined to form a net of energy, covering Luo Tian. Humph. Luo Tian grinned, and his eyes opened slightly, becoming sinister. Power of the 5 elements, explode for me. His right arm exerted strength. He clenched his fists again. Bam. Bang, 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 5 consecutive explosions rang out. The 5 ghost beast warriors instantly exploded, engulfed by the power of the 5 elements, and directly self-destructed. Ding, ding, ding. 5 consecutive sounds rang out. 5 elements formation? Bullshit. Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. The power of the 5 elements was created by our Chinese ancestor. A small island country dares to be cocky in front of our ancestor. Cocky your sister. When he was in the profound sky continent, Luo Tian had already grasped the power of the 5 elements. On Earth, he dared to say that no one was stronger than him in terms of mastery of the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, Luo Tian also realized that his power had a mysterious connection with the original body in the time and space crack, because when he was comprehending the power of the law, he could feel the power of the divine deity trembling, and the power of the God King Godhead passing through time and space and entering his body. This feeling was very subtle. It made him unable to control it, as if it did not belong to him. However, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that there was a strong connection between him and the original body in the time and space crack. It was not the power of the system, but his own power. Could it be, is my power slowly awakening? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The power of the God-killing God King Godhead, the power of the God King Sin God King Godhead, and the power of the 5 elements that he had just released, the alchemy technique, and the various comprehensions of the refining technique, seemed to be self-taught. Now, Luo Tian suddenly realized. This body had a strong connection with the original body. If all of my power awakens on Earth, then, holy sh*t. Wouldn't that sweep through everything? No matter what. I have to find the source energy first. This thing is the key to killing the Supreme Divine King. Only by fusing the 4 Divine King Godhead together and comprehending a new power of law can I cause destructive damage to the Supreme Divine King. Luo Tian secretly thought. Lei Xiangdong almost jumped up and applauded. Skinny Monkey, Xianxia, and the others were also boiling with excitement. Luo Tian was really too strong, an invincible existence. Kid and Driver Chai were also dumbfounded. Damn it. Is this guy really a level 9 warrior? Why do I feel like the ancestors of China have come out of seclusion? Holy sh*t. The lunatics of China are too terrifying. Run. At this moment. In their hearts, Luo Tian was a devil, a nightmare for them. They didn't want to stay for even a second longer. If they stayed for even a second longer, they would feel the chill of death. Luo. We are still friends. The North American Warzone and China Warzone have always been allies. We are brotherly allies. Kid smiled and tried to curry favor with him. Luo Tian laughed and said, now you're talking about allies? Who aren't you allies with? F***ck. I can't stand your hypocrisy the most. None of you can escape. All of you will die here. Luo Tian sneered. A new round of killing began. There were less than 20 people left. It was also at this time. A warrior blasted down from the top of the mountain. The King of Armor was still in a frenzy. Moreover, it had already gone mad to the extreme, killing everyone it saw. It was already not far from Luo Tian, previous chapter next chapter boom. With a swing of the King of Armor's tail, a tree was cut in half. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red light, and its fury had reached its peak. What should we do? It's getting closer and closer to us. Skinny Monkey's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Their position was in front of Luo Tian. If the King of Armor continued to sweep around like this, he would definitely discover them. And now, Luo Tian was crazily killing Old May, Japan, Korea, Russia, and the people from the African theater. His killing intent was raging, and Luo Tian was completely immersed in the world of killing, not noticing the dangerous situation Zhuge Qing and the others were in. No way. Skinny Monkey suddenly jumped out and quickly rushed to the side of the King of Armor. He shouted at the King of Armor, "Grandson, Grandpa is here." Huh? What is he doing? He's crazy. It was also at this time. The Xianyuan cow also rushed out, followed closely by Zhuge Qing. Lei Xiongdong looked at the three of them, so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Don't they know what they are facing? That's a King of Armor, a terrifying magical beast at the peak of the first step of cultivation. Junior sister, not waiting for him to finish. Lu Sueki also quickly ran out. Lei Xiongdong clenched his fists, and said, alright, since you guys want to go crazy, then I'll accompany you guys for a while. He originally wanted to bring Skinny Monkey and the others around the angry King of Armor and rush to the top of the mountain, but it was impossible now. Skinny Monkey's idea was very simple. He wanted to block the King of Armor and buy more time for Luo Tian. Nothing was more important than Luo Tian, even that peerless spirit treasure. How do we fight? The Xianyuan cow looked at Skinny Monkey and asked. Skinny Monkey grinned and said, Old cow, it's time to test the results of our cultivation. Then, releasing the dodge technique, Skinny Monkey rushed towards the King of Armor and said to the Xianyuan cow and the others, I'll be in charge of attracting his attention, you guys find an opportunity to attack. The magical beast's eyes and chrysanthemum are both weak points, you guys attack their weak points. Holy sh*t. Do you want me to stab its chrysanthemum? The Xianyuan cow disdainfully. However, for a magical beast with heaven-defying defense like the King of Armor, its only weaknesses were its eyes and anus. The rest of its body was covered by a thick layer of armor. It was impossible to break through its defense. Bang! The armor-piercing king's powerful strength trembled as it locked onto the Skinny Monkey and swept its tail down. Dodge. Skinny Monkey's body was like a phantom as he cleverly dodged the attack. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Mother ***, you really scared me to death. Before he could react, armor-piercing king launched another attack. I'll dodge again. Hee hee, you didn't hit me again. Skinny Monkey laughed contemptuously and said to Armored King, Grandson, hit Grandpa, hit Grandpa. Hit Grandpa. You can't hit me, right? You can't hit me, right? Ha ha ha, the evasion formula required agility. Skinny Monkey's body was small and thin. Just like his name, he was like a monkey spirit, jumping around Armor King's body. Armor King's tail couldn't hurt him at all. Lei Xiongdong looked at the Skinny Monkey who was jumping around in surprise and muttered, You can do this? I can't hit him at all. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How did you cultivate it? Xianxia was also excited. Monkey, not bad. You've already cultivated it to the point where you can enter an unstoppable state. Zhuge Qing teased, if this was in school, many girls would scream for you. F***ck. Old Nyo, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Lazy, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and attack, I can't hold on any longer. Skinny Monkey saw that everyone was standing still and couldn't help but shout. Although he could cleverly dodge the attack every time, he was still very afraid. If he was hit, he would lose his life. I'm coming. Xianxia took a step forward, causing the ground to shake. Boom, 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 like a rhinoceros, he rushed to the back of Armor-Piercing King in 2 or 3 steps and shouted to Skinny Monkey, Monkey. Skinny Monkey smiled excitedly, understood. Grandson. Come on, kill lousy. Come on, you trash, ha ha ha. Armor-Piercing King's continuous attacks did not hit Skinny Monkey, causing him to become even angrier. He raised his huge tail, and like a long whip, he smashed it down towards Skinny Monkey's head, sealing off all of Skinny Monkey's escape routes. At this moment, looking at the huge chrysanthemum above his head, Xianxuan's right arm sank. At this time, he couldn't care less and thought to himself, if you really are a demon, then explode with all of your demon's power. Boom. His right arm became thick and sturdy. His muscles expanded as if they were exploding. He clenched his fist, and his entire arm emitted power stripes. Xianxuan leaped up, punched towards the sky, and roared, explosive punch. He aimed at Armor-Piercing King's chrysanthemum and punched. At the same time, Zhuge Qing's feet moved, and a Taiji Chi pattern rose from beneath his feet, continuously moving in the air, as if he could fly. The moment Xianxuan punched out, Zhuge Qing thrusted his sword down. Taiji sword art. Shua shua. Lei. Xiangdong and Lu Sueki were dumbfounded. They had been in contact with Zhuge Qing and the other two for a period of time and knew that they were all 9th level warriors. They didn't know that they were so powerful, and the 3 of them cooperated perfectly. Lei Xiangdong was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and said, they're really too strong. Lu Sueki followed and said, it would be great if you could join our special forces. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in the distance, clenched his fists, and said, it must be because of him. I'm shamelessly following him now. Even if he wants me to be his lackey, I'm willing. I'm going all out. Without a doubt, all of this was taught by Luo Tian. Lu Sueki said, you're a colonel. What's wrong with the colonel? In front of him, I'm not even a soldier. Lei Xiangdong had already decided that he would not return to the special forces. He would follow Luo Tian. He had to follow Luo Tian. Even if he had to be shameless, he had to follow Luo Tian. Boom. Boom. The attacks of Zhuge Qing and Xianxuan landed. Woo woo, woo woo, the king of armor was scared out of his wits. Blood spurted out of his chrysanthemum as he screamed in pain. At this moment, the red light on his body became dazzling, and his body curled up into a ball. In the distance, Luo Tian's eyes were shocked. Oh no, the boss is going to use his ultimate move. Immediately, he did not care about chasing after the battered and exhausted Jida, and directly rushed towards Zhuge Qing and the others, shouting loudly, run, run, too late, thank you, spirit of faith, F***CKU. Green grass, do you, fell in love with me? But, Yang, although the rose is beautiful, carrot v carrot, heartless, loveless, nor painful, nor crying, a small mood, thank you so many brothers for your support, thank you all. Thank you, there's something wrong with the old cow's eyes. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Good night, everyone. The king of armor used his ultimate move, his body curled up. He turned into a huge gear that wrapped around his entire body. His body bounced and he leaped into the air. Boom, it was like the sound of an engine roaring. It crashed down heavily. Oh no. Skinny Monkey's expression darkened. He looked at Zhuge Qing and Xianxuan, gritted his teeth, and shouted, you two run, I'll hold him back. Monkey, can you do it? Xianxuan asked. Skinny Monkey grinned and said, I'm the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. What can't I do? Just watch. He wasn't confident at all. But at this time, if he didn't stand up to block, Xianxia and Zhuge Qing would be in danger. He wasn't as strong as them, but in terms of dodging, he was confident that he was better than them. His advantage was speed. Xianxia and Zhuge Qing looked at each other and quickly jumped away. Xianxia said, Monkey, it's up to you. Zhuge Qing said worriedly, be careful. Hee. Skinny Monkey grinned and roared at the King of Armor who was descending from the sky, grandson, come and bite me. Boom. It landed heavily. And at this moment, the difference between the King of Armor and other magical beasts was that it had thousands of sharp thorns on its body. Swish swish swish, they shot down like arrows. Skinny Monkey dodged frantically, dodging several sharp poisonous stingers in a row. However, he was only a 9th level warrior after all, while the King of Armor was at the peak of the cultivation realm. His powerful demonic beast aura crushed down. Poochie! A poisonous thorn pierced through Skinny Monkey's thigh and nailed him to the ground. Ah! Skinny Monkey cried out in pain and looked up at the King of Armor falling down. The sharp sawtooth armor rolled. If he fell like this, he would definitely die. I'm going to die. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die. Skinny Monkey didn't know why, but his eyes were extremely determined at this time. He didn't have the cowardly expression from before. He looked at the King of Armor in the sky and shouted excitedly, come. Kill me. Monkey. Xianxia rushed back. Zhuge Qing was the same. They didn't expect Pandalin King to use poison stinger, and now they knew that Skinny Monkey had sacrificed himself to protect them. He had known that he would die a long time ago. Don't come over. Skinny Monkey shouted, Old Bull, you have more potential than me, you can help Brother Tian go further. Sister Qing, my brother Tian is the most handsome man in the world, you must marry him, ha ha ha, come on. Right at this moment. Skinny Monkey took out a series of special grenades that were hanging on his body. He laughed sinisterly and said, let's see if you're stronger, or if I'm stronger, ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. He had never thought that he could be so arrogant. He had never thought that he could be so eye-catching. It was just that, this was not a school. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a lot of pretty girls. Skinny Monkey looked up to the sky and shouted, Brother Tian, I'll be your brother again in my next life. Ah, his finger moved. He was about to pull the tab. In an instant. A voice rang out, did I say you were going to die? Even the King of Hell has no right to take my brother's life. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian stood in front of Skinny Monkey and gloomily stared at the King of Armor descending from the sky. His brows furrowed and he roared, die. Buzz. The idea moved. With a deep voice, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Luo Tian's body. A visible shockwave appeared in the air around him, directly rushing into King of Armor's sea of consciousness. Woo, woo woo, King of Armor screamed in pain. It came crashing down even more crazily. You're courting death. Luo Tian let out a cold snort, spread out his arms, and heavily blocked the attack. Rumble. 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 Armor-piercing King's spinning body pressed down on Luo Tian, but Luo Tian blocked it with his 2 hands. The sawtooth continued to cut into his chest, and his alloy equipment emitted sparks. At the same time, he was rapidly recovering. Luo Tian's feet sank into the ground, but his body didn't retreat half a step. His 2 gloomy eyes stared at King of Armor like a demon, and he roared, Is that all you have? Is that all you have? Suddenly. Luo Tian's right arm sank, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched out. Bang! A scale fell down. Is that all you have? Bang! Another punch landed, and another piece of scale fell off. Bang! Bang! Is that all you have? The voice was like thunder. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Even General Kid and Butcher Chai, who were running away just now, couldn't help but stop. Madman, he's completely a madman, damn it. He's simply a demon. A 9th level warrior's cultivation actually blocked a king beast at the peak of the first stage of cultivation. Is he still human? What kind of power is supporting him? It's too terrifying. General, let's run. If we're discovered by him, we won't be able to escape. Run, run, let's get out of here quickly. I don't want to come to the territory of the Huaxia region ever again. I won't come here again in my life. He's a madman, a demon. Kid's heart was already traumatized. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki were stunned. They couldn't understand at all. Luo Tian was like a mystery. Zhu Geqing and Xian Yuanyou laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, boss is too awesome. Lei Xiangdong muttered, Junior sister, are those old monsters in seclusion so abnormal? Is he still human? At the same time, in his heart, he was even more determined to follow Luo Tian. Even if he had to serve as a servant, he was willing to do so. Lu Sueki laughed, Senior brother, do you think he'll accept disciples? I want to be his disciple. Ah. Bang. Bang. A scale with a punch, a scale with a punch, a scale with a punch. The scales on the King of Armor's body were all pulled out by Luo Tian, leaving behind only a bloody body. The speed of its rotation had changed from a supercar to a tractor, and it could no longer rotate. At this moment, Luo Tian's idea moved, you don't have any strength left, right? Now it's my turn. For so long, Luo Tian had been defending and counterattacking. Now, he was going to make his move. The Tang blade moved. Weng, Luo Tian's body sank, and he kicked the King of Armor's body, sending it flying into the air. One with the blade. Hurricane slash. His body swayed. He directly attacked into the air, and the arrogant and domineering blade energy slashed down, explode for me. The scene was just like Yasuo's big move. Hurricane blade chi. Tang saber demon slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the armor-piercing king's body stayed in the air for a second, and Luo Tian had already slashed out 108 times, previous chapter next chapter boom. His body exploded. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Luo Tian's mind moved, release berserk. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing king, for obtaining 1 experience point, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining armor-piercing heart. Do you wish to strengthen it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the divine object Shilin blood. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 Yang divine art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining great desolate power. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Stage 1 Cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the Cultivation realm. You have received a special gift pack reward. Do you wish to check? A gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. With a thought, he clicked on it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Immortal Cultivation Cave, Level 1. It can help the group of players quickly recover true chi, cultivate skills, comprehend martial skills, refine pills, refine artifacts, inscribe formations. Double the success rate. Do you wish to enter the cave? I wiped it off. Isn't this too awesome? Looking at the large wave of divine items, Luo Tian was a little unable to react. Qilin blood, divine object, those who fuse with it can obtain the power of Qilin, 9 Yang divine art. Cultivators could possess the 9 Yang holy body, the power of the great desolate land, the power to open the door to the great desolate land. Cultivators could cause a primordial strike. These were all super items that could only be found by chance. Moreover, Luo Tian could guarantee that these things didn't exist on Earth. Phew, Luo Tian exhaled and thought to himself, these things are not very useful to me. What I need is the origin energy. The Qilin's blood is useless. My original body has the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. The Great Desolation Force? Not really. I've heard of this name in a TV series before, but it's a woman's cultivation. 9 Yang divine art? 9 Yang saint body, my power is awakening. The body of a divine king is much stronger than the 9 Yang saint body. Every one of them was good stuff, but Luo Tian wasn't interested at all. He could feel his strength gradually awakening, but these things were nothing to him. At this moment. Brother Tian, can you not be so awesome? You're almost blinding me. The skinny monkey was still in a state of shock. He was standing closest to Luo Tian, and he could clearly feel the power that had erupted from his body. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. Xian Yuanyo and Zhuge Qing also hurried over. Xian Yuanyo smiled, "Boss, I really admire you." Zhuge Qing, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Are you alright?" The alloy equipment on Luo Tian's chest had already cracked a little and was unable to recover. After all, the King of Armor was a magical beast at the peak of the first level of cultivation. Its strength was extremely strong, so it was normal for it to be able to tear apart the alloy equipment. However, Luo Tian only needed some liquid metal to recover. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine." Perfect. Luo Tian had an idea, and said, "All of you are here, I want some things from you." These things were of no use to him. But to the skinny monkey and the others, they were rare treasures. "Old cow, this is yours." A drop of blood essence floated above Luo Tian's palm, and said, "This drop of blood essence contains an extremely strong power, you must make good use of it. Whether or not it fuses with your right arm, you decide." The moment the drop of blood essence was taken out, Xian Yuanyo's right arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Xian Yuanyo did not know what that drop of blood essence was, but he could clearly feel that the power in his right arm was trembling, as if it was afraid, but also excited. It could be seen that this drop of blood essence was extremely powerful. "Thank you, boss," Xian Yuanyo said heavily. "Skinny monkey, this is yours." Luo Tian moved his finger and directly placed it between his eyebrows. He directly sent the imprint of the 9-yang divine art into the skinny monkey's mind, and the idea sent a sound transmission. If you cultivate to large success, you can obtain the 9-yang holy body, cultivate well. Skinny monkey's eyes widened in shock. He opened his eyes and felt the power of the 9-yang divine art. He was extremely excited and said, "Thank you, Brother Tian." Then, Luo Tian looked at Zhuge Qing and smiled. He made a hand seal and pressed it on Zhuge Qing's palm. He transmitted his thoughts to her and said, "This is a primitive force, the key to opening the gate to the primitive world. Once the pellet explodes, it will have unparalleled power. You must control it well." Buzz. A power imprint pierced into Zhuge Qing's mind. The power of the Great Desolation entered her body. Zhuge Qing could clearly feel the strength of that power, and said with a shocked expression, "The power is too strong, I'm worried that I won't be able to control it." "How about?" Luo Tian laughed, "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything." Zhuge Qing's feet were flushed red as she softly acknowledged. She lowered her head like a little woman and revealed a happy smile. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki walked up. The two of them were extremely envious of Zhuge Qing and the others. Luo Tian laughed, "I'll give you guys something good next time, these few things are more suitable for them." Lei Xiangdong grinned, "Brother, do you accept any underlings?" "I can do anything." Lu Sueki also said, "Do you accept any disciples?" "Huh? You guys are from the military." Luo Tian was stunned. Lei Xiangdong said, "The military is nothing, I can learn a lot from you, please, let me follow you, I promise to serve you tea, be a cow or a horse, I can do anything, let the military go to hell." He was truly convinced by Luo Tian now, sincerely impressed. And he felt that Luo Tian was his lighthouse. Lu Sueki immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Disciple greets master." "Huh?" Luo Tian was caught off guard, and said, "That's not very good, is it?" "Master, if you don't agree, disciple won't get up." Lu Sueki was also shameless. Moreover, in her heart, she was extremely envious of Zhuge Qing. At this moment, a ray of divine light shot into the sky from the top of the mountain. The sky suddenly sank, and the black clouds in the sky rotated, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a ray of divine light descended from the sky and merged with the divine light at the top of the mountain, forming an even more intense divine light power. At this moment, the magical beasts roared, and the waves on the sea crashed against the shore. Luo Tian frowned and shouted, "That spirit treasure is about to mature, quickly go to the top of the mountain." He quickly ran up. Yi Xiaofeng looked at the corpses around him and laughed coldly, "My zombie army is coming." Yi Xiaofeng's ability was different from the rest. This was also his capital of being a playboy. No matter how much trouble he caused, the Yi family would clean up his mess. Because he could resurrect the dead, ordinary zombies could only bite living people, but he could bite people to death. More importantly, he could even bite magical beasts. After biting them, he would control everything. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Rumble, on the top of the mountain. The divine light descended, and endless divine power was released from the 9 heavens. This power made Luo Tian feel a sense of familiarity. Divine power, it was really divine power. Quick! Don't touch anything. Luo Tian once again emphasized that little eight's words were deeply engraved in his mind. He absolutely could not carelessly touch it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. When those giant demonic beasts in the sea were enraged, they were truly existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. The 6 of them trekked quickly. 10 minutes. The divine light was dazzling, and waves of vigorous power blocked them. "Brother Tian, the power is too strong. We can't get close at all," Skinny Monkey said anxiously, his body constantly retreating. In front of them was not light, but a hurricane. It blew on their bodies, making it difficult for them to move an inch. Luo Tian was the same, he could not stand steadily. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian and asked, "Boss, do you want me to punch him?" "No." Luo Tian immediately stopped Xianxia. With a sinister look between his brows, a thought rushed into the divine light. Bang, bang, bang. The thought continuously collided, and in less than half a second, it was strangled. What exactly is it? Why is there such a powerful force? Peerless spirit treasure, the cultivation level on Earth could not even compare to the profound sky continent, and the level of the plane was definitely not as good as the profound sky continent. However, the divine realm was one level lower than the chaos realm. But even so, it was so low. It was difficult for such a low-level plane to nurture a spirit treasure that could make the divine light descend. Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart sank. Source energy? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into his mind. Because Earth was the origin continent, anything could happen. Back then, hadn't the Dominator of Fortune, the Dominator of Fate, and the Astral God all graced the Tianxian continent with their presence? It's definitely the origin energy. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He immediately said to Zhuge Qing and the others, "Get back, get out of here. No matter what happens to me, don't come near here. Do you understand?" He wanted to enter the divine light, he had to go in. Zhuge Qing looked at Luo Tian with worry in her eyes, but she eventually said, "You must be careful." Then, he retreated. Everyone left the room as well. They stood in the distance and quietly looked at Luo Tian. They knew that once Luo Tian made a decision, he would not change it. Who? After they retreated, Luo Tian let out a heavy breath, lowered his body, and took a step forward. Boom. Boom, boom. Kacha, rumble, at this moment. The alloy set on Luo Tian's body was torn apart and flew out from his body. The clothes on his body were also torn apart in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the divine light was like a blade. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's entire body was drenched in blood, turning into a bloody man. Brother Tian. Boss. In the distance, Skinny Monkey and the others were worried. Their hearts were in their throats. They didn't know why Luo Tian wanted to go in so desperately. In their hearts, Luo Tian was also a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Suddenly. Luo Tian let out a furious roar, the veins on his entire body bulged, and he stepped into the divine light. Next. His body was engulfed by the divine light. Zhuge Qing rushed up, tears uncontrollably gushing out. Luo Tian. No reaction, the divine light was still incomparably strong, crazily rushing into the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha, it was also at this time. Not far away stood a wave of people. Yi Xiaofeng's zombie legion had arrived. And the king of armor that had regrown its scales, Yi Xiaofeng glanced at the divine light that soared into the sky, completely uninterested. He did not care about any spirit treasure, he was here to take Luo Tian's life, as well as Lu Sueki and the others. Yi Xiaofeng. He's actually not dead yet. Lei Xiangdong took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Everyone be careful, the people behind him are all zombies. Remember, you must attack their heads, don't get bitten by them, or else you will also be infected." Yi Xiaofeng licked his lips and laughed sinisterly, "Lei Xiangdong, I won't kill you. How can I die? Lu Sueki. I still have the same request. Kneel down and I will spare your life." Because Luo Tian had been engulfed by the divine light and his life and death were unknown, the Xianyuan ox was extremely depressed. Looking at Yi Xiaofeng, the anger in his heart burst out, "What nonsense are you spouting, Yi Xiaofeng, who do you think you are?" Skinny Monkey was also unhappy, and said, "You came at the right time, I just happened to be in a bad mood." His aura was extremely arrogant. Yi Xiaofeng sneered, "Just the two of you trash?" The fire wolf beside him said, "Master, the two of them are students of the Thunder Academy, they are just two pieces of trash. Leave them to us, the fire wolf zombie group, we will definitely make them kneel down and sing for you." Yi Xiaofeng smiled slightly, and said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Fire wolf immediately shouted, "Fire wolf zombie group, attack." 6 zombies rushed out. They were no different from humans, but they did not have their own consciousness and would only listen to orders. The Xianyuan ox was the first to rush out. With a move of his right arm, he punched out towards a zombie that was charging at him, "Die." Bam! One punch to the head, the other 5 zombies also surrounded him. Zhuge Qing's sword struck out, releasing the true meaning of the Taiji sword technique, splitting a zombie's body into 2. Skinny Monkey sneered, "It's my turn." He immediately channeled the power of the 9-yang divine art to his fists and released the expeditious steps. The remaining 4 people immediately flashed, using their palms as blades, the power of the 9 suns above their palms, 1 palm for 1. The 4 zombies were instantly killed. "Trash." Yi Xiaofeng snorted, and said, "A bunch of trash." Staring at Zhuge Qing and the other 2, Yi Xiaofeng smiled, and said, "I didn't expect your cultivation to increase so much during this time, but it's a pity that you are still only level 9 warriors. I'll let you have a taste of the American Devil Warriors, the Russian Giant Warriors, and the Japanese 5 Elements Ghost Beast Warriors, ha ha ha, all of you, go, kill them all." In another place, Luo Tian was actually in the divine light. The powerful devouring power disappeared, and in its place was an auspicious aura. The wounds on his body instantly healed, and the moment he walked into the divine light, he was completely stunned. Mermaid? Thanks to Sai Knight Shang Liu a Skyhost combo reward, thanks to Fall in Love with Me? But, green grass, 1 person, happy every second, do you, small mood, fragmented memories, thank you all for your support, thank you all. Good night. Mermaid? Luo Tian was stunned, there was a huge lake at the top of the mountain. The water in the lake was like a spring that was constantly rolling. Obviously, the water in the lake came from the ocean. In the middle of the lake, there was a round boulder that was densely carved with runes. Under the illumination of the divine light, the runes emitted the light of the runes. These runes were linked to the seawater, and the entire bottom of the lake was illuminated by the runes' light. It was incomparably blue and very beautiful. The round boulder led all the way to the depths, and the boulder at the bottom of the lake was also carved with runes. These runes were linked to the entire ocean. The light emitted by the runes was all absorbed by the half-human, half-fish mermaid in the middle of the boulder. Long black and beautiful hair. Colorful fish scales, as well as her clothes, everything was just like in the movies. Mermaid, very beautiful mermaid. Luo Tian had seen countless beauties, but none of them could compare to the mermaid in front of him, because she was really too beautiful. But, the only thing was that she was very young. Just like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, her face was young and tender, and her eyes were innocent as she looked at Luo Tian. While she was looking at Luo Tian, she absorbed the power in the divine light and the power emitted by the runes that were linked to the bottom of the sea. The power in her body continued to grow stronger. She is a peerless spirit treasure? Which ancestor left behind this peerless spirit treasure? Luo Tian racked his brains and couldn't think of which ancestor left behind such a beautiful mermaid. Although he didn't know who left her behind, but Luo Tian was sure that she was very strong, to be able to withstand the impact of the divine light and the power of the ocean without any reaction. This was already a mess. Luo Tian took a step forward. The mermaid's eyebrows slightly shook, as if she was afraid. At this moment, rumble! A giant tail rushed out of the lake and swept towards Luo Tian. The mermaid's eyebrows froze again, as if she was worried about Luo Tian. This huge tail was covered in thick scales, and it looked a bit like the scales of a dragon. Its entire body was green. Could it be an azure dragon? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Facing the attack of the giant tail, he was calm and collected. His body floated and dodged the sweep of the giant tail. He said to the mermaid, "I mean no harm." Rumble. The surface of the lake shook violently again. Dragons with horns on their heads. Well, they weren't exactly dragons. They should be flood dragons that hadn't completely evolved into dragons yet. They soared into the sky and fiercely shot water swords at Luo Tian. "Are you courting death?" Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. His mind was like thunder as he shouted, "I have the bloodline of your ancestor. You're just a little flood dragon. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me? Get out of my way." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an azure dragon mark appeared on Luo Tian's left arm. The power of the azure dragon burst out from his body and instantly blocked the flood dragon's water sword. The fury of the azure dragon shook the surroundings. The flood dragon that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago was like a ghost that had arrived first. It was so scared that its entire body trembled, and it instantly drilled into the bottom of the lake, not daring to show its head again. At this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Azure Dragon's strength. Ding! Return of the Azure Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for the return of the Azure Dragon. You have obtained 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi, and 10,000 points as a reward. The Azure Dragon has returned? Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. Looking at the green dragon mark on his left arm, the idea moved, and he immediately felt the incomparably strong power of the Azure Dragon. This feeling was like the rebirth of the Azure Dragon, invincible, arrogant, tyrannical to the extreme, in the divine realm. The 4 divine beasts' blood vein in his body were all killed by the Supreme Divine King. He did not expect that the Azure Dragon would return to its position on Earth. It was also at this very moment. A voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind, "Master, I'm back." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wildly in excitement, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, ha ha ha. The Azure Dragon has returned. How far can the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger be?" This feeling was really great. He knew that his power was awakening, but he did not expect that the power of the Azure Dragon blood vein would be the first to return. Excitement, very excited. The little mermaid looked at Luo Tian, her eyes filled with curiosity, but at the same time, there was also some fear. The flood dragon just now was the strongest creature in the nearby sea. He never thought that it would be scared away by a human. Who exactly was this human? How could he resist the devouring of the divine light? No one would be able to resist it. The little mermaid asked herself in her heart. Luo Tian looked at her, and said with a faint smile, "I have no ill intentions, I just wanted to see what kind of spirit treasure was born. I didn't expect it to be a mermaid." Huh? The little mermaid pouted, and said somewhat angrily, "Are you looking down on me?" Huh? Luo Tian laughed and said, "No." The little mermaid said angrily, "You're still laughing, you're simply looking down on me. I'm the ancient artifact, the daughter of the sea. When I get angry, I can burn the entire continent to the ground. Don't think that you can look down on me just because you scared away a flood dragon." Humph. She looked very cute when she was angry. It was pleasing to the eye. Luo Tian didn't know what to say, and said, "I really don't look down on you. I'm just curious, where did you come from, and what kind of power did you awaken from, and which plane did the divine light come from?" This was the reason why Luo Tian entered this place. He wanted to know. He felt that all of this might have something to do with the origin energy. The Azure Dragon had returned, and it was only a matter of time before all of his powers were awakened, but to him, this was not enough. What he needed was the origin energy, and if he could not find the origin energy, he would not be able to comprehend the higher power of law. He would not be able to kill the Supreme Divine King. I want you to apologize to me, the little mermaid said angrily. Little girl. Luo Tian smiled helplessly, and said, all right, I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Is that all right? At this moment, the little mermaid's body gently moved, and under her tail, there was a sparkling and translucent thing that looked like a crystal, but Luo Tian's heart suddenly trembled, as if a huge wave had been set off. Origin aura, an incomparably strong origin aura, Luo Tian felt it. It was very strong. For a moment, he became excited as he stared at the fragment. The little mermaid picked up the fragment and said, you want this thing? Luo Tian nodded, and said, this thing should also be the magic treasure that allowed you to summon the divine light and become the daughter of the sea. Now that you've succeeded, can you give it to me? Origin fragment, the little mermaid shook her head and said, no. The double vision in his eyes was getting worse and worse. No way. The little mermaid pouted and said firmly, even if I can, I won't give it to you, humph. Luo Tian really needed it. He could feel the powerful aura of the source energy from the crystal fragment. That aura was the source energy that he had been dreaming of, and it was also the reason why he had come to Earth. He had to obtain it. Unless, the little mermaid rolled her eyes and said with a mischievous smile, unless you can take me out of here. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned. It was also at this moment that. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the S-rank quest, bring Daughter of the Sea out of Demon Island. Mission, bring the Daughter of the Sea out of Demon Island. Mission time, 1-day mission reward, Source Fragment X1, Daughter of the Sea's intimacy increased by 1 point. The system beep stopped there. Luo Tian was stunned, no matter what, it's still an S-rank quest, why is there only such a small reward, not even EXP? This didn't make sense. Ding. Player, please choose. Accept. Luo Tian immediately accepted. Even if there was no reward, as long as there was a source fragment, he would accept it. He came to Earth for this, so he couldn't give it up for nothing. Ding. Mission accepted. Beginning the countdown. A time appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The little mermaid smiled mischievously and said, hee hee. You promised to take me away? Luo Tian said, yes, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I can leave you behind at any time, and, without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, the little mermaid directly transformed into an 8 or 9-year-old girl. With a heavy leap, she directly jumped to the side of the lake and said with disdain, got it, uncle, I'll listen to you. You're so long-winded, uncle, are you going through menopause? Finished. He didn't take Luo Tian seriously at all. Uncle? You. Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her walk to the edge of the divine light barrier, he couldn't help but remind her, be careful, the divine light has a powerful tearing power, you. Not waiting for him to finish, the little mermaid walked into the barrier and turned around to face Luo Tian. She stuck out her little tongue and said, Uncle, hurry up. Your friends are all going to die. Huh? Luo Tian's heart sank. Did Jide and the others come back? Shortly after, he rushed out in a single step. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you're finally out. Yi Xiaofeng laughed wildly and grabbed Zhuge Qing's hair. Zhuge Qing's mouth was bleeding, her cheeks were red and swollen, and there was a deep footprint on her abdomen. When she saw Luo Tian, she immediately said, Luo Tian, run. Leave? Ha ha ha, Yi Xiaofeng laughed wildly and said, this is your woman, right? I will make her my plaything, ha ha ha. It wasn't just Zhuge Qing. Skinny Monkey, Lei Xiangdong, Lu Sueki, and even the Shanyuan cow were beaten to the ground, all of them severely injured. Behind Yi Xiaofeng, the devil warriors and giant warriors that Luo Tian had killed, as well as the Pangolin King, had come back to life. The Pangolin King was especially ferocious. Zhuge Qing and the others were no match for it. The power of the Great Desolation, the 9 Yang divine arts, and the Qilin blood. They did not comprehend these powers at all, so naturally, they could not release them. Yi Xiaofeng saw Luo Tian's angry eyes and sneered, "My masterpiece isn't bad, right? You're the only one left." Ha ha ha. While they were talking, he stepped on Luo Tian's head and scolded, "Slut, why aren't you shouting anymore? Didn't you just say that Luo Tian would take my life? Come on, shout again, ha ha ha, Luo Tian. Does it feel good?" Yi Xiaofeng laughed sinisterly, and said, "The moment you sent me flying, I swore that I would make you regret coming to this world. How about it? Seeing your brothers and women all turn into dead dogs, this feeling must be very good, wahaha." Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. Yi Xiaofeng immediately shouted, "Don't move, I can't control them. If they kill your brothers or your women, I won't be responsible, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you want to save them? Kneel down and beg me. I like it the most when others kneel in front of me and beg me." Suddenly, Yi Xiaofeng's tone suddenly changed as he roared angrily, "I told you to kneel down. Uncle, you're really useless." The little mermaid was still standing in the divine light. She did not walk out, because she knew very well what would happen the moment she walked out. At least, she did not want to see it yet. He was despised. "Luo Tian, don't worry about us. Brother Tian, kill him. Boss, kill him, don't worry about us." Yi Xiaofeng's gaze turned cold, and he immediately ordered, "Beat him up ruthlessly, beat him to death." Huff, Luo Tian exhaled heavily, stared at Yi Xiaofeng, then looked at his left arm, and muttered to himself, "Old brother, after returning to your position, you should make a grand entrance. This is no longer the divine realm, you need to revive your dragon's might." As soon as he finished, roar! The azure dragon imprint on Luo Tian's left arm suddenly roared out, and an incomparably sinister azure dragon shadow burst out, directly rushing towards Yi Xiaofeng. With a sweep of the dragon's tail, it instantly sent Yi Xiaofeng flying, and its body contracted, tightly strangling Yi Xiaofeng's neck. Just like that, he hung in the air. Yi Xiaofeng was so scared that he pissed his pants. Everything about him was crushed, and even the idea was crushed and sealed in his body, making him unable to give orders. Hualang let out a roar and said, "Do it, kill them, kill them." Luo Tian slowly walked up. Zhuge Qing immediately threw herself into Luo Tian's embrace and cried. Luo Tian gently patted her back, and said gently, it's all right, don't be afraid, it's all over." As he spoke, he helped Lu Sueki up. Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuanyo, and Lei Shangdong also flipped over and quickly broke free. The three of them walked to Luo Tian's side and stood behind him. Luo Tian raised his head to look at Yi Xiaofeng, and said, "Yi Xiaofeng, do you feel good now?" The azure dragon's aura retracted slightly, and Yi Xiaofeng heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and said, "Luo Tian, you dog, you better let me go, otherwise, I will definitely *CK over your 18 generations of ancestors. Hedonistic young master, you're really arrogant." Luo Tian looked at the azure dragon shadow, the idea moved, and said, "Azure dragon." "Understood, master." The azure dragon's voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian looked at Yi Xiaofeng and laughed, "It's always been you biting people, have you ever tasted the feeling of being bitten? Furthermore, it's the person you've bitten. Oh right, there's also this king of armor." Suddenly, the azure dragon's idea entered Yi Xiaofeng's sea of consciousness, directly controlling his idea, and ordered, "Bite me." Yi Xiaofeng's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Those demon warriors and giant warriors, as well as the king of armor Yi Xiaofeng, all tore at him. "Ah, Luo Tian, the Yi family will not let you off. Ah, thank you for falling in love with me? But, a person's wine, fragmented memories, green D grass, do you, a smile that conceals sadness, thank you for everyone's support. I can only write 2 chapters today. I'll go to the hospital to check my eyes the day after tomorrow." Luo Tian had never been so generous before. Give up experience, Yi Xiaofeng was eaten by his zombie puppets, and Luo Tian did not get any experience at all. This was the one and only first time for him. Yi family? It's fine if you don't provoke Lousy, but if you provoke Lousy, Lousy will really turn your ancestral grave upside down. Then Luo Tian looked at the group of Yishafeng's zombie puppets and shouted, "Kill!" The 6 of them attacked together. They quickly killed these zombies that did not know how to retaliate. It was also at this time. The little mermaid giggled and said, "Your matter has been settled, now it's my turn." "Who is she?" "Wow. What a beautiful girl. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before." "Who is she?" Lu Sueki and Zhuge Qing couldn't help but exclaim. They could be considered top-grade beauties. However, compared to the Little Mermaid, there was no comparison at all. Even women would fall in love with her beauty. The Little Mermaid giggled and said, "Thank you, sisters, my name is Zhao Ling." Pfft. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of water, stared at the Little Mermaid with his eyes and mouth wide open, and said in shock, "What did you say your name was?" The Little Mermaid said with disdain, "Uncle, you're really old, you can't even hear clearly." "I'll tell you again, my name is Zhao Ling. Huh? Oh my god." Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling with his mouth agape, and muttered, "Legend of the Sword and Fairy? Zhao Ling No, it should be a coincidence. No, Zhao Ling seems to be a descendant of Nuwa. She's clearly a mermaid." Mermaid. At this moment, in Luo Tian's mind, he recalled the scene on the stone plate at the center of the lake. He had not clearly seen Zhao Ling's tail. He had only seen the scales on her body. The colorful scales could be said to be fish scales, but they could also be said to be snake scales. Could it be? It should just be a coincidence. There are many people with the same name. Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and murmured, "Coincidence, it must be a coincidence." Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling and said, "Aren't you a mermaid?" "Mermaid? What is a mermaid?" "Uncle, your expression is so strange." Zhao Ling looked at Luo Tian with a serious face. She did not understand what Luo Tian meant by mermaid. "Brother Tian, what's going on?" "Luo Tian, what exactly is she? How did another person appear out of nowhere? And such a beautiful girl at that?" Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Only he knew. Suddenly, Lei Xiangdong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, could she be that supreme treasure?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "That's her." "Huh? Ah? Her?" The 5 of them looked at Zhao Ling in shock. Zhao Ling giggled and said, "What's a supreme treasure? Is it delicious? Is it fun?" Zhuge Qing shook her head and said, "Could there be a mistake? How could she be a supreme treasure? She's just a beautiful little girl." "Lei, I don't agree with you taking her away." "I don't agree either." Lu Sueki also said. "Because Zhao Ling was too cute." Lei Xiangdong said in bewilderment, "Am I that cruel? Besides, I've already made up my mind to follow Boss Luo Tian. What military region, what special forces, all of them can go to hell." "That's right. Boss, what's wrong?" Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian kept thinking about the plot of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Zhao Ling. Descendant of Nuwa. I understand. I understand everything. The problem that had been bothering him was solved. Why would the divine light descend to the world? Why were there countless demon beasts protecting her? Why didn't she suffer any devouring power in the divine light? The reason for all of this was very simple. Because she was a descendant of Nuwa, and the blood of Nuwa flowed in her body. Moreover, in the chaos realm, or in a certain higher plane, there must be Nuwa. She must be watching Zhao Ling in a certain plane, otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be divine light. Oh my god. Luo Tian was extremely shocked in his heart. I didn't expect her to really be a descendant of Nuwa. It was also at this time. Zhao Ling looked at Luo Tian and said, "Uncle, are you done talking to yourself? I'm going to come out." "Huh? You can come out." Luo Tian tried his best to calm himself down, and thought to himself, Nuwa mending the heavens, what an awesome and supreme existence. Is that origin fragment the heaven-mending stone? I can't imagine it. If that was the case, it would be much easier to find the origin energy in the future. Zhao Ling did not move, but said seriously, "Do you know what the consequences of me walking out of the divine light are?" Luo Tian asked, "I don't know." Zhao Ling'er said, right now, the bottom of the sea is filled with giant sea demons. If I walk out of the divine light, they will overturn the sky and earth and attack me. This small island will be crushed in an instant, are you ready? His expression was very serious, and he was not joking at all. Moreover, Luo Tian thought of what Xiao Ba had said. Don't touch her, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. What? Everyone trembled. Is it that serious? That's right, even the king of armor was killed by our brother Tian. No matter how strong the sea demon is, if you let him come out, I, skinny monkey, will kill him with one hand. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian frowned, and said slightly, don't come out yet. Then Luo Tian looked at the skinny monkey and said, the 5 of you quickly descend the mountain and wait for me by the coast. Xiao Ba will wait for you there, and if I don't come down, you can leave by yourselves. Looking at their casual appearances, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, do you remember what I said? Zhu Guqing was startled, and asked, is it really that serious? Luo Tian said, hurry up and leave, don't talk nonsense. He really wasn't joking. If the giants under the sea attacked together, even if he had the azure dragon blood vein, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia said, if you want to fight, then let's fight together. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian immediately interrupted, do you want to die here? Do you still recognize me as your boss? If you do, then listen to me and go down the mountain. If you don't, then from now on, you won't be my, Luo Tian's, brother. Things were very serious. It was so serious that Xianxia and the others could not imagine it. Lei Xiangdong pulled Xianxia and said, let's go, boss, be careful. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. Luo Tian roared angrily. 10 minutes later. They were almost at the shore. Luo Tian turned to look at Zhao Ling'er, smiled slightly, and said, are you ready? Zhao Ling'er looked at Luo Tian, giggled, and said, uncle, you're quite handsome when you're serious. Finished. Zhao Ling'er jumped into Luo Tian's embrace. At this moment, the sky changed color, it was as if doomsday had arrived, the moment Zhao Ling'er walked out of the divine light. The sky darkened, and the earth shook. The scene was like the end of the world. At this moment, the divine light disappeared, the calm surface of the lake began to churn crazily. A sea beast broke through the stone plate and landed on the ground. It stared at Luo Tian and charged forward ferociously. Wow, what a huge sea beast, it's even more ferocious than the flood dragon from before. Zhao Ling'er laid on Luo Tian's shoulder, looking at the sea beast that was rushing down crazily, she shouted excitedly. Luo Tian was speechless. What time is it? Why are you still so excited? Do you still want to escape? Luo Tian had no choice. He knew from the beginning what would happen the moment Zhao Ling'er left the divine light, but he had no choice. This was a mission, he had to take Zhao Ling away, he had to obtain the source fragment, only then would he have a chance to find the source energy. Everything was the power of the origin, if he wanted to return to the divine realm, he had to obtain the source energy. Zhao Ling'er giggled, and said, uncle, can you stop talking? Look at the sea beast, it's about to bite your butt. Hurry up and run. Crack. 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 Just as Zhao Ling'er had said, a sea beast was about to bite Luo Tian's butt. Expeditious steps. Luo Tian's speed increased once again, and he consumed a true Qi Dan, and said, Zhao Ling'er, these magical beasts are all here for you, you have the Nuwa bloodline in your body, you have endless power, you should chase them away. The descendants of Nuwa had endless divine power. What was a mere sea beast, an existence that could turn it into ashes with just a thought? Zhao Ling'er giggled, and said, I won't, otherwise what would I want you for? Uncle, hurry up, another sea beast is rushing out, hurry up, hee hee. Luo Tian said in his heart, if it weren't for the fact that you're a child, I would have really smacked your butt. How dare you? Zhao Ling'er immediately shouted, if you dare to spank my little butt, I'll let the sea beasts kill their way to your house. You're a little ancestor. I can't afford to offend you, okay? Luo Tian was puzzled. She even knew what he was thinking. It was clear how powerful Zhao Ling'er was. Right now, all he wanted was to complete the mission and obtain the origin fragment. After that, there was no after. He didn't want to be together with this awesome tigress anymore. Rumble. 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 The mountain was shaking violently. A huge earthquake was coming, immediately after. The mountain was cracking, and seawater was spurting out like a fountain. Zhao Ling'er giggled and said, "They're going to use their big move. They're going to use their big move. It's the quaking beast king at the bottom of the sea. It can produce strong earthquakes. Demon Island is going to split. Hee hee. Uncle, if you don't hurry up, you'll fall into the sea. Then you'll be killed by those sea beasts." Zhao Ling'er was completely gloating. Luo Tian was really bitter. For the sake of the mission, he could only grit his teeth and run with all his might. The old fire in his heart was raging. He had never been in such a sorry state before. Even when he was being chased by the Supreme Divine King, he had never been like this. Kacha, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It directly struck a place half a meter away from Luo Tian. A towering tree was directly turned into ashes. Zhao Ling'er giggled, clapped her hands, and shouted excitedly at a sea beast that was filled with lightning at the top of the mountain, "I didn't hit it, I didn't hit it, hee hee. I didn't hit it." Rumble. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, thunderclouds gathered above Luo Tian's head. It fell crazily. It was like a thunderbolt. Expeditious steps. Advance. Phantom steps. Luo Tian couldn't care less, he could only run forward with all his might. Facing the huge minefield, he kept dodging. Once upon a time, he was the one who used the power of thunder to bombard the demon beasts. But now, being bombarded by demon beasts, it was too embarrassing. Every time Luo Tian dodged a bolt of lightning, Zhao Ling'er would clap her hands and cheer. She stuck out her tongue at the thunder sea beast and said playfully, "I can't hit it, I can't hit it, I can't hit it, hee hee." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Another thunder beast rushed out. Even more concentrated lightning struck down. Moreover, at the same time, Demon Island was rapidly splitting apart. Mountains were constantly caved in and seawater flooded up. One by one, giant sea beasts rushed towards Luo Tian in rage, as if they had killed their father. Rumble, rumble, the mountain collapsed. A huge pit appeared in front of Luo Tian. In the pit, a giant high-level squid was guarding it. Countless tentacles wrapped around a towering tree. The moment Luo Tian appeared in its line of sight, a giant squid appeared in front of it. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Ling'er looked at the sky and said, "Uncle, there's a bomb above our heads. Dodge, dodge." Luo Tian's heart tightened, the space between his eyebrows moved, and he shouted, "Azure Dragon." Understood. The Azure Dragon roared from Luo Tian's left arm and rushed out, directly blocking Luo Tian's head. The dragon's roar shook the giant squid, intimidating it. Then Luo Tian directly rushed towards the squid's tentacles and stepped on its body to rush forward. He had no time to turn now. He could only run in a straight line. Zhao Ling'er looked at the Azure Dragon's shadow in the sky and muttered, it's not fun at all. I don't like you." Suddenly, the Azure Dragon's shadow shrunk and instantly returned to Luo Tian's left arm. It said, "Master, she has a power that can suppress me. This power is effective against any demon beast. I can't get out." Holy sh**t. Luo Tian cursed angrily, "Zhao Ling'er, what exactly do you want?" It was normal for the Nuwa's power to crush the Azure Dragon. However, Zhao Ling'er actually had such power. This caused Luo Tian to be secretly shocked. Zhao Ling'er giggled, and said, "I don't want anything, I just want you to take me away." How boring would it be if we don't do something exciting on the way? It's completely different from Zhao Ling'er's, personality. What kind of personality do you have, Zhao Ling'er? Luo Tian thought of the Zhao Ling'er in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, who was completely different from her. The Zhao Ling'er in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy was as gentle as water, and the Zhao Ling'er in her arms was completely like a ball of fire. Zhao Ling'er giggled, put her hands on her waist, and said, "I, Zhao Ling'er, am not afraid of anything. The more exciting things are, the more I like it, hee hee. You're excited, I'm going to suffer." At this moment, an incomparably huge sea beast blocked in front of him. Zhao Ling'er shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha. The strongest sea beast has appeared. Thank you to Nameless 1888 for your support. Thank you. Thank you to the two brothers Green Grass, Little Mood for their continuous rewards. Seeing your rewards every day, the old cow is really grateful. Thank you for your support. Thank you to Jiangnan's 10 Young Masters Lee for your support. There will be an update tonight. F***CK. Is this a sea beast? This is basically a mountain. Mountain, what mountain? Blade Mountain. The sea beast stood up like a huge hedgehog. Its body was covered with all kinds of incomparably sharp steel blades. If one were to rush over, there would only be one outcome. Death. Zhao Ling'er giggled and said, its name is Blade Sea King. She was still laughing as carefree as ever. Moreover, she was laughing very happily. She didn't care about Luo Tian's life or death at all. She didn't care about Luo Tian's predicament at all. While she was laughing happily, there was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Even Luo Tian did not notice this. Luo Tian stopped and looked at the Blade Sea King that was blocking his way. His eyes slightly darkened as he put Zhao Ling'er down and pulled out his tang blade. Zhao Ling'er was startled, and said, why aren't you running anymore? You can't be thinking of fighting with him, right? It's the overlord of this sea, the strongest king's Blade Sea King. With your current cultivation, you can't beat it at all, but if you want to fight, then that's great. I haven't seen the Blade Sea King fight in a long time. Hee, fight, fight, fight. Zhao Ling'er jumped around heartlessly again. Huff, inhale, huff. Luo Tian calmed down and controlled his breathing. His eyes stared at the behemoth, and the space between his eyebrows relaxed. Then the tang blade began to burn, spreading like flames until it completely enveloped Luo Tian. Zhao Ling'er was shocked, and muttered in a low voice, what a strong blade intent. Even the Blade Sea King doesn't have such a strong blade intent. The Blade Sea King was also shocked, its two eyes were sinister, and a violent buzzing sound erupted from its body. At the same time, its body also burned like flames, and a fierce blade intent was emitted. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. As people fought, the blade intent collided with each other in a crazy battle. In the mind instructs, in a second. Luo Tian slashed down with his saber, slashing out with the power to cut through heaven and earth. Saber Sea Monarch also slashed out with his saber, but he did not defend. Saber against saber, strength against strength, intent against intent, heaven and man were at war. PFFF, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he retreated several steps. Blade Sea King's body sank. The mountain of swords on his back quickly collapsed, and countless swords broke. Shortly after, it was incomparably furious. Its two eyes stared at Luo Tian as if it wanted to eat him, but at the last moment, it gave up. It opened its mouth and said, I lost. Zhao Ling'er's face flickered, and she took a step forward. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Magical beasts could actually speak. Then how high was its cultivation? It was hard to imagine. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. He said, you are very strong. That strike just now didn't determine who won or lost. You think that my cultivation is very weak, and my strength can't keep up. That's why you think I won. But, for me, it's my loss. This was the first time Luo Tian admitted defeat. His comprehension of the blade could be said to have reached a supreme realm. His first weapon was the blood-drinking broadsword. The tyrant blade slashed. Green Dragon Crescent Blade, he had used all of these saber intents and had even comprehended countless saber intents. However, to the Sea Saber King, these saber intents were too chaotic. The Sea Saber King had only comprehended one saber intent, fearless of life and death. One slash, this was a blade intent that Luo Tian had never come into contact with before. Very strong, the Sea Blade King did not say anything else. Instead, he glanced at Zhao Ling'er, and then his body slowly sank. Luo Tian was startled for a moment, then said to the Blade Sea King, thank you. In that moment, Luo Tian carried Zhao Ling'er and ran away. The magical beasts behind them were even more ferocious as they rushed up from all directions. They used all kinds of methods, and even the demon beasts that were unable to go ashore crawled up from the sea. The large squid that was stunned by the azure dragon moved its huge body down. In the distance. "Boss, hurry up. Brother Tian, hurry up, just a little bit more." The 5 of them did not get on Xiaoba's back first, but stood by the shore and waited. Looking at the sea beasts behind Luo Tian that covered the mountains and plains, their scalps were numb, and at the same time, they were worried for Luo Tian. "Please don't let anything happen to him. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Just a little bit more." At this moment, Luo Tian ran crazily. Zhao Ling, who was lying on his shoulder, was no longer as lively as before, nor was she laughing out loud. Instead, she suddenly quieted down and silently looked at the sea beasts that were rushing down. "Xiaoba. Monkey, hurry up and go up." Luo Tian did not dare to stay any longer, and shouted to Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey immediately said, "Brother Tian is here, let's go up." Xiaoba also let out a whimper, as if he was responding to Luo Tian. A few seconds later, Luo Tian carried Zhao Ling and jumped onto Xiaoba's back. He panted heavily and said, "Xiaoba, hurry up, if you don't hurry up, it will be too late." However, Xiaoba was very slow. He was a big sea turtle, and he was carrying an island on his back. He couldn't be fast at all. After a long time, he was only able to draw a little distance. At this time, the sea beasts crazily rushed to the shore. These were all giants of the sea. "It's over. We're going to be dismembered by the sea beasts." Skinny Monkey looked at the sea beasts that covered the sky and sat on the ground, paralyzed. His eyes were filled with despair. The others were the same. Facing the incomparably powerful sea beasts, they knew that it was impossible to escape. The sea beasts were the overlords of the sea. This big sea turtle was running so slowly, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. However, those sea beasts all stopped at the shore, like landlubbers that couldn't swim. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? It was also at this time. Zhao Ling stood on a reef and looked at the group of sea beasts. Tears flowed down her face as she shouted loudly, "Thank you, I will take good care of myself." Thank you, she was talking to the sea beasts. All this time, the sea beasts had not used their full strength. If they were to chase after Luo Tian with all their might, Luo Tian would not be able to escape at all. Because, they knew that Zhao Ling longed to leave this place and see the outside world. Luo Tian smiled faintly and murmured, as expected. Blade Sea King's thoughts were what he had guessed. Too strong. She can control so many sea beasts. No wonder she's said to be a peerless spirit treasure. The Xianyuan said, as if it had not had enough. Zhao Ling walked to Luo Tian's side with red eyes, and said, "Uncle, I really don't want to leave this place." "About that. It's your business whether you want to or not. My mission is complete. You can give me that source fragment now, right?" Luo Tian said directly. At the same time, the system also sounded out the notification of the completion of the mission. Source fragment, thank you to Yao for the 1888 triple combo. Thank you for the 5-hit combo. Thank you to Nameless, I really can't see his name, for the 6-hit combo reward. Thank you to you chatted with him but forgot that I was also lonely for the reward and support. Good night everyone. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to check my eyes. I hope I'm fine. Origin fragment. It was the thing that Luo Tian had been searching for many days. The key to fusing the 4 Divine Kings' Godhead. How could he not be nervous? Humph. You don't care about me at all. Uncle, you're really a big baddie. Zhao Ling stared at Luo Tian angrily, then took out the origin fragment, handed it to Luo Tian, and said, "Here, it's yours, humph." Luo Tian did not care about Zhao Ling's expression, and immediately moved his mind when he got the origin fragment. Buzz. Fusion failed? Huh? What's going on? Do I have to try a few more times? Luo Tian tried again. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding, fusion failed, 10 times in a row, all failed. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he cursed in his heart, damn, what's going on? Luo Tian opened the system to check the attributes of the origin fragment. Item, Origin Fragment Description. Earth's plane of existence has suffered a great calamity. The origin core has collapsed and scattered all over the world. If you want the Earth to recover its origin aura, you must find the remaining origin fragments and use them to fuse into the origin core. F***CKU. Luo Tian cursed angrily. What I want is the origin power. What are you doing with so many bullshit things? I want to go back to the divine realm. Go back to the divine realm, your sister. His anger soared. It was not easy to find an origin fragment, and a glimmer of hope was ignited, but the system poured a basin of ice water on his head, causing him to feel a chill in his heart, and he could not raise his spirit at all. For the divine realm. Luo Tian was too eager to go back. But, he felt so uncertain, looked up at the sky, and muttered in his heart, Schwerer, Chun Chun, Yaya, are you all okay? I miss you all so much, so much, so much. The change in Luo Tian's expression stunned everyone around him. Seeing that Luo Tian had calmed down, the skinny monkey asked, Brother Tian, what's wrong? If there's anything, just say it. We can think of a solution together. That's right, boss. If you have something to say, just say it. Xianxia said. Zhuge Qing also said, I really want to know everything about you. Can you tell me? Lei Xiangdong and Luo Tian were taken aback. They looked at the three of them, then at Luo Tian, and asked in their hearts, what's wrong? Weren't they classmates? Weren't they all Thunder Academy students? Why don't they understand each other? Skinny Monkey asked, Brother Tian, you have changed since that night. From the first day I met you, I knew that you were a stranded dragon. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Now that you have soared into the sky, what else do you have to say to us? Luo Tian looked at them and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly said, I know what he's thinking. Everyone looked at Zhao Linger. Hee. Zhao Linger smiled mischievously and said, Uncle, I might not know as much as you about the origin fragments, but I can sense the location of all the origin fragments in this world, huh? Luo Tian was shocked, and the hope in his heart was reignited. As long as he knew the location of the origin fragments, finding them wouldn't be a problem. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger excitedly, squatted down, and said, You really know? N. Of course, don't you know who I am? Zhao Linger laughed proudly. Luo Tian said, Quickly tell us where they are. I need the origin fragments, I need to fuse them into the origin core, I need a large amount of origin force, I need, the last sentence, I need to fuse with an even stronger power of the ancient code, was left unsaid. Zhao Linger pouted and said, I can tell you, but uncle, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Humph. All right. As long as you can tell me the location of the origin fragment, I'll listen to you. Luo Tian said. For the origin fragment, he could do anything, he couldn't wait to return to the divine realm. Luo Tian continued, I, Luo Tian, am a man of my word. If I say I'll listen to you, then I'll listen to you. Now, can you tell me their current location? I'm hungry now. I want to eat grilled fish, Hurry up and get me a fish to grill. Zhao Linger immediately used her supreme authority. Wait. Luo Tian jumped out. 10 minutes later. Luo Tian returned with a huge fish, ordered Shou Ho and Xian Yuan Niu, and said, You two, hurry up and pick up firewood. Yes, sir. Half an hour later. The fragrant grilled fish was completed. Luo Tian tore off a large piece and handed it to Zhao Linger, and said, Now, can you tell me the location of the origin fragment? Zhao Linger took the grilled fish that was overflowing with a charred aroma and ate it in big bites. As she ate, she said, The origin fragment is a spiritual treasure buried in the depths of the earth. Every piece is important, and because of its importance, it's very difficult to find. Of course. I'm different. I can clearly know their location, but there's a prerequisite, and that's that they've awakened. Luo Tian was stunned and said, Put it simply, what do you mean they've awakened? Zhao Linger pointed at the grilled fish and said, Give me another one. Luo Tian could only do as he was told. Zhao Linger giggled and said, Uncle, your grilled fish is top-notch. Looking at Luo Tian's man-eating eyes, she immediately continued, origin fragments are the same as spiritual treasures. They need to be nurtured by the qi of heaven and earth before they can be activated. I can only sense the activated origin fragments. As for the dormant origin fragments, I can't sense them. Damn. Luo Tian glared at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger also felt a little sorry for Luo Tian. She sucked on her finger and said seriously, don't be angry, I'll tell you the location of the next origin fragment. It's at the Divine Sea City. Huh? Divine Sea City? Luo Tian's heart tightened, he was a little suspicious, and said, the Divine Sea City is so big, how are we going to find it? Zhao Linger said confidently, don't worry about that, as long as the origin fragment enters my sensing range, I will know its location. Hee hee. Girl. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger with a fiendish expression. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked, just like the boss of the Black Society scaring a student. Zhao Linger did not fall for it at all, and said, Uncle, do you know my methods? Before he could finish his sentence. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea was filled with gigantic sea beasts. Xiao Ba was so scared that he started to tremble. F*CK. That's too intrepid. Thank you to Moo Meow 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 for the 6-hit 588 reward, thank you to Be Yourself for the 3-hit reward, thank you to Pai Pai. Lonely Thinking of Her, Clown Invincible, Green Grass. Thank you to all the brothers for your support, Old Cow is extremely grateful. After staying in the hospital for a day, fortunately, they did not find out anything wrong. They were just too tired, so they brought some medicine back. Thank you brothers for your concern. Comparing means, Luo Tian was completely defeated, all the sea demons in the world were under her control, how could she fight against them, unless all of Luo Tian's power was returned to its original position? You're awesome. I'm really convinced. Can you let Xiao Ba go over now? Luo Tian tore off a piece of grilled fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside and handed it over. Beauty Ling give me some face. Humph. For the sake of the grilled fish, I'll let you go. With a thought from Zhao Ling all the sea demons drilled into the water and quickly disappeared. My god. I almost had a heart attack. Skinny Monkey was sweating profusely, and said to Zhao Ling little ancestor, next time, don't make such a powerful formation. It's too scary, I'm really going to be scared to death. Xianxia was also panting heavily, sis, you're too awesome. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll be the first to make them kneel down and sing conquer. Lei Xiangdong was extremely shocked, and thought to himself, no wonder Master said that whoever obtains the spirit treasure can change the entire world, this is too powerful, with her, there's no need to care about the coastal front at all. Zhao Ling laughed proudly, and said, hee hee. Uncle, don't worry, I won't lie to you. I, Zhao Ling am a man of my word. As long as I sense the location of the source fragment, I will tell you. Actually, Zhao Ling also had a weakness. It was just that, no one had discovered it on the surface of the sea. She was a descendant of Nuwa, and she was also the goddess of the ocean. Her power could only be used in the sea. Once she went inland, her power would be greatly weakened, and she would even be like an ordinary little girl. This was also the reason why she chose Luo Tian. Luo Tian was very strong, his body could withstand the devouring of the divine light, and the power of the azure dragon in his body was very strong. There was probably no sea beast in the sea that could be its opponent. Besides, there was a mysterious power in Luo Tian's body that even she couldn't see through. This power was awakening bit by bit. What was it? She really wanted to know. Other than these, there was another reason. She was also looking for an origin source fragment. Her purpose for coming to Earth was to reassemble the origin core, so that the origin aura on Earth could operate again and raise the level of the Earth's plane. This was her mission. She chose Luo Tian. Phew, Luo Tian forced a smile and said, even if you don't keep your word, I can't do anything about it. Hee hee, uncle, don't worry. Zhao Linger giggled, but she started to blame herself. She mumbled, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm using you to help me summon the origin fragment. I can't use my power on land, so I can only rely on you." She concealed this fact because Zhao Linger was worried that Luo Tian wouldn't help her if she told him. Furthermore, the moment Luo Tian saw the origin source fragment, a look of desire appeared in his eyes. This made Zhao Linger feel a bit uneasy, and she had a question in her heart. Why is Luo Tian looking for the origin source fragment? Only by following Luo Tian would he be able to know all of this. Everyone, don't just watch. How can I finish such a big fish by myself? Everyone, let's eat together. Zhao Linger giggled. Sister Qing, Sister Shui-Qi, you guys eat too. Uncle's grilled fish is delicious. Everyone was starving. Luo Tian also sat down and said, "Everyone, let's eat together." Haha. I'm so hungry that my stomach is growling. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Brother Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This is too powerful. This is completely roasted immortal meat, it's too delicious. It's indeed delicious. Oh, right, Brother Tian, did you guys find that grandson of the fire wolf? Huh? After Yi Xiaofeng was hung up, that grandson disappeared. I looked for him, but I couldn't find his corpse. He couldn't have escaped, right? How could he escape? You have to know that there are sea beasts everywhere. He can't escape at all. That's true. If he escapes and goes back to inform the Yi family, then it'll be troublesome. Not to mention the Yi family, there's still the Fire Wolf gang. If he bites all the members of the Fire Wolf gang, then what will the consequences be? He can completely dominate the entire Divine Sea City. He's a second-generation zombie. He can only suck blood when he bites. He can't have Yi Xiaofeng's ability. Moreover, his cultivation is only an 8th rank warrior. It's useless. I'm worried that he'll survive and find the Yi family. Then, Lei Xiangdong was faintly worried. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger and said indifferently, "Yi family? So what if all the war zones in the world are combined? Don't you know who's with us? F***CK. I almost forgot about little ancestor Linger. Even if we have little ancestor Linger, who do we need to be afraid of? Damn it, I'll just ask, who else?" Skinny Monkey shouted arrogantly. He was slapped to the ground by Luo Tian and said, "Me too. Only you can be so cocky." Skinny Monkey got up and laughed awkwardly, "Too arrogant, too arrogant." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. To Luo Tian, this trip to the sea was already a big step forward. Obtain the source fragment, finally, he had information about the source energy. This was a huge breakthrough for him. He didn't have to fly around like a headless fly anymore. To Skinny Monkey and the others, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The 9 Yang divine art, the Qilance blood, the power of the great desolation. Once these powers were grasped by them, they would definitely be able to break through to the highest realm of cultivation. To Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki, Luo Tian was their savior. He was the hope of the Chinese theater of operations. Because of Luo Tian's appearance, the two of them saw the hope of China's rise. To Zhao Linger, her biggest gain was Uncle Luo Tian. The 7 of them returned with a full load and headed in the direction of the God Sea. In another place, not long after Luo Tian and the others left, Fire Wolf was saved by Jide. At the same time, he told them everything about Luo Tian. Jide also became excited. God Sea City, Thunder Academy, hee. Luo, just you wait. Your existence is the biggest threat to the North American theater of operations. I will definitely get rid of you. Full firepower. Target, China's capital theater of operations. Luo Tian did not expect that Jide had not left yet. He did not expect it either. Jide actually saved Fire Wolf, brought him back to the capital theater of operations, and handed him over to the Yi family. The Yi family knew everything. Even the Yi family's ancestor was enraged. Immediately, a wave of mysterious killers rushed into the God Sea City. Moreover, After Jida returned to the North American Theater of Operations, he shared Luo Tian's information with the Alliance Theater of Operations. At the same time, he applied for a group of special warriors to enter the Chinese Theater of Operations as an exchange student. The wind and clouds rose. Thank you, Raindrop, for your support. Thank you, N. The Divine Sea City was completely silent. In the Su Group building, Su Zhanyan's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted, "Is there still no news of that brat Luo Tian?" While they were talking, a folder smashed onto a man in his 50s. The man immediately lowered his head and said, "Chairman, it's been more than a month. That brat never came back after leaving the sea. A while ago, there was a violent upheaval in the sea. That brat definitely won't be able to survive." Can't live? If he can't live, I can't live either. Su Zhanyan's eyes were filled with anger. The God Kill order disappeared. The Su family had lost their protection, and the Hong group, which was ranked second in the Divine Sea City, had risen rapidly. In just a short month, they had already threatened the Su family's position in the Divine Sea City. He needed the God Kill order. He needed the help of the God Kill Alliance. But now, Su Zhanyan roared, in this month, he had been driven crazy by Luo Tian. He couldn't catch him, and he couldn't find the God Kill order either. Seeing the Su family's power gradually weaken, he fell into a state of madness. Ding ding ding, suddenly. The phone on the table rang. Su Zhanyan picked up the phone. A voice came from the other side of the phone, "Luo Tian has been found." Su Zhanyan's eyes flashed with shock, and immediately said, Good, I'll send someone over immediately." After hanging up the phone, Su Zhanyan laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha. I'm finally back. Bring someone to the military region and bring Luo Tian here. Damn it, I want him to know my methods." Both of his younger brothers had died at the hands of Luo Tian, and Su Zhanyan could not tolerate this anymore. On the coast. Before Luo Tian and the others even got close, the siren on the coast sounded, and all the soldiers threw themselves into the trenches, because they found a huge island really close to the coastline. Without a doubt, this was a huge sea beast. Through thermal detection, they found that there were people on the island, and confirmed that one of them was Luo Tian. It was also at this time. The Su family's men in the military immediately informed Su Zhanyan. "The raft is ready, let's go." Xianxia Ox carried a huge wooden raft and walked down the mountain. Luo Tian stood beside 80 and said in a low voice, 80, thank you." "Woo woo woo," 80 whimpered. Luo Tian smiled and said, "In the future, when you encounter a demonic shark, do the same. Take advantage of your advantages and unity. Don't be afraid when you encounter a strong demonic beast in the sea. The best defense is offense." Little 8 whimpered again. Lei Xiangdong looked at Skinny Monkey and asked in a low voice, "Boss can communicate with the sea beasts?" Skinny Monkey said proudly, "Of course, our boss is omnipotent." Lei Xiangdong was stunned. "That's too awesome." Zhao Ling was also secretly surprised. She didn't expect a sea beast to be so grateful to a human, and completely obey him. This had never happened before. Looking at Luo Tian, Zhao Ling smiled and said, "Uncle, I didn't expect you to be so special. You can actually understand the words of the giant turtle." Luo Tian smiled but did not answer. "Let's go ashore." Immediately. The group of 7 sat on the raft, and the Xianyuan cow and Lei Xiangdong began to row. Luo Tian looked at 80, waved his hand, and said, 80, goodbye. At the same time, Luo Tian's idea was pulled out of 80's sea of consciousness, which also undid its restraints. This way, 80 was completely free. Little 8 whimpered. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling and asked, "What did he say?" Zhao Ling smiled faintly. "He said thank you. I should thank it even more. Without 80, we would have died in the sea a long time ago." Luo Tian turned around and looked at the coast, muttering, "It's been more than a month, I'm finally back. I wonder how the Divine Sea City is doing. I wonder if Sister Ha is back yet. Principal Zhuge doesn't know what's going on either. He didn't feel anything before." Now that Luo Tian was getting closer and closer to the Divine Sea City, he started to worry. Zhuge Qing muttered, "Grandpa, are you alright?" Skinny Monkey laughed. Don't worry, the old principal has connections in the military region. No matter how lawless the Sioux family is, they wouldn't dare to offend the military region. The principal will definitely be fine. Monkey, don't talk. Hurry up and row. The Xianxia ox shouted, I still want to go back and see my mom. Understood. 10 minutes later, the raft reached the shore. Zhao Ling suddenly held onto Luo Tian's hand, and giggled, this is my first time going inland, uncle, you will protect me, right? Huh? Luo Tian held onto the little lowly Zhao Ling's hand, which was a little cold, and laughed, don't worry, I will protect you. Everyone got off the raft. The Xianxia ox took a deep breath and said, haha. I'm finally back, this feels great. Skinny Monkey also laughed, I thought I would die in the sea, I didn't expect to come back, ha ha ha. They had escaped death several times, and this was a very important adventure for them. Moreover, this time, they had gained too much. Just as they were sighing with emotion, suddenly, bam! A flare exploded in midair, and immediately after, 8 searchlights shone on Luo Tian and the others. Countless red laser dots slid across their bodies. Don't move. All of you, don't move. Dozens of warriors rushed out with guns in their hands. Luo Tian was unable to open his eyes from the searchlights, and was a little unhappy in his heart. Get down. I told you to get down, don't you understand human language? At this moment, 6 warriors rushed to Luo Tian's side. Skinny Monkey smiled and said, Brother June, it's me, it's us. Last time, I even asked you to buy a yacht. You forgot, it's us. Pa. Without saying a word, the warrior directly smashed the butt of his gun onto Skinny Monkey's head and shouted, Who the F***ck are you? Blood spurted out from Skinny Monkey's head. He did not expect to suddenly attack, but he still anxiously said, It's us, we are students of Thunder Academy, we are humans. Lei Xiongdong was slightly angered, and shouted, Are you tired of living? That warrior suddenly shouted, Right now, I suspect that you are spies from another war zone that entered the China war zone. You are all arrested, all of you get down. Suddenly, the 3 of them pointed their guns at Luo Tian's head and shouted, I told you to get down, did you not hear me? The corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched. Looking at the gun on his forehead, he said faintly, I'll give you 3 seconds to move the gun away from my head. Otherwise, you will die here. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately started counting, 1. Ha ha ha. Brat, do you know that you are about to die? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me. 2. Luo Tian counted again. That person was not afraid at all. With a face full of arrogance, he used his gun to point at Luo Tian's head, who's going to die? 3. Luo Tian disappeared. End of chapter 1883. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.